As the school doctor frowned and earnestly urged him to lose weight, Guo Tailai's mind was filled with statistical reports of his own body data instead. What the outside world saw as a miraculous escape from death was actually the arrival and integration of a technological civilization. That vast database contained mechanics, weaponry, and blueprints of a future he had never even imagined. He held secrets that others could never touch in their entire lives. Bioelectric control of human muscles, real-time reproduction of micron-level machining, and eyes for 3D measurement that could pierce through the precision of everything. While others were struggling to find a way out, he was already rewriting the laws of the human body. In this era where even the galaxy is being humiliated, what he holds in his hands is not just the hope of losing weight, but the only key to changing the landscape of this world. Guo Tailai stopped in his tracks and looked back at the gray-white wall of the school clinic. "Fatty, if you do not lose weight, you are going to die." That was the school doctor's voice. Guo Tailai took a deep breath and stepped into the shadows of the campus. "Fatty, if you don't lose weight, you're going to die." As Guo Tailai left the school infirmary accompanied by Liu Yang, the elderly school doctor gave him a very earnest and solemn warning. Neither of them argued back. They couldn't. Guo Tailai was indeed a very obese man. Despite his height of 1.9 meters, he weighed over 300 kgs, making him look like a literal mountain of flesh. Just 4 days ago, Guo Tailai had collapsed from heat stroke at the entrance of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City. His breathing and heartbeat stopped for a full hour, and it took a massive effort to resuscitate him, after which he remained in a coma for 3 days before waking up. The fatty was riddled with health issues: high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high blood lipids, coronary heart disease, severe fatty liver, chronic bronchitis, plantar fasciitis, and Achilles tendinitis. This time, the doctor diagnosed him with a pulmonary embolism. A blood clot had blocked his vessel, and he almost lost his life. Guo Tailai and Liu Yang could still distinguish between honest advice and criticism. Guo thanked the doctor repeatedly before slowly leaving the infirmary with Liu Yang's support. Guo Tailai had no memory of how he was resuscitated or how he was sent to the school infirmary. His only vivid impression was from the moment he first lost consciousness, when an astonishingly beautiful woman pulled back his eyelids to check his pupils. That was all. "Let's go," Liu Yang said while walking slowly with Guo Tailai across the campus back to their dormitory. "We haven't lectured you much over the years, but fatty, you really need to lose some weight." "Yeah, I know. I'm starting my weight loss right now," Guo Tailai replied, taking in the familiar campus scenery as they strolled along. "Report progress on clearing the blood clot." A thought flickered silently through Guo Tailai's mind. Blood clot clearance progress is at 0.73%, continuing to clear. An answer was fed back into his mind instantly. Everyone assumed Guo Tailai had collapsed from heat stroke due to his weight under the harsh sun. Only Guo knew that during the hour his heart and breathing stopped, 10,000 nanobots and a nanobot control system had entered his body. During those 3 days of coma, countless unknown data points flooded his mind like a massive, vast database. Everything he was interested in, mechanics, weapons, film, games, and more, appeared with perfect clarity, yet felt as surreal as a dream. Not only that, there were files on companies he had never heard of and major events that had or hadn't happened. When Guo Tailai woke up, it was as if he possessed memories of a future life, though it could just as well have been an illusory dream. He didn't know whose life experience it was, and there was no trace of himself in that dream. However, the future world in the dream was fascinating, and Guo Tailai didn't want to die young. He wanted to see it for himself, no matter what. The nanobots in Guo Tailai's body were officially known as MRAM-207 Type I nanobots, or Type I nanobots for short. Of course, to Guo, they were just nanobots. He even omitted the Type I. The nanobots were tiny, measuring only 0.15 micrometers in length, width, and height in their inactive state. Since human cells average 10 to 25 micrometers, these nanobots could easily enter human cells. Based on his current understanding, these Type I nanobots belonged to the category of medical robotics. 2 hours ago, Guo Tailai had issued a command to the control system to clear the blood clots in his blood vessels, and the nanobots had been working continuously ever since. The full name of that control system was Nanobot Control System V1.38. The fact that it had a version number left Guo speechless. Please increase the number of nanobots as soon as possible to meet the requirements for a system version upgrade. Immediately after his mental grumble about the version number, he received this message in his mind. In fact, the nanobot control system now existed within Guo Tailai's nervous system and had completely integrated with it. In other words, Guo Tailai was the control system and the control system was Guo Tailai. Whether he was grumbling or asking questions, he was essentially talking to himself. The control system's current maximum capacity for managing nanobots was 1 million, yet he only had 10,000 a hundredfold difference. This meant that whatever Guo Tailai tried to do, the results were minimal. With so few nanobots, the speed could not be improved. Take the most urgent task, clearing the blood clot. In 2 hours, only 0.73% had been cleared. At this rate, it would take 278 hours or 11.5 days to clear everything, and that was assuming the clot wasn't even that large. If he could reach the maximum control capacity, it would take less than 3 hours. Besides the clot, there were many other health issues he needed to address, and 10,000 robots were simply not enough. Take weight loss, for instance. The Type I robots were perfectly capable of achieving that. The nanobots operated by burning body for energy. Under normal conditions, a single nanobot could consume 0.3 micrograms of fat per day. However, for 10,000 nanobots to consume 150 caddies of his body fat, it would take 25 million days or nearly 68,500 years. If he relied solely on nanobots to lose weight, there was no hope in this lifetime. If weight loss was this difficult, treating other diseases would undoubtedly be even harder. Therefore, increasing the number of nanobots had become his top priority. The good news was that the nanobots could self-replicate. The bad news was that the material required for self-replication was micron-level titanium powder. Up to now, Guo had no clue where to find such a thing. "What's the date today?" Guo Tailai asked Liu Yang. They'd only walked 200 or 300 meters, and he was already short of breath. "The 3rd, Liu Yang answered, and fearing Guo didn't remember clearly, he added, 3 years ago on this very day, the Yin ship was forced to anchor in international waters. Does that help you remember this day of survival better?" Guo Tailai went silent. Liu Yang was a hot-blooded youth, but were there any college students at the time who weren't? Didn't Guo himself grind his teeth every time the name Yin? It was an insult that made every Chinese person grind their teeth in fury. Yet, in that dream of the future, Guo Tailai had seen a different side of motherland that was strong, confident, composed, and beautiful. In the dream of the future, Guo Tailai remembered a thought-provoking line: "We fight not to change the world, but to keep the world from changing us." It sounded philosophical, but now Guo suddenly felt that if he could change the world just a little, perhaps it would be more interesting. After all, he had already experienced that world in his dream. What would be the point of repeating it exactly? Guo Tailai didn't dare claim he could change the world, but by using the knowledge from his dream to accelerate certain changes, that should be possible, right? Thrombus clearance progress 99.99%, currently clearing. Thrombus clearance progress 100%, thrombus clearance complete. After Guo Tailai returned home by train and spent a few days recovering, he finally saw the message that the thrombus clearance was complete. Total clearance time 288.4 hours, total thrombus cleared 1.3569 cubic centimeters, remaining intravascular thrombus 0. Right after that, Guo Tailai saw the statistical report. There was actually nearly 1.4 cubic centimeters of thrombus in his body. It was fortunate that he cleared it. Otherwise, he didn't know when or where it might have struck, which would surely have been enough for him to suffer. Perhaps it was the excellent therapeutic effect, or perhaps it was just a psychological effect, but suddenly Guo Tailai felt refreshed and invigorated throughout his whole body, feeling unspeakably comfortable. Treat coronary heart disease. Insufficient data cannot be realized. Treat hypertension. Insufficient data cannot be realized. Treat hyperglycemia. Insufficient data cannot be realized. Treat hyperlipidemia. Blood lipids are continuously being consumed. Through a series of tests, Guo Tailai finally determined what the nanobots could currently do. First, the range of motion of the nanobots is limited to blood vessels and muscle tissue. They cannot reach other areas. Second, the nanobot functions are very limited. Within blood vessels, they can only perform crushing tasks such as clearing thrombi or breaking up certain large clumps of lipids. In the muscles, the nanobots can release simulated bioelectricity to precisely control the movement of certain muscle fibers. How can I obtain data? Having received too many insufficient data feedbacks, Guo Tailai finally asked. Upgrade the control system version. This time, Guo Tailai got a clear answer. Guo Tailai immediately recalled that the necessary condition for upgrading the control system appeared to be increasing the number of nanobots as soon as possible. The maximum control limit was 1 million. Grade titanium powder. It seems I can only go to my dad's factory to think of a way. Guo Tailai pondered, thinking about what excuse to use to visit the factory. After all, he hadn't been there for several years, so it would be quite strange to show up suddenly. Fortunately, the excuse was ready-made. Guo Tailai was currently riddled with illnesses, and whatever he did, his first priority was to treat his conditions bit by bit. Weight loss was the most urgent task. Weight loss. If you come to the factory with me and stay busy for a few days, you will naturally lose weight. Guo Tailai's father Guo Jianjun heard that his fat son was finally determined to lose weight and suggested immediately, without Guo Tailai having to steer the topic to the factory. Going out to move around a bit would be good. His mother Ding Yumei worked at the same unit as Guo Jianjun, but in the medical office as a factory doctor. Although she wouldn't claim to treat serious illnesses, she was proficient in basic medical care, so she agreed immediately upon hearing the suggestion. Guo Jianjun was a fitter, and Guo Tailai had learned the basics of fitting from his father when he was a child. In fact, he'd even received an excellent grade during his school engineering internship because of it. Actually, the factory where Guo Jianjun worked was not doing well and was in a semi-shutdown state. No one would care if Guo Jianjun let Tailai use some scrap materials to file away for weight loss. Picking up the largest file, Guo Tailai filed away fiercely at the metal block in the vise. He didn't know how many times he had filed when suddenly an inquiry message appeared in his mind. Record the machining effect? The sudden inquiry startled Guo Tailai. What did it mean? Machining effect? Could it be the effect of the filing he just performed? With no response, Guo Tailai thought about it for a moment and chose to record it. Please select the file type and hardness. Following the prompts, Guo Tailai answered these questions in his mind. Please select the hardness of the workpiece. Immediately after came another question. Regarding the scrap parts, he had records. So Guo Tailai asked Guo Jianjun and immediately obtained the hardness value. Please measure the machining effect. This prompt probably meant to record how much he filed down just now, right? He hadn't measured it yet, but it didn't matter. He would measure it now and the next record would be the same. Canceling the current recording, he measured the current thickness of the workpiece with a vernier caliper. Guo Tailai picked up the file, did another stroke, and measured it immediately. This got the detailed values. Machining effect successfully recorded. Seeing the message that the recording was successful, Guo Tailai had a guess in his heart and immediately commanded in his mind. Reproduce the machining effect just performed. Guo Tailai guessed correctly. As soon as he gave the order, his hands naturally moved according to the same machining posture with the same force and the same angle, and he filed down. While performing the action, Guo Tailai understood very clearly that he hadn't consciously moved his arm. The nanobots were autonomously using bioelectricity to stimulate the muscles of his arm. After the file stroke, Guo Tailai measured it with the vernier caliper immediately. Sure enough, the result was exactly the same as before. I hit the jackpot. To think there is such a good thing. Guo Tailai became excited immediately and began frantically machining with different forces and angles. Every time, he would let the control system record the machining effect and then reproduce it. Afterward, he switched to workpieces of different hardnesses and continued the process. The precision of the vernier caliper was only 0.1 millimeters, which could no longer satisfy Guo Tailai's recording requirements. After recording hundreds of times, Guo Tailai switched to a micrometer, precise to 10 microns 1/100th of a millimeter, and went on another wild recording spree. Finally, he changed to a dial indicator, which could be accurate to 1 micron 1,000th of a millimeter. In the middle of this, Guo Jianjun came over once. Watching his son sweating profusely while using the file, he nodded with satisfaction. He didn't ask him to do anything as long as he was sweating, it was enough. Dad, what is your manual machining precision? Guo Tailai asked as he took the water handed to him by Guo Jianjun. If I have enough time, I can file it down to a precision of 0.5 silk, Guo Jianjun replied proudly. What do you think, my rank 5 fitter status is fake? 1 silk is 1/100th of a millimeter, so 0.5 silk is 5 microns. This machining precision could already rival some high-precision CNC machine tools. Impressive. Guo Tailai gave Guo Jianjun a thumbs up in a sycophantic manner, but he was secretly laughing to himself. Should I tell you that I can now easily achieve a machining precision of 5 microns with a file? 5 microns was already Guo Tailai's limit. The reason was likely due to an insufficient number of nanobots. But this was already enough to satisfy him. He had reached Guo Jianjun's level of several decades in half a day. What more could he ask for? Of course, this precision could only be achieved with the finest files. As for other crafts like drilling, sawing, grinding, and planing, he was still far from reaching that level. However, isn't it said that a fitter only needs a file to traverse the world? First master the file thoroughly, then slowly master other crafts. In this regard, Guo Tailai was in no rush at all. After Guo Tailai had tested it at least 1,000 times, when he measured it with the dial indicator again, another inquiry message suddenly appeared in his mind. Enable binocular measurement mechanism. Binocular 3D measurement mechanism. Guo Tailai felt a bit confused. What was this? But clearly there was no explanation. Thinking of the benefits he had received before, Guo Tailai only hesitated for a second before immediately choosing to agree. Nothing happened. Guo Tailai was left scratching his head again. What exactly was this so-called binocular 3D measurement mechanism? However, Guo Tailai didn't forget to check what those nanobots were actually doing. Almost as soon as he checked, he knew why there was no reaction. 1,000 nanobots were moving along his blood vessels toward his eyes. It would take at least tens of seconds to arrive. No wonder there was no response yet. This made Guo Tailai even more desperate for titanium powder. He had to get it as soon as possible to increase the number of nanobots, otherwise everything he did would be highly inefficient. Activate binocular 3D measurement mechanism. A prompt appeared, and immediately after, Guo Tailai felt some changes in his eyes. They itched. He closed his eyes and rubbed them hard. When he opened them again, he found his vision a bit blurry and accompanied by flickers of distortion, which was quite uncomfortable. Lens focal point misalignment repair. An inquiry immediately appeared in his mind. Lens focal point misalignment? Isn't that just being nearsighted? Putting it so elegantly, would Guo Tailai disagree, who enjoys constantly pushing up thick glasses while sweating buckets. Full takeover and control of left eye ciliary muscle 1%, 2%. Full takeover and control of left eye ciliary muscle complete. What is the root cause of nearsightedness? Isn't it just because the ciliary muscles cannot properly adjust the lens, causing it to thicken, so that external objects cannot be imaged on the retina? Therefore, the root of everything is the ciliary muscle. The nanobots began adjusting the ciliary muscle immediately, which both surprised and delighted Guo Tailai. If he could take off the glasses he had worn for over a decade, that would be a fantastic thing. Ciliary muscle control simulation adjustment 1%. Guo Tailai's vision began to shift, constantly blurring and then clearing. Under such conditions, he couldn't work and had to sit and rest. Fortunately, it was almost time to get off work. Before long, Guo Jianjun finished his shift and brought Guo Tailai home. Guo Jianjun was very satisfied that Guo Tailai had managed to stay sweaty and active all day. He didn't expect Guo Tailai to lose weight immediately, but at least he had the desire and the initiative. On the way, Guo Tailai chatted casually about processing materials from stainless steel to cast iron, and finally to titanium alloy, asking if he could get a piece of titanium alloy to play with under the guise of curiosity. Titanium alloy? The factory doesn't have that stuff. Guo Jianjun was very interested in processing materials, and his words cut off Guo Tailai's path to getting help from the factory. It said that the whole country only produces 1,000 or 2,000 tons a year, and all kinds of research institutes and specialty material factories aren't even fed enough. How could our small factory have any? Guo Tailai gave up. He would wait until school started in September to see if the department's National Key Laboratory had any. During the vacation, he could only spend his time losing weight. He was too tired today, mostly because his eyes were uncomfortable, so after eating dinner, Guo Tailai washed up early and went to bed. Ciliary muscle control simulation adjustment 100%, ciliary muscle control simulation adjustment complete. An abrupt message made Guo Tailai's mood brighten up rapidly. Simulation complete, so was the next step an actual adjustment? Stop controlling ciliary muscle. Re-establishing biological reflex 1%. While re-establishing biological reflexes, Guo Tailai fell asleep snoring thunderously. Re-establishing biological reflex 100%, left eye ciliary muscle adjustment complete. Full takeover and control of right eye ciliary muscle 100%, full takeover and control of right eye ciliary muscle complete. Ciliary muscle control simulation adjustment 100%, ciliary muscle control simulation adjustment complete. Stop controlling ciliary muscle. Re-establishing biological reflex 100%, left eye ciliary muscle adjustment complete. Binocular 3D measurement mechanism successfully activated. When Guo Tailai woke up, before he even opened his eyes, he saw this series of notification messages in his mind. Nanobots are truly wonderful and hardworking. While Guo Tailai was sleeping, they were still conscientiously doing their work. His binocular vision had been adjusted, and that binocular 3D measurement thing had been activated. Guo Tailai opened his eyes with a hint of surprise. Whoosh, incredibly clear vision appeared directly before his eyes. Guo Tailai would swear that this was the clearest world he had ever seen in his life. Guo Tailai didn't quite understand what it meant to see every detail before, but now he knew. It meant he could even see the cotton fibers on the t-shirt his mother had placed bed with perfect clarity. About dozens of the finest fibers were twisted into a thicker fiber, and then the thicker fibers were woven into the t-shirt fabric. Each of the finest cotton fibers had an average diameter of 30 microns. Yes, the diameter of this one is 30.2 microns. After Guo Tailai muttered this to himself, he suddenly froze. Since when could his eyes see micron-level cotton fibers? And he could even precisely measure the diameter? He looked up, scanning the room. Door frame height 2,935 mm. Door frame width 955 mm. Table height 715/327 mm. Table length 200/272 mm. Table width 800/636 mm. As his gaze swept over other things in the room, the dimensions of those items appeared naturally in his mind, which startled Guo Tailai. He immediately realized that this be the binocular 3D measurement mechanism. It turned out to be such a great thing. As long as he looked at something, he could get its precise dimensions without needing any measuring tools. It could measure down to a micron, and even estimate to 1 microns. It was simply magical. In no time, Guo Tailai had figured out its purpose. Any dimension he wanted to know, he could see and know. What he didn't want to know, he could completely block. This measurement mechanism was something he could actively control. Such a miraculous function, used in manufacturing, is truly a godsend. I wonder if it can measure even more accurately. To improve measurement accuracy, please use more precise measuring tools for calibration. As soon as this thought occurred to Guo Tailai, he received an immediate answer. It was because of the measuring tools. In the factory, Guo Tailai only used a dial indicator, which is precise to the micron, so he could only measure to micron-level accuracy. Once he returned to school and calibrated with the laboratory's precision measurement tools, he could definitely achieve higher accuracy. Even if for only micron-level precision, Guo Tailai realized he had become a human high-precision measuring tool. One glance with his eyes, and he could accurately measure the distance between any 2 points he wanted to know. It was simply too amazing. With every detail laid bare, Guo Tailai's life seemed to be getting more and more interesting. When things go well, one's spirit feels refreshed. Throughout the entire summer break, Guo Tailai immersed himself in the process of practicing his craft while incidentally losing weight. In any case, there was no way Guo Tailai could find titanium powder at home. After all, he was still a student, and his parents were unlikely to let him wander around alone. As for being accompanied by his parents, that was even more impossible to consider. Both of them were facing layoffs, so where would they find the mood to accompany their son in his so-called foolish pursuits? In the deserted workshop, Guo Tailai thoroughly learned the basics of bench work from scratch. Filing, drilling, planing, grinding, scraping, and sawing, he tried his hand at them all. The 20-plus days of summer vacation brought rapid growth for Guo Tailai, turning him into an excellent bench worker. Although he couldn't compare to high-level bench workers in terms of experience and seniority, his technique, especially in terms of precision, was second to none. Combined with the powerful computational capabilities of his control system, Guo Tailai could manually file a perfect sphere, something an ordinary bench worker could absolutely never do. It was impossible to even calculate it accurately, and even with calculation tools, precise positioning and measurement remained a challenge. Perhaps someone else could do it, but their speed could never compare to Guo Tailai's. In fact, Guo Tailai had truly filed one out, and even polished it to a shine. When he placed it in front of Guo Jianjun, his father thought Guo Tailai had just grabbed a finished steel ball from the factory to show off. With his precise measurement and processing capabilities, it was no exaggeration to describe Guo Tailai as a human sea machine. Fortunately, Guo Tailai was quite cautious and didn't let anyone else know about this. As the start of the school year approached, Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumi took out the family's entire savings of 3,000 yuan and told Guo Tailai to take it for living expenses. When it came to their son's education costs, the two were never stingy. Guo Tailai was a student at Shuimi University. Yes, that is the most prestigious institution of higher learning in China, the one on whose campus sits a stone carving inscribed with pure fragrance and towering grace, bringing glory to China, known as Water Pure and Wood Flowery, or more commonly Shuimi Tsinghua University. Guo Tailai was currently a member of the class of 92, instrument class 21 in the Department of Precision Instruments. It was currently 1996. Tuition at Shuimi University was only 300 a year, and room and board plus miscellaneous fees came to only 50. Furthermore, the state provided a monthly subsidy of 60 yuan, yet his monthly living expenses were still not enough. Guo Tailai was very frugal. The bulk of his spending went toward meals. Even so, he had to spend over 300 yuan extra each month, meaning this 3,000 yuan was effectively his living expenses for the entire 5th year. I have to earn money. While on the train, Guo Tailai pondered this very seriously. He was already facing graduation, couldn't keep relying on his parents to support him. Perhaps using his benchworking skills to do some work study would be a viable path. Hey fatty, did you lose weight? Upon returning to school, his dorm roommates were all quite surprised when they saw him. Over the 20-plus days of vacation, Guo Tailai had been sweating buckets in the workshop every day. Although his nanobots didn't consume much fat, the calories burned by his physical exertion were significant. He had lost a full 20-plus pounds and was now someone who had successfully shed that much weight in just 1 month. The start of the school year meant his 5th year, so there weren't many classes left, basically just the graduation defense and internship. Don't misunderstand, this was a 5-year program at Shuimi University, just like their neighbor, Yanjing University. Guo Tailai had already made up his mind during his summer training. Once school started, he would determine his graduation project direction as soon as possible, join a team, and complete his project as quickly as he could. That would leave him the remaining time to be relatively free to work and earn money. Guo Tailai had already decided on his graduation project during the summer break. In those dreams of the future he had, there was a product that wasn't very complicated. He could make it himself, and it would serve perfectly as a graduation design for his thesis. Most importantly, Guo Tailai could apply for a patent for that product. If it was successful, it might even provide a decent source of income in the future. At his father's factory, Guo Tailai was only allowed to use scrap parts to practice. He hadn't thought about modifying anything with those scraps. He was solely focused on honing his skills. Now that he was at school, he could finally put them to work. While other students were still worrying about which group to join, Guo Tailai had already quickly selected his topic the very next day, reported it to his advisor, and received permission to go to the school-run factory to manufacture his design. On the morning of the 3rd day after school started, Guo Tailai finished breakfast and headed straight for the school-run factory to find the manager and explain his request. You want to use a lathe and the tools in the benchworking workshop to build your graduation project. Director Wu, who was in charge of receiving students at the factory, didn't find Guo Tailai's request strange at all. Every year during graduation season they helped with quite a few such things. It was perfectly normal. Can you wait a few days? Director Wu was very enthusiastic, but he looked a bit troubled. A batch of students just finished their metalworking internships last semester, so these lathes are undergoing maintenance. Would 1 week later work? The workshops at the school factory were primarily places for students' metalworking internships. Every time the students finished their internship, the equipment needed to be overhauled and calibrated, so Director Wu's request was as normal as could be. Can't you free up even one? Guo Tailai didn't want to waste that much time. I'm just making 4 sets of hydraulic cylinders and pistons. It'll take half a day or at most a full day to finish. Are the precision requirements high? Upon hearing this, Director Wu also felt that a week's delay for such a small job was unreasonable, so he thought for a moment and asked, "Not high." Sensing a window of opportunity in Director Wu's tone, Guo Tailai struck while the iron was hot. As long as it can turn straight, that's fine. Over there's an old lathe in that corner. It's been around a while, so its precision is a bit lacking. Director Wu pointed to a small room in the corner of the lathe workshop. If your precision requirements aren't high, it should work. That's perfectly fine, no problem at all. Thank you, Director Wu. Guo Tailai agreed immediately. What was there to fear if the precision wasn't high? At worst, he could just fix it up in the benchworking shop later. What was the big deal? After getting the keys and applying for materials, Guo Tailai rushed over to open the room and check the condition of the old lathe. There were only 2 lathes in the small room. At a glance, the models were very old, truly deserving to be called antique treasures. This room was probably kept specifically for these 2 old lathes. One wondered if they had any commemorative significance. Director Wu was talking about the one furthest inside. Guo Tailai walked over and first circled the lathe to observe its condition. It was clear that these 2 machines had been well maintained with no signs of rust whatsoever. The nameplate on the lathe was worn away due to age, with most of the writing gone. Of the parts that remained, only the first line was barely visible, and even that was obscured by machine oil. Guo Tailai reached out and wiped it, and the letters became clearer. Rheinmetall 933. Rheinmetall 1933. Looking at the nameplate, Guo Tailai couldn't help but gasp. A German lathe from 1933, it certainly was ancient. He never expected the school factory to have such a priceless antique. There's a problem with the guide rails. Just from taking a few looks, Guo Tailai had already discovered where the issue lay.
Did a chubby student borrow a set of scrapers for the machine shop around 10 this morning? When old Liu wandered into the fitter shop at 1 in the afternoon and found a set of tools missing, he only learned what happened after asking around. The tools left out in the open were for public use, not the special set old Liu kept for himself. The set he owned was one he had custom-made before his retirement, and no one else was qualified to use it. Even so, it caught him off guard. Why would a student need a scraper? Was something wrong with the lathe guideways, requiring someone to be sent to fetch the tools for repairs? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, so he decided to go and check for himself. The shop was close by, and seeing it with his own eyes would put his mind at ease. He couldn't risk the student causing any trouble with those tools. Just as he was about to get up, Guo Tailai walked in from the opposite direction. He had come to return the tools. A morning's work had been more than enough for him to fix the guideway of the 1933 Rheinmetall lathe. "Fatty, what did you need the scraper for?" Old Liu asked only after Guo Tailai had put the tools back. "One of the lathe guideways had a bit of an issue, so I took them to scrape it down," Guo Tailai answered casually. Buzz! Old Liu's brain felt like it was ringing. His worst fear had come true. Were lathe guideways something you could just scrape on a whim? If he had messed it up, the whole machine would be scrap metal. "Take me to see it." Old Liu was a man of experience, so even though he had panicked for a moment, he regained his composure quickly. If it really was ruined, he would see if it could still be salvaged. He just hoped it hadn't been totaled. Thinking this, old Liu marched the bewildered chubby student back toward the machine shop. In truth, old Liu had already lost hope. Even a master fitter with 5 or 6 levels of certification would take days to truly flatten a lathe guideway. The kid borrowed the tools after 10 and it was barely past 1 now. Accounting for lunch, he had spent at most 2 hours on it. He could only pray the damage wasn't so excessive that it couldn't be fixed. Following the student into the machine shop, old Liu felt a wave of relief when he saw the boy ignoring the main lathes and heading straight for the small room. If it wasn't the main equipment, then the only things in there were 2 old antiques not used for production. The loss wouldn't be too bad since the most valuable parts were likely just the beds themselves. If those antique guideways were ruined, so be it. They were already problematic and only kept for sentimental value anyway. Still, they couldn't be let off easily. How could he dare to scrape the guideways without permission? There is a set of top-tier tools in the fitter shop, but I have no idea whose they are. They are kept under lock and key, Guo Tailai said as he opened the door, completely oblivious to the shift in old Liu's mood behind him. It is such a shame to waste a good set of tools. Those tools belong to me, you old man. What makes you think you are worthy of using them? Old Liu flew into a rage, baffled by the boy's entitlement. Guo Tailai shriveled up and didn't dare say another word. It was so embarrassing to be caught talking behind someone's back. He lowered his head and walked all the way to the old Rheinmetall lathe he had been using. With a grim face, old Liu walked over to the machine and pushed Guo Tailai aside. He knew this lathe far better than the boy did. He was well aware of every issue it had and didn't need any explanation. As he looked down, old Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The 1933 antique lathe didn't just have severely worn guideways. It had also suffered a slight formation during a move at some point. Since it was kept only for commemorative purposes, it had simply been reassembled as is. The easiest way to fix the guideways would have been to replace them with new ones, but that was clearly impossible. There were no spare parts for a 1933 lathe. After all, the story about German sewers having spare parts was just a joke, not a fact. Without new parts, the only way to deal with severe wear was to grind them precisely and then scrape them manually. Rough machining is done by grinders, but precision finishing is done by hand. Highly skilled workers use a fine scraper, check for unevenness with a leveling instrument, and scrape the surface. It takes days to finish a guideway, leaving it covered in intricate patterns which are actually the marks from the scraping tool. To be able to scrape a guideway, one needs to be at least a level 5 fitter, that is entry level. Even a top-level master fitter would need at least a few days to produce a qualified guideway. Besides the handiwork, the process is incredibly demanding in terms of measurement. The fat kid was just a student who spent his spare time practicing fitting. He couldn't possibly be a level 8 master at his age. Let alone level 8, even being a level 2 or 3 would be impressive for his diligence. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to master turning and 10 years to master fitting. That is no exaggeration. Fitting is the most time-consuming trade. What could he possibly have done in the 3 hours from borrowing the tools until now? But what old Liu saw before him completely defied his common sense. There was a brand new looking guideway on the lathe bed. How was that possible? No, it wasn't new. Old Liu's experience was so vast that after a moment of shock, he realized this wasn't a brand new guideway, but one that had been meticulously machined and polished. He habitually reached out to run his hand along the guideway from one end to the other, closing his eyes and holding his breath as he did so. For old-school workers of his generation, the tactile feedback of their fingertips was the most precise measuring tool, often more accurate than any ruler. The guideway was straight, uniform, and smooth, without a hint of deviation. At least, that's what his touch told him. Based on his experience, the flatness error was less than a hair's breadth. He couldn't even feel the slightest bump, and it lacked the characteristic texture of manually scraped surfaces. A master, that was his first thought. Thinking that a chubby student so young could reach this level, old Liu couldn't help but tremble. Old Liu's reaction left Guo Tailai feeling terrified. What would he do if something happened to this old man right here? "Did you have lunch, fatty?" Old Liu suddenly asked an inexplicable question. "I did," Guo Tailai answered in a hurry, not knowing why he asked. "I ate at the canteen." Old Liu did the math. The round trip to the canteen plus the time spent waiting in line and eating would take at least 45 minutes. Subtracting the time needed to dismantle and reassemble the old lathe, this unassuming chubby kid had taken at most an hour and a half to scrape, flatten, and polish the guideway. Was this guy a monster? "Come to the fitter shop tomorrow morning and wait for me," old Liu said, suppressing his excitement. He left, lost in thought about how to mentor this kid, leaving a completely confused Guo Tailai standing there, scratching his head and failing to process what had just happened. Forget it. Anyway, Guo Tailai didn't think he had done anything wrong. He had scraped the guide rails and brought the old lathe back to life, so that couldn't be a mistake, right? Getting on with his own plan was more important. He needed to finish the prototype quickly, file for a patent, and write his thesis. At most, he could finish his graduation project in a month. The rest of the time could be used to find ways to make money and source titanium powder. Being interrupted by old Liu didn't stop Guo Tailai. He already had his plan figured out, and it only took him half an afternoon to easily craft 4 sets of hydraulic pistons and cylinders. Of course, this just rough machining. To actually complete them, he would need to do the manual grinding in the machine shop. There was no helping it. This 1933 rain lathe simply couldn't achieve the level of precision Guo Tailai required. Guo Tailai didn't even realize it himself, but ever since he gained the ability to machine to 5-micron precision, his standards for everything he made for himself had risen to that level. He just couldn't settle for the precision of ordinary lathes anymore. Old Liu never introduced himself from the start, and Guo Tailai had no idea who the old man was. Besides, old Liu didn't seem to ask for Guo Tailai's name at any point. All things considered, despite talking so much, they were still strangers who didn't know each other's names. What was he going to do with old Liu tomorrow? Guo Tailai had no idea, but he had to go to the machine shop to make the other parts anyway, so he'd just play along and be a respectful youngster. Guo Tailai was puzzling over old Liu, and old Liu was doing the same with Guo Tailai. What kind of monster was this chubby guy? Had he been learning his craft since he was in the womb? How could he have such exquisite technical skills? Old Liu had seen many talented people in his life, but this was the first time he had ever seen a master machinist with such a young, stout physique. The guide rails scraped by others always had neat, beautiful patterns, but a master like old Liu could always feel subtle bumps if he touched them. After all, it was impossible to scrape a perfect mirror finish solely by hand. Yet, what the chubby guy scraped was clearly a mirror surface with no undulations at all. Even more impressively, he had used the most worn-out part of the old guide rails as the baseline. In other words, he had essentially scraped off an entire layer of the guide rail. The way the chubby guy did it, not only achieving a mirror finish, but also being so efficient was simply mind-boggling. Old Liu was a master himself, but he doubted he could have worked at that speed even in his prime. It wasn't impossible to get a mirror finish, but it would take at least several months. Besides, the old Liu of today was past his prime. Other than his experience, he no longer possessed such peak manual dexterity. The only shame was that he didn't see the chubby guy actually at work. Old Liu had been retired for years, yet this was the first time he felt truly moved. It would be a real pity if such a talented seedling wasn't properly cultivated. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Guo Tailai slung his drawings over his shoulder and strolled toward the machine shop at the school factory. In the factory manager's office, 4 people were currently talking. Spread out on the desk were a blueprint and 2 rectangular boxes. "Manager Lee, please help us out." A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes bowed and scraped, handing a Zhanghua cigarette to the middle-aged man in work coveralls sitting opposite him, pleading as he spoke. "It's not that we don't want to help, Manager Wan." Manager Lee took the cigarette, leaned into the light offered by the other man, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke before looking up with a bitter smile. "We really can't handle this job. Look at this drawing, it requires a precision of 0.5 microns. Manager Lee pointed at the 2 long boxes. "You've already reached this stage, the only thing left is precision grinding. We don't have such precise equipment here. Maybe you should try looking for connections in aerospace, Manager Wan. They definitely have the capability." "That's exactly why I don't have those connections." Manager Wan looked bitter. "There are only 2 semi-finished pieces in total, and I only need one of them to pass. To machine just a single finished part, even if there were a way, the other side would have to be willing to do it. I only came here because I heard from my son that you guys often do small batch precision work. We do often handle precision parts, but we don't have the machines for this. We'd have to do it by hand." Manager Lee took a puff of his cigarette and replied, "We have a few grade 5 or 6 machinists who could grind it bit by bit if they had enough time. But that would take a long time, not like the tight deadline you have, brother. And honestly, this crankshaft doesn't even need that level of precision. It's not that I'm in a rush, and it's not that we need that high a precision, it's just that those damn Japanese are being too pushy." Manager Wan became agitated, the swear word slipping out. "As a small private business, I wouldn't say we're anything special, but we do have over a dozen grade 5 and 6 machinists. If given enough time, we could grind it out. But those bastards are bullying us, giving us such a short window. They look down on us and are making things difficult on purpose." Manager Wan was the head of Wangxin Motorcycle Factory. It was a private company that had introduced small displacement motorcycle production technology. The bikes sold well, and they were doing quite comfortably. Recently, Wangxin Motorcycle wanted to launch a new product, a large displacement motorcycle of their own design. Everything else was manageable, but the engine design and production technology were the bottleneck. So Manager Wan personally went to Japan to try and license a 4-cylinder 400cc motorcycle engine, only to be given a hard time. "Did the Japanese say anything nasty?" Manager Lee asked. "They didn't really say anything nasty," Manager Wan said with a bitter smile. "The guy in charge just laid out 2 crankshafts and a blueprint, and basically told me that these were their rough machined products. If I could precision grind them to a half micron tolerance within 4 days, they would sell me the engine production technology at a high price." "A high price?" Old Liu, who had been sitting there spinning his health balls, chimed in. "Old Liu, you didn't see how arrogant that guy was." Manager Wan's eyes reddened at the thought. At their reception office, every Japanese person looked polite, but you could feel the bone-deep contempt in their eyes even when they were bowing to you. Although the others in the office hadn't experienced it themselves, they could see through the red-rimmed eyes of Manager Wan, a man with a very plain name, that the kind of disdain and humiliation of being ignored was absolutely bone-deep. "I don't even care if the licensing happens anymore. I just want to prove a point," Manager Wan said indignantly to Old Liu. "I just want to let those Japanese know, don't look down on us Chinese." Although Manager Wan had acted incredibly humble when he first arrived at the factory director's office, nodding and bowing with a forced smile, looking less like a successful businessman and more like a pathetic sycophant, none of the other 3 people in the room felt he was groveling after he finished speaking. On the contrary, Manager Wan's stature seemed to grow immensely. "Why can't your local government help put in a good word for you?" Old Liu asked, frowning. "Our Wangxin Motorcycle is just a private company. We don't have any connections to the aerospace industry," Manager Wan replied, sounding a bit calmer now that he had vented some of his frustration. "We tried to find city officials to help bridge the gap, but since we're just a private firm, they aren't pushing very hard for us. They said they'd look for some leads, but we haven't heard a word since. There are plenty of other precision machining companies that take outside contracts. Have you asked around there? Old Liu asked again. I've asked, Manager 1 replied dejectedly. Nowadays, everyone's equipment is about the same. Imported machinery goes to state-owned enterprises first, and their schedules are packed solid. They don't have any spare capacity. The other job shops have about the same machining capabilities as we do. All the high-end engines in the country have to be imported precisely because we can't make them ourselves. I know that, Old Liu scoffed, sounding a bit annoyed as he twirled his 2 fitness balls in his palm. We are all aware of that. The real problem is that the Japanese are just too malicious, Manager 1 said, immediately changing the subject to avoid dwelling on domestic production. The 2 semi-finished crankshafts they gave us are extremely hard and very difficult to machine. Several of our level 6 machinists have looked at them, and they agree it would take at least a month to file them down by hand while maintaining the necessary precision. And the Japanese are playing games, leaving a machining allowance of barely 1/100th of a millimeter, Manager 1 continued. Because the material is so hard, if you don't apply enough force, you can't file it at all. But if you push too hard, you'll accidentally go too far. It's incredibly troublesome. In the trade, filing off 3/100ths of a millimeter in one go is common, and since everyone present was an expert, they understood perfectly well the difficulty of this task. Old Lieutenant Professor Wang from the Department of Precision Instruments assembled a CNC machine a while back. Director Li, who shared the indignation of being looked down by the Japanese, asked cautiously, "Could we borrow it?" "No way," Old Liu shook his head immediately. Professor Wang's machine is mainly for verifying control programs. The stepper motor and the lead screw aren't up to par, the precision is unstable, and the tool bit isn't hard enough to machine this material. Manager 1's eyes had lit up the moment he heard about the CNC machine, but his expression immediately sank when he heard Old Liu's follow-up. The shift from hope to disappointment was so obvious that Old Liu saw it clearly. "How much time do you have left?" Old Liu asked Manager 1, not looking at all like he was out of options. 2.5 days. I brought these parts back overnight. The people at the factory studied them for half a day, and then we spent another half day waiting for calls from city leaders and contacting peers, but today I didn't dare wait any longer, so I brought the parts directly here. In truth, Old Liu hadn't intended to intervene, but the mention of Japanese insults had broken his silence and prompted all these questions. Just as he was about to ask more, he saw Guo Tailai walking into the workshop with a beaming smile swinging his arms. Old Liu immediately chuckled. "Fatty, come here for a second." Old Liu walked to the door and called out. Guo Tailai looked up, jogged over enthusiastically, and said with a flattering smile, "Old man, what do you need me for today?" "You were wanting to use my special tools, weren't you?" Old Liu said with a smile, twirling his fitness balls. "Well, there's a crankshaft blueprint and 2 semi-finished parts on the table. You finish filing these and you can use my room and everything in it as much as you like." "Are you kidding?" Guo Tailai looked annoyed as if he felt mocked. "Why not just clamp it in a lathe with an independent chuck? Why look for me?" "The precision requirement is too high. A lathe can't do it. It has to be hand-filed," Old Liu asked, still smiling. "Can you do it or not?" "Really?" Guo Tailai's eyes immediately lit up. "Can I really use your tools this time?" "Yes," Old Liu nodded firmly. "You got it." Guo Tailai agreed immediately. Without another word, he walked inside, nodded with a smile at the 3 people watching him, quickly rolled up the blueprint and left with the 2 boxes. As he passed the doorway, he didn't forget to reach out and ask Old Liu for the key to that room. Watching the fat man scurry off into the room, the other 3 in the office were completely bewildered. "Old Liu, who is that fat guy? I've never seen him before." Director Li was the most astonished. He knew all the workers in the factory and there wasn't anyone that heavy. "Oh, a student I met yesterday," Old Liu answered with a laugh, clacking his fitness balls together. "He's got a good pair of hands for manual labor. Damn, I forgot to ask his name." Director Li, Manager 1, and the young student with him were all speechless. Something this important, which even a level 6 machinist couldn't guarantee, was just being tossed to a student. "Forget it, I know you're worried, just wait." Old Liu stood up and walked out, still rolling his fitness balls. "Since you're so determined to win this argument, I'll go give the kid some pointers." With that, he walked out of the office without a word of explanation, leaving the 3 of them staring at each other. Director Li, who exactly is Old Liu? Manager 1 asked after lighting another cigarette for the director. "He's a retired level 9 machinist," Director Li said with pride. "Whenever those experimental machines in the Precision Instruments department need final installation or adjustment, they all rely on Old Liu's guidance." "A national treasure." Manager 1 gave a thumbs up, his expression full of respect. "No wonder people say you have to go to your Shuimu University for this. With such a national treasure here, How can you still call yourselves a mere school-run factory making ordinary parts? Old Liu's arms were injured in the past, so he can't do the heavy work anymore, Director Li sighed. I'm just curious what skills that fat kid has to earn such high regard from old Liu. Is that fat guy actually going to be able to do it? Manager Wan asked, still sounding worried. Don't worry, though Director Li wasn't sure himself, he couldn't show weakness in front of Manager Wan. He said firmly, if old Liu says it's no problem, then it's no problem. Just wait, 2.5 days should be enough. He said it with confidence, though internally he felt none. Time ticked away, and 3 hours had passed with no news. Manager Wan wanted to check on them but knew it wouldn't be appropriate. He was so anxious he had smoked over 20 cigarettes, and the ashtray on the table was piled high with butts. After another half hour, Manager Wan was so anxious he began pacing. Just as he couldn't wait any longer and was about to tell Director Li he was going to take a look himself, the office door opened. Guo Tailai and old Liu walked in, one after the other. The fat man was holding the blueprint and the 2 boxes, which he placed on the table. Done. Old man, I am going to need your room and that equipment for the next few days. Guo Tailai ignored the expressions of those in the room and said directly to old Liu. And don't forget, you promised to teach me your master-level techniques. No backing out now. Guo Tailai dropped his gear and left. He hadn't stopped working for 3.5 hours and was starving. Leaving those words was basically the limit of the fatty's patience. He didn't wait for a reply from anyone and scurried off, fearing that if he were any later, the canteen would be out of food. Director Li and Manager Wan, a father and son duo who had been waiting anxiously in the office, were completely speechless. He is already done. Director Li wasn't just an office man. He had a background in the trade, otherwise how would he know how long it takes to manually grind parts with a file? As for Manager Wan, he was in charge of frontline production and had already consulted with the factory's senior fitters, so his time estimate shouldn't have been far off. Faced with the fact that the fatty had completed what they estimated would take a 6th grade fitter a month to finish in just 3.5 hours, their first reaction was that it was impossible. However, since the work was supervised by the retired 9th grade master old Liu, they couldn't voice their doubts. They could only scream in their hearts, how is this possible? Measure it, then. Old Liu gestured toward the box on the table and went to sit in a chair nearby. It wasn't just Director Li and Manager Wan who were shocked. Even old Liu himself felt a lingering sense of unease at this moment. Damn fatty Guo Tailai moved way too fast, and his methods were anything but conventional precision machining. While his basics were solid, he was reckless to the point where it made even old Liu break into a cold sweat. There was only a 0.1 mm machining allowance. When old Liu walked in, he thought the fatty was still carefully measuring the dimensions against the blueprint. Instead, he found the fatty had already clamped the semi-finished crankshaft, and holding the finest diamond file, took a single stroke at the outer diameter of the connecting rod hole. Old Liu almost cried out in alarm. He knew that any distraction during manual grinding is the biggest taboo, so he held it in. Only when the fatty had completed that stroke did he finally speak. What do you think you are doing? Old Liu asked angrily after closing the small room's door. Machining the crankshaft. Guo Tailai looked at the furious old Liu with an innocent face. Isn't this what you asked me to do? I have to say your tools are top-notch, far more precise than anything else out there. Is that any way to work? Old Liu was furious and started lecturing him. Do you even know how much machining allowance is left? You are using a file on that. With an allowance this small, you are supposed to finish by grinding. I must have been blind yesterday. Please, the fatty was not about to indulge the old man's habit of pulling rank. It is just a 0.1 mm allowance, big deal, right? Why do you care if I finish it by grinding or by filing? Come on, measure it. As he spoke, the fatty pulled a dial indicator from the toolbox and tossed it to old Liu. Honestly, asking me to work while nagging me. What is the matter with him? If it weren't for the fact that the entire fitter workshop treated old Liu with respect, Guo Tailai wouldn't have put up with this. Old Liu obviously had to measure it. If the fatty didn't know his own strength, the diamond file wouldn't care about the hardness of the metal. One heavy stroke could remove 0.03 of a millimeter and scrap the whole crankshaft. However, old Liu measured several times at different spots where that stroke was made, and the dial indicator reading was exactly the same every time, 30.10 millimeters, without a hair's breadth of difference. If they removed another 0.1 mm, it would be exactly the 30 mm diameter specified on the blueprint. In other words, the fatty had removed exactly 0.1 mm in a single stroke. This dexterity and control were nothing short of miraculous. Even old Liu in his prime wouldn't dare claim he could remove exactly 0.1 mm in one go. He would have had to do it cautiously in multiple passes, taking off tiny bits at a time, measuring carefully after every single stroke before daring to proceed. Nothing like the effortless way the fatty just got it done. After the fatty changed positions and nailed it again, old Liu measured repeatedly. Once he confirmed that the fatty's hands were impossibly steady and precise to an eye-popping degree, old Liu realized he had struck gold. After the third time, old Liu stopped measuring every stroke. He just watched as the fatty methodically worked the crankshaft, which usually required a high-precision CNC machine for the final step down to the exact dimensions. The fatty knew exactly what he was doing. Flat surfaces were fine, but the internal and external diameters of the connecting rod holes were curved and extremely difficult to machine. Yet even so, the fatty followed the arcs and finished each in one go. This was no longer just consummate skill, it was reaching the level of art, like divine craftsmanship. Old Liu didn't know how to describe it. Even as a 9th grade fitter, he didn't dare claim he could match the fatty in this regard. The only thing he had over the fatty was his decades of rich experience. Since the fatty had such God-given talent, old Liu was eager to pour everything he knew into him. And so, as the fatty worked, old Liu stood by, guiding him on precautions, techniques, and ways to handle various corners and curves, stuffing knowledge into the fatty's head as if he were pouring from a pitcher. Guo Tailai had solid fundamentals, so working together was actually quite easy. It wasn't the high-tension, stressful atmosphere others might have imagined. They were chatting while working, learning and doing simultaneously in a relaxed and pleasant manner. During their conversation, old Liu learned Guo Tailai's name and the purpose of his visit to the workshop. Guo Tailai also realized that old Liu was a true master. The things he had learned from his father were amplified here by old Liu's even more refined, stable, and creative methods. He was a walking treasure trove, and even if Guo Tailai might not work in frontline manufacturing later, these precious experiences were exactly what he had been dreaming of. They chatted away, and before they knew it, the filing and the subsequent manual finishing were done. At the very end, the fatty did a quick polish, and without wasting any more time, they brought the items back to the office. Only then did old Liu realize that the finished product hadn't been measured by him at all. What shocked old Liu even more was remembering that from start to finish, he hadn't seen the fatty touch the dial indicator once. He just kept working the whole time without measuring a single thing. Qualified, 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 qualified. Manager Wan and Director Li were each holding a crankshaft and a dial indicator, constantly checking them against the blueprints, announcing the results one by one. In the end, every single dimension was qualified, and both internal and external circles were perfectly standard. They had estimated that a 6th grade fitter would need a full month to finish one crankshaft, yet the fatty had finished 2 in 3.5 hours. How could that be? How did he do it? Director Li was going crazy. Is he even human? After the initial shock, Manager Wan was overcome with a wave of euphoria. He still had 2.5 days left, yet he had secured the finished parts in less than half a day, and 2 qualified ones at that. Let's see what that Japanese fellow has to say now. Go, get to Japan as fast as you can. Old Liu used his rotating exercise balls to mask his trembling hands while gesturing to Manager Wan. Shove these 2 crankshafts into that Japanese guy's mouth and show him not to look down on us Chinese. Yes, Mr. Liu. Manager Wan was shaking with excitement, his tone as triumphant as if he had just won a great war. I'll book the earliest flight right now. I'll get them into their mouths even if it takes all night. Director Li, let me use your phone. I need to book these tickets immediately. Director Li slid the phone across the table, his own body trembling as well. Completing a month's worth of work for a level 6 machinist in less than 2 hours. That chubby guy is an absolute treasure. No wonder Mr. Liu was so composed from the very beginning. It turns out he had discovered the chubby guy's masterful skills long ago. Amazing, Ginger really does get spicier as it ages. Listening to Manager Wan ordering his secretary to book the earliest flight to Japan, Mr. Liu waited quietly. Once the call ended, he summoned them both over. Manager Wan's son was also present, so Mr. Liu thought for a moment and called him over as well. If the Japanese ask you how it was machined, what are you going to say? Mr. Liu asked Manager Wan. Manager Wan paused, confused by the question, but he immediately caught on and replied quickly, just tell them we got help from Shuimu University. The Department of Precision Instruments. Mr. Liu added, tell them the Department of Precision Instruments at Shuimu University helped out. Remember, say it was a newly designed precision CNC machine by a certain professor. I get it. Manager Wan was a clever man and immediately grasped Mr. Liu's intention. When they ask, I'll act secretive and say nothing. Then let my secretary accept some favors and whisper the truth to them. The more mysterious we act, the more suspicious they will become. No wonder your business is booming. You're smart. Mr. Liu gave Manager Wan a thumbs up. Go ahead and import their engine technology as needed, but if they try to sell you precision machine tools, stall them. Wait until they can't hold out and lower the prices themselves, then you can reap the benefits. Manager Wan could only nod in agreement, giving Mr. Liu a double thumbs up in absolute admiration. And you little Li, if anyone asks, push the credit onto Professor Wang from the Department of Precision Instruments. Mr. Liu cautioned Director Li, I'll go sync our stories with Professor Wang later, so make sure you don't let anything slip. Director Li nodded as well. Mr. Liu looked toward Manager Wan's son, who was also quite bright, and immediately said with a sweet smile, Grandpa Liu, I don't know anything. I'm just a student who helped my dad take it to the Department of Precision Instruments. Yes. Mr. Liu nodded, satisfied. He stood up and strolled out while rotating his exercise balls. When he reached the door, he remembered something and turned back to instruct Director Li. From now on, whenever that chubby guy comes, my workshop is open to him. Don't stop him. Director Li readily agreed. He had already made up his mind to talk to the chubby guy at all costs and see if he could recruit him for work study at the school factory before he graduated. Manager Wan was a tactful man. Everyone had waited so long they were famished. Although he couldn't invite Mr. Liu to eat, he insisted that Director Li join him for a meal. During the meal, Manager Wan brought up the subject of payment. Director Li felt bad accepting it since he hadn't contributed much, but Mr. Liu and the chubby guy had, so he couldn't refuse on their behalf. Manager Wan was generous and handed Director Li 50,000 yuan to reward Mr. Liu and the chubby guy. Director Li couldn't refuse, so he took it for them, promising to pass it on the next day. In 1996, 50,000 yuan was an absolute fortune. Director Li even envied the chubby guy a bit, but then again, that was the reward for having such incredible skills. Dad, why did Mr. Liu say that at the end? Wan Ming was Manager Wan's son, also a student at Shuimu University, though in the economics department. He didn't understand the reasoning, so he asked when they were alone, why attribute the chubby guy's hard work to the Department of Precision Instruments? Ming, that is exactly where Mr. Liu's brilliance lies. Manager Wan explained patiently, although the COCOM embargo has been lifted, the Wassenaar arrangement appeared this year. Western countries and Japan won't sell us high-precision CNC machines. Even for ordinary ones, they charge exorbitant prices because we don't have them and we have no choice but to take the loss. I get it. Wan Ming wasn't sure at first, but once his father explained it, he understood immediately. We don't have them, so they price gouge us. If we claim the Department of Precision Instruments made one, even if they can't mass produce it immediately, at least it solves the problem of whether we have the capability. They're afraid of our precision technology developing, so they'll lower prices immediately to capture the market and suppress our domestic industry. Exactly. If you don't have it, they throttle you or sell it at astronomical prices. If the Department of Precision Instruments has it, it means the theory and laboratory prototypes are ready. If they don't lower their prices now to suppress our domestic industry, they won't have the chance later. Many industries operate like this, it's what they do. Wan Ming understood the logic and couldn't help but mutter, how frustrating. By the way, Ming, when you're at school, drop by that place once in a while. Make sure you get to know that chubby guy. Manager Wan felt the same way, but didn't voice it in front of his son, just adding, also flatter Mr. Liu. Who knows, one day we might need experts like them. I understand, Wan Ming promised, saying nothing more. Neither Guo Tailai, the Wan family, nor Director Li realized that the impact of this incident had moved beyond the school walls. After Mr. Liu consulted with Professor Wang, they reported it to the department leadership, then the university leadership, and finally, it reached the Ministry of Machine Building Industry and the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation. Little Wang's motorcycle was insignificant, of course, but if they could seize this opportunity to send the wrong message to Japan and the West, making them believe that China already possessed high-precision CNC machine tools, they might just be able to poke a hole in the Wassenaar arrangement's embargo. The higher-ups were certainly happy to play along. If it succeeded, it would be a huge boon for the country. If it failed and they didn't manage to fool the Japanese, it wouldn't be any worse than the current situation. Why wouldn't they do it? Who would have thought that a simple, quick manual machining job could lead to such a massive turn of events?
At 9 o'clock the next morning, Suzuki Company began to buzz with activity. Mr. Onishi, that Chinese guy is here again. Are you really going to meet their demands? In the office, Sachiko Shirakawa, the secretary to Kazuma Onishi, asked her immediate superior. Sachiko, do you think that's even possible? In a good mood, Kazuma Onishi chuckled as he teased his secretary. Does China even have such high-precision CNC machine tools? But Mr. Onishi, can't China also make engine crankshafts? Shouldn't it be easy? Sachiko Shirakawa, unaware of the obstacles Onishi had set for the small Chinese motorcycle factory, asked curiously while serving coffee to her boss. Kazuma Onishi gave a slight pull and Sachiko Shirakawa leaned into it, falling into his arms and sitting on his lap. Of course, the original tolerance for the crankshaft is plus or minus 0.1 millimeters. It's just that the roundness and coaxiality requirements are quite high. Many factories in China can handle that size. Kazuma Onishi looked at his glamorous secretary's face just inches away, smelled her perfume, and said with a smirk, "I took two finished parts and gave them a blueprint with the tolerance tightened 20-fold, telling them to finish it within 4 days." What if they actually managed to do it? Sachiko asked with wide eyes in a highly provocative tone. Impossible. China doesn't have 5-micron high-precision CMC machine tools. Kazuma Onishi hid his face in Sachiko's chest again and took a deep breath before saying, perhaps if given a month their master craftsmen could polish one by hand, but in 4 days. Unless they can tap into aerospace-grade precision machine tools. However, do you think the Chinese Aerospace Administration would produce a single crankshaft for a small motorcycle factory? If you know they can't do it, why set such a requirement, Mr. Onishi? Sachiko asked, enduring the tingling heat in her chest. Isn't this just to let you, Sachiko, enjoy the pleasure of watching them come begging with sour faces? Kazuma Onishi tightened his grip around her slim waist. Don't you just love being politely sarcastic toward those Chinese guys? Mr. Onishi, you are so bad, Sachiko giggled uncontrollably, tickled by Onishi's breathing. The appointed time is almost here, right? Go to the entrance and wait for them. They actually came more than a day early. I really want to see how they will come to beg us. Kazuma Onishi let go of his secretary after all. This was the office and instructed with a smile. Once they arrive, you can prepare to enjoy it. Try to be as polite as possible, and fully savor the thrill of looking down on them in your heart. Sachiko Shirakawa clicked along in her high heels to the company's reception area. A few minutes later, she met Manager Wan and his secretary translator, who had arrived once again. She was still as polite as ever, with impeccable manners and speech, but her eyes were still full of mockery. The only reason she treated these 2 Chinese men with such politeness was due to company rules and her own amusement. It had nothing to do with these guys being worthy of any real respect. Mr. Onishi, we meet again. Manager Wan shook hands with Kazuma Onishi, neither humble nor overbearing. We have met your requirements. Here are the 2 crankshafts you requested. That is impossible, Kazuma Onishi cried out as if he had just been slapped. How could you have possibly done it? To Manager Wan, Onishi's exclamation and stunned expression were the most exquisite pleasure. Even the look of absolute shock on the face of Onishi's stuck-up, sexy secretary was the perfect accompaniment to Wan's complete satisfaction. Manager Wan sat there with a smile, savoring Onishi's incredulity without saying a word, feeling thoroughly refreshed. It felt so good. It was exactly like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day and drinking an ice-cold cola refreshing from the inside out. Wan-san, this is not a funny joke. Kazuma Onishi calmed himself. This was absolutely impossible. How could it have happened? This Chinese guy named Wan must be playing some kind of trick. Believe me, Mr. Onishi, I didn't fly back and forth to Japan over these few days just to play a joke on you. Manager Wan said very seriously, these are the 2 crankshafts I took away last time. The serial numbers on them haven't changed. As the secretary translated, Manager Wan opened the 2 boxes, revealing the machined crankshafts inside. The serial numbers stamped on the top were indeed unchanged. I need to inspect them. Kazuma Onishi stared intently into Manager Wan's eyes, hoping to catch a flicker of guilt, but he was destined to be disappointed. Certainly, Manager Wan gestured for him to go ahead, then clasped his hands and rested them calmly on his lap. Sachiko, take these for inspection immediately. Kazuma Onishi quickly ordered his secretary, focus on the tolerance, roundness, cylindricity, and coaxiality. Tell the inspection department to give me a report as soon as possible. Hi, Sachiko Shirakawa bowed quickly, then took the 2 boxes containing the crankshafts and jogged out of the office. If I may be blunt, Wan-san, I don't mean to look down on your company. Kazuma Onishi asked earnestly, your company does not have such production capacity, which is why we couldn't transfer the engine manufacturing technology to you. Wan-san, where did you have these 2 crankshafts machined? No. Upon hearing the translation, Manager Wan smiled and shook his head while waving a raised finger. Mr. Onishi, asking about our trade secrets to our faces like that, this is not a very good habit. Apologies, I was merely curious. I didn't intend to pry into your company's trade secrets. Kazuma Onishi quickly apologized and changed the subject. It takes a day for you to fly back north, Wan-san. This is only the 3rd day, so you only used 1 day to finish the machining. If it hadn't been for that student in charge of data entry being too slow, you could have seen the finished products yesterday afternoon, Mr. Onishi. Speaking of the time, Manager Wan became radiant, as if he were talking about something he was proud of. But realizing his mistake, he immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. Kazuma Onishi had already realized that Manager Wan must have let something slip while getting carried away, and he felt a thrill of secret joy. He had started recording before Wan entered, so he just had to let the translator listen to it later to uncover the information. After that, Manager Wan just kept drinking his coffee without saying much. Kazuma Onishi was in no rush, waiting slowly for the test results. Less than half an hour later, Sachiko Shirakawa jogged back into Onishi's office with the inspection department's measurement report in hand. Looking at the string of pass marks for various dimensions and the detailed machining tolerances, Kazuma Onishi could hardly believe his eyes. That is impossible. This was the second time Kazuma Onishi had uttered such an exclamation. 2 crankshafts have a maximum error of no more than 2 microns, all within his required tolerance of plus or minus 5 microns, and the surface finish even meets the factory's processing standards. As for the roundness, cylindricity, and coaxiality that Kazuma Onishi cares about the most, they are all within 1 micron. They are simply precise to the extreme. Such processing quality is clearly not something that can be achieved manually. Even if it could be done with manual labor, considering Manager Wan's schedule, excluding the 1 day for travel, there was only 1 day left to complete it. There is no other possibility than the use of high-precision CNC machine tools. Does China have high-precision CNC machine tools? This is a huge deal. Although his heart was in turmoil, Kazuma Onishi remained calm on the surface. He stood up and congratulated Manager Wan, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Wan, we can now begin the negotiations on the technology transfer for that engine." Negotiations of this nature are not a 1 or 2 day affair. Accompanied personally by Kazuma Onishi, Manager Wan left Suzuki Motor Corporation to prepare for the assembly of his own team to begin the talks. After sending Manager Wan off, Kazuma Onishi immediately called a meeting to study the machining techniques of the 2 crankshafts and the words he had recorded from Manager Wan, focusing, of course, on the current state of China's high-precision CNC machine tools as inferred from them. Don't tell those Japs a single word unless there's 100,000 yuan in it. Upon returning to the hotel, Manager Wan instructed his secretary directly. The capable female secretary nodded, though she rolled her eyes in her heart. The total processing fee was only 50,000, yet he wanted to sell 1 piece of information for 100,000. He truly was a profiteer. However, Manager Wan's next sentence made the young secretary beam with joy. "Whatever you can get out of them, you can keep as your travel allowance for this trip. Company won't provide any extra," Manager Wan said casually. "Have a good time." A normal company travel allowance is barely anything, while 100,000 yuan is many times more. The secretary had already decided that as soon as she got the money, she would go from Shizuoka Prefecture to Tokyo to buy the bag and cosmetics she had been eyeing for a long time. Guo Tailai had no idea he was about to come into a huge sum of money. He was living his comfortable school life as usual, enjoying his wonderful 5th year of college with his roommates. Even his closest roommates didn't notice that Guo Tailai's glasses were different from before the break. He was wearing the same frame, but the lenses were now plain glass with 0 prescription. Liu Yang and Guo Tailai were best friends, and he was quite impressed that the chubby guy had lost over 20 pounds during the 1-month break. However, Liu Yang was a sports student, a professional setter for the school volleyball team, and could be considered a semi-expert in fitness. He hadn't had a chance to talk these past few days, but seeing Guo Tailai back early, he took the opportunity to advise him against losing weight too quickly to avoid damaging his health. The chubby guy was, of course, happy to accept the good advice. Normally, rapid weight loss isn't a great choice, so he had already made a plan to lose weight at a rate of about 4 or 5 pounds per month. Even with nanobots, Guo Tailai firmly believed the body was his own and shouldn't be overtaxed. Amidst laughter and chatter, the night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Guo Tailai woke up, had breakfast, and headed straight to the school workshop's fitting shop. Prototype for his graduation project was half done. Yesterday, it had been delayed by the task Elder Liu assigned him, so he came back today to finish the remaining parts. Speaking of which, the tools in Elder Liu's workshop were truly exquisite. Just thinking about them made Guo Tailai's hands itch, and he planned to use them for his work today. The only drawback was the material was just ordinary steel, not the better titanium alloy. Arriving at the workshop, Guo Tailai went straight to Elder Liu's workroom. Although the room was locked and the key was with Elder Liu, for a chubby guy who could measure 1 micron precision with his bare eyes and was a master of bench work, was a simple padlock key really a problem? Clearly not. The guy could easily file an identical key out of a piece of scrap metal in less than 10 minutes. Seeing him swagger in after picking the lock, others didn't bother him. Many knew that Elder Liu had already given him permission to use the workshop. After admiring every tool, Guo Tailai began his work. The hydraulic cylinder and piston he had turned on the 1933 lathe the day before were perfectly usable and didn't need much adjustment. He just had to finish the rest. He hadn't been working for long before Elder Liu walked in again, spinning his 2 steel balls. Elder Liu wasn't the least bit surprised that Guo Tailai had gotten in without a key. A genius who could process parts to 5-micron precision without measuring tools, it would be a joke to think such a simple lock could stop him. Guo Tailai greeted him respectfully. He had learned Elder Liu's identity and his status at the factor that morning, and given his age and a lifetime of service to the country, he was more than worthy of Guo Tailai's reverence. "Fatty, what did you think of that crankshaft from yesterday?" Elder Liu sat on the only chair in the workshop and asked with a smile. "Just an ordinary 4-cylinder engine crankshaft," Guo Tailai replied casually while measuring his next cut at the workbench. "The designer is trash. If I were his boss, I'd fire him immediately." Oh, how so? Elder Liu's interest was piqued, a smile spreading across his face as he asked. For an engine crankshaft, it's normal to require coaxiality within 5 microns, and high standards for roundness and cylindricity are also standard, Guo Tailai said, his eyes fixed on the workpiece as he continued his work. But to require 5-micron precision on all other ordinary dimensions, that's just looking for trouble. The thermal expansion coefficient of normal steel is over a dozen times 10 to the power of -6 per degree Celsius. For a 1-meter-long part, even a 1-degree temperature change causes a change of over 10 microns, Guo Tailai explained without looking up. If you demand such high precision but don't specify the temperature, that's just amateurish. Besides, the crankshaft's operating temperature is at least tens or hundreds of degrees higher than room temperature, causing dimensions to expand by dozens or even hundreds of microns, not to mention the deformation from complex working conditions. What on earth is the point of a 5-micron requirement? So, unless the designer is a complete idiot, they're just intentionally driving up processing costs and difficulty for no reason. Guo Tailai said just as he finished cutting the piece. He looked up at Elder Liu and added, "Old man, would you fire a designer like that?" "If it were me, I'd probably fire him too." Elder Liu laughed heartily. Looking at the unfinished workpiece in the chubby guy's hands, he asked with interest, "What are you making?" "My graduation project," Guo Tailai replied quickly, "an exoskeleton seat." Old Liu was stunned. He knew what a seat was, but what on earth was an exoskeleton? When it came down to it, Old Liu was just a level 9 machinist. He was definitely top tier when it came to hands-on work, but if you started throwing around high-tech jargon, he would never be a match for any college student. At the very least, he couldn't grasp it immediately. "Do you have the blueprints?" Old Liu asked with a frown. "Yes." Guo Tailai quickly put down the workpiece, grabbed his canvas backpack from not far away, pulled out a roll of blueprints, and handed them to Old Liu with both hands. Guo Tailai had already drawn the blueprints before school was about to start back home. It didn't matter if Old Liu couldn't understand the exoskeleton right away. The old man could take his time studying the drawings, which was exactly what he was doing now. "Your dimensions are wrong." After flipping through a few pages, Old Liu matched the outline of the workpiece to the corresponding drawing. He looked at the blueprint, then at the rough casting Guo Tailai was working on, and couldn't help but frown as he asked. A rough casting definitely needs to leave a certain machining allowance, but what Guo Tailai was doing was clearly way beyond just a small allowance. The dimensions were obviously off. This is exactly what puzzled Old Liu. An expert like the fat guy shouldn't be making mistakes like this. Not following the blueprints is a cardinal sin for a frontline worker, and Old Liu couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Those blueprints are sized for ordinary people. Seeing Old Liu's eyes widen, Guo Tailai didn't mind at all and replied confidently, "This one is being made for myself." Old Liu looked at Guo Tailai's massive frame, which was clearly 300 pounds heavier than the average person and a head taller at 1.90 meters, pursed his lips and wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. The fat guy's size not the same as an ordinary person's. "If you are making it for yourself, why did you draw it to standard size?" Old Liu was very dissatisfied, and seeing Guo Tailai busy over there, he didn't offer to help, just kept asking questions. "I need a set of standard size blueprints for my patent application and my graduation project. If I were to put them into production, I would have to make a set for every size, so I'm just too lazy to draw extra ones." Guo Tailai replied without any psychological burden. The equipment in Old Liu's workshop was just so good to use. It would be even better if there were titanium alloys, but unfortunately there were none. This time, Old Liu was completely speechless and could only wait for the fat guy to finish everything and assemble it to see the effect. He discovered another strength of the fat guy. His spatial imagination was incredibly strong. He could craft components without even needing blueprints. No wonder he was able to get into Shuimu University. His brain was quite good, it was just that his grades after freshman year were nothing to brag about, a classic slacker. Although Guo Tailai's technique was unusually fast, Old Liu didn't feel it was incomprehensible. In his long working career, he had seen countless geniuses with extraordinary abilities in one area or another. Fatty Guo was born with a steady hand, which wasn't surprising. Old Liu had seen even steadier ones. As for Fatty Guo not using rulers, that wasn't strange either. Old Liu himself could feel a surface discrepancy of less than half a silk with just his hands. You could only say that Fatty Guo had talent in this area. What a pity though. No matter how poor his studies were or what a slacker he was still a slacker from Shuimu University. It was unlikely he would ever become a machinist dedicated to manual polishing on the front line. "Fatty, how long have you been practicing your machining skills?" During their casual chat, Old Liu asked about how long Guo Tailai had been honing his craft. "Not long," Guo Tailai answered honestly. "I just learned it by helping my dad with some work over 2 summers. From Tailai's eyes, Old Liu could tell that he wasn't lying, and he couldn't help but feel speechless. Many frontline workers spent their lives working hard and might even reach the level of a level 6 machinist, yet the fat guy had acquired such an incredibly admirable skill just by playing around. This gap was enough to drive someone crazy. While chatting, Old Liu gave Guo Tailai some pointers. Before long, the parts designed by Guo Tailai were processed one by one. The hydraulic piston and cylinder were already done, leaving only the assembly. Watching Guo Tailai assemble these parts in some cut-to-size canvas, and then start injecting oil into the hydraulic cylinder to seal it, old Liu was still completely confused. This thing looked like something you could wear, but what did it have to do with a seat? Why call it an exoskeleton? Guo Tailai couldn't be bothered to explain further. After assembling, securing, and sealing it, he started to put it on. In no time at all, he had fastened everything onto his body using the canvas straps and buckles. This exoskeleton seat design was entirely inspired by the dreams Guo Tailai had from the future. The exoskeleton design is very simple. It uses a titanium frame device to support the back of the person's legs and wraps around the torso via support straps. The wearer can stand and walk as usual. When they want to sit down, they press a button to unlock the frame and adjust it to a comfortable angle. The body's weight is transferred to the ground or the heels through the frame. It's said that sitting on this seat feels like sitting on a bar stool, allowing workers to work while seated at any time, avoiding the trouble of sore backs and aching waists. This is the chairless chair invented by the Swiss company Nuni. The exoskeleton seat is just a very simple type. The reason Guo Tailai chose this is because he had already selected his graduation design topic, which is related to hydraulics. He even had the thesis title ready, on the practical application of hydraulic components in wearable seats. What supports the body weight when sitting are two hydraulic pistons. As long as the hydraulic oil valve is locked, the position remains fixed. Of course, the sitting posture can be adjusted depending on personal habits and the needs of the usage environment. Watching Guo Tailai walking around wearing the exoskeleton seat, testing its flexibility, and then being able to sit down and be supported anywhere at any time just by pressing a switch, old Liu's eyes couldn't help but widen. How did you come up with this idea? By this point, how could old Liu not see what it was for? He was a machinist. In his younger days, he often had to stand and exert force all day long. If there was something like this that allowed one to sit down anywhere at any time, how great would that be? Because I have an urgent need for this myself. Guo Tailai replied without a moment's hesitation. You have an urgent before the word need could come out. Old Liu saw Tailai's mountain-like physique again. At this weight, even if he did nothing, just standing would be exhausting, right? The need was indeed urgent. It's a pity, though. Guo Tailai let out a long sigh. What's a pity? Old Liu asked cooperatively. It's a pity it's made of steel, so it's a bit heavy. Guo Tailai sighed, shaking his head. I'm just broke. Otherwise, if I could afford to buy some titanium alloy to make it, it would definitely be light and sturdy. Speaking of being broke, old Liu suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Manager Wan did leave some payment for yesterday's work. Do you want it? I do. Guo Tailai answered immediately and decisively. Getting paid for work is only right and proper. Why wouldn't I want it? How much? 50,000, old Liu replied calmly. How much? The fat guy suddenly felt like a golden pie had fallen from the sky and hit him right on the head. Guo Tailai was completely beside himself. His parents were about to be laid off, and they had emptied their pockets to give him money for his living expenses while he tried to finish his designs and start earning. Suddenly hearing that he had made 50,000 yuan, he was so happy he could have gone crazy. 50,000. His tuition and living expenses for the past 5 years combined didn't even reach 20,000. That left a surplus of 30,000. His family could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His parents wouldn't have to worry every day about how to survive after being laid off, and they could even afford to go out and enjoy themselves a bit. Even the titanium powder he needed could probably be acquired through connections and then ground down himself. Was all that hard work learning the basics of bench work really just to lose weight? It was all for the sake of being able to grind titanium powder himself. Micron-level titanium powder requires a mesh count of at least 10,000 to be considered as such. Ordinary powder is mostly around 300 mesh, 500 at best, which is nowhere near what Guo Tailai needs. Haha, I'm rich. This is great. There are so many things I want to do that I finally can. Old Liu was a man of the world. Ignoring the fat guy who was practically losing his mind, he started to examine the exoskeleton seat on the boy. It's not just workers like old Liu who have to stand to work. Many other industries do too: department store staff, operating room nurses and doctors, food service workers, traffic police teachers, and so on. Many professions and many people have a long-term requirement to stand. Standing for long periods often leads to varicose veins, arthritis, or plantar fasciitis. If everyone in these jobs had a chair like this, imagine how many people could benefit. Guo Tailai's design looked simple. Even someone like old Liu, who hadn't attended much university, could understand it at a glance. But its utility was incredibly broad. In old Liu's opinion, this should be issued as standard labor protection equipment. Unfortunately, that wasn't something a retired worker like him could decide. The country was poor, and old Liu, having lived through that era, knew it well. But even if they couldn't give one to everyone, it could at least be used at key stations or even exported to earn foreign currency. Foreign labor unions would likely be very interested in this. Kid, you've got some skills. Old Liu couldn't help but wonder why. With such a simple design, no one across the country had thought of it before. He could only give Guo Tailai a thumbs up. This fatty Guo is truly a student from Shima University. He's skilled at his craft and his designs aren't just pie in the sky. He has a bright future. Now that he had money, he could naturally consider more things. Guo Tailai started planning to send 20,000 back to his parents and keep 30,000 to see if he could buy titanium powder. But first, he had to start with the titanium alloy. "Old man, do you happen to know where I can get some titanium alloy or titanium powder?" Guo Tailai finally showed his true colors and asked old Liu the question. Self-replication for nanobars, micron-level titanium powder. Domestic titanium metal manufacturing had just started, and Guo Tailai certainly didn't have the channels to get it. Some university laboratories might have it, perhaps even the National Key Laboratory of the Department of Precision Instruments at Shuim University. Guo Tailai didn't have the connections to get into a National Key Lab, but old Liu might. "I've heard of titanium alloy. I'll go ask around for you." Old Liu hadn't worked with titanium alloy himself, but he had heard of its high strength and low density, which perfectly matched the fat kid's needs. Since he liked the kid and especially his work, old Liu decided to help him out. With money in his pocket and old Liu helping him look into titanium alloy and powder, today had been a great day. Once the work was finished, Guo Tailai planned to head out. However, old Liu didn't just come to him for the money. He wanted to pass on his experience. Since the fat kid had this talent, he would teach him as much as he could. Who knows, maybe one day this kid would become the youngest level 8 bench worker. Guo Tailai was eager to learn more as well. Being able to earn 50,000 a day with a machining precision of 5 microns, who would complain about such a money-making skill? Besides, it was a legendary national treasure level 9 bench worker offering guidance. Without a second thought, Guo Tailai followed old Liu's instructions and started learning one task after another. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to master turning and 10 years to master bench work. Becoming a specialist in bench work is definitely not something that happens overnight. Well, the fat kid was the exception. Old Liu watched Guo Tailai's skillful technique and couldn't help but marvel. Before retiring, old Liu was a level 8 bench worker, which was the highest professional level for the trade. The reason people called him a level 9 bench worker was that after his retirement, the state gave him a 1-level promotion in his retirement benefits, not that a true level 9 exists. Bench work isn't just about cutting and filing at the bench. A bench worker has to be a jack of all trades. That's even more true for a level 8. A level 8 bench worker must be able to design, draft, and plan processes. They are experts in mechanical design and drawing. They must master the mechanical processing properties and cutting performance of various metals, as well as the creation, improvement, and repair of all kinds of cutting tools. They must be skilled or even better at forging, casting, turning, milling, planing, boring, riveting, welding, and sheet metal fabrication. Their fundamental skills can reach a level that is beyond imagination. Old Liu was proficient in all of these, but his true specialty was assembly. Precision installation and calibration, dynamic balancing, and even optimizing designs were his strong suits. Old Liu was so eager to pass on these precious experiences that he wanted to cram them all into Guo Tailai's head in the shortest possible time. Guo Tailai lived up to expectations. As soon as he picked up a tool, he mastered it. After practicing for a little while, most of his processing techniques and precision were catching up to old Liu's peak, and in some cases, even exceeding them. This genius learning speed made old Liu look at Guo Tailai like he was a monster. This fat kid was born to be the best bench worker. He was just too unnatural. He had no idea where old Liu had worked before, but he had done almost everything. Apart from the newest materials, he had processed almost every known material. He was a true all-rounder. The old man and the young man hit it off instantly. One taught with diligence, and the other learned with enthusiasm, completely losing track of time. Of course, it helped that Guo Tailai was wearing the exoskeleton seat. Old Liu sat while giving instructions, and he was able to practice from the most comfortable seated height. Otherwise, after such a long time, his feet would have been too sore to stand. "Old man, the night shift is about to end," a worker outside called out to the two of them in the workshop. The two of them looked up and realized, without even noticing, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Having agreed to continue tomorrow, the two parted ways at the entrance of the fitter's workshop. One headed home, the other back to the dorm. Carrying 2 packs of Uni-President instant noodles back to the dorm, he pushed the door open, only to be met looks of astonishment from everyone. "Fatty, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight?" Liu Yang, who was close with him, questioned him directly. "Why are you eating instant noodles again so late at night?" "Don't even get me started." Guo Tailai was feeling completely drained and sluggish, and said, "I had breakfast early this morning and haven't eaten a thing since." As he pushed the door and walked in, everyone finally noticed the exoskeleton seat he was wearing. Liu Yang paused again. "What's this? A splint? Did you take another spill?" "It's my graduation project." Too tired to care about anything else, Guo Tailai simply adjusted the seat to a comfortable angle right there in the middle of the dorm and sat down. Seeing that Guo Tailai could walk around and sit down whenever he wanted, everyone's eyes lit up. The roommates who had already climbed into their bunks didn't hesitate to jump down, joining Liu Yang and the youngest roommate to surround Guo Tailai and study his invention closely. Being students of the Department of Precision Instruments, they found the mechanical principles of the exoskeleton weren't complicated. It was just designed with a more modern look, and the roommates quickly understood how it worked. "Fatty, how did you even think of this?" The eldest roommate, a top student, couldn't help but pat Guo Tailai on the shoulder and ask excitedly. This was the second time today someone had asked him that. Guo Tailai lazily swatted away a hand that was reaching for his stomach to undo the Velcro and replied, "'Cause I have a desperate need." Yeah, all 4 roommates, from oldest to youngest, unanimously agreed that this was a powerful reason. At 300 pounds, he definitely had a desperate need. "Tell me, do we have any hot water? Hurry up and fix me some noodles." Guo Tailai was starving and practically muttered, "Whoever wants to play with it has to pay with hot water." Just as he said that, he immediately corrected himself. "No, pay with cooked noodles." "Sure. Deal." 4 or 5 voices echoed in succession, but not one of those jerks actually helped make the noodles. Instead, they all swarmed around Guo Tailai, scrambling to unfasten the gear. "You animals!" Guo Tailai was horrified. They weren't unfastening it at all. They were practically ripping it off. Since it was early September, he wasn't wearing much, and he was nearly stripped bare by them. What was even more infuriating was that while they all talked a big game, they were just playing with the exoskeleton seat, and not a single one of them was helping him with his noodles. After giving the 4 animals the middle finger several times, Guo Tailai struggled to prepare his own noodles. Luckily, there was always hot water in the eldest's thermos at night, so he didn't have to eat cold noodles or wait for an immersion heater. Hey, Guo Tailai sat with his bowl of noodles, smirking as he watched those 4 disloyal guys fool around. Exoskeleton was sized for Guo Tailai. Only Liu Yang's build could vaguely fit, but for the other 3, every component was too big, making it impossible for them to wear. Finally, after the lights went out, the commotion stopped. Everyone climbed into bed and slept until daybreak. The next morning, when Guo Tailai went to the fitter's workshop, his unique equipment caught everyone's attention, and he drew a lot of stares. "Fatty, go deposit the money first." Old Liu had arrived early, but instead of pushing him to start learning right away, he handed Guo Tailai the 50,000 yuan that Manager Wan had left behind. Neither factory director Li nor Old Liu had any intention of touching a cent of that money. They gave it all to Guo Tailai. Guo Tailai accepted it without hesitation. It was his hard-earned money and he was entitled to it. He went straight to the Xiaolin garden, deposited 30,000 in the bank, and went to the post office to wire 20,000 to his family. He even made a special call to Guo Jianguo's factory to let him know, just to avoid any misunderstandings. Even then, he didn't dare tell the truth. Who would believe that 2 crankshafts could earn 50,000? He could only say that someone had bought the patent for his exoskeleton seat. Luckily, he had drawn the blueprints and mentioned registering a patent while at home, so Jianguo finally accepted the story with some skepticism. Over the next few days, Guo Tailai diligently learned from Old Liu. In less than 4 days, he had mastered 99% of Old Liu's machining skills. It couldn't be helped. With the aid of the nanobots and his own solid foundation, all he needed was for Old Liu to point out the methods and logic, and the practical application was a breeze. At this point, the only thing Old Liu could truly show off was his expertise in assembly, but this was a skill that couldn't be practiced at any time. He could only explain the theory and experience, tell Fatty to memorize it, and wait for an opportunity to practice. Guo Tailai, however, had an idea. Weren't there 2 old machine tools in the workshop that were kept as souvenirs? He suggested disassembling that 1933 vintage rain machine, and apart from the bed, they could remanufacture all the parts themselves and reassemble it. That way, he could practice both machining and assembly. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Old Liu was tempted, but that wasn't his personal property, so he had to discuss it with the factory leaders. He couldn't just make the decision on his own. After 4 or 5 days of non-stop learning, Guo Tailai finally found some downtime and returned to his dorm early to enjoy the wonderful, relaxed life of a 5th-year student. Fatty was truly at leisure. His graduation project was done, the drawings were ready, and he had even filled out the application at the patent office. All that was left for his final year was to write his thesis. Life couldn't be better. In the past few days, Guo Tailai and his exoskeleton had become celebrities on campus. Everyone knew about the fatty who walked around wearing a Gundam-like armor. Guo Tailai was too busy to explain, leading to many interesting rumors. Some guessed that Fatty had fractured a bone and needed the brace for support. Others thought his leg muscles were atrophied and he needed it to walk. The wild rumors were so funny that his classmates in Class 2 of the Precisionments department, who knew the truth, were dying of laughter. "Fatty, someone said today that you might be a polio patient, and that's why you need the brace to walk normally." That evening, as Fatty was shirtless in the dorm playing cards and chatting with the guys, the eldest roommate joked with him while tossing out a card. "Sigh, people have mouths. Let them say whatever they want." Guo Tailai had given up on defending himself. "Whatever." "Excuse me, does Guo Tailai from Class 21 live in this dorm?" Just as they were having a blast playing cards and bragging, there was a light knock on the door and a very pleasant voice from outside. It was early autumn, and since the weather was hot, the dorm door hadn't been closed. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads and their eyes all lit up. Standing at the doorway was a graceful and beautiful woman, wearing an indescribably lovely smile, looking at the 5 shirtless animals inside the room.
The beauty at the door was simply too stunning. All 5 guys in room 106 were left wide-eyed, and for a moment, an eerie silence filled the dormitory. It wasn't just room 106. In fact, the entire first-floor hallway had gone quiet. Everyone who caught a glimpse of this beauty was completely overwhelmed by her presence. Yes, overwhelmed, not just attracted. because the aura this beauty exuded was truly overpowering. She had a simple high ponytail, a maroon tight-fitting t-shirt revealing a playful sliver of her slim waist, denim shorts, black stockings hugging her long legs, and a pair of chic open-toed sandals. She looked youthful, trendy, and breathtakingly beautiful. If that were all, it would be one thing. But the problem was that she was at least 1 meter 79 tall, and with at least 7 centimeter heels. There were fewer than 5 people in the entire hallway taller than her. Building 11 was a male dormitory, but generally female visitors were allowed until lights out. However, a student dorm is full of young guys, and expecting them to be dressed properly in this weather was clearly impossible. A crowd of guys walking around shirtless in the hallway suddenly saw an unbelievably beautiful woman, dressed immaculately and moving with grace, walk by. How could they possibly say anything else? Especially when most of them had to look up to face this aura-heavy beauty. The first instinct of these Tsinghua University nerds was to lower their heads and keep their mouths shut. Everywhere the beauty walked, silence followed. The first to react was the eldest in the room. He stood up with a start, knocking over his chair in the process, and hurried to answer the beauty at the door. "Yes, that's right. Guo Tailai lives here." After speaking, he quickly nudged Guo Tailai and threw a t-shirt from Guo's bed at him. The others scrambled to stand up and pull on some clothes as well. "Hello, senior." Once everyone had scrambled into their t-shirts, Liu Yang, who had experience with dating, spoke up to the beauty at the door. "Senior, come on in and sit down." Such a strong sense of style was rare on the Tsinghua campus, but the beauty at the door was indeed their senior. However, except for Liu Yang, the others couldn't bring themselves to call her that. The reason was simple. This fashionable, tall, and stunning woman with such a powerful aura was actually a year younger than Guo Tailai, the youngest in the dorm. You don't know how monstrously talented the people inside can be until you get into Tsinghua. Guo Tailai was a slacker now, but in high school he was an overachiever. He dominated for 3 years and got into Tsinghua with the top score in the city. It was only after entering university that he gradually became a slacker. The dorm leader was a top student from his province. As a freshman, he was placed directly into the level 6 English class based on his scores. If you gave him a page number from a thick Oxford dictionary, he could recite every word from the first to the last. He got a perfect score on his TOEFL in his junior year, missed a perfect 2400 on the GRE by only 4 points as a senior, and never dropped out of the top 3 in his major. Stanford had already sent him an offer, and he was just waiting to graduate in September to go to the US. Yet, even being that amazing, the leader never seemed to work hard. He exercised, skipped classes, played games, and gambled just like everyone else, making Guo Tailai green with envy. The second brother had average grades in high school, but by his junior year, he had joined the State Key Laboratory in the main building due to his excellent performance. Everyone was amazed that Guo Tailai finished his graduation project in the first week of his 5th year, but the second brother had already written his thesis last year. Now he was working directly for his PhD supervisor. There were just too many geniuses. Even in Guo Tailai's own class, there were at least a dozen. But compared to this senior, those geniuses were nothing more than small fry trailing far behind. The senior's name was Zhao Yanyan. She was only 21 this year, but she had already been admitted to Tsinghua 7 years ago and graduated after only 3 years of study. This alone indicated that Zhao Yanyan must have a significant background. Otherwise, the dorm leader and second brother would have graduated early too, but they had to stay for the full 5 years. That was clearly something a normal person couldn't do. Getting into Tsinghua at 14 was already monstrous, and graduating in 3 years was astounding. But the issue was that she had earned degrees in 3 different majors: precision instrument, mechanical engineering, and automotive engineering. People thought earning a double degree was impressive, but she had gone straight for 3. After finishing her 3 degrees at Tsinghua, Zhao Yanyan went directly to MIT, earned her master's in 2 years, and then returned to China to pursue a PhD at Tsinghua, and a double PhD in precision instruments and mechanics at that. Compared to this super genius, all the big shots around Guo Tailai turned into mere supporting actors. Added to that was her soul captivating beauty, which is why most people didn't dare speak much in her presence. Perhaps because of her time living abroad, Zhao Yanyan had a very extroverted personality. Most female students wouldn't dare dress like that on campus, but she wore it with natural ease and without a care. Logically, among everyone present, only the second brother who worked in the State Key Lab might have a connection to Zhao Yanyan. A slacker like Guo Tailai had absolutely no chance of meeting such a genius. Well, actually, he wasn't even qualified. Slackers and ultra-super geniuses lived in 2 different worlds. "I won't sit, but thank you," Zhao Yanyan said politely to Liu Yang, then turned to Guo Tailai. "You must be Guo Tailai, right?" Guo Tailai nodded blankly. With his noticeable physique, it would be impossible for anyone to mistake him. Since she had come looking for him by name, she shouldn't have the wrong person. I have a few things to discuss with you, is that okay? Zhao Yanyan seemed to have a good impression of Guo Tailai, asking with a warm smile on her face. The other four in the dorm turned their gazes to Guo Tailai. He could clearly feel the mix of confusion, envy, and jealousy in their eyes. Senior, what do you want to talk about? Guo Tailai struggled to get the title out, sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. Can we go for a walk? Zhao Yanyan asked with a graceful smile. Sure. Before Guo Tailai could even answer, Liu Yang had already agreed enthusiastically and pushed Guo toward the door. Could Guo Tailai say no? Obviously not. He could only wipe his hands on his t-shirt in a fluster and ask with a red face. Where to? Having had little contact with girls since he was a child, Guo Tailai was blushing like a shy little girl. Behind him, Liu Yang wore an expression of unbearable pity, looking as comical as could be. Under the gazes of countless fellows on the first floor of Building 11, Guo Tailai followed Zhao Yanyan out of the building entrance, obediently and cautiously. Zhao Yanyan acted with natural grace, embodying the image of a stunning queen. Guo Tailai, on the other hand, was far worse off. Stung by countless piercing stares, he nearly started walking with his hands and feet on the same side, even forgetting his signature fatty waddle. Once they were out of the building and the crowd thinned, Guo Tailai finally felt a bit more composed. However, everyone appreciates beauty. Following such a beautiful senior, Guo Tailai could not help but keep his eyes fixed on the figure ahead. The graceful silhouette ahead was truly a sight to behold. Even just following behind and catching a glimpse of her back in the glow of the streetlights was enough to put one in a refreshed and pleasant mood. I don't know if Zhao Yanyan had ever practiced a model's stride, but she walked with a swaying elegance. Beyond her youthful vitality, there was an indescribable, lethal charm that made it impossible for Guo Tailai to lower. A height of 1 meter 78.8, what a frame. That figure flashed through Guo Tailai's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. It was a pity his eyes could only measure linear distance and couldn't discern her vital statistics, though the exquisite lines were enough to tell him they must be top tier. Zhao Yanyan didn't stop, heading straight for the East Sports Field. There were still many students exercising late at night, so there was nothing to worry about. Looking good? Zhao Yanyan suddenly stopped, turned abruptly, and asked Guo Tailai with a half smile. Extraordinarily beautiful. Guo Tailai answered almost subconsciously, only to realize his mistake a second later and hurriedly shut his mouth. Thank you. To Guo Tailai's surprise, Zhao Yanyan didn't fly into a rage. Instead, she thanked him for his heartfelt compliment. Usually, if a girl were looked at that way and received such an answer, she would either be embarrassed or furious. Zhao Yanyan's open-mindedness was completely different, which made Guo Tailai feel very favorably toward this beautiful senior. Senior, what exactly did you want to see me for? Now that it was just the two of them, and given their previous interaction, Guo Tailai felt less awkward calling her senior. Old Liu said your work is quite good and wanted to ask you for help processing a few things. Is that alright? Zhao Yanyan didn't beat around the bush and stated her purpose directly. Of course, Guo Tailai breathed a sigh of relief. He had wondered what this beauty wanted. It turned out to be just some machining work. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so nervous. Well, some of these items relate to my doctoral thesis. My research is in the field of inertial navigation. Some of these things require confidentiality. Can you do that? Zhao Yanyan followed up with her requirement in a natural tone. The four pillar majors of the Department of Precision Instruments at Shuimu University were CMS Micromechanics, Tribology, and Inertial Navigation. As a student in the department, how could he not know what inertial navigation was used for? It was either for rockets or missiles. Zhao Yanyan's doctoral thesis must be deeply involved in inertial navigation research. The most likely scenario was that it was directly related to national defense. In a national key laboratory, some research was bound to have deep ties to the military. A requirement for secrecy was perfectly normal. No problem. Guo Tailai was very happy to do something for the country. Who knows, maybe he could even change something along the way. It was exactly what he wanted. As for compensation, the laboratory can't offer a high price, just a symbolic allowance. Zhao Yanyan saw how readily he agreed and felt a bit embarrassed. It might not match your craftsmanship. It's no big deal, really. Guo Tailai shook his head repeatedly. Helping a beauty, especially for the sake of the country, he didn't mind being generous. How about this? Zhao Yanyan thought for a moment. You made an exoskeleton chair for your graduation project, didn't you? Old Liu said it could improve labor protection in many industries and might even create export revenue. To compensate you, I'd like to buy that patent. Is that okay? Hearing this compensation plan, Guo Tailai's eyes widened. He had just lied to his father not long ago that he had sold the patent, and now someone wanted to buy it. Was it destiny? To be honest, for Guo Tailai, the exoskeleton chair was just to pass his graduation design requirements and support his current heavy frame. As for mass production and promotion, he didn't have the conditions for that yet. Besides, the thing wasn't very complicated. In his future dreams, he had seen many high-end, sophisticated inventions. Even if he had the means to produce and sell things one day, he wouldn't choose something with such low technical content. Sold. Guo Tailai considered it clearly and nodded without hesitation, then asked, "How much do you intend to pay senior?" 100,000, would that be alright? Zhao Yanyan stated the number nonchalantly, her expression relaxed, as if that amount was just a number to her. It's a deal! Guo Tailai agreed instantly without a second thought. His parents couldn't even earn 20,000 a year combined, and that was only if they were paid on time. Now for something that only took a few days to design and build, he could make 100,000. He couldn't think of any reason not to sell. As long as you're satisfied, Zhao Yanyan nodded with a smile, and that smile made Guo Tailai feel like he was basking in a warm spring breeze. It must be said that Zhao Yanyan sometimes seemed even more sophisticated than Guo Tailai. After all, she had lived abroad and had a better family background. Unlike Guo Tailai, who could only relax around acquaintances and was always reserved in front of strangers, especially women. "Do you have any other requests?" Zhao Yanyan asked, noticing that Guo Tailai seemed lost in the joy of suddenly having 100,000 yuan. "Oh right, I do." Guo Tailai suddenly remembered that Zhao Yanyan was a little boss in a national key laboratory. She might be able to help him get titanium powder. He quickly proposed, "Help me find some micron-level pure titanium powder. It would be easier to get through the lab's name." "I won't take advantage of the lab, I'm willing to pay for it." Micron-level pure titanium powder. Zhao Yanyan frowned as she listened, looking at Guo Tailai with obvious confusion as to why this fatty wanted such things. "Is it possible?" Guo Tailai asked hopefully. "How much do you need?" Zhao Yanyan didn't refuse immediately but furrowed her brow to ask for the quantity. "Not much, 10 grams is enough," Guo Tailai replied quickly. This was his best chance for success so far and he had to seize it. According to the scale of the nanorobots, Guo Tailai estimated that even 1 gram would be more than enough, but to be safe he asked for 10 grams. "I want to try and do some experiments. It's very important." That moment, what Guo Tailai feared most was Zhao Yanyan asking him what kind of experiments. Before this genius, if she asked, she would instantly see through his lies. "I'll try to find some." Fortunately, Zhao Yanyan didn't suspect anything and nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Guo Tailai was already cheering in his heart. As long as Zhao Yanyan agrees, the titanium powder matter is basically a done deal. If Guo Tailai were to search for it himself, he would certainly be hitting walls like a headless fly. But for a national key laboratory at Shuimu University, it is incredibly simple. The two are simply not on the same level. Although his second brother is also in the national key laboratory, he is just an errand boy for now, whereas Zhao Yanyan is basically the one calling the shots. Now there is no need to trouble his second brother, and he also saves the effort of explaining. In a great mood, Guo Tailai finally had the inclination to appreciate the beauty again. It must be said that at Shuimu University, a school with a male-to-female ratio of 6:1, girls are already rare, and beauties in science and engineering are even rarer. Someone as stunning as Zhao Yanyan is simply 1 in a million, and can definitely be called the cream of the crop among campus beauties. "Thank you." After taking a few glances, Guo Tailai felt he was being a bit rude. As a big guy in a t-shirt, shorts and slippers, he looked out of place standing in front of the impeccably dressed Zhao Yanyan. Staring at her so rudely would be even worse, so he could only find a topic to break the silence. "Why?" Zhao Yanyan asked, looking a bit confused. "You agreed to help me, so I should be the one thanking you." "Thank you for buying my patent." Guo Tailai smiled. "That thing isn't very complicated. I'm afraid you could see through it at a glance and could make it whenever you wanted. Thank you for protecting my dignity. However, getting paid for work is only natural, and I won't be so overly modest. In this era, it is true that one can apply for patents in China, but actually turning patents and patent revenue into something tangible is almost impossible." Guo Tailai registered the patent just for plans 10 or more years down the road, and never thought he would be able to profit from it now. The national situation is just like this. Guo Tailai knows it, and he believes Zhao Yanyan understands it even better. Since that's the case, she still wanted to buy the patent, clearly to look after Guo Tailai's pride, fearing that giving him money directly might make him feel disrespected, which is why she used such an indirect way. We are currently in a wave of layoffs, and nationwide, thinking hasn't been completely liberated yet. The iron rice bowl is still considered the orthodox path, and this is an era where most people are ashamed to jump into the sea to make money. Giving money directly would make some people feel insulted. Zhao Yanyan is very thoughtful and considerate. However, it is clear that Zhao Yanyan misjudged Guo Tailai's personality. He is not the type of pedantic scholar who thinks this would taint him with the stench of money. Just as he said himself, getting paid for work is only natural. Not taking it would be silly. Report to the Inertial Navigation Laboratory tomorrow. Zhao Yanyan suddenly felt that this fat guy was quite likable and instructed him, by the way, your graduation project will be listed under the laboratory. My mentor said that his name can be put on the thesis and I will be your thesis advisor. Thank you, senior sister. Guo Tailai thanked her sincerely again. This was a godsend and the title of senior sister slipped out naturally. Zhao Yanyan's mentor is no ordinary teacher. He is an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a doctoral supervisor. Being willing to put his name on undergraduate's thesis like Guo Tailai's is simply doing Tailai a huge favor. Basically, as long as this mentor's name is on it, as long as Guo Tailai can write a paper that meets the standard framework, even if it has no real substance, graduating with his bachelor's degree will be no problem at all. Who would go against an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences just to hold up a small undergraduate's graduation thesis? It can be said that this one sentence ensures Guo Tailai won't have to worry about anything throughout his 5th year. For someone like Guo Tailai, who is currently only looking for a safe graduation, that is enough. Right up until he returned to the dormitory building, Guo Tailai was still savoring the look in Zhao Yanyan's expressive eyes. So beautiful, so heart-stirring. What are you thinking about? At the dormitory entrance, Guo Tailai shook his head hard, almost slapping himself in the face. That's a white swan, don't even dream about it. In terms of status, position, and even appearance and figure, the two are worlds apart. Would a white swan like Zhao Yanyan ever take a fancy to a toad like Guo Tailai, and a fat toad at that? Even with nanobots, Guo Tailai didn't have enough confidence to attract the attention of a goddess like Zhao Yanyan. It's probably just his craftsmanship that makes her think highly of him professionally. The guys in the dormitory were all wide awake, playing cards while waiting for him to return, waiting to interrogate him about the gossip between him and Zhao Yanyan. As soon as Guo Tailai returned, everyone threw their cards down, then a group of them pinned Guo Tailai to the bed and started forcing answers out of him. You guys are overthinking it. Guo Tailai naturally chose to confess. She just wants me to help her make some work pieces. You agreed? Liu Yang pressed on Guo Tailai's arms and asked. Do I have any reason to refuse? Guo Tailai couldn't struggle free and could only answer miserably. The guys thought about it and figured it made sense. Guo Tailai's benchwork skills were excellent due to his family background, so it would be strange if he didn't agree to such an invitation from a beauty. Later, she agreed to be my thesis advisor, and her mentor will be listed as my graduation project advisor. After sitting up, Guo Tailai held back his smugness and slowly said the rest. He had to enter the lab tomorrow, which was something he couldn't hide, so Guo Tailai didn't mind saying it. As for the money, however, Guo Tailai wouldn't say a single word about it. So that means, fatty, you can openly appear in front of senior sister Zhao every day. Liu Yang was extremely envious. Why wasn't it him? Beyond her reputation as a genius, Zhao Yanyan's beauty was second to none at Shuimu University. Who knows how many admirers were drooling over her every day. It's even said that there are people waiting at the lab entrance every day to send flowers, yet they never have a chance to say more than a word to her. Who would have thought that the fat guy relying quietly on his skilled benchwork could legitimately in front of the beautiful senior sister every day, and even get close to her under the guise of discussing his thesis. Can't take it anymore. Beat him. A few of them swarmed forward, pinning the smug, newly seated fat guy back onto the bed and giving him a sound thrashing. Fortunately, everyone was just joking. After the thrashing, Guo Tailai was forced to promise 2 big feasts, which made the 4 guys agree to let him off. The next day, following Zhao Yanyan's instructions, Guo Tailai went straight to Building 9003 of the Department of Precision Instruments after breakfast. Zhao Yanyan had told him not to be late. She would buy his patent today and might even pay him in advance. Of course, it was only a draft of intent, and the possibility of actually receiving money was slim. However, since it involved receiving money, Guo Tailai would definitely not be anything but eager. If he weren't wearing an exoskeleton seat, he could have even jogged over. Zhao Yanyan was very efficient. What was decided last night had already been registered for him by the time Guo Tailai arrived at the lab this morning. The patent hadn't actually been approved yet, but Zhao Yanyan had checked and verified that there was indeed no similar patent in the country, so she drafted a transfer agreement. The two of them signed it first, and they would switch to a formal agreement once the patent certificate came through later. By the way, your records show that you have 400 degrees of myopia. After signing the contract, Zhao Yanyan put it away and asked seemingly casually, "But I don't see you having such high myopia. The glasses you're wearing now are plain glass, right?" Zhao Yanyan's casual question nearly made Guo Tailai break into a cold sweat. The nanorobots and the control system were now Guo Tailai's biggest secrets, things that absolutely could not be revealed. He hadn't even let slip a single word about them, not even to his parents. His restored eyesight was also a secret. To cover it up, he had even deliberately ground 2 plain glass lenses and put them into his old frames as a disguise. Up until now, no one, including his parents, his roommates, or his classmates, had noticed the change in his vision or that the glasses he wore were non-prescription. It must be said that Zhao Yanyan, who was a year younger than Guo Tailai yet already a doctoral student about to graduate, was definitely the real deal. In terms of observational skills alone, she was streets ahead of most people. I thought no one would notice. Fortunately, Guo Tailai had been thinking about how to smooth things over if someone found out ever since he ground the lenses. Since he couldn't explain the real reason yet, he decided to start by subtly flattering her for her keen observation. Hiding the truth was impossible, and the medical records from the college entrance exam and his enrollment couldn't be changed either, so Guo Tailai had to come up with an excuse that everyone would accept. Look, you probably won't believe me when I say this. Guo Tailai was usually shy around strangers, but now that he knew Zhao Yanyan, and considering she was paying him a large sum of money, he felt completely at ease and said half-jokingly, "Didn't I almost kick the bucket during the summer break? So when I got home, I really focused on my health. One day I bumped into an old man with a long white beard who said I had a unique talent and insisted on teaching me a set of magical Qigong exercises." Guo Tailai spoke with such flair he was practically dancing as he continued, "I practiced for a month, and this is what happened." "Are you finished?" Zhao Yanyan looked at Guo Tailai as if he were a little child and asked coldly. "You don't believe me?" Guo Tailai asked cautiously, gauging her expression. "What do you think?" The performance of this fat guy in front of her was so clumsy that it really made Zhao Yanyan feel like giving him a good beating. "What a great story, and you don't even believe it. You have zero sense of humor." Guo Tailai shook his head, looking like he'd been defeated. "So what's the real reason?" Zhao Yanyan ignored his muttering and pressed on. "The real reason is that my myopia was actually pseudo-myopia. I strained my eyes too much in high school, and once I got to college and things got easier, it just gradually recovered." Guo Tailai had no choice but to use the excuse he had prepared long ago. That was actually possible. Zhao Yanyan had done her research. Guo Tailai had been a top student in high school and studied hard, but once in college he definitely relaxed and became a slacker. It was plausible that his pseudomyopia recovered due to eye care. "Then why do you still wear glasses?" Zhao Yanyan asked, looking like she was determined to get to the bottom of it. "I'm just used to it," Guo Tailai answered without blinking. "If I don't wear them, I feel like something's missing, and I can't help but keep adjusting them. Plus, when I'm machining parts, these glasses act as protection." "Glass lenses don't actually offer any real protection." Zhao Yanyan sighed. She knew about Guo Tailai's family situation. A family on the verge of layoffs couldn't afford high-end protective goggles. "You don't need to wear these anymore. I'll personally buy you a pair of protective goggles." "That would be fantastic." Guo Tailai thanked her quickly. To get a pair of protective goggles for free just like that, Guo Tailai smiled so hard his eyes almost disappeared. Since he had been exposed, Guo Tailai didn't mind taking the opportunity to stop wearing the glasses. He happily finished the paperwork to enter the lab and followed Zhao Yanyan inside. As soon as he entered the office area, Guo Tailai couldn't take his eyes off the place. Rows of brand new computers, clean and tidy desks, and the latest Windows 95 operating system made Guo Tailai, who only had a 486 running Pwin 3.2 in his dorm, practically drool. These computers must have at least Pentium chips and AMB of RAM. Imagine how cool it would be to play games like Red Alert or Doom on these. "Since you're just doing odd jobs, I won't assign you a desk." Zhao Yanyan rummaged through a cabinet, found a pair of high-strength plastic protective goggles, and tossed them to him. "These are ones I used to use. You can have them." The goggles looked very stylish, not like protective gear at all, more like a pair of trendy sunglasses, just with clear, colorless lenses. One look told you these were imports. The domestic stuff was always clunky and crude, nothing like this. Guo Tailai happily put on the new glasses. Very good, they felt great. "Alright, once you've finished your thesis, bring it over for me to look at." Zhao Yanyan started shooing him out. "Try to get it done before New Year's Day, because I'm graduating in the spring, and once I'm gone you won't have a supervisor." "No need to wait until New Year's, I can finish by National Day." Guo Tailai promised, not wanting to waste a second of his supervisor's precious time. This is a pager. Zhao Yanyan then handed him a small digital pager. It's Unicom 191, the number is 222040, it's stuck right on there. The service fee is already paid, and it's yours to use while you're at school. As soon as you see 8088, that means I'm paging you, and you need to get to the lab immediately. What if you page me in the middle of the night? Guo Tailai, whether his brain had short-circuited or what, blurted out that question. Then you get here immediately in the middle of the night. Zhao Yanyan didn't think he was joking and answered very seriously, do not turn it off, and remember to change the battery. Trust me, I would never page you in the middle of the night, unless it were something important. Got it, I understand. Guo Tailai didn't dare say anything else and obediently agreed. By the way, I need a computer to write my thesis. Guo Tailai cautiously asked, trying to push his luck. Is there a public computer in the lab? I promise I'll only use it for my thesis, no games. As soon as he said that, Guo Tailai could have slapped himself. Why mention games? Didn't he just expose his true intentions? Sure enough, Zhao Yanyan's face darkened. She stared at him for a long time, and just when Guo Tailai thought there was no hope, she pointed to a computer at the very edge of the office. Use that one. The password is ethixni753i. I'll write it down for you, memorize it, and then destroy it. That machine isn't connected to the network, but it's enough for Word and Excel. At that moment, Zhao Yanyan had the aura of a queen. Guo Tailai swore to himself that he would never again test the limits of Zhao Yanyan's patience on such matters. Beep 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 beep. Guo Tailai had just finished dinner and was planning to go for a stroll at the sports field with Liu Yang when he suddenly heard his pager go off. It had been a week since Guo Tailai first stepped into the laboratory. Aside from the minor annoyance of upsetting Zhao Yanyan by signing an agreement without receiving any money, his life these past few days had been quite leisurely. He spent his mornings writing papers, his afternoons in the machine shop listening to old Liu's instructions while crafting a few items, and his evenings mostly wandering around and relaxing. It was very easy go. He had just returned from the machine shop today and barely finished his meal when his pager rang. Guo Tailai picked up the pager and saw the screen flashing 8888. Zhao Yanyan was looking for him. At this hour, he checked his watch. It was past 6. Although it was still light out, what task could be so urgent that it had to be done at this time? However, Guo Tailai didn't complain much. After saying a quick word to Liu Yang, he headed straight for building 9003 of the department. Being a heavy guy, his bicycle couldn't handle his weight, so he had to walk. As soon as he reached the entrance of 9003, he ran into Zhao Yanyan. She wasn't dressed as casually as last time. She wore a white t-shirt paired with tight jeans, which accentuated her stunning figure, causing every passerby to turn their heads. Let's go! Upon seeing Guo Tailai, Zhao Yanyan didn't waste a second. She threw a folder at him and started walking out saying, "This is the information, take a look." Judging by Zhao Yanyan's expression, Guo Tailai knew the matter was urgent and didn't dare to delay. He opened the folder while following her. After just a few pages, he frowned. Come on, you want me to manually machine curves calculated by these functions. The first page of the folder clearly stated what needed to be done, followed by simple requirements. Guo Tailai's face immediately darkened. Cut the chatter, fatty, can you do it or not? Zhao Yanyan turned her head around and stared at Guo Tailai, asking. Looking at the slight hint of distress on the beautiful face that had been smiling just recently, Guo Tailai's heart softened for some reason. I can do it, but it certainly won't be fast. You know, I have to shape the blank, do the rough machining. Before Guo Tailai could finish, Zhao Yanyan's eyes lit up and she cut him off. The rough blank has already been made. You only need to do the final precision machining. Can you do it? The moment the beautiful junior's eyes lit up like two shining stars, Guo Tailai didn't bother to hide his admiration and nodded quickly. The distress on Zhao Yanyan's face vanished instantly, and she suddenly brightened up. Just looking at that vibrant smile, Guo Tailai felt that putting in a little extra effort was worth it. He would just consider it weight loss. By the time they reached the machine shop and entered old Liu's private workshop, Guo Tailai had already finished reviewing the processing requirements and parameters in the folder. He looked up to find that old Liu and Professor Wang from the department were also there. Have you seen the materials? Have you seen the blueprints? As soon as the fatty entered, old Liu looked up at his massive frame and asked directly. I've seen them, Guo Tailai replied hurriedly. The blueprints didn't reveal much. The key was the function for the machining curves that was the crucial part. This is the roughly machined blade. Take a look, how long will it take to finish it? There were 4 people in the workshop, but in old Liu's eyes there was only the fatty. He didn't even acknowledge the beautiful Zhao Yanyan, focusing solely on communicating with the fatty. Guo Tailai stepped forward to carefully examine the semi-finished product on the workbench. Only then did old Liu nod at Zhao Yanyan. Judging by their interaction, they were clearly very familiar with each other. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Guo Tailai, yet he remained completely oblivious. When he entered a working state, not even the most breathtaking beauty could distract him. This was one of the fatty's strong points. The workpiece to be machined was quite simple, a turbine blade. It wasn't large, restricted to a rectangular block of 40 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in thickness. The approximate shape of the blade had already been machined. All that remained was the precision work machining 2 different front and back surfaces, according to the function curves provided in the documents. When do you need it by? Guo Tailai didn't answer old Liu's question, but instead asked in return. The sooner the better. Before old Liu could answer, Professor Wang nearby jumped in to answer for him. Ever since Guo Tailai walked in, Professor Wang had been studying the fatty carefully, likely finding it strange that someone of his build could have such expert skills. His expression as he spoke was both anxious and somewhat uneasy. Give me a computer for function calculations. Guo Tailai lowered his head to think for a moment, then said seriously to Zhao Yanyan, I need to write the program for these function calculations first. The program was already written this afternoon. Zhao Yanyan replied quickly, the computer is being moved here right now. However, it only calculates the raw values. I haven't had time to do a 3D visualization. Will that be okay? Calculating only raw values meant that Guo Tailai could input XY coordinates to get 2 Z values for the front and back faces, with 3 points marking a spatial position. Without 3D visualization, having only numbers meant there was no intuitive way to represent the form. Handling such numbers required powerful spatial imagination and architectural skills, which was one of the biggest challenges. Can you list all the coordinate values according to the XYZ axis? Use an increment of 0.1 millimeters for the values. Guo Tailai asked. The precision required on the blueprint was 0.1 millimeters, so he requested the interval to match. It was fortunate that the required machining precision was only 0.1 millimeters, which made Guo Tailai confident enough to agree. If it were lower than his current precision limit of 5 microns, the fatty would definitely have shaken his head and refused. That can be done, that part isn't difficult, it's just listing data. Zhao Yanyan could handle it easily. Is room temperature acceptable? Guo Tailai finally confirmed one last issue. High-precision machining inevitably comes with temperature range requirements. Usually, if it isn't specified, the range is wide enough to simply encompass room temperature. No problem. This time it was old Liu who answered with great certainty. 2 days. Guo Tailai pondered for a moment and gave a specific time frame. 2 days, I can definitely polish it out. Can it be any faster? Hearing this, Zhao Yanyan's brow furrowed again. She seemed very unsatisfied. With such a complex surface, 2 days is considered slow. Guo Tailai was almost getting anxious. This is pure manual machining, not a CNC machine tool. Although the other 3 people present knew that Guo Tailai was speaking the truth even if it were someone else, including old Liu in his prime, no one could match the fatty's machining speed. The problem was that it was urgently needed right now. Fatty, just as Zhao Yanyan was about to speak, old Liu stopped her. Old Liu said earnestly to Guo Tailai, this project concerns the national interest. The Japanese are trying to sabotage us, and we cannot afford to fall into their hands. Oh, is that so? Guo Tailai rubbed his chin, which had some short stubble, and muttered, playing dirty against the Japanese? Fine, I'll put in some extra hours. I'll get it done in a day.
Pieffed, Professor Wang next to him had just taken a sip of water when he heard Guo Tailai's words, and he spat it all out in shock. In Professor Wang's mind, a job like this, even with a rough semi-finished product, would require at least several months of precision manual polishing to complete. Don't let the small size of this turbine blade fool you, its machining difficulty extremely high. If one had a high-precision CNC machine tool, it would be a simple task taking a few hours at most. The problem is the department's experimental machine tools currently can't achieve that level of precision. Doing it entirely by hand while meeting the required calculated functional curves is practically impossible. Even a months-long estimate would have already accounted for the involvement of several top-tier, level 8 machinists with the most delicate skills. Even then, there is no guarantee it would meet the requirements, as even the most skilled manual labor might not achieve the precise positioning for a complex, function-calculated surface. A multi-month estimate is already under ideal conditions. There is no helping it. This is the gap between high-precision CNC machining and manual production. The difference between industrialization and pure craftsmanship is truly qualitative. Professor Wang has been researching CNC machine tools. He assembled an experimental model a few months ago, but due to limitations in materials assembly and motor quality, it can only reach a precision of 50 microns, far from enough to machine such a part. This unassuming fat guy, Guo Tailai, had already stunned Professor Wang within 2 days of speaking, yet that still didn't meet the time requirements. But then he says he'll work overtime and get it done in a day? Was the initial 2-day claim just to ensure he had enough time to eat and sleep well? Professor Wang has seen exaggerators before, but never one like Guo Tailai. He's not just a machinist, he's a human CNC machine. He had heard the legend of the fat guy making 2 crankshafts in half a day, and today, meeting him for the first time, he saw that the rumors were true. Of course, whether he truly has the skills remains to be seen in the work itself. One cannot just take Elder Liu's word for it, but now he can finally witness it for himself. While they were talking, someone outside delivered a laptop and handed it directly to Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan didn't waste any time opening the bulky Toshiba 480G6 laptop. Her fingers flew across the keys, and in less than half an hour, she opened Excel, displaying 2 coordinate tables for the front and back of the blade as Guo Tailai requested. Each table was extremely long, spanning hundreds of thousands of rows. By this time, Guo Tailai had prepared his exoskeleton seat, put it on, adjusted the angle, and began scanning the data row by row. The other 3 stood silently watching, afraid to disturb him. Once in work mode, Guo Tailai appeared very focused, flipping through the data page by page, occasionally pausing with his eyes closed to ponder, looking quite serious about it. Elder Liu and the others thought Guo Tailai was meticulously memorizing the data, but no one knew he was verifying his own calculations. The control system and the 10,000 nanobots provided him with formidable computing power, something others couldn't imagine. Even with just a single function, Guo Tailai could calculate the coordinates for every point, but for safety, he was comparing them with the results from Zhao Yanyan's programming. After a full half hour, Guo Tailai finally finished comparing all the data. Truth be told, his own calculated results were 2 decimal places more precise than the laptop's, but that wasn't necessary. 1 extra decimal place was enough, and given his processing capabilities, that was exactly what he could achieve. Alright, can you give me a separate workspace without any interruptions? After reviewing all the data, Guo Tailai made his request directly to Elder Liu, Professor Wang, and Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan and Professor Wang exchanged a look before their eyes turned to Elder Liu. Elder Liu walked over to Guo Tailai and patted him heavily on the shoulder, saying, "Whether we can trap the Japanese this time depends on you." "Leave it to me." Guo Tailai smiled at Elder Liu and gave him a confident answer. "Let's go, we'll wait in the office over there." Elder Liu signaled to Zhao Yanyan and Professor Wang, leading the way out of the workshop. Professor Wang followed closely. Just as Zhao Yanyan was about to leave, Guo Tailai suddenly spoke up. "Junior sister, be quick and go buy 2 packs of instant noodles. Have them ready by 12 tonight, or I won't have the energy to work if I'm too hungry." Since Zhao Yanyan and the others were begging Guo Tailai to do the work, he felt entitled to address her as junior sister. Since she was the youngest, why not boss her around? Zhao Yanyan glared at him. Those who knew her, even the professors, wouldn't casually order her around like that, let alone her suitors. She was always the one bossing others, never the other way around. How could this fat guy do such a thing? And besides, who's his junior sister? She was clearly his senior. Fine. Zhao Yanyan glared fiercely at the fat guy and replied through gritted teeth. She decided she would settle the score after today. She kept a mental list, and one day she would make him pay it back. In the factory manager's office, the trio was now joined by the 2 packs of instant noodles Zhao Yanyan had actually run out to buy. This is definitely a probe from the Japanese. Professor Wang wasn't looking toward Guo Tailai's workspace, but was chatting with Elder Liu. The Japanese react really quickly. It's only been half a month and they're already testing us. I wonder if the fat guy can handle this and pass this test. If he says there's no problem, then there is definitely no problem. Elder Liu stood by Guo Tailai, answering firmly. Elder Liu, why didn't you tell him the truth? Zhao Yanyan, having just returned with the noodles, heard this and immediately asked. I'm afraid he might feel pressured if he knows. Elder Liu considered it carefully. The fat guy is very skilled. If he's just playing around, he's fine, but with this kind of pressure, I'm worried it might affect him. Let's take it slow. If he succeeds this time, I'll take him on as my graduate student. Professor Wang chimed in with a smile. Being able to do such delicate work while having the necessary theoretical foundation makes him the perfect student. You'll have to guide him a bit, Elder Liu. If he has 80% of your skills, we won't have to worry about precision machine assembly anymore. The 3 chatted happily, and time slipped away quickly. Just the conversation was in full swing, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Got any food? Quickly, make those noodles, I'm starving. Guo Tailai was soaked in sweat. He walked straight to the desk, saw a cup full of water, picked it up, and drank. That's mine. Zhao Yanyan only managed to get out a few words before she heard the gulping sound from the fat guy's throat. Well, Zhao Yanyan just shut her mouth. What else could she say? It was no use saying anything else. The fat guy had already taken a drink. Watching the fat drink so heartily, Zhao Yanyan furrowed her brow slightly, thinking to herself that it felt a bit odd to have him use the cup she'd been drinking from. But seeing sweat pouring down his entire body as if he were in a sauna, she couldn't bring herself to say anything unpleasant. Professor Wang was getting a bit impatient and wanted to go see what state the fat guy was in, but old Liu kept his cool, holding Professor Wang back and telling him to relax. Since there was hot water in the office, Zhao Yanyan couldn't hold the chubby guy's rudeness against him. Feeling a bit annoyed, she angrily tore open the instant noodle package and prepared the noodles for him. She'd never had to wait on anyone like this her whole life, and Zhao Yanyan resolved once again that she would definitely get him back for this someday. Instant noodles cook quickly. By the time the fat guy had gone to wash his face and return, they were almost ready. The chubby guy must have been starving. Although the noodles were almost ready, they were still a bit hard, but he didn't care. He grabbed his chopsticks and dug right in. He was eating so hastily, blowing on the noodles and gulping them down, that the slurping sounds made Zhao Yanyan frown again. Fatso, if you ate noodles like this at my house, my mom would have beaten you to a pulp. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhao Yanyan finally blurted it out. That's because you've never been that hungry, the fat guy said, his mouth still full of noodles, speaking indistinctly. I'm so starving I could practically eat with my hands. Why would I care about a little noise? Oh well, Fatty was working hard, she'd let it slide for his sake. Zhao Yanyan thought to herself, deciding not to dwell on the matter. How much have you made? Zhao Yanyan waited until the chubby guy had finished a packet and seemed to have filled his stomach enough to calm his nerves before asking. I've left about 5 threads of material to spare. It's been a bit of a struggle. Guo Tailai was making his own instant noodles this time, so he didn't want to bother the beautiful woman. He answered while working, the sheets aren't very hard, so they're not too difficult to process. I've almost finished one side, there's about a quarter left. Glancing at her watch, she realized the chubby guy had started working around 8 o'clock. It was only 12:30 now, 4.5 hours, and he was already nearly finished with one side. Both Zhao Yanyan and Professor Wang wore expressions of surprise mixed with delight, while old Liu remained relatively calm. He'd known for quite some time that the chubby guy worked quickly, so he wasn't the least bit surprised. You memorized all that data? Professor Wang, now feeling more confident, asked with a smile. No way, I'm not some kind of prodigy like her, the chubby guy replied offhandedly as he was putting the lid on his rice bowl, not even noticing what he'd said. I just have my notebook right here next to me. Only after speaking did Guo Tailai realize he'd said the wrong thing. How had he let his true thoughts slip out? He turned his head and saw a radiant smile bloom on Zhao Yanyan's face, though her eyes flashed with icy glints. Fatso, what do you mean by a prodigy like me? I'm complimenting you, the fat guy hurriedly protested loudly. Don't worry, I've written it all down, Zhao Yanyan said with a smile, her arms crossed over her chest. Someday you'll have to explain to me in detail what junior classmate means and what demon means. The fat guy cast a pleading glance toward old Liu and Professor Wang. As his eyes met theirs, the two men, in perfect unison, looked away to either side, pretending not to notice the look of desperation he was sending their way. Only Zhao Yanyan kept staring at Guo Tailai with a half-smile, making the fat guy squirm with unease. When the second packet of instant noodles was finally ready, Guo Tailai didn't even bother waiting for them to cool down. He polished them off even faster than the first packet, gulping down the hot broth along with them, then vanished from the office as quickly as a rabbit hit by an arrow, heading straight for the workshop. Young Zhao, you shouldn't always pick on the fat guy when you've got nothing better to do, old Liu said slowly, only after Guo Tailai had completely disappeared. He's an honest guy, he didn't mean any harm. Old Liu, I know how to handle things, Zhao Yanyan said, adopting a completely different demeanor when facing old Liu, so well-behaved and obedient that no one could bring themselves to say a harsh word to him. Old Wang Fatso is really worth nurturing. To put it simply, with his metalworking skills alone, he's nearly drained my entire repertoire these past few days. Old Liu turned to Professor Wang, tirelessly speaking up for Guo Tai. Once this period is over, I'll go to the department to register him. Let's secure the Fai first. Professor Wang, who had already been won over, nodded immediately. Guo Tailai had no idea he'd already become one of the lucky few to be recommended for graduate school at the university. He was still working up a sweat in that private workshop. This time, Fatso wasn't using a file. Files have too large a surface area to handle work requiring such precise, point-by-point accuracy, so he was using a scraper instead. Holding the smallest scraper in old Liu's tool room, the fat guy was scraping almost point-by-point. Each time, he removed only a tiny metal thread about 1 psi in thickness, ensuring that he could machine each corresponding point with precision. The entire process is actually identical to the sequence of CNC machining, connecting points one by one to form lines, and then turning those lines into surfaces. It's an extremely tedious process. Every single point requires his full concentration, not the slightest tremor is allowed, and he cannot be disturbed in the slightest. The side he had already finished was scraped out point by point using this method. Now he was working on the second side. When he worked on the crankshaft earlier, the surfaces were mostly regular, even the curved sections were smooth arcs, so a file sufficed. The current process, however, is countless times more complex than that, and the level of fatigue has increased exponentially. If it weren't for the nanobots helping him maintain stable control, his hands would start shaking uncontrollably within half an hour at most. He didn't want to push himself this hard, which is why he'd said it would take 2 days. With 2 days to work with, taking a 15-minute break every hour would allow him to concentrate more effectively. Unfortunately, with such a tight deadline, he had no choice but to push through, relying entirely on the nanobots to keep him going. After scraping, the dimensions were essentially spot on. Thanks to his high machining precision, no fine grinding was needed. He could proceed directly to polishing. He finished scraping at 6:30, By the time the polishing was complete, it was already 7:30. "I'm done. Let me get some sleep." The fat guy was absolutely exhausted. He walked into the office, uttered those words, and headed straight for the only spring mattress there. Without even removing his exoskeleton suit and not caring if it would dig into him, he plunged onto the bed. Before old Liu and the others could react, he was already snoring. Let him get some rest. Old Liu knew what kind of craftsmanship the fat guy had used. He looked at him with a touch of sympathy, lowered his voice, and said to Professor Wang and Zhao Yanyan, "Let's go take a look at the workpiece he made and see if it meets the requirements." Fabricating such complex curved surfaces is quite a hassle, and measuring and inspecting them is just as troublesome. First of all, it's absolutely impossible to do this in the machinist's shop. They'll have to take it back to the lab and use the only laser rangefinder available to take sample measurements. Sampling measurement means it's impossible to check the accuracy of every single point on the entire surface. Instead, we can only select several hundred or several thousand measurement points either according to a specific pattern or at random to represent the entire surface for inspection. Generally speaking, the more sampling points there are, the more accurate the measurement results will be. There's no other way for now. This is the only method available, unless we develop a laser measuring device with CNC capabilities in the future, one with precision on par with CNC machine tools, which might allow for point-by-point inspection. In old Liu's workshop, a hydro turbine blade lay quietly on a piece of fine flannel. Its bright, mirror-like sheen revealed that the blade had been meticulously ground and polished, and its exquisite, smooth curves were a delight to the eye. Can this really be done entirely by hand? Professor Wang and Mr. Liu, both elderly and well-traveled, had seen countless similar scenes and weren't surprised, but Zhao Yanyan was different. She spent most of her time studying or conducting her own research. This was just a chance to help out, and she had never seen the work of a master craftsman before. Upon seeing the blade, she immediately let a gasp of admiration. After circling it twice, none of the three reached out, afraid that even the slightest touch might mar the flawless, smooth, curved mirror-like surface. "What technique did he use?" Zhao Yanyan asked again, her voice full of admiration. She wasn't questioning it. She was simply curious about Guo Tailai's method. "Look over here." Old Liu recognized the chubby guy's technique at a glance. Pointing to the fine powder on the workbench, he explained to the other two, he must have scraped it down point by point, thread by thread, following the coordinate parameters on the chart. Professor Wang gazed at the blade as if it were a treasure, a smile he couldn't hide spreading across his face. "Old Liu, you'd better teach the chubby guy your last resort secret technique right away. Once he graduates next year, I'll take him on as my graduate student." Although it hadn't been measured yet, in the eyes of two seasoned veterans like old Liu and Professor Wang, this curved surface was practically flawless. Even with high-precision CNC machinery, the result would be no better than this. Crafted entirely by hand in a single night, what more could one ask for? "You two go measure it. I'll keep an eye on Fatso and let him get some sleep." Old Master Liu was also extremely satisfied. To the outside world, Fatso was now his final disciple. A student with such natural aptitude was a rare find, and he certainly couldn't let him wear himself out. Professor Wang and Zhao Yanyan had no idea how much work Guo the fat guy had put in overnight, but how could old Liu not know? At that moment, aside from being extremely pleased with him and feeling deeply gratified, he was simply worried about the young man. He had to make sure his last disciple got plenty of rest. Old Master Liu specialized in machining and assembly, but he didn't have much of an advantage when it came to modern measurement methods, so there was really no need for him to be present during the measurement phase. Professor Wang carefully wrapped the blade in a soft flannel cloth, placed it in a box, and personally carried it with both hands, heading straight for Building 9003. On the way, Zhao Yanyan tried to help, but Professor Wang refused, fearing that as a woman with less physical strength, she might accidentally bump or scratch this perfect blade and then it would no longer be perfect. When they arrived at the entrance of Building 9003, they happened to spot the small business owner who had pulled some strings to reach them and request their help with the machining. The owner seemed quite anxious. After briefly greeting Professor Wang, his first words were to inquire about the status of the blade's machining. "It's done." A smile of indescribable meaning immediately appeared on Professor Wang's face as he gently tapped the box in his hand. "My 3 graduate students spent a whole day inputting the parameters, and we finished machining it last night. We just came over first thing this morning to take some measurements." "That's great." The small business owner slapped his thigh excitedly and said gratefully, "The client started chasing us last night. They're incredibly anxious. Why don't we skip the measurements here and take them straight to the client's place? They have a full set of measuring equipment." Professor Wang and Zhao Yanyan exchanged a brief glance, both catching that inexplicable gleam in each other's eyes. A faint hint of amusement played in both their gazes. "Take a look first." Professor Wang carefully set the box down, then opened it to reveal the exquisite leaf to the young boss. "This is the finished product. If we were to measure it here, we'd have to do a sample inspection, and it would probably take another day or 2 to get the results. If they have the measuring equipment there, then let's go over to their place. Here's what we'll do. I'll go with you to check the results and see if we can buy one of those measuring devices while we're there." I wouldn't dare trouble you to make another trip, the young boss said, taken aback, and quickly declined. A lift this exquisite is definitely up to standard. I'll handle it myself, I wouldn't dare trouble you. Professor, you have an academic conference this morning, Zhao Yanyan chimed in helpfully from the side. You can't miss it. Oh? I completely forgot. Professor Wang slapped his forehead and looked at the young owner with a troubled expression. Then I'll have to trouble you after all. Could you provide us with a detailed copy of the measurement results? This is very important for our research. No problem at all, the young boss agreed eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After going through a series of formalities, the young boss signed the paperwork and took the blade with him. He left in a great hurry, stepping out of the building and speeding away in his car, completely unaware that outside the west gate, the only entrance on campus where cars were allowed, 2 vehicles were waiting to tail him and see where he would deliver the blade. Do you think he knows the inside story? Zhao Yanyan asked Professor Wang as she watched the young boss's car drive away. At most, he's just an ordinary person blinded by greed after being lured by a hefty rush order processing fee. Professor Wang shook his head. Perhaps his client knows the truth, or maybe the client's client does and he's just a pawn being used. Professor Wang's assessment was spot on. The small-time boss took the blades and quickly delivered them to another factory on the outskirts of Beijing, where he collected a hefty rush order fee and walked away with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, his client, equally in a hurry, took the blades and headed straight for an office building on the East 2nd Ring Road. In less than 2 hours, the blade was in the hands of a Japanese executive dressed in a suit and tie. Looking at the mirror-smooth curved surfaces on both sides inside the box, the Japanese executive let out a gasp. How is this possible? Have they really managed to make it? From the time the order was placed to now, it had been just over 2 days. Excluding the time spent tracking down subcontractors and the small business owner's visit to Shuimu University for help, the actual production time amounted to no more than a day and a night. According to what we've learned, entering the parameters alone took an entire day, leaving only 1 night for the machining. Even with a full night, manual machining wouldn't have been enough. Aside from high-precision CNC machines, there was essentially no other possibility. The employee didn't dare delay. He carefully wrapped the blades and personally carried them aboard the flight back to Japan. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. In a testing facility somewhere in Japan, a middle-aged man in a suit lost his composure and shouted. Before him lay an extremely detailed inspection report, and on the table in front of him sat that exquisitely crafted blade. The light glinting off the blade seemed to be mocking him. How could the Chinese possibly have CNC machines with such high precision? The middle-aged man continued to rage, while the people around him remained silent, all looking down at identical test reports in their hands. The detailed inspection report clearly stated that the blade's machining fully met their design specification. In fact, fearing that flaws might be detected, they had only specified a precision of 1 psi, yet the workpiece produced by the other party achieved a machining precision of less than 0.5. What did this mean? It could only mean that China already possessed high-precision 4-axis machining centers capable of 5 micrometer precision or perhaps even 5-axis ones. While these might still be mere prototypes in a laboratory, they had indeed achieved this level of precision. Only this possibility can explain why the Shuimu University laboratory was able to go from inputting parameters to producing the finished product in just 1 day and 1 night. Keep in mind that no sample was provided this time. Waxia was entirely responsible for sourcing its own materials and performing the machining. It's highly unlikely that they could have used a semi-finished product with a pre-machined contour for finishing. Hand-polished. In just 1 day and 1 night? That's absolutely impossible. Only CNC machining could make it possible. Could it be a product from another country, Germany, the United States, or the United Kingdom? Was it machined using machine tools from another country? Among those reviewing the report, a man with slightly graying hair asked calmly. We've reviewed Shuimu University's list of purchased items. There are no high-precision CNC machines. A young man standing nearby replied respectfully. What about those imported secretly? The gray-haired man asked again. We've also privately communicated with competitors in Europe and the Americas. Given their stance on blocking Huaxia, everyone is in agreement no company has ever secretly sold a single machining center, the same young man replied swiftly. What about the information on Professor Wang? The gray-haired man pressed further. This time, another middle-aged man in a suit quickly distributed the materials. The Department of Precision Instrumentation at Shuimu University has been conducting research in this area for years, and Professor Wang Anfu is the academic leader of the effort. Furthermore, CIMS, Computer Integrated Manufacturing Systems, has always been one of the department's core specializations. In other words, from the perspective of Shuimu University's laboratory, is it possible that they have developed a 5-micrometer machining center? After flipping through the materials, the gray-haired man asked the group. None of the people present spoke at first. After a moment, someone nodded reluctantly. One by one, the others followed suit, and even the middle-aged man who had been the most skeptical eventually nodded as well. From a probabilistic standpoint, such a possibility certainly existed. Moreover, this wasn't the first time, it was the second. The first instance involved the precision machining of a crankshaft, and the second involved high turbine blades. A single occurrence might be dismissed as a coincidence, but for the same facility to produce high-precision workpieces twice within such a short time frame could not possibly be a coincidence. So, if such a high-precision machining center exists, what kind of performance might it have? The white-haired man asked again. Based on the information we have so far, it has a machining accuracy of at least 5 micrometers. Although it hasn't yet reached the precision of our best machining centers, it's slowly catching up, said a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who stood up from his seat at the side of the room. However, their control system still seems to lag behind. Please take a look at the machining processes we've observed on these 2 occasions, the man in glasses continued without waiting for a question. Both times involved the same step. It took a full day to input the parameters. While this is certainly related to the fact that we didn't provide them with digital drawings directly, it's highly likely that their data is incompatible with our control data. It's even more likely that their control system isn't sophisticated enough yet, the middle-aged man who had spoken first said. After acknowledging that Huaxia might indeed have high-precision CNC technology, he stopped dwelling on what wasn't possible and actively joined the discussion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have delayed the release of their finished products for so long. I have some information here, added the young man in charge of distributing Professor Wang's materials. According to an insider at Huaxia, we've recruited Professor Wang a paper 2 months ago titled Design of a High-Precision Machine Tool Control System. It's reportedly a milestone achievement from the laboratory and should serve as a useful reference for everyone. By this point, even the most stubborn among them could no longer dispute that the Shuimi University laboratory had indeed built a preliminary version of a high-precision CNC machine. Very well, next agenda item, the gray-haired man announced calmly. How should we respond? We must nip their further development in the bud, the man in glasses replied, equally composed. As soon as he spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. This had essentially been the consensus among all nations that had imposed embargoes on China over the years. If China didn't have something, they would block it. If a strict embargo wasn't possible, they would sell it at exorbitant prices to reap sky-high profits. Once China did acquire it, they would slash prices drastically, completely crushing local Chinese industries and preventing China from developing, reducing it to nothing more than a subject for one or a few academic papers with absolutely no practical value. Then let's start by granting them access to the 5-micron 4-axis machining center, the white-haired man concluded. Depending on the situation, let's discuss whether we should wait until they've invested heavily in building factories and started selling products and then strike, or whether we should render their research obsolete from the very beginning, leaving them with nothing more than an academic paper to show for it. If we're going to strike, let's strike hard, the middle-aged man said angrily, outraged that Huaxia dared to secretly develop high-precision CNC technology. Let's cut them off at the root. A single data compatibility issue will render their control systems worthless. No one objected to this. In fact, lifting the restrictions would significantly increase profits for all parties involved, a win-win situation for everyone. While preventing the sale of certain products might stifle the competition's development, it offered no benefits to themselves either. They would only be able to monopolize a portion of high-end machining, and for capitalists, that's not a good deal. By lifting restrictions on 5-micron precision CNC machines, they would still maintain a monopoly on the highest-end machining while significantly expanding market penetration. Everyone could already envision the flood of cash rolling in before their eyes. Don't notify our European and American allies just yet. Let's wait until we've made some initial profits before submitting the evidence to them. The white-haired old man delivered the final word, settling all the details. Guo Tailai slept straight through until evening, when he was finally roused by hunger. It had been a full 20 hours since he'd eaten 2 packs of instant noodles at midnight. By 8 o'clock that night, it was no wonder he was starving, given his size and the workload he'd been handling. Old Liu had been keeping him company in the office the whole time. He'd even turned away plant manager Li when he came by. The entire machinist shop had shut down for the day, completely silent, for fear of disturbing his prized apprentice. The next few days passed calmly, with nothing out of the ordinary happening. Old Liu told the chubby guy to get plenty of rest and didn't call him into the machinist shop. Guo Tailai was more than happy with this arrangement. He stayed in his dorm and mapped out the entire framework of his thesis. A week of leisure passed, and just as Guo Tailai was enjoying himself, he received another pager message from 888. Early Monday morning. Zhao Yanyan was looking for him again. When he rushed to the lab, the cleaning lady in the office area was placing vases on each desk, each filled with a few vibrant red roses. Auntie, who's so generous as to buy flowers for the lab? Guo Tailai was intrigued and couldn't help but ask. Someone sent flowers to Zhao again, 99 roses. She didn't like them, so she asked me to share them with everyone. The cleaning lady had seen this happen many times before and didn't find it strange at all. She busily arranged them on everyone's desks. Given how beautiful Zhao Yanyan was, it would be strange if no one were pursuing her. Poor suitor, if he knew his flowers had been disposed of like this, who knows how heartbroken he'd be. Guo Tailai was also quite curious. Zhao Yanyan was 1.79 meters tall, and she usually liked to wear pretty high heels, bringing her height to 1.85 meters or more when she stood up. Just how tall would the guy who dared to pursue her have to be to have that courage? Guo Tailai was a big guy himself, standing 1.9 meters tall, yet he didn't dare harbor even the slightest improper thoughts toward Zhao Yanyan. With his stocky build, he felt ashamed just standing next to her, not to mention her likely formidable family background. Wait a minute, after mulling this over, Guo Tailai realized, was he being too insecure? He was, after all, a powerhouse with the golden finger of nanobots. Why shouldn't he be able to admire and be attracted to a beautiful woman? He'd only had the nanobots for a short time, not long enough to bring about any drastic changes in his personality. He knew his own limitations. Relying solely on his precision craftsmanship wasn't enough to make Zhao Yanyan look at him differently, let alone take a liking to him. I just like her, is that a problem? Guo Tailai straightened his chest and muttered to himself with unbridled confidence. What is it that you like? Can you tell me? A familiar, sweet female voice suddenly rang out from behind Guo Tailai. It was Zhao Yanyan. Guo Tailai was startled. His inner thoughts had actually slipped out, and to make matters worse, Zhao Yanyan had heard them. It was a total loss of face. However, Guo Tailai was a laid-back guy. While he was usually reserved around strangers, Zhao Yanyan was clearly no stranger to him. If his memory served him right, he'd even drunk water from a cup Yanyan had used that night, and she hadn't objected to that count as having a connection. I like you. Is that a problem? When faced with an acquaintance he considered a friend, the chubby guy was a blunt, hot-headed young man who blurted out his answer without thinking. Only after he'd spoken did he realize he'd messed up. How had he let his true feelings slip out again? So you like me, huh? Thanks for liking me. Zhao Yanyan's flower-like face appeared before the chubby guy, and she replied with a smile, but please get in line. Going by first come, first serve, you're probably around number 900 or so. Guo, the fat guy's imposing frame immediately deflated, and he looked dejected. I thought I'd be something special. You really are special. Zhao Yanyan laughed heartily. Seeing the chubby guy put in his place made her inexplicably happy. You're the fattest person who's ever dared to tell me you like me. Just for that, believe me, I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Guo Tailai rolled his eyes. What good was being remembered like that? He was still just a stranger to her after all. By the way, why did you call me in so early? After the joke, Guo Tailai got down to business. Also, you called me over first thing in the morning, yet you're actually later than I am. That doesn't make sense, does it? Being late or leaving early is only a rule for you, Zhao Yanyan said with an air of self-righteousness. I'm the boss, I can come whenever I want. Guo Tailai was stunned by Yanyan's irrefutable logic. His lips trembled for a long moment and he couldn't get a word out. Oh right. Zhao Yanyan pulled an A4 sheet of paper from the canvas bag she was carrying and waved it in front of Guo Tailai. The patent number for a certain someone's exoskeleton chair has been approved. Do you want it? I'll take it. Guo Tailai practically snatched the official red-headed document out of her hands and studied it intently. It had been 3 weeks since Guo Tailai submitted his application for an invention patent. According to standard procedure, the patent application number, which would later serve as the certificate number, is issued in about a week. A notice of preliminary examination approval in about 3 months. The application enters the preliminary publication stage in about 6 months, substantive examination about 9 months, the notice of examination opinions about 12 months, the second notice of examination opinions is issued in about 18 months, authorization in about 22 months, and the certificate about 2 months. The relevant fees are paid. The entire application process takes about 2 years, and the patent is valid for 20 years from the filing date. The patent number had actually been issued long ago, but Guo Tailai hadn't gone to pick it up yet. He wanted to wait until he received the notice of passing the preliminary examination in 3 months before doing so. Zhao Yanyan helped him retrieve the patent number, which naturally made him very happy. I've already done my research. Before you filed your application, there were no similar inventions in China or abroad, Zhao Yanyan said only after Guo Tailai had carefully put away the official letter on red-headed paper. Since I've purchased your patent, I plan to register it internationally as well. Do you have any objections? No, Guo Tailai shook his head rapidly. It'd be best to register everything that can be registered. Don't you feel like you're getting the short end of the stick? Zhao Yanyan asked earnestly. Guo Tailai still shook his head. Paying 100,000 yuan for the patent on an exoskeleton chair was pocket change for Zhao Yanyan, but for Fat Guo, it was a fortune, not to mention the graduation thesis and the titanium powder he'd long dreamed of. Guo Tailai felt it was worth it. He didn't feel shortchanged at all. The exoskeleton chair was merely one of the simplest ideas among the many brilliant concepts swirling in Guo Tailai's mind. Right now, Guo Tailai wasn't short on more valuable patents. What he lacked was an opportunity to advance his nanobots. As long as that need was met, what did a simple patent matter? I'm just curious, Guo Tailai asked Zhao Yanyan. Why do you suddenly seem so serious? Are you really going to apply for an international patent? Of course, Zhao Yanyan smiled and replied, isn't China about to join the WTO? We've got to start taking patents seriously. Zhao Yanyan called Guo Tailai over, and the first thing she did was replace the previously drafted transfer agreement with a formal contract. Guo Tailai had no objections to this. It meant that once he signed, he would receive his share of the patent transfer fee 100,000 yuan. With that 100,000 yuan, his parents would no longer have to worry so much about losing their jobs. Getting paid was, of course, a good thing, so Guo Tailai signed the formal agreement without hesitation. However, he noticed that the formal contract did not state that he was transferring the patent to Zhao Yanyan personally, but rather to a company called Beijing Christina Technology Development Co. Ltd. This Christina company, while Guo Tailai signed without hesitation, he still asked a question before doing so. "It's my company," Zhao Yanyan explained quickly. "My English name is Christina, so I chose a Chinese transliteration of it. Comparisons are the death of a person." Guo Tailai was still waiting impatiently to graduate from college, while Zhao Yanyan, who was a year younger than him, was about to graduate with a PhD and already had her own company. They really weren't on the same level. After watching Guo Tailai sign the document, Zhao Yanyan put away her copy of the transfer agreement and then turned to him. "Do you want the money in cash or by check?" Guo Tailai had never had the chance to deal with something as sophisticated as a check, let alone understand how it worked, so he made his choice immediately. "Cash." "Then we'll need to make a trip to the bank together," Zhao Yanyan said, turning to Guo Tailai. "Is that okay?" "Absolutely no problem at all." Guo Tailai practically pounded his chest in assurance anyone who'd think there was a problem with getting paid would be a real cutie. "I seem to recall a certain someone calling me junior sister rather rudely one night." Hearing Guo Tailai's blunt reply, Zhao Yanyan rolled her eyes. "Did that really happen?" "Absolutely not, you must be mistaken, senior sister." Faced with a 100,000 RMB transfer fee, Guo Tailai decisively threw his principles to the wind, calling her senior sister with consummate ease. "Really?" Zhao Yanyan looked at Guo Tailai's chubby, mischievous little face and almost couldn't help but laugh. "You must have remembered wrong, senior sister." Guo Tailai called out senior sister even louder than before, placing all the emphasis on those two words. "In that case, let's go to Xiaolin Courtyard together." Although Zhao Yanyan was trying to stifle a smile, the grin on her face was impossible to hide. "Lead the way, junior brother." "Aye, senior sister," Guo Tailai played along, instantly transforming into a sycophant as he eagerly led the way. "Ha ha ha," Zhao Yanyan could hold it in no longer and burst into hearty laughter. In that instant, Guo Tailai felt as though he were witnessing a delicate, vibrant flower blooming right before his eyes, a sight so captivating he couldn't bear to look away. "Oh, right, there's one more thing. Could you custom build an exoskeleton chair for me based on my body measurements?" As they walked along the path, Zhao Yanyan brought up another matter with Guo Tailai. "No problem, senior sister." Guo Tailai pounded his chest again, making it thump loudly. The two walked out of the lab together, heading toward Xiaolin Courtyard. They chatted and laughed all the way, and Zhao Yanyan's radiant smile caught the attention of many passersby. Countless people who witnessed this scene beat their chests in frustration, unable to comprehend it. How could such a sleazy fat guy be chatting so happily with the campus beauty? Why wasn't the one joking and laughing with her? "What's the best material to use?" Zhao Yanyan paid no heed to those stares. She'd seen looks like that countless times from childhood to adulthood, both at home and abroad, and had never let them bother her. Instead, she was more concerned with her exoskeleton chair. "Senior, if you're going to use it, steel would be too heavy, it's not suitable." Guo Tailai immediately ruled out the steel frame model he himself used. "If we're going for something lightweight, what about aluminum alloy?" Zhao Yanyan asked. "Aluminum alloy isn't strong enough, but for someone like you, senior sister, it should be fine." Guo Tailai gave Zhao Yanyan a once-over. Despite her height of 1.79 meters, she had a well-proportioned, slender figure and likely weighed no more than 100 jin, so aluminum alloy would be just about suitable. "Are there any better options?" Zhao Yanyan sensed from Guo Tailai's tone that there might be a better material, so she asked immediately, choosing to overlook his rather rude scrutiny of her figure. "Titanium alloy," Guo Tailai said succinctly, naming the most suitable material. The exoskeleton seat she'd seen in her future vision was made of titanium alloy. "Titanium alloy is indeed suitable, but unfortunately the cost is a bit high." Zhao Yanyan nodded, as she was well aware of the material properties of titanium alloy herself. "We're only making one set for you, how much could it possibly cost?" Guo Tailai replied offhandedly. "You're right," Zhao Yanyan agreed, but she immediately turned to Guo Tailai and asked suspiciously, "You've been so determined to recommend titanium alloy, and earlier you even asked for micron-grade pure titanium powder. What exactly are you up to?" "Come clean, what do you need the titanium powder for?" "If I told you I just wanted to taste it, you'd never believe me." Guo Tailai hadn't expected the conversation to veer into a questioning of his motives for wanting the titanium powder. He was at a loss for words and could only play dumb. "What do you think?" Zhao Yanyan's gaze immediately hostile. "Actually, it's to enhance my martial arts prowess." Guo Tailai quickly changed his story, only to be met with an even more hostile glare. "Speak properly, make some sense." Zhao Yanyan glared at Guo Tailai. "Didn't I tell you this before?" There was this old man with a white beard who taught me a martial art technique, Guo Tailai said half-jokingly and half-seriously under Zhao Yanyan's scrutinizing gaze. That technique not only cured my nearsightedness, but it also made my hands exceptionally steady and my eyesight incredibly sharp. I can even estimate measurements just by looking. Zhao Yanyan's gaze was already filled with annoyance, but the chubby guy kept going. Think about it carefully. I'm a fat guy, I'm not good at sports, and my stamina is terrible. Usually, running just a few hundred meters makes every muscle in my body shake. Guo Tailai, unfazed by Zhao Yanyan's anger, pressed on. How could I possibly scrape hundreds of thousands of extremely fine dots in a single night without a single mistake? If my hand trembles even once, that blade is ruined. The story about some white-bearded old man teaching Qigong wouldn't fool even a child, but as she listened to Guo Tailai's words, Zhao Yanyan couldn't find a single reason to refute him. That's right, how could he possibly make hundreds of thousands of marks in a single night without a single mistake? The chubby guy's physical education grades were clearly mediocre, and he'd never shown any signs of being physically fit. There was simply no way to explain this precision work. Then show me a Qigong demonstration, Zhao Yanyan said, half convinced by Guo Tailai's explanation. My Qigong is too weak. I can't demonstrate it, Guo Tailai replied with a straight face. Fine. You said you needed titanium powder to deepen your Qigong, right? Once I find some for you, if you can't convince me, you'll be my Sanda sparring partner until graduation, Zhao Yanyan threatened menacingly. I forgot to mention I'm the 1995 national champion in the women's 48-kilogram Sanda individual competition.
The entire process of withdrawing the money took place under Zhao Yanyan's fierce gaze. This included the moment, after receiving the money, when Guo Tailai withdrew another 30,000 to send home to his family, and called Guo Jianjun to explain that this was the second installment from the patent transfer, all of which Zhao Yanyan accompanied him through. Come with me to the lab, Zhao Yanyan commanded only after Guo Tailai had finished all of this. What for? Guo Tailai asked reflexively, feeling a pang of guilt. You don't even have any titanium alloy right now, there's no need to be in such a hurry, is there? Didn't you say you could measure dimensions just by eye? Zhao Yanyan threatened menacingly. Go to the lab right now. I want to see just how accurate your eye measurements really are. Despite Zhao Yanyan's fierce tone, deep down she was already beginning to believe him. Of course she wasn't buying into any of that white-bearded old man's Qigong nonsense. She was convinced by Guo Tailai's recovery from nearsightedness and his ability to estimate dimensions by eye. Old man Liu had mentioned to her that day how the fat man hadn't used a single measuring tool the entire time he was making the crankshaft. A machining accuracy of 5 micrometers without using a single measuring instrument. That really did sound like a fairy tale. So when Zhao Yanyan found the chance, she was absolutely determined to verify it for herself. Upon entering Building 9003, Zhao Yanyan didn't take Guo Tailai to the inertial navigation lab this time. Instead, she headed straight for the CNC machine tools lab, where the most precise measuring instruments were located. Based on what Guo Tailai had learned so far, a dial indicator was the most precise tool available, but once he arrived at the lab, he discovered there were even more precise instruments. The German asymptote rectangular block gauges with grade 0 accuracy were kept in a constant temperature measurement room maintained at 20 degrees Celsius. These were truly precision measurement marvels capable of accuracy down to 1 micrometer though. Unfortunately, they could only be used in a temperature-controlled environment. Previously, Guo Tailai had only used a dial indicator for calibration. When he heard Zhao Yanyan's explanation and realized that this was the true instrument of precision measurement, he was instantly overjoyed. Following the scale markings and closely examining each block gauge, he began issuing instructions in his mind. Calibrate the dual-eye 3D measurement mechanism. Starting calibration, please specify a reference object. With each block he examined, Guo Tailai calibrated its dimensions. He scrutinized each one for at least a minute, and by the time he finished, over an hour had passed. However, this process allowed Guo Tailai's binocular measurement accuracy to truly reach 1 micrometer. Previously, the dial indicator had also been rated at 1 micrometer, but it hadn't accounted for the instrument's own temperature-related effects. Although its stated accuracy was high, there was still a certain degree of error. After recalibration using the block gauges, even that final margin of error had vanished. Truly, 1 micrometer meant exactly 1 micrometer. Zhao Yanyan waited very patiently for Guo Tailai. Of course, she wasn't just sitting idly by, she was initializing another type of measuring tool. The laser length comparator is even more powerful. It also requires a constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, and is an ultra-precise length measuring instrument capable of accuracy within 0.2 micrometers per 1000 millimeters. Measurements and readings can only be taken through a microscope. It's safe to say that, as of now, this is the most precise measuring instrument in the country. If that blade hadn't been taken away, it would have been sent here for measurement. Now, however, Zhao Yanyan was using it as a tool to test Guo Tailai's visual estimation skills. Is there such a marvel? Let me see what this level of precision looks like, Guo Tailai said after hearing Zhao Yanyan's introduction. He almost lunged forward to hug the laser comparator and calibrate it himself, but realizing that such a high-precision instrument couldn't tolerate even the slightest vibration, he managed to restrain himself. Still, he asked Zhao Yanyan to demonstrate the measurement process so he could observe it firsthand. Zhao Yanyan didn't hesitate. Wearing gloves, she took a series of gauge blocks, placed them on the laser comparator for measurement, and only after obtaining the results did she let Guo Tailai observe them through the reading microscope. In addition to the gauge blocks, there were also several standard measurement samples, all of which were measured one by one with an accuracy of 0.2 micrometers. Calibrate the binocular 3D measurement mechanism. Starting calibration, please specify a reference object. After another round of operations, Guo Tailai's eyes were calibrated by the laser comparator, and his measurement accuracy was once again improved, reaching an almost absurd level of 0.2 micrometers, and it was the most scientific and precise 0.2 micrometers possible. At this level of precision, further refinement is essentially meaningless in the macro machining industry, because even the slightest disturbance, perhaps as minor as a single breath, could affect the dimensional changes of the measurement target. Now the measurement results for certain targets flashed across Guo Tailai's mind, with the digits after the decimal point constantly fluctuating starting from the third decimal place. After calibration, Guo Tailai essentially no longer needed any measuring tools in the machining field. His eyes were more precise than any tool on the market. Alright, let's test me. Guo Tailai was thoroughly satisfied. Facing Zhao Yanyan's skepticism, he confidently asked her to come up with a test. Zhao Yanyan didn't hold back at all, constantly rearranging and combining the gauge blocks, then asking Guo Tailai to estimate their dimensions by eye. Guo Tailai made no attempt to hide his abilities. To completely dispel Zhao Yanyan's doubts, he gave exceptionally precise measurements, every time accurate down to 0.2 micrometers, on par with a laser length gauge. Sometimes the sum of the dimensions he quoted wasn't a whole number, but when checked against a laser length comparator, Guo Tailai's measurements turned out to be spot on. It was simply unbelievable. Are you some kind of monster? After conducting no fewer than 100 tests and using not just the gauge blocks, but also various other objects she'd grabbed on the spot, Guo Tailai consistently provided measurements with flawless precision, leaving Zhao Yanyan completely unable to trust her own eyes. Obviously not. Guo the fat guy was in a good mood today. Not only had he pocketed 100,000 yuan, but he'd also truly calibrated the accuracy of his visual estimates. With all these good things happening at once, he'd been smiling the whole time, and his reply now was no exception, his face beaming with a warm smile. Although he was overweight, he had a cheerful, approachable appearance, and when he smiled, his face became even more endearing. Amid her astonishment, Zhao Yanyan looked at his cheerful face and, for a moment, found him much more likable. As she left the CMS lab, Zhao Yanyan still looked utterly incredulous. The chubby guy's performance had practically turned her world upside down. There were even a few moments when she couldn't help but want to believe Guo Tailai's story about the qigong taught by the white-bearded old man. Otherwise, how could a normal human being be this extraordinary? Save that comment for yourself. Zhao Yanyan directed that last remark squarely at Guo Tailai. Far from getting angry, Guo Tailai immediately turned the tables on her, firing back. Save it for that doctoral student senior who's a year younger than me, but is about to graduate this spring. Alright, putting it that way makes it much easier for me to accept. Zhao Yanyan applied the concept to herself and immediately felt she understood. After all, who among the students at Shuimu University didn't possess some extraordinary talent? Zhao Yanyan was a prodigy when it came to her studies, so it made perfect sense that Fat Guo would excel in visual assessment and data processing. Didn't you say you'd finish your thesis before National Day? Unable to stump Guo Fatso with her visual assessment, Zhao Yanyan issued another menacing warning as she parted ways. If it's not done by then, you'll be my sparring partner. As the national Sanda individual champion, even if she wasn't in his weight class, Guo Tailai was absolutely certain that Zhao Yanyan would beat him senseless on the training ground. Maybe some guys would enjoy getting hit by a pretty underclass woman's slender arms and legs, but Guo Tailai was definitely not one of them. Besides, getting beaten up by a national Sanda champion wasn't exactly a pleasure. To avoid being treated like a pathetic sparring dummy, Guo Tailai had no choice but to pull himself together and quickly fill in the gaps in his thesis. Fortunately, he'd already completed the outline last week, and some of the necessary data and diagrams were already on hand. With his thesis statements and supporting evidence well established, filling in the details was relatively straightforward. Every day, Guo Tailai dutifully headed to the lab, snagged the shared computer, and quickly finished his work. The guys in the dorm had also learned of Guo Tailai's miserable plight. Suddenly, they weren't so envious of Zhao Yanyan having him as her advisor anymore, and they all looked at the chubby guy with pity. Who could have known that the stunningly beautiful, genius campus queen was also a Sanda master, a national championship winner, a human T-Rex? Writing frantically by day and working overtime at night, rushing against the clock, Guo Tailai finally managed to finish his thesis before the National Day holiday. After letting out a sigh of relief, he printed it out, bound it simply, and obediently handed it to Zhao Yanyan. "Put it here." Zhao Yanyan looked very happy as she pointed to her desk, motioning for Guo Fatso to set the thesis down, while she began tidying up her desk, intending to leave. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Guo Tailai was dumbfounded. He'd worked so hard to finish this thesis and Zhao Yanyan wasn't even going to read it? "The break is almost here, why would I read a thesis now?" Zhao Yanyan said matter-of-factly. "I'll take my time reading it when I get back from the break." "Then you have to make sure I finish it before National Day." Guo Tailai was getting frustrated. He'd been waking up earlier than a rooster and gonna bed later than a dog all week. He'd worked so hard to finish this paper, yet Zhao Yanyan wouldn't even glance at it and planned to read it only after the break. If he'd known it would turn out like this, why had he put in all that effort? "You were the one who said it had to be done by National Day in the first place." Zhao Yanyan was clearly holding back a laugh, but her face wore an innocent expression as she replied, "It wasn't me who pressured you into it, was it? Are you being reasonable or not?" Tailai felt a surge of frustration welling up inside him, but he was too angry to say a word. Zhao Yin, however, let out a girlish giggle, picked up her bag, waved casually at Guo Tailai and walked straight out, leaving him standing there alone, flustered in the wind. Guo Tailai was certain Zhao Yanyan had done this on purpose. It was all because he'd been so thoughtless as to call her junior sister, while they were working on the blades that day. That's why he'd been subjected to this whole series of humiliations. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he would have obediently called her senior sister back then. Guo Tailai regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself across the face. Strolling out of building 9003 alone, Guo Tailai walked back to the dorm with his head hanging low. But a fat guy's heart is broad. By the time he was halfway there, Guo Tailai had already pulled himself together. Come to think of it, this was actually a good thing. Finishing his thesis during the National Day holiday meant he'd have nothing to worry about for the next 2 semesters, right? He could just mess around and have fun however he wanted. If he hadn't been so busy earlier, how could he possibly enjoy this kind of freedom later on? "Let's play cards. Let's play cards." By the time the fat guy got back to the dorm, his face was beaming with excitement. He pushed open the door and shouted at the bunch of guys inside, "Let's celebrate me finishing my thesis. Let's play cards. Come on, come on, come on." He spent the entire National Day holiday living like a pig. On the morning of the 8th, Guo Tailai slept until he woke up naturally, then slowly made his way to the lab. Now that the thesis was finished, he'd need his advisor to give him feedback, make a few revisions, and once his advisor gave the thumbs up, the thesis defense would be pretty much a sure thing. It was absolutely out of the question to expect his academician advisor to personally mentor him on an undergraduate thesis, and Guo Tailai didn't dare to hope for that anyway. Zhao Yanyan's expertise was more than enough to guide him. Upon entering the lab, Guo Tailai noticed that a few fresh red roses had appeared on each desk. They were surely from Zhao Yanyan's admirers. Again, what a waste of their effort. Zhao Yanyan had her own office. The door was open. Guo Tailai knocked lightly a few times at the door, then walked right in. It wasn't until he stepped past the partition that Guo Tailai realized something was amiss. There was someone else in the office besides Zhao Yanyan. Taking a closer look, Guo Tailai's carefree expression quickly turned serious. He bowed and greeted the white-haired elderly man who had looked up at the sound of his voice. "Hello, Professor Hu." This white-haired elderly gentleman was none other than Zhao Yanyan's advisor, an academician at the Hua Science Academy, and Ho Yongning, the supervisor under whom Guo Tailai was registered for his thesis. The elderly gentleman also served as the director of the Inertial Navigation Laboratory. It was by no means out of place for Guo Tailai to bow and greet him. "You must be little Guo, right?" Academician Hao was very affable and gave Guo Tailai a gentle smile. "You certainly have a distinctive build, Evan. If I'd never seen you before, I'd never mistake you for anyone else." "Yes, that's him." Before Guo Tailai could answer, Zhao Yanyan, standing beside him, spoke up. Only someone with a build like his would think of making a chair you can wear. Zhao Yanyan's remark left Guo Tailai speechless for a moment. What did she mean by a chair you wear? That was called a wearable seat, term far more sophisticated than chair you wear. He, Academician Hao, seemed accustomed to Zhao Yanyan's tone. He chuckled and pointed to the chair beside him. Little Guo, come on, sit down. Guo Tailai obediently walked over and sat down. As well behaved as a kindergarten child, he was practically ready to fold his arms behind his back and listen to Academician Hao's lecture. In the presence of such an academic giant and elder who had dedicated his entire life to the nation, Guo Tailai felt a deep, heartfelt respect. I've read your thesis. Academician Hao's very first words after inviting Guo Tailai to sit down took him completely by surprise. Was a mere undergraduate's thesis really worth an academician's personal attention? Shuimu University might be prestigious, but no matter how prestigious the school, an undergraduate was, after all, just an undergraduate. Zhao Yanyan remained silent beside him, but she raised her eyebrows at Guo Tailai in a defiant gesture, clearly implying that she hadn't let his week of hard work go to waste. Not only had she read it herself, but she'd also recommended it to Academician Hao. Guo Tailai quickly returned Zhao Yanyan's look with a grateful smile. This was a huge favor, as long as Academician Hao personally reviewed it and offered some guidance. Once the thesis was revised, it would be nearly impossible for Guo Tailai to fail to pass it. The paper application of hydraulic systems in wearable seats is very comprehensive with ample data. The design also has practical production value. It's a fine product. Academician Hao began with a positive assessment. The nation is currently promoting the integration of industry, academia, and research, and this product of yours certainly has great potential for promotion. However, from a purely academic standpoint, while it's sufficient for an undergraduate thesis, it's a bit too simple for a thesis supervised by me. Do you understand what I mean? With Academician Hao putting it so plainly, how could Guo Tailai not understand? He nodded earnestly to show he understood. The older generation were all very serious people. Old Liu was like that, and so was Academician Hao. As a leading academic figure, once his name was listed on a paper, it meant the paper was inextricably linked to him. For Guo Fatso's paper, it was sufficient for graduation. An ordinary advisor's name would do. But to have Academician Hao's name on it, he was probably not quite up to the task. Young Guo, don't get any other ideas. After waiting for Guo Tailai to process what he'd said, Academician Hao continued, if you just want to graduate with a bachelor's degree, that's fine, I can still put my name on it for you. What did that mean? Guo Tailai's heart began to race. Just graduate with a bachelor's degree. Could it be that he was implying something more? Guo Tailai wasn't always such a big guy. He used to be slim back in his freshman year. At the end of the military training session during the summer mini-semester of his freshman year, Guo Tailai was still a skinny guy weighing only 150 jin. That number might seem a bit heavy for most people, but for Guo Tailai, who stood 1.9 meters tall, it was perfectly normal. In the words of the girls in his class back then, Guo Tailai had been a tall, handsome, studious guy with a slender build and long legs. The reason Guo Tailai became overweight was due to an incident that happened while playing basketball. During the first semester of his sophomore year, he suffered an injury, a torn right Achilles tendon, and only recovered after undergoing surgery. Because of this, a star athlete on the court turned into a semi-disabled person who needed help walking for at least half a year. This incident dealt Guo Tailai a heavy blow, and for a long time, he coped with his inner turmoil by binge eating. He already had a hearty appetite due to his athletic build, and now he couldn't control his eating at all. Combined with his inability to exercise, his weight ballooned to 240 jin within half a year, and his body swelled up like an inflated balloon. Because of his physical condition, Guo Tailai stubbornly refused to take a leave of absence. As a result, he failed to catch up on the courses he'd missed and began failing exams in his sophomore year. For an academic star who had been admitted to Shuimu University, suffering the devastating blow of failing exams once again only deepened his depression. Guo Tailai spent his entire sophomore year in a daze, which led to his weight skyrocketing to 280 jin by the end of the second semester. All told, he gained only 40 jin over his junior and senior years, was actually quite good considering the circumstances. This experience turned Guo Tailai into a poor student. He embraced the 60 is enough mentality and set, just scraping by until graduation as his short-term goal for college. For now, graduating wasn't a problem, but when it came to taking the graduate entrance exam, the fat guy didn't have the confidence yet. As for being recommended for a master's program or a direct admission to a PhD, Guo the fat guy hadn't even given it a second thought. Now that Academician Hao had suddenly said this, what could it mean? Guo's mind immediately began racing with speculation. Fatso, I didn't tell you this before, but now that things on the outside have mostly played out, I can finally let you in on it, Zhao Yanyan added from the side. That blade you made for us last time has already proven to be far more effective than we ever imagined. With no outsiders present, Zhao Yanyan recounted the entire story in front of academician Hu from Guo Tailai's initial attempt to make 2 crankshafts, to old Liu's shrewd decision to have manager Wan conceal the facts from the Japanese side, to the Japanese side's calculated attempt to use hydro-turbine blades to test the waters and create a misunderstanding, which ultimately led to them relenting. The Japanese side has now begun negotiations with Huaxia regarding the lifting of export restrictions on 5-micron precision CNC machinery. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the matter should be finalized within another month. Only now did Guo Tailai realize that his 2 interventions had actually played such a significant role and achieved such remarkable results. If things had proceeded according to the original timeline, wouldn't the restrictions have been lifted only gradually after Huaxia joined the WTO? Without even realizing it, he had actually achieved a small step toward his goal of changing the world. Guo Tailai suddenly felt elated. A sense of accomplishment rippled through his chest and abdomen, and the feeling was truly satisfying. Professor Wang holds you in high regard. If you're willing, he can use his influence through the department and the university to admit you directly into his graduate program on the basis of special contributions. Zhao Yanyan relayed Professor Wang's offer to Guo Tailai. All that's left is for you to give the nod. You can think it over, but I wouldn't recommend overthinking it. I'm in. Why wouldn't Guo Tailai be in? A direct admission to Shuimu University's graduate program was a huge opportunity. If his parents found out, he couldn't imagine how proud they'd be. Guo Tailai could already picture it. His father would be grinning from ear to ear, and his mother would definitely be bragging to the neighbors about how he'd been admitted directly to Shuimu University's graduate program, how, while still an undergraduate, he'd designed a high-tech invention, sold the patent, and earned tens of thousands of yuan. They would surely be overjoyed for him from the bottom of their hearts. Young Guo, seeing how delighted Guo Tailai was, academician Hao asked with a smile, if you study under Professor Wang and graduate successfully, would you be willing to spend a few days doing research with an old man like me? To be my doctoral student, would you be willing? I'd love to. Guo Tailai nodded his head so vigorously it looked like a nodding machine. With an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences personally recruiting him, Guo Tailai had absolutely no reason to refuse. However, there's one small condition if you want to be my doctoral student, academician Ho said with a smile, looking at Guo Tailai. Go ahead, Guo Tailai almost wanted to pound his chest and tell academician Ho to name any condition he wanted, but he managed to keep his composure just in time and refrained from saying that. Could you make your thesis a bit more in-depth? Academician Ho stated his condition with a smile. As long as you satisfy me, once you graduate from your master's program, you'll become my doctoral student. I guarantee I'll get the job done. Guo Tailai's expression turned serious as he pledged earnestly. Today was definitely Guo Tailai's lucky day. Professor Wang had agreed to recommend him for graduate school, and even academician Hao had personally invited him to be his doctoral student. It was a double celebration. No, not just a double celebration. Zhao Yanyan seemed to have played a prank on him before the break, but she'd actually shown his paper to academician Hao. That was a huge favor, proving her opinion of him had changed. A third piece of good news, a triple celebration. Any one of these 3 pieces of good news, if he were to mention it, would have the bunch of brutes in his dorm screaming with excitement and then giving Fat Guo a good beating. Especially the third one, a beauty, taking a shine to him. After the beating, they'd probably pin him down on the bed and give him a good thrashing. By the way, you have a knack for engineering. Take a look at this, how well is it made? Guo Tailai's head was still spinning, but academician Hu had already asked the question. Guo Tailai quickly pulled himself together and looked at the device on the table that academician Hao was pointing to. It was about the size of 2 fists, a jumble of gears, gyroscopes, and other parts all put together. Its purpose wasn't immediately obvious. The surface finish is good, the assembly is decent, and the dimensions fit together quite well. Guo Tailai had assessed the specific dimensions and assembly just by glancing at it a few times. Without beating around the bush, he gave his straightforward evaluation. Just not bad, academician Hao furrowed his brow. Professor Hao, after all, these are just mass-produced parts. With his current understanding of machining, Guo Tailai could clearly tell these were mass-produced components. We can't set the bar too high. Perhaps once we import high-precision CNC machines capable of 5-micron accuracy, we can achieve greater precision, at which point it'll all come down to the skill of the assembly. Academician Hao nodded. That was the plain truth. For the time being, mass production could only achieve this level of precision, and the same applied to assembly. It was unlikely to go any further. However, at the university and in the lab, where research was conducted, it was entirely possible to demand even greater precision in both components and assembly. This is the mechanical component of the gyroscope Yan recently designed. Academician Hao wasn't concerned about Guo Tailai knowing more, so he stated the name directly, then asked Guo Tailai, "If you were to make this, how precise could you make it?" "If I were to study under Professor Liu for another month or two, I could make the parts even more precise, and I could reduce the assembly tolerances by a factor of 10. Guo Tailai examined the dimensions of the components and how they meshed together, thought for a moment, and then gave his answer. Not only Academician Hao but even Zhao Yanyan's face lit up with delight. However, Zhao Yanyan seemed to have expected this all along. She merely smiled without showing any particular surprise. If Academician Hao asked Guo Tailai, if you were asked to scale it down proportionally while maintaining this level of precision and ensuring every part functions properly, how small could you make it? This was a challenging question. At least Guo Tailai couldn't answer it right away. Instead, he picked up the mechanical part of the gyroscope, gave the gyroscope inside a gentle nudge, and observed how it operated. The principle behind a mechanical gyroscope isn't actually that difficult, but this was clearly not a purely mechanical gyroscope. It would most likely incorporate optoelectronic and other components to form a composite gyroscope. Ensuring that all parts functioned properly without interfering with one another was no easy task. How small do you need it to be? After observing it for a moment, Guo Tailai asked in return, what's the minimum size required by the design? If we factor in optoelectronic components and computing chips, could we reduce the size by a factor of 10? Academician Hao remained silent, but Zhao Yanyan spoke up. We could make it even smaller, Guo Tailai replied with confidence. However, we'd need to develop a set of small or micro-scale tools in advance. Additionally, the sensing components would need to be redesigned to accommodate the reduced size. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools to do his work well. Both Academician Hao and Zhao Yanyan understood this principle, so they weren't surprised by Guo Tailai's prerequisite. On the contrary, they were delighted. As for Guo Tailai's point that the sensing components would need to be redesigned due to the size change, that wasn't a problem at all. Over the next 3 months, I'll be continuously refining the design. Each time I make an adjustment, you'll need to help me machine the entire set of components and assemble them so we can conduct experiments. Zhao Yanyan looked straight at Guo Tailai and asked earnestly, you need to build a set of tools. Will 1 week be enough? Please submit a list of the required materials and the lab will purchase them. Can I use any materials I want? Guo Tailai perked up instantly and asked Zhao Yanyan in return. We can't provide you with top-tier materials for now. To keep things moving quickly, we'll have to source them domestically. We can only procure top-tier materials from abroad on a small scale. That might cause delays. Zhao Yanyan remained composed in front of Academician Hao and replied in a very organized manner. You can start by making a prototype using domestic materials to meet your initial design needs for now. Once you've procured the top quality materials, we can consider producing the final product. Guo Tailai immediately offered a solution. Is that okay? Zhao Yanyan glanced at Academician Hao, who gave a slight nod. Only then did she turn her attention back to Guo Tailai. She was certain that Guo Tailai had already noticed Academician Hao's nod. I'm all set, Guo Tailai quickly assured her. After all, Academician Hao would be his boss in a few years, so he had to make a good impression in front of him no matter what. Alright, problem solved. Academician Hao clapped his hands and laughed. Finally, we can move on to the final step, testing the actual performance. This newly designed composite gyroscope was no simple task. To conduct experiments, they needed a finished product. However, for the time being, the lab hadn't yet found a senior machinist who fully understood their design intent to help build the physical prototype. Even with ordinary workers, simply explaining and communicating the details required a great deal of effort, and even for someone like old Liu, communication wasn't exactly smooth. At long last, an undergraduate from the Precision Instrumentation Department emerged, one whose machining skills were even more exquisite than old Liu's. With his undergraduate background, communication was completely seamless. Many mechanical principles didn't even need extra explanation. On top of that, he was a master assembler. This was truly a rare gem. If only academician Hao had found out a little sooner instead of being beaten to the punch by Professor Wang, he would have snapped up this gem long ago and fast-tracked him directly into a PhD program. How could Professor Wang have had a chance? But there was nothing to be done about it. Earlier, Professor Liu had come up with the idea on a whim, and by the time everyone began implementing the deception plan, only a select few knew of Guo Tailai's abilities to maintain secrecy. Even Zhao Yanyan only found out later. With academician Hao being so busy, he simply couldn't keep track of everything. By the time Zhao Yanyan joined the plan, the university and several government ministries were already secretly coordinating their efforts. It was too late to try to secure Guo Tailai. They could only watch helplessly as Professor Wang beat them to it. The current proposal is the best compromise, taking into account the needs of both laboratories and project teams. After all, if each were to serve as Guo Tailai's advisor, he certainly wouldn't be able to sit idly by when either side genuinely needed his hands-on assistance. This arrangement strikes a tentative balance between the two sides. But for Guo Tailai, this was like two golden opportunities falling from the sky. Ha ha ha, academician Hu had already left, so Guo Tailai could finally relax a bit in Zhao Yanyan's office. From now on, he'd be an honors student admitted directly to Shuimi University for both his master's and doctoral degrees. Not only would his family be delighted to hear this, but it would definitely be a source of pride for him as well. Especially becoming academician Hao's student, it was practically like gilding his academic career with a layer of gold. As long as he wanted to delve deeper into this field of research, his academic path would be smooth sailing, with boundless prospects ahead. Senior sister. The moment he was face to face with Zhao Yanyan, Guo Tailai immediately put on a fawning expression. Thank you so much for your help, senior sister. In a few years, we'll be true senior and junior siblings. Thank you, senior sister. What do you mean, senior brother and junior sister? It's senior sister and junior brother. Zhao Yanyan shot a feigned look of disgust at Guo Tailai's obsequious expression and corrected him. Besides, don't get your hopes up too high. It's no easy task to win Professor Hu's approval. Stepping out of Zhao Yanyan's office, Guo Tailai felt as if he'd been in a dream. To be honest, as long as he wrote his thesis with a bit more depth, satisfying academician Hao wouldn't be that difficult. Guo Tailai had seen so many amazing things in his visions of the future. Delving deeper would be a breeze. After all, it was just an undergraduate thesis. Going overboard wouldn't be appropriate, would it? This dream came so suddenly that Guo Tailai was completely caught off guard. Still feeling a bit dazed, he made his way to the fitter's workshop at the university-affiliated factory, where he spotted old Liu. He eagerly invited old Liu into the workshop and sought his advice. Deep down, would you be willing to pursue a master's and a PhD, and then stay on to work in the department? Old Master Liu, a man of great experience, remained unflappable as he countered Guo Tailai's question, calmly squeezing his exercise ball. Of course I would, Guo Tailai replied without hesitation. Ever since he was a child, Guo Tailai had been his parents' pride and joy, and that pride reached its peak when he was admitted to Shuimi University. Guo Tailai clearly remembered how, from childhood onward, his parents had given him the very best they could afford, and he had always strived to keep them proud until he suffered an Achilles tendon rupture during his sophomore year. He had originally thought he'd just muddle through until graduation and then enter the workforce, but suddenly during the mini-semester of his senior year, fate had given him a massive turning point. Now admission to a doctoral program through direct recommendation was within his grasp, so why not let his parents' pride continue to soar even higher? After all, Guo Tailai certainly wasn't short on money these days. Then what are you still agonizing over? Old Master Liu asked with a smile. He too was delighted to see his star pupil, Fat Guo, secure such a high-level platform. In China, is there a higher starting point than being a doctoral student at Shuimi University? Nothing. Guo Tailai finally settled down. His mind was no longer floating in the clouds. Conducting research at the university could just as easily make the things he dreamed of come true, couldn't it? Zhao Yanyan already had her own company. Once he had enough capital in a little while, he could start his own company too without having to choose between academia and changing the world. If I were you, I'd go pay Professor Wang a visit, old Liu advised enthusiastically from the sidelines. Fat Guo was so overjoyed that he'd overlooked many details. As his mentor, old Liu felt it was his duty to guide his chubby disciple. No need to bring any gifts, just drop by his lab. He'll be more than happy to put you to work. The chubby young man was definitely the type to take advice to heart, so after old Liu's guidance, he immediately went to the Sims Center to visit Professor Wang with sincere intentions, without bringing anything with him. Professor Wang, of course, was already aware that Japan had begun negotiations regarding the export of 5-micron high-precision CNC machines, so he was very pleased to see Guo Tailai. He had just received a call from Zhao Yanyan informing him that Guo Tailai had agreed to become his graduate student, and now Guo Tailai had come knocking on his door. Didn't old Liu submit an application saying he wanted to dismantle an old lathe with you, then rebuild the parts and reassemble it? Professor Wang didn't mince words with Guo Tailai. Since he'd be his student next year, and was already a student in his eyes, he had no qualms about giving him instructions. The department and the university have already approved it. Go ahead and do it. Learn old Liu's assembly skills as quickly as possible. In the future, you'll be the one assembling the machining centers in the lab. Professor Wang knew exactly what the Japanese were up to, and the higher-ups were equally well aware. However, their tactics of technological blockades combined with economic pressure had indeed succeeded on numerous occasions. The country was still poor, and sometimes it had no choice but to abandon certain projects, a decision that pained the higher-ups deeply. But the more this was the case, the more the higher-ups were determined to grit their teeth and firmly support certain domestic research efforts, even if only to break through the technological blockades imposed by Western countries. They had to ensure these projects continued. This time, they'd managed to obtain a 5-micron CNC machine through deception, but there were even higher precision models out there. They couldn't rely on deception forever, could they? In the research to come, Guo Tailai's technical expertise would be crucial. Like academician Hao, Professor Wang was delighted to have a team member with a solid theoretical foundation and exceptional practical skills. The more capable Guo Tailai proved to be, the happier they were. Guo Tailai beamed as he accepted the assignment and immediately headed to the long-distance payphone booth not far from his dormitory to call Guo Jianjun. Such good news, being accepted into graduate school without an entrance exam, had to be shared with his parents so they could celebrate properly. When Guo Jianjun received Guo Tailai's call, he was absolutely overjoyed. He was especially thrilled when Guo Tailai told him he wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Guo Tailai already had a new patent design that would soon bring in another sum of money, enough to ensure a worry-free life for Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumei. Combined with the severance pay from the government for their laid-off status, the couple would no longer have to endure the humiliation of staying at that lousy factory. Guo Tailai knew his parents would be overjoyed and proud, but what he didn't know was that after Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumei heard the news and discussed it together, they both showed up at the factory first thing the next morning and slammed their layoff applications right in the face of that cat factory director who had been skimming their wages and making their lives miserable. That same afternoon, news that Guo Tailai had been admitted to Shumu University's graduate program on a scholarship, had designed a high-tech patent, and had even made money spread throughout the entire factory grounds. As for Guo Tailai himself, after gaining weight in his sophomore year, he once again became the perfect kid next door that countless children in the neighborhood envied and resented. One should enjoy life to the fullest when things are going well, but one must not get too carried away. The consequence of his overconfidence was that Guo Tailai completely forgot what he had promised in the heat of the moment. It wasn't until the next day, while sorting things out, that he realized he had made such a huge mistake. He'd promised Professor Wang he'd rebuild machine tool components to learn assembly. He'd promised Zhao Yanyan he'd build a set of tools and custom-make an exoskeleton chair. He'd promised Zhao Yanyan he'd fabricate gyroscope components for her. He'd promised academician Hao he'd revise his thesis. And he still had to submit of raw materials. When all these tasks flooded his mind, Guo Tailai began to mutter in anguish. Good heavens, with so much work piled on all at once, wouldn't he be worked to death? Fortunately, compiling the materials list was quick. It took only half a day, but none of the remaining tasks could be finished in just a day or two, and they all had to be done simultaneously. The chubby young man realized with dismay that after a full day of work, he hadn't even managed to squeeze in half an hour of rest. After half a month of frantic, chaotic work with everything turned upside down, he'd managed to build a set of small tools, dismantle that old Rhine lathe, and rebuild several parts. Having lost 3 kilograms, the chubby guy finally received some good news. The micron-grade titanium powder that Zhao Yanyan had custom-ordered through special channels had finally arrived. It had already been delivered to the lab and was just waiting for Guo Tailai to come and use it. Upon receiving the news, Guo Tailai was so thrilled he nearly jumped for joy. Without a word, he headed straight for 9003.
To be honest, Guo Tailai had been getting a bit impatient waiting for the titanium powder. For so long, Guo Tailai had only had 10,000 nanobots, and aside from a few simple tasks, he couldn't do anything. While he had developed almost superhuman abilities in machining and binocular measurement, this still far from enough to satisfy Guo Tailai's ambitions. To put it simply, he couldn't even achieve the basic goal of restoring his own physical health. Currently, Guo Tailai could only perform basic functions like clearing minor blood clots, controlling his arm muscles, and slightly reducing blood lipids. Even the nanobot control system couldn't be upgraded due to insufficient numbers, preventing him from unlocking more features. Fatso. Just as he was about to turn into the lab, Guo Tailai suddenly heard a vaguely familiar voice in the lobby outside the lab entrance. He turned his head, and Fatso immediately burst out laughing. Standing in the lobby were several young men, all immaculately dressed and looking quite the part, each holding a bouquet of flowers. The one who spoke, Guo Tailai, had actually met him once before, was the young man who'd been with Manager Wan during the crankshaft project. He was likely Manager Wan's son. Guo Tailai would later find this out. At that moment, Manager Wan's son looked quite amusing. Dressed in a suit and tie, his hair neatly combed, no telling how much hair gel had been used, so slick and shiny that a fly would probably slip right off it. In his right hand, he was holding a bouquet of red roses, while his left hand held an exquisitely wrapped gift box tied with a beautiful bow. Guo Tailai had no idea what was inside. However, judging by his attire and demeanor, Guo Tailai could tell at a glance that this guy was yet another suitor of Yanyan's. Guo Tailai had seen plenty of suitors like this lately. They showed up every day. Everyone's desk in the lab had several vibrant red roses, and they were replaced with fresh ones daily. Sometimes, when so many people showed up at once that the lab couldn't accommodate them all, the flowers were even delivered to the offices of department heads and other labs. Wan, Guo Tailai began, but suddenly realized he only knew the man's surname Wan and didn't know his first name, so he couldn't continue. "My name is Wan Ming." To his surprise, the chubby guy actually remembered him. Wan Ming was instantly overjoyed and hurried to introduce himself. When Manager Wan had left last time, he'd told Wan Ming to spend more time with the chubby guy and build a good relationship with him. Wan Ming had long since forgotten that advice. He was just a student with decent technical skills. What was there to build a relationship with? Even if the chubby guy was really skilled, would he actually end up working as a frontline fitter after graduation? So Wan Ming hadn't sought out the chubby guy at all these past few days, let alone tried to build a relationship with him. This time, however, seeing the chubby guy made Wan Ming feel incredibly lucky. Who among the handsome guys chasing Zhao Yanyan didn't know that a chubby fifth-year student had recently joined her lab, one who always managed to strike up a conversation with her? It was just a shame that no one actually knew the chubby guy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a great opportunity to ask him to put in a good word? As for whether they'd be jealous that Zhao Yanyan took a liking to the chubby guy, that was out of the question. Just looking at his build, there was no way Zhao Yanyan would go for him. Rumor had it that the chubby guy was a master with a set of pliers, crafting precision parts for Zhao Yanyan, which was why he'd earned the campus beauty's special attention. On his previous visits, Wan Ming had never run into Guo Tailai, nor had he seen him come and go from the lab. He'd only known there was a fat guy there. Seeing Guo Tailai today, a thought suddenly struck him. Could this fat guy with excellent machining skills be the very same person? "My name is Guo Tailai." Guo Tailai introduced himself. He didn't mind when acquaintances called him fat guy, but he didn't like it when strangers did. "Long time no see." Wan Ming shifted the flowers to his left hand, shook hands with the chubby guy, exchanged a few polite pleasantries, and then immediately asked the question he'd been dying to ask. "Are you heading to the lab?" "Yeah." Guo Tailai nodded naturally in response, and as they shook hands, he asked in return, "Are you taking a gift to senior sister Zhao?" That's right. Wan Ming instantly perked up. Just as he'd expected, it was indeed this fat guy. Great, now he had an inside man. "Then why not take them inside?" Guo Tailai asked, puzzled. "If you don't take them inside, how will there be fresh flowers on everyone's desks?" "Hey, you know as well as I do, if I just hand these flowers over like this, they'll never make it to Miss Zhao." Wan Ming didn't hide his intentions and cut straight to the point. "Fatso or Guo Tailai, could you do me a favor and deliver the flowers and gift to Miss Zhao for me?" Guo Tailai was still hesitating when Wan Ming quickly offered an incentive. "If you help me out, I'll treat you to a meal, okay?" The fat guy was obviously a foodie. Rewarding him with a meal would definitely work. "Alright, since you're treating me." Guo Tailai hadn't planned on agreeing at first, but then he thought about how Wan Ming's dad, Manager Wan, seemed to be quite a big shot. Besides, it was just a small favor on the side and wouldn't be any trouble, so he went ahead and agreed. "But I can't guarantee my senior sister will accept your gifts." Guo Tailai made it clear up front, so he wouldn't end up looking bad after helping out. "If she doesn't want them, I'll take them back from you." No way. Wan Ming was a classic rich kid. If someone refused a gift he'd given, how could he possibly have the face to take it back? With his romantic rival right there, how would that make him look? A few whispered words would be enough to make him a complete laughingstock. "If Miss Zhao doesn't want it, just keep it yourself. Consider it a gift from me." Manager Wan had long since instructed him to build rapport with the fat guy. Since Zhao Yanyan wasn't accepting the gifts, giving them to the fat guy instead wouldn't be a waste. Through back-and-forth exchanges, they'd naturally get to know each other better, fulfilling his father's instructions in the process, and he'd have a legitimate reason to ask his father for money. "You said it." Guo Tailai, of course, didn't care. He was 99% certain Zhao Yanyan wouldn't want these things, which meant they'd be his, right? A free gift with no strings attached, he'd gladly accept it. Wan Ming beamed and nodded repeatedly. The few rivals standing nearby turned green with envy. This guy actually knew the chubby guy. That meant there was a very good chance the gifts would actually reach Zhao Yanyan. Wait here, I'm heading to my senior classmate's office right now. Guo Tailai paid no heed to the expressions of the others standing nearby. He took the bouquet and gift box from Wan Ming's hands, swiped his card to open the lab door, and walked straight inside. Standing outside, Wan Ming could clearly see through the glass that Guo Tailai knocked on the door of Zhao Yanyan's office, then pushed it open and walked right in. That's smooth. Wan Ming began to feel a mix of hope and anxiety. The few rivals standing nearby stared in disbelief. No one in the entire lair to bring gifts to Zhao Yanyan without permission, yet the fat guy had just walked right in so brazenly. Before long, the door to Zhao Yanyan's office swung open. The chubby guy stepped out first, followed by Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan's face was grim. She set the flowers down on a desk outside, then tossed the already opened box directly into the chubby guy's arms. She turned and went back into her office, slamming the door shut with a bang. It's over, no chance. Watching this scene through the glass, Wan Ming's heart sank. Zhao Yanyan was usually hard to get close to, and now that they'd finally found a chubby guy who could get through to him, even the gifts he'd sent in were being thrown right back out. Guo Tailai walked dejectedly to the doorway with the gift box in hand, opened the lab door and stepped out. Wan Ming, my senior classmate, said she didn't like your gift. As he spoke, Guo Tai handed the gift box over. Here, it's yours. Keep it safe. Hey, she said she didn't want it. It's yours now. Why are you giving it back? Though clearly dejected, Wan Ming still refused to take the gift box. With his romantic rival watching nearby, how could he possibly lose face like that? Then I'll keep it. Guo Tailai didn't stand on ceremony. He withdrew his hand and glanced at Wan Ming, whose expression was clearly awkward. Wan Ming, my senior said she didn't like your gift. I get it. Wan Ming didn't know what Guo Tailai was getting at. Did he really have to repeat himself? My senior classmate only said she doesn't like your gift. Guo Tailai pursed his lips and had to make himself even clearer. She didn't say she wouldn't accept it. Got it? The chubby guy's second hint perked Wan Ming up. She didn't say she wouldn't accept it, she just didn't like it. Combining that with the already opened gift box, a light bulb went off in Wan Ming's head. So that's how it was. It was that the gift he'd given didn't suit her taste, not she wouldn't accept it at all. So that's it. I get it. Wan Ming's change of expression was even more dramatic than that of a Sichuan opera actor. He immediately lit up with excitement. Fatso, thanks. Don't forget to treat me to a meal. He graciously accepted the thanks without hesitation, then strutted off with the gift box in hand, swiping his card to enter the lab. Wan Ming hurried away. The few suitors standing nearby who had brought flowers seemed to catch on as well. They exchanged glances and quickly scattered. Only when the area was clear of onlookers did Guo Tailai, clutching the gift box, enter Zhao Yanyan's office once more. In the entire lab, probably Academician Hao could walk into Zhao Yanyan's office without knocking, but Academician Hao would certainly never commit such a breach of etiquette. And among the rest, only Guo Tailai dared to knock once and barge right in, regardless of whether anyone answered. Fatso, what are you up to? Zhao Yanyan wasn't the least bit surprised by Guo Tailai's brazen barging in. She fixed her gaze on him, waiting for an explanation. A moment ago, Guo Tailai had walked in carrying flowers in a gift box. Without saying a word, he'd started unwrapping the gift over there. After removing the outer packaging still, without saying much, he poured himself a glass of water and drank it. Then he told Zhao Yanyan to put on an angry expression and send the flowers and gift box out. Zhao Yanyan looked completely baffled, but she did as she was told. Now, she was waiting for Guo Tailai to give her an explanation. It's just a gift from one of your admirers. I brought it in for him, Guo Tailai said nonchalantly, leaning back comfortably in the chair across from Zhao Yanyan. I don't accept gifts from any suitors, Zhao Yanyan reiterated earnestly, restating the rule she'd already mentioned many times in the lab. I didn't tell you to accept them. Guo Tailai looked completely innocent. Didn't you just throw them away? And then what? Zhao Yanyan didn't understand what the chubby guy was up to and pressed him for an answer. Once you throw it away, it's not yours anymore, you don't want it, right? Guo the fat guy said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I took it to give back to the person who gave it to you. In front of all your other rivals, he obviously couldn't take it back. That would be so embarrassing, right? So what? Zhao Yanyan was already clenching her teeth slightly. So now it's mine. Guo the fat guy reached out, took the gift box, and placed it on the table. He rubbed his hands together and said happily, someone gave me a gift, what a wonderful day. Life really is full of surprises. He hadn't opened it earlier, so he hadn't seen what the gift was. Now that it was just the two of them, Guo Fat could take his time admiring the gift Wan Ming had given to Zhao Yanyan. Oh, it belonged to Guo Fat now. Zhao Yanyan was almost amused by her anger. She'd refused the gift meant for her, then deliberately sent back in front of so many people. When the sender felt too embarrassed to accept it, Fat Guo just brazenly claimed it for himself. So what did you say to that guy out there? Zhao Yanyan had also noticed the change in the people outside and pressed him for an answer. I told them you didn't like the gift, Guo Tai lied honestly. On the surface, this seemed perfectly reasonable. With her exceptional intelligence, Zhao Yanyan didn't find anything wrong with what the chubby guy had said. After all, no matter who it was, as long as they were courting her and giving her gifts, she didn't like them. Then why did they leave? This was what Zhao Yanyan couldn't figure out. Did those guys just give up when they realized it was a lost cause? She'd turned them down so many times before, yet they never stopped sending her flowers. They pestered her day in and day out. Could the chubby guy's words really have been that effective? Oh, I just remind them that you don't like their gifts, you're not refusing to accept them, Guo Tailai replied, still telling the truth. In an instant, Zhao Yanyan realized what the fat guy was up to. Those guys thought she just didn't like the gifts, so they'd surely go out of their way to find out her preferences and pick out even more gifts to send her. As long as she refused them, the fat guy would shamelessly take them off her hands. The suitors would get nothing, she'd be saddled with a bad reputation for no reason, and only the fat guy would come out ahead. You fat bastard! Zhao Yanyan was on the verge of losing her temper, or rather, she was already furious. She roared at Guo Tailai, "Those are gifts meant for me." "That's right," Guo Tailai replied calmly. "But didn't you say you didn't want it? Then it's not yours anymore. I gave it back to them, but the owner didn't want it either and insisted on giving it to me. Since I don't have to worry about them chasing after me, and seeing as it wouldn't be easy for them to take it back, it'd be a real hassle, I reluctantly accepted it. I've never said I wouldn't accept their gifts because I didn't like them, I simply never accept any gifts at all." Zhao Yanyan was so furious she wished she could drag the fat guy to the Sanda training ground right then and there and beat him senseless. But that was obviously out of the question, so she could only roar at Guo Tailai instead. "Then go tell them yourself." Guo Tailai spread his hands wide, looking completely innocent. "You two can't communicate, is that my problem?" Zhao Yanyan had always been blunt with the guys who tried to hit on her. She'd rarely even given them a friendly look, let alone spoken to them. Asking her to explain things to those people? No way. "Am I misunderstanding something here?" Guo Tailai said to Zhao Yanyan with a sly grin. "How about this? I'll make it right. In a bit, I'll print out a few posters that say no gifts in big letters and stick them on the lab door. That should be hard to miss, right?" "You fatso!" Yanyan was so thoroughly infuriated by this shameless fat guy that she couldn't even muster the energy to get angry. She could only ask Guo Tailai speechlessly, "You're shameless." "That's a compliment." Guo Tailai showed no shame, retorting with conviction, "Children from poor families grow up fast." "Titanium powder." Zhao Yanyan laughed through gritted teeth. "We're out." "Senior sister, I was wrong." Guo Tailai immediately caved in. "Do a few big signs saying no gifts accepted really stop those guys from giving gifts?" Obviously not. They've known this stance for ages. When have they ever stopped sending flowers? The fat guy was clearly just making excuses, so an angry Zhao Yanyan immediately seized upon his weak spot by withholding the titanium powder. Although she didn't know why Guo Tailai absolutely needed micron-level titanium powder, the fat guy had never told the truth about it. This was definitely a way to keep him in check. Sure enough, the fat guy immediately caved. "You caused this mess, you fix it." Zhao Yanyan looked at the fat guy's obsequious demeanor, a stark contrast to the smug, triumphant expression he'd worn just moments ago. Once her anger had subsided, she almost laughed. It was easy to imagine what those guys would do after hearing the fat guy's words. In other words, no matter what, the fat guy would likely end up receiving a batch of unwants right under everyone's noses, a real bargain for him. Sometimes it really was hard to swallow. "It's simple to fix." Guo Tailai, sensing that Zhao Yanyan was softening, immediately offered his advice. "Simple?" Zhao Yanyan scoffed. "Why do you think they're being so persistent?" "Because you're beautiful," Guo Tailai replied without a moment's hesitation. "There are plenty of pretty people out there. Why aren't there dozens of them swarming around them nonstop for months on end?" Zhao Yanyan's expression softened slightly upon hearing Guo Tailai call her pretty, but she still asked with a cold smile. "That's because no one else has dual PhDs from Shuimu University," Guo Tailai quickly added, showering her with compliments. "Senior, you're so beautiful, have such a great figure, and are so cultured, refined, sophisticated, and high class, you're one in a million. Of course people are swarming around you." "Childish." The string of compliments made Zhao Yanyan's expression brighten a bit more, but she still dismissed the chubby guy with the word childish. "That's not entirely wrong, is it?" Guo Tailai rubbed his chin, speculating, "So there must be big benefits to winning you over, right? Your family background must be quite extraordinary, senior sister." It was obvious, but Guo Tailai waited until the very end to say it. "So what?" Zhao Yanyan asked. Guo Tailai had indeed guessed correctly. It wasn't hard to figure out, really, but she'd been avoiding facing the truth. Deep down, she knew it better than anyone else. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked that question or called Guo Tailai childish. "As long as you don't get married, they'll never give you a moment's peace." Although Guo Tailai didn't know exactly how families with such deep-rooted backgrounds handled their children's marriages, he'd read plenty of novels and watched many TV shows, so he had some idea. Besides, when the time comes, your parents and family will be there to advise you and take most of the pressure off your shoulders. So you really don't need to worry about any of this. They wouldn't dare treat you badly either. What the fat guy was implying was that his little scheme wouldn't actually affect Zhao Yanyan at all. She could even continue doing nothing, just like before. The fat guy would simply bring the gifts into her office, open them on the spot, and take them out again. It wouldn't interfere with her research in the slightest. It would just mean the fat guy would reap some benefits. Whether those guys would find out and retaliate against the fat guy wasn't an issue either. The fat guy had just figured it out. He'd always return the gifts, so those guys wouldn't suspect him of embezzlement. Plus, he'd be generous enough to mention Zhao Yanyan's name. He'd never let those people even get close enough to speak to her. "I'm not getting married," Zhao Yanyan said calmly, looking at Guo Tailai. "Huh?" the fat guy asked, puzzled. "No reason," Zhao Yanyan said matter-of-factly. "I'm against marriage. Many of my classmates abroad feel the same way. What's the point of doing what normal people do, getting married and having kids? It's a waste of time. I'd rather spend that time running a few more program tests in the lab or working on a few more designs." Guo Tailai looked at Zhao Yanyan's radiant face and suddenly felt a mix of regret and tenderness, a feeling he couldn't quite put into words. "It's solved." Guo Tailai sighed inwardly, spread his hands, and said to Zhao Yanyan, "See how simple it is?" "Solved my ass." Zhao Yanyan exploded in anger, a curse slipping out before she could stop herself. "I just don't want them harassing me. I don't want them anywhere near me." "That's easy enough," Guo Tailai laughed carefree, quickly offering a solution before Zhao Yanyan could fly into a rage. "After I've collected gifts for a few days, I'll post a notice saying I'm no longer accepting gifts, but I welcome outstanding men skilled in mathematics, materials science, quantum mechanics, and Sanda to come and chat. All you have to do is tough it out for a few days and beat up everyone who dares to show up. They'll soon back off quietly." "Hold on, let me break it down for you." Seeing that Zhao Yanyan was about to explode, Guo Tailai hurried to calm her down. "Trust me, anyone who can beat you definitely isn't as smart as you. Anyone who can discuss quantum mechanics with you definitely can't beat you. Aren't you still short on sparring partners? It's perfect, they're practically handing themselves to you. Just beat the crap out of the ones you can't stand to blow off some steam first. If you beat the first few pretty badly, how many of the rest will still dare to hassle you? But what if there really are one or two freaks who can beat me and are also good at it?" Zhao Yanyan began to seriously consider Guo Tailai's crazy idea. It actually seemed quite feasible. "Come on, anyone who hits a woman has no character. Get lost," Guo Tailai said bluntly. "If he dares to lay a hand on her, he can forget about living a normal life from now on." Zhao Yanyan was seriously starting to think about how to carry out this plan. "You're right. Why didn't I think of that sooner?" The fat guy let out a quiet sigh of relief. He'd managed to muddle through this one. Zhao Yanyan was weighing the feasibility of the plan, completely oblivious to the fact that the fat guy had suggested waiting until he collected a few days' worth of gifts before acting. Even the fat guy himself couldn't figure out why he'd suddenly come up with such a ridiculous idea the moment he saw Wan Ming. Maybe it was that conflicting mix of secret crush and self-awareness, knowing he dared not hope for more, that made him feel annoyed seeing all those guys chasing after Zhao Yanyan, so he decided to set them up. Oh, right, titanium powder. Guo Tailai remembered the main reason he'd come here today. Seeing that Zhao Yanyan's mood had improved somewhat, he hurriedly brought it up. "Senior sister, didn't you say you'd bought the titanium powder? Can I take a look?" "Titanium powder?" Zhao Yanyan raised an eyebrow as she looked at Fat Guo, a sudden twinkle of mischief appearing in her bright eyes. I think you have a little bit of that, about 20 grams, I believe, but I've suddenly forgotten where I put it. Maybe if someone does something to make me happy, I'll remember." "Just tell me what you need, senior sister." Guo Tailai, being in a subordinate position, naturally had to bow his head. He smiled ingratiatingly at Zhao Yanyan. There was this fatso who asked me to make him some instant noodles one night." Zhao Yanyan looked up at the ceiling, stifling a laugh as she said, "I suddenly got a craving for instant noodles at lunchtime. Who's going to make them for me and bring them over?" "Me." A certain fatso hurriedly raised his hand. "I'm the best at making instant noodles. Leave it to me." Watching Zhao Yanyan so unhurried yet incredibly elegant blow on her instant noodles bit by bit with her cherry red lips, then ladle up a small portion with her chopsticks like a true lady, silently pop it into her mouth, chew it carefully and swallow, Guo Tailai was practically going crazy. If you don't slurp your instant noodles, can you even call it eating instant noodles? We've already sunk to the point of eating instant noodles, what's the point being so elegant? Especially now that Guo Tailai was so eager to get his hands on the titanium powder to study it, the slower Zhao Yanyan ate, the more impatient he became. What made the fat guy even more desperate was that the more impatient he appeared, the more elegantly Zhao Yanyan ate, as if she were deliberately trying to watch him fret. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have been so quick to speak out of turn back then. Guo Tailai had finally learned his lesson. From now on, when dealing with Zhao Yanyan, he would only say what she wanted to hear and never make the same mistake again. When Zhao Yanyan finally finished her noodles, Guo Tailai let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Zhao Yanyan had opened the drawer, taken out her own spoon, and was now ladling soup into her bowl, spoonful by spoonful, like a proper lady. Arg! Guo Tailai almost wanted to clutch his head in despair, but he didn't dare rush her. He could only continue to wait patiently, a forced smile still plastered on his face. Although the taste isn't great, since a certain someone prepared it so earnestly, I'll give it a pass. After enjoying Guo Tailai's conflicted expression for a moment, Zhao Yanyan felt satisfied and gave him a passing grade. Senior sister, even when you're eating instant noodles, you make it feel like a dinner at Buckingham Palace, graceful, elegant, and beautiful. Guo Tailai immediately began fawning over her. Here's the titanium powder you asked for. Jianyan was in high spirits. After teasing the chubby guy for a while, she'd vented all the frustration she'd built up that night. Plus, since his lousy idea would help her get rid of most of the persistent suitors in the future, she decided not to torment Guo Tailai any further. Instead, she pulled a small, sealed test tube from her desk drawer and placed it on the table. Guo Tailai's eyes lit up immediately and he reached out to take it. Just as his chubby hand touched the test tube, it was pressed down bound by a small hand. The soft, smooth sensation left the chubby guy frozen in place, staring blankly at Zhao Yan, unsure what she meant or what kind of trick she was up to next. What exactly do you need the titanium powder for? Zhao Yanyan's gaze was pure. This time, she genuinely just wanted to know why the fat man needed the titanium powder. Didn't I already say? To increase my martial arts prowess, Guo Tailai replied without batting an eye or missing a beat. That's the martial art the white-bearded old man taught you, right? A hint of anger flickered in Zhao Yanyan's eyes. Clearly, Zhao Yanyan wasn't going to believe such a preposterous excuse, but Guo Tailai couldn't tell her the truth. Even if he did, would Zhao Yanyan believe him? And even if, by some miracle, she did believe him, confessing to such a research fanatic made Guo Tailai she'd dissect him to find the nanobots. Guo Tailai could only remain speechless, unable to respond. Fortunately, Zhao Yanyan held out for a moment. Seeing the plump man's pitiful expression, she raised her hand and let him off the hook, allowing Guo Tailai to take the small test tube. Once he had the test tube in hand, Guo Tailai didn't rush to open the seal. Instead, he examined it under the light first. It was a silvery gray, extremely fine powder. To others, it looked like a small pinch of powder of the finest texture, but to Guo Tailai, it appeared as individual irregular particles. The diameter of each particle did not exceed 1 micrometer. It was indeed micrometer scale titanium powder, perhaps even finer than that. Senior sister, how much does this cost? Guo Tailai asked Zhao Yanyan. He had already made it clear when he set his conditions last time that he would buy the titanium powder and pay for it. The lab bought a batch of titanium alloy for experiments. Zhao Yanyan replied, slightly displeased at Guo Tailai's lack of response. There's only 20 grams of this titanium powder. It's not expensive, consider it payment for your work on my exoskeleton chair. Thanks, senior sister. With that, Zhao Yanyan was effectively waiving the fee, which naturally made Guo Tailai very happy. As he opened the sealed lid, Guo Tailai suddenly found himself at a loss. Although nanobots could be replicated, how exactly was he supposed to use this titanium powder? The fat guy reached in first, dipped his finger in a tiny bit of titanium powder, pulled it out, and held it up to examine it. Replicate. The chubby guy had already issued the command in his mind. Please provide micrometer-grade pure titanium powder. Apart from this feedback message, there was not the slightest movement. Neither the control system nor the nanobots showed any unusual behavior. Couldn't the control system direct the nanobots to his finger to absorb the titanium powder through the cells? Insufficient data cannot be executed. Another prompt left Guo Tailai completely speechless. It seemed there was only one way to get the titanium powder into his body. Guo Tailai let out a wry smile. He glanced at the titanium powder again, then suddenly asked Zhao Yanyan, senior sister, pure titanium powder shouldn't be toxic, right? Yes, Zhao Yanyan replied, patient. It won't be corroded by stomach acid, will it? Guo Tailai asked again. It's highly corrosion resistant. There's no way it'll corrode inside your body. Zhao Yanyan replied, then asked, somewhat puzzled, why are you asking that? Are you planning to eat it? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I wanted to taste it? Guo Tailai replied immediately, with complete confidence. Then, under Zhao Yanyan's incredulous gaze, he stuck his finger in his mouth and licked it visibly with his tongue. Are you crazy? Zhao Yanyan couldn't believe her eyes. Was this fatso actually going to taste it? When Zhao Yanyan had asked Guo Tailai what it was for, his first answer had been that he wanted to taste it. Only his second answer mentioned deepening his martial arts prowess. Could it be that the fat guy was telling the truth, that he really did want to taste it? Absorb the titanium powder via the tongue, replicate. Guo Tailai paid no heed to Zhao Yanyan's utterly astonished expression and issued specific commands to the control system in his mind. Type I nanobots in the tongue have detected titanium powder, absorbing and replicating. All Type I nanobots move into position, preparing to absorb and replicate. A feedback message nearly brought tears to Guo Tailai's eyes, so it really had to be eaten to enter the body after all. After working so hard for so long, he'd finally reached the day when he could increase the number of nanobots. He couldn't wait to see what new features the control system upgrade would bring once he'd replicated enough of them. As these thoughts of satisfaction swirled through his mind, a blissful expression as if he were savoring a delicious delicacy spread across the fat man's face, and he even let out a satisfied murmur. Seeing the fat guy's ecstatic expression left Zhao Yanyan thoroughly puzzled. No way, was the fat guy really that kind of pervert, eating titanium powder? Could it really be that delicious? Guo Tailai could feel that all 10,000 nanobots had gathered on his tongue. Then, several of them merged together, burrowing out from his taste bud cells and, aided by the body's natural absorption capabilities, drew the titanium powder into his body's cellular tissues. A single dip of his finger would yield at most 1/100th of a gram, but for the nanobot's current replication capabilities, that was more than enough. A single nanobot measures just 0.15 micrometers in length, width, and height. Based on volumetric density, a pure titanium nanobot is more than 1.5, 10, 11 micrograms. Even a million of them would total only 1,015 micrograms. Note, that's micrograms 1/100th of a gram, enough to replicate 1 million times 1 million nanobot. The human body is truly remarkable. Micrometer-scale titanium powder is already smaller than cells. Once on the tongue, all of it is quickly absorbed by surface cells and interstitial fluid, then carried via the bloodstream to every part of the body. Titanium powder is non-toxic and causes no irritation to the body. Such a tiny amount entering the body has absolutely no effect on Guo Tailai's health. From the outside, there is absolutely no visible difference between before and after. However, inside Guo Tailai's body, 10,000 nanobots rapidly gathered around the nearest titanium particles and began replicating. How long will the replication take? Guo Tailai asked the control system. Replication of a single unit takes 1 hour, the control system replied clearly. As long as there's time, that's fine. Guo Tailai certainly had an hour to spare, so he'd just wait patiently. Only then did Guo Tailai finally let his guard down completely. He let out another satisfied murmur and returned to his normal state. Zhao Yanyan had been watching Guo Tailai the whole time, watching him lick the titanium powder off his finger. Seeing him seem to savor it as if it were a delicacy, noticing him suddenly freeze in place with his whole body tense, and finally hearing him murmur contentedly before relaxing completely. She couldn't understand why at all. Thank you, senior sister, Guo Tailai thanked Zhao Yanyan sincerely. If she hadn't mobilized the resources of the lab and her own personal connections, this micron-sized titanium powder wouldn't have been so easy to obtain. Didn't you say that with this titanium powder, you could deepen your cultivation? Zhao Yanyan's beautiful eyebrows shot up menacingly. Prove it to me. If you can't, then you'll just have to serve as a punching bag for me to beat up even worse in front of those guys. Time, Guo Tailai hurriedly explained. It takes time to deepen one's cultivation, doesn't it? Then I'll give you 3 days. Zhao Yanyan suddenly remembered that Fat Guo was planning to collect gifts for a few more days. She let out a cold laugh and cracked her knuckles. By then, post the notice you mentioned for me too. Guo Tailai was already dying to see the results of the replication. His mind was completely consumed by that thought. Without paying any attention to what Yanyan had said, he nodded repeatedly, then made up an excuse and bolted out of there. Cloning complete. 20,000 Type I nanobots are now under control. An hour later, Guo Tailai finally received this message, and the ecstasy he felt was beyond description. However, with only 20,000 nanobots, he was still far from the current control system's upper limit of 1 million. He decided to continue cloning. For the entire morning, Guo Tailai sat motionless at that public computer station, eyes closed as if asleep. Zhao Yanyan was thoroughly puzzled. She had come out to check on him twice, but the more she looked at Guo Tailai, the less she understood what he was doing. Eventually, unable to stand it any longer, she walked over, tapped on his desk, and scolded him with a frown. If you want to sleep, go back to your dorm, don't disturb others here. Guo Tailai wasn't actually asleep. He was well aware of everything going on around him. When he opened his eyes and saw Zhao Yanyan's angry face, he said nothing but obediently picked up his bag and left. Fortunately, his normal movements didn't interfere with the nanobot's self-replication, so there was no need to upset Zhao Yanyan here. He'd have to deal with her later anyway. Old Lu's workstation in the school-run factory's machinist shop was empty, so he decided to head there first. In the space of an hour, the number of nanobots had doubled 20,000 to 40,000, then quadrupled to 80,000, 160, 20,000, and finally 640,000. By the final cycle, only 360,000 were still participating in the replication process, leaving the remaining 280,000 nanobots. At this point, Guo Tailai still hadn't done a thing. He was simply waiting patiently for time to pass, curious to see what would happen once the 1 million nanobots were complete and the control system reached its upper limit. Guo Tailai clearly remembered that the control system had indicated reaching the control limit was a prerequisite for an upgrade, and he was eagerly anticipating the changes that would come with it. With 10,000 nanobots, controlling the muscles in Guo Tailai's arm allowed him to achieve a machining precision of 5 micrometers, so what level could 1 million nanobots reach? Replication complete. Number of controllable Type I nanobots, 1,000,000. Type I nanobots have reached the maximum controllable limit. Control system upgrade conditions met. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade. Guo Tailai issued the upgrade command without hesitation. This time, Guo Tailai fell directly into a deep sleep. Fortunately, he was sitting right there in his workshop, otherwise he would have taken quite a tumble. Guo Tailai had a dream, as if he were witnessing the origin of the nanobots. Perhaps in a different universe, where technology had advanced to an extremely high level, researchers from an unknown era had built a time machine capable of sending probes back to a past universe. However, due to technological limitations, only objects of extremely small volume could be sent back and no more than 10,000 at a time. This type of nanobot was thus created. These minuscule nanobots were sent back to a past universe via a time machine to collect historical data and transmit it back to the future. After completing their mission, these nanobots would enter hibernation. This data collection process has been carried out multiple times. For ease of management, each batch of 10,000 nanobots stores the location coordinates for the next collection mission. For each mission, the targets selected were famous historical and natural landmarks in human history. Clearly, the Forbidden City is one of the most famous historical landmarks. While Guo Tailai was touring the Forbidden City, he happened to encounter a burst of gravitational waves. Certain information fluctuations contained within these waves happened to activate the dormant nanobots and the control system for this mission. As a result, Guo Tailai found himself, by a stroke of luck and for reasons he couldn't fathom, in possession of a control system and 10,000 nanobots. At the end of the dream, Guo Tailai witnessed a spectacular scene. A meteorite streaked across the sky, trailing a long trail of fire, and crashed violently into the ground, blasting a massive crater. Suddenly, his field of vision narrowed sharply. On the meteorite, which was nearly burned out, 10,000 nanobots familiar to Guo Tailai were attached to its surface, lying quietly in hibernation. Guo Tailai woke up instantly. A set of latitude and longitude coordinates appeared in his mind, and at the same time a notification popped up. System upgrade complete. Current version, V11039.
What are the coordinates? Guo Tailai asked again. The condition for upgrading the control system is to obtain the data, carried by the dormant nanobots at the specified coordinates. The control system explained in detail. It can still be upgraded. Guo Tailai's heart leapt with joy. As long as the upgrade conditions were met, he didn't mind putting in a little extra effort. What changes would the system upgrade bring? Guo Tailai couldn't tell. What new features does the upgrade offer? Guo Tailai asked in his mind. Please figure it out for yourself. The control system replied, leaving Guo Tailai rather speechless. This wasn't the first time when he first acquired the control system. He hadn't known what it could do either and had to figure it out on his own. Setting other matters aside for now, Guo Tailai was determined to test its machining capabilities. After all, this was the very foundation of his eligibility for graduate school admission, and his ability to earn over 100,000 yuan. He had to verify it first. He was right there in old Liu's workshop, surrounded by tools. He grabbed a random piece of scrap steel, clamped it onto the workbench, and began with the most basic filing, testing each process one by one. Stability, unprecedented stability. From the moment he picked up the file, Guo Tailai sensed a difference from before. The 100-fold increase in nanobots didn't just give Guo Tailai enhanced control over his arm muscles, it granted him comprehensive control over every muscle in his entire body. During the machining process, the stability provided by the full engagement of his entire musculature was entirely different from the previous coordination of just his arms and a small portion of his shoulder, back, and leg muscles. If his previous machining stability was rated at 10, it now easily reached 100. Take the file alone. After Guo Tailai switched to the finest grit file, a single stroke might appear to onlookers as nothing more than a light, effortless scrape. Yet to Guo Tailai's eyes, he could clearly see that 0.5 micrometers had been precisely shaved off the workpiece's surface. Yes, the precision of his filing had reached a level where Guo Tailai could achieve an accuracy of 0.5 micrometers, a standard that surpasses the capabilities of the vast majority of high-precision CNC machining centers. Of the few remaining high-precision machining centers, most could only achieve this level at best. Perhaps only a handful of the very best machines might be slightly superior to Guo Tailai's manual work, but the difference would be extremely limited. Next, he tested the other tools one by one. With the exception of the saw, which, due to the nature of its operation, is unlikely to achieve very high precision, all the others showed a significant improvement, without exception. Overall, it is entirely accurate to say that Guo Tailai's manual machining can achieve a precision of 0.5 micrometers. Another discovery delighted Guo Tailai even more. The nanobots were able to consume the large amounts of lactic acid produced during work and movement. The last time he machined the crankshaft and blades, due to time constraints, lactic acid had accumulated in large amounts after each session. Guo Tailai's arms were so sore he could barely stand it, and afterward he had to rest extensively and receive massages to relieve the pain. When the same symptoms appeared this time, Guo Tailai, as if by some mysterious impulse, issued a command to clear the lactic acid, and the nanobots immediately began executing it. Nanobots can burn fat for energy, and lactic acid, a byproduct of incomplete metabolism, is no exception. The only drawback was that there were too few of them, only 1 million, to promptly eliminate the massive amount of lactic acid produced by muscle activity. They could only partially alleviate the soreness but not completely resolve it. Perhaps this will be achievable once their numbers increase again in the future. By then, Guo Tailai might well be a person who never knows fatigue. The consequence of a 100-fold increase in their numbers is that, under normal conditions, the rate of fat consumption increases 100-fold, which means weight loss accelerates 100-fold. If it originally took over 60,000 years, it would now take only a little over 600 years. Of course, that's not the only way to look at it. Guo Tailai could easily use nanobots to control his muscle movements and spontaneously burn off the fat stored in his body. He's only consciously controlling the pace because he doesn't want to lose weight all at once. Weight loss is no longer an issue for Guo Tailai at all. Storing the titanium powder in that small, sealed test tube wasn't safe. It could shatter accidentally at any moment. While in old Liu's workshop, Guo Tailai effortlessly crafted a hollow steel pendant, poured the remaining titanium powder inside, and screwed the top shut. He then took the time to forge a stainless steel chain and hung the pendant around his neck. This way, it was completely secure. In fact, the titanium powder stored inside his body was already enough to replicate hundreds of millions or even billions of nanobots, but who knew how things might change in the future? It was safer to carry it on his person so he could use it at any time. After finishing the necklace, Guo Tailai strolled back to his dorm with a heart full of joy. After celebrating with his roommates by playing cards and having a meal, he lay down on his bed, feeling content as he envisioned his bright future and drifted off to sleep. You should already know the principles behind assembly stress without me having to explain them. The next day, Guo Tailai continued learning assembly techniques from Old Master Liu. As Old Master Liu explained the process step by step, Guo Tailai had already mastered the tightening of screws. Let's start with the torque required to tighten the screws. The topics covered earlier, such as precise alignment, posed no difficulty for Guo Tailai. His ability to visually gauge precision allowed him to work with even greater accuracy than old Liu had at his peak. Even the most demanding assemblies, such as those requiring a perfect, seamless fit between cylinders and pistons that must be perfectly vertical or parallel, Guo Tailai could handle in a single attempt, without the need for repeated adjustments. Today's lesson covered the fastening of precision instruments, which involves the tightness of screws and the use of torque tools. When assembly specifications are provided, one naturally adjusts the torque according to those requirements. When they aren't, one must rely on experience to judge whether the fastener is too tight or too loose. Measuring torque naturally requires a torque wrench, and the one in the machinist's workshop is already accurate to within 1 Newton-meter. Guo Tailai handled the torque wrench with patience, operating it, taking measurements, and getting a feel for it. Should I record the torque measurement results? After performing these measurements by feel no fewer than 1,000 times, a prompt from the control system suddenly appeared in Guo Tailai's mind. Just as expected. Without hesitation, Guo Tailai chose to record the measurement results. He surmised that measuring torque by sensing force with his hands was one of the new features introduced after the control system upgrade. For an entire day, Guo Tailai spent his time in the machinist shop measuring and replicating the process, rapidly mastering torque control with 1 Newton-meter precision. Of course, this required precise control of the strength in his hands and extremely accurate measurement of the lever arm length. In this process, a standard set of weights in the workshop allowed Guo Tailai to consistently sense mass measurements with 1 gram precision using both one hand and both hands. Senior, does the lab have any high-precision torque meters? How precise are the weights there? A torque accuracy of 1 Newton-meter and a mass accuracy of 1 gram were no longer enough for Guo Tailai, so the very next day, he headed straight to the lab to ask Zhao Yanyan. Of course, the lab had high-precision analytical balances as well as high-precision torque meters. After a day of calibration by Guo Tailai, he could easily and accurately detect weight changes of 1 milligram with both hands and a single hand, while also calibrating the torque measurement accuracy to eurosens and 1 Newton-meters. Next, Old Master Liu explained to Guo Tailai how to determine the center of gravity and dynamic balance of a workpiece. Whether assembling a gyroscope or operating a high-precision machine tool, these two aspects are extremely important and also the most difficult to master. However, Old Master Liu still underestimated just how extraordinary Guo Tailai was. When this young man could distinguish a 1 milligram difference in weight with both hands combined with his unparalleled computational ability, could almost instantly determine the center of gravity of any regular-shaped workpiece that came into his hands. The essence of dynamic balancing lies in two things: high machining precision and symmetry, and the even distribution of weight in all directions. The center of gravity must align perfectly with the axis's center of gravity to prevent vibration. In this regard, after just a few pointers from old Master Liu, Guo Tailai took the practice workpiece and solved the problem with ease, leaving old Master Liu both speechless and utterly satisfied. With a disciple like this, what more could one ask for? Although Master Liu had never explicitly offered to take Guo Tailai as his disciple, nor had Guo Tailai ever asked to be Master Liu's student, in both their hearts this relationship had already been firmly established. Even though Guo Tailai sometimes spoke without due respect, he truly regarded Master Liu as his mentor. Try making a set of work pieces yourself to achieve dynamic balance. Old Master Liu assigned Guo Tailai a task, or rather a test. Once you've made something that earns my approval, you won't need to come here to learn anymore. This was old Master Liu's final exam, and Guo Tailai took it extremely seriously. What kind of project would meet old Master Liu's assessment criteria? The very first thing that came to Guo Tailai's mind was Zhao Yanyan's gyroscope. However, it was clear that the highly classified design of a gyroscope could not be shown to old Liu, nor could it be built in the machinist shop. Immediately, Guo Tailai was reminded of a fun gadget inspired by the gyroscope, the finger spinner. In one of his visions of the future, Guo Tailai had seen a scene in which a Japanese-made finger spinner spun wildly for over 24 minutes before finally coming to a stop. That finger spinner set a Guinness World Record, spinning continuously for 24 minutes and 46.34 seconds. The Japanese company Mitsumi supplied the gyroscope's bearings, rim, and precision nuts, while Mitsubishi Seiki was responsible for the design, assembly, and testing. Founded in 1951, Mitsumi is a manufacturer of miniature ball bearings and holds the world's largest market share in the field of miniature ultra-precision ball bearings. This Guinness-certified precision toy is worth $450, and its true value lies in the long-term accumulation of precision manufacturing technology. It must be said that Japan possesses a formidable technological advantage in the field of high-precision bearings. However, Guo Tailai now wants to take on the challenge himself. Guo Tailai already had the design concept in mind. The only two obstacles standing in the way of its realization were materials and machining. As for materials, Guo Tailai didn't have a good solution at the moment, so he had no choice but to turn to Zhao Yanyan for help. Master Liu's initiation test. After hearing Guo Tailai's purpose, Zhao Yanyan's interest was piqued. You need homogeneous, wear-resistant, high-hardness steel, and a clean, dust-free room for the final machining of the finished product. Guo Tailai nodded. What are you planning to do? Zhao Yanyan asked with great interest. Tell me about it. I'd rather not say just yet. You'll find out once I've made it, Guo Tailai teased. In any case, it's related to your gyroscope project, and I promise you won't be disappointed. Great. As soon as Zhao Yanyan heard that it was related to her gyroscope, she nodded immediately without hesitation. I can handle the clean room. As for the homogeneous, wear-resistant, high-hardness steel, you'd best go see Professor Wang. He runs a machining center there, and the materials he uses are top-grade. No need for me to go through the hassle of finding someone else. Guo Tailai paused for a moment, then smacked his forehead. He still had his advisor from his master's program. Who else should he turn to for something like this? Besides, once it was made, it would benefit Professor Wang's lab as well, wouldn't it? Professor Wang was even more accommodating. Upon hearing Guo Tailai's request, he didn't hesitate to set aside 2 kilograms of special bearing steel for him. This material was used for high-precision machining center bearings and perfectly met Guo Tailai's needs. Guo Tailai first rough machined several parts at the university-affiliated factory, then packed them up along with the tools from old Liu's workshop and brought them to the dust-free workshop that Zhao Yanyan had set up specifically in the lab. Everyone could tell that the fat guy was taking this seriously. In the past, whether he was making crankshafts or hydro-turbine blades, he'd work wearing nothing more than a pair of ordinary work gloves at most. But this time, Guo Tailai was unusually wearing rubber gloves, a specially tailored cleanroom suit, and a mask while working. He even insisted on a completely dust-free environment. Was he afraid that dust would affect the precision? The fat guy stayed in the cleanroom for 3 whole days. No one from outside was allowed in. They could only watch through the window by the door as he worked up a sweat at the workbench. Keep in mind that even with complex hydro-turbine blades, the fat guy would usually finish them in a single night within 12 hours, but this time, the work took him 3 straight days. Even more astonishing was that the fat guy took a 10-minute break every half hour. In particular, after each operation, he would use an air blower to remove every single speck of machining residue. He was utterly meticulous. Uncharacteristically, Zhao Yanyan didn't the fat guy the cold shoulder. Instead, she took it upon herself to handle his daily needs. Every day at mealtime, she would order carefully balanced meals for him from restaurants off campus. and even provided late-night snacks. Her thoughtfulness was almost unbelievable. Instead of working around the clock, Guo Tailai made sure to get plenty of rest. As soon as night fell, he would go to the lounge next to the clean room to sleep. With the help of nanobots, the fat guy was able to enter deep sleep every night and get a thorough rest. The fat guy would carefully lock any unfinished work pieces in boxes lined with fine fleece, handling them with the utmost care even when moving them. Although Zhao Yanyan and the others were curious, seeing how cautious the fat guy was, they all exercised patience and refrained from secretly opening the boxes. The machining took a day and a half, but the subsequent assembly took the fat guy another day and a half. Wherever possible, he assembled the parts by hand. Where his hands couldn't reach, he used silicone tweezers instead of metal ones to ensure that friction wouldn't cause even the slightest imbalance. Senior sister, it would be great if you could invite the Guinness World Records adjudicators to demonstration someday. The next evening before going to bed, Guo Tailai made a casual remark to Zhao Yanyan. After all, that's exactly how the Japanese would handle it in the future. I'll make the arrangements. Guo Tailai hadn't expected Zhao Yanyan to agree so readily. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise you'll have in store for me. The need to arrange for Guinness World Records officials to be present even caught the attention of Academician Ho. It wasn't just Academician Hao who was alerted. Department heads and university administrators all heard about the matter. As a result, on the day of Guo Tailai's demonstration, the number of attendees swelled just 3 old Liu, Zhanian, and Professor Wang to over a dozen. 3 department heads, 4 lab directors, and 2 vice presidents all came to watch the spectacle. Fortunately, this was only an internal demonstration. It wasn't yet time to publicly invite Guinness World Records adjudicators, but this lineup was intimidating enough on its own. An ordinary student, if faced with so many important figures watching, would likely be too nervous to even speak. The fat guy had changed a lot recently, especially after the number of robots had skyrocketed 100-fold. His confidence had soared beyond measure. With such faith in his own craftsmanship, he'd be able to present his work with full confidence not only to department and university leaders, but even to officials of much higher rank. Zhao Yanyan felt this most keenly. Before obtaining the titanium powder, the fat guy had been completely submissive. Whatever Zhao Yanyan said went. But now he was bossing her around with complete confidence, showing no trace of trying to curry favor. This was a change that came from deep within, not just a shift in behavior or attitude, and Zhao Yanyan could sense it. Guo Tailai's transformation truly surprised Zhao Yanyan. She was curious about what exactly he had done with titanium powder. How could he have changed so much? Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to catch the fat guy these past few days, so there were many questions she couldn't ask him. Today was ostensibly the fat guy's graduation assessment. Old Liu, feeling a bit presumptuous, took the seat in the middle. The others were there as observers and didn't make a fuss about it. Everyone just wanted to see what record-breaking feat the fat guy had pulled off that required a Guinness World Records adjudicator. "What did you make? Can you show it to us now?" Old Liu asked with a smile. He'd been holding back for several days and was even more eager than the others. "Just a little something, a little toy, really," Guo Tailai replied, having prepared in advance. He first pulled out a few ordinary 3-pronged finger spinners and handed them out to a few people. He hadn't expected such a large crowd, so the few he'd made in advance weren't enough for everyone. He could only give 2 to each pair, just to let them know what it was. "This thing is called a finger spinner. You usually spin it on your finger to calm your nerves when you're under a lot of pressure," Guo Tailai explained briefly, spinning one in his hand as he spoke so everyone could see clearly. "It's just a stress relief toy." As soon as old Liu picked one up, he sensed it was no ordinary toy. This little thing looked simple, but with his keen sense of touch, he couldn't detect even the slightest imbalance in it. With a gentle flick, the finger spinner began spinning on his finger. Once it was spinning, old Liu's impression became even clearer. Although small, the dynamic balance was exquisitely crafted. There was not the slightest hint of wobble. The axle was also very well made. With just a gentle flick, it spun on his finger for over a minute before finally coming to a stop. Just the duration of the spin, and the incredibly smooth, nearly silent rotation were enough to make old Liu nod his approval inwardly. If Fatty hadn't made such a big fuss about it, this finger spinner would have been more than good enough to pass muster. Old Liu wasn't the only one who recognized its quality. As everyone watched the little gyroscope spinning merrily in their hands, they couldn't hide their surprise. They'd all done their homework. Before coming, they knew that Fatso had handled everything himself, from design to production, assembly and final testing. Although the design principles behind it were straightforward from a manufacturing perspective, it was truly eye-opening. Crafted entirely of metal with a mirror-like finish, it showed not the slightest hint of wobble and produced no sound of rotational friction, truly the pinnacle of handcrafted artistry. Moreover, with just a gentle spin, it kept spinning for over a minute before coming to a stop, more than enough to outclass 99% of products made by state-owned enterprises. Zhao Yanyan twirled it over and over again. This little gadget was fascinating when she was feeling restless or pondering a problem. Holding it in her hand and giving it a gentle spin truly helped shift her focus and relieve stress. There doesn't seem to be anything like this on the market yet. If this product were to be brought to market, it might just spark a small industry. Thinking of this, Zhao Yanyan gained a whole new perspective on Guo Tailai. It seemed necessary to have the fat guy file for a patent immediately after this. Some of the profits could go to domestic companies instead of foreign ones. In Guo Tailai's vision of the future, finger spinners had only gradually become popular starting in 2016. They'd existed before that, but hadn't caught on so widely. For someone born in 1996, this little toy, which was 20 years ahead of its time, was truly a breath of fresh air. "Are you planning to apply for a Guinness World Record with this?" Zhao Yanyan asked, puzzled. "For what category? Longest spin time? Or something else?" The leaders were actually curious about this as well, but they were too embarrassed to ask, lest others think they were impatient. Zhao Yanyan was the most suitable person to ask. She was the youngest, a student, and held the lowest status, so no one would criticize her even if her question seemed out of line. "No," Guo Tailai said with a smile, shaking his head. "This is just to let everyone know what a finger spinner is. I made those samples on a whim to give to the leaders to play with." As he spoke, Guo Tailai revealed the answer, sweeping the other items on the table aside to expose a small wooden box. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to it. Guo Tailai didn't open the wooden box right away. Instead, he took out a pair of rubber gloves and put them on. With his chubby hands, the gloves were tight, and it wasn't easy to get them on in one go. Watching him clumsily pull the stretchy rubber gloves over his hands, Zhao Yanyan couldn't help but press one hand to her forehead. Seeing him act like this in front of the executives, she really didn't know how to describe the chubby guy. Shaking her head, Zhao Yanyan took 2 steps forward to help Guo Tailai adjust the gloves. Only then did she shoot the chubby man a disapproving glance before stepping back a few paces to step out of the way. "This is what we're actually applying for." Guo Tailai, now wearing the gloves, opened the wooden box, revealing a plastic sealed bag cushioned with foam for shock protection. The fat guy pulled the sealed bag out of the foam, and only then did everyone get a clear look at what was inside, a round object resembling a ball bearing. "This is a high-precision bearing finger spinner I designed and built myself," Guo Tailai explained as he carefully opened the seal, addressing the group. "This is what I'm using to challenge the Guinness World Record. The bearing, the rim, and the nut are all made from machine tool bearing steel, though aerospace-grade aluminum would actually be more suitable and lighter," Guo Tailai explained to everyone. "I'll make another one when I get the chance to break the current record." Wearing gloves, Guo Tailai showed the gyroscope in his hand to the officials. Seeing how meticulous Guo Tailai was, none of the officials, who were all professionals, reached out to touch it. It was clear that Guo Tailai was afraid that sweat or oil from his hands might get on the gyroscope and affect its balance. As university and department leaders at Shuimi University, even if they weren't technically savvy, they certainly weren't that ignorant. "Stopwatch," Guo Tailai ordered Zhao Yanyan, earning a highly displeased glare in return. Guo Tailai felt rather wronged himself. If he didn't call out to Zhao Yanyan, was he supposed to ask academician how to do it? Or perhaps one of the other officials? Fortunately, Zhao Yanyan merely glared at the chubby guy before obediently pulling out the stopwatch and getting ready to time the experiment. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Guo Tailai sat down, pinched the top and bottom of the precision gyroscope's axis between his right thumb and index finger, rested his left hand on the side of the gyroscope, took a deep breath, and spun it with all his might. Almost the moment Guo Tailai let go, Zhao Yanyan pressed the stopwatch, and the numbers on it began to jump frantically. Guo Tailai rested his right arm on his right thigh, then slowly released his right thumb. The gyroscope continued to spin calmly and steadily on the tip of his right index finger, showing no sign of tilting whatsoever. No sound, no wobble. If it weren't for the spinning top forming a circular pattern, anyone just walking in would surely think it was stationary, simply resting flat on Guo Tailai's finger. No one spoke. Everyone's gaze was completely captivated by the high-precision gyroscope with its gleaming metallic mirror-like surface. They all stared intently at gyroscope on the fat man's finger, as if it were a peerless beauty, unable to look away. Half a minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When it had been spinning for a minute, everyone still thought it was normal after all. The three-pronged finger top the fat man had just shown them could spin for over a minute. Even when it reached 2 or 3 minutes, people still found it normal. The fat man had said he intended to break the record with this one, so it obviously had to last much longer than those finger tops. But when it reached 5 minutes and the spinning top was still spinning quietly, smoothly, and at high speed, everyone's expressions turned grave. 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes. By now, everyone had begun holding their breath, afraid that even the slightest sound might disturb the spinning top on the fat guy's finger. Guo Tailai was starting to feel a bit tired as well. Maintaining a single, steady position required considerable stamina. Sweat had already broken out on his forehead, and beads of it were slowly trickling down, almost into the fat guy's eyes. Just as he was about to look for something to wipe it off, a soft towel was placed over the fat man's forehead, instantly absorbing the sweat. Then the soft towel was pressed in the fat man's left hand. The fat man cast a grateful glance at Zhao Yanyan, who had wiped his sweat and handed him the towel, gave her a smile, and then continued to hold his position without moving a muscle. "Aren't we taking this a little too seriously?" Guo Tailai wiped his brow again and spoke up, hoping to lighten the tense atmosphere. "It's actually okay to talk." "Shut up!" Zhao Yanyan snapped at Guo Tailai with a stern expression. The executives standing nearby all shot him disapproving glances. Guo Tailai immediately stopped making awkward small talk, obediently shut his mouth, and served as a stand for the high-precision gyroscope. 16 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes. Finally, everyone saw the gyroscope's rotation slow down, and they could make out the shapes of the circular holes on its rim. However, it continued to spin with remarkable stability, as if it were fixed to Guo Tailai's finger. Guo Tailai had already wiped the sweat from his brow many times. Aside from the exhaustion of holding a perfectly still position, the solemn expressions on everyone's faces were also making him sweat profusely. The top spun slower and slower, gradually tilting at a slight angle. 21 minutes, 22 minutes, 23 minutes. Just past 23 minutes, the high-precision gyroscope finally stopped spinning and toppled over. Guo Tailai acted with lightning-fast reflexes, grabbing the entire gyroscope in an instant and preventing it from falling. At that very moment, Zhao Yanyan pressed the stopwatch button, freezing the time at 23 minutes, 14 seconds and 7 sevenths. 23 minutes, 14 seconds, 7 sevenths. Zhao Yanyan glanced at the stopwatch and announced the exact time. Only after saying this did she let out a long breath, as if her whole body had finally relaxed. The others too exhaled the breath they'd been holding only after hearing the time. They glanced at one another, seeing the excitement and thrill in each other's eyes. Only Guo Tailai felt a touch of regret. The future Japanese record would be 24 minutes, 46.34 seconds, more than a minute slower than this one. But upon further reflection, Guo Tailai didn't feel quite so disappointed. That record of over 24 minutes would be set more than 10 or 20 years in the future, using lighter and better materials, especially since that company had mobilized 50 people and spent 6 months to achieve it. Guo Tailai, on the other hand, had skipped the design phase and completed the build in just 3 days. He was only a little over a minute off the original record. What more could anyone ask for? "How did you come up with this?" Old Liu was absolutely delighted. He couldn't have been happier. Nothing could have made him happier or more excited than this time. "Aren't you supposed to make a gyroscope for my senior sister next?" Guo Tailai chuckled, displaying the down-to-earth demeanor one would expect from a good-natured, chubby guy. "At the same time, I hope this gyroscope can help people experience a sense of stability, just like how a precision rotating device spins quietly in outer space, guided by our fingertips." As he spoke, Guo Tailai handed the gyroscope to Old Master Liu. "Old Master Liu, give it a try. Actually, you don't need to wear this glove, it's just that I'm a bit of a perfectionist." Although Guo Tailai said this, Professor Liu certainly didn't think it was unnecessary. Without a word, he asked Zhao Yanyan for a pair of gloves. After all, this was a lab, and there were plenty of them lying around. The fat man was the first to hand one to Old Liu. Although the other leaders were dying to take a look, they had to hold back for now. After all, this was the graduation exam for Old Liu's disciple, and they couldn't possibly upstage the host. Professor Wang, however, couldn't contain himself any longer. Though he didn't rush forward to grab it, he was already staring intently at the high-precision gyroscope, afraid it might fly away at any moment. "I can guarantee that even the Japanese couldn't make a gyroscope like this right now." "Professor Hao, if a gyroscope made with this level of precision still fails to meet the design specifications, then the only explanation is that your design is flawed." He hadn't even accepted the fat guy as a student yet, but Professor Wang already couldn't resist speaking highly of his future student. Judging by the fat guy's performance in crafting and assembling this high-precision gyroscope, the next-generation high-precision machine tool he was designing would absolutely meet the design requirements and might even exceed them. Securing the chubby guy early on was indeed his best decision. This year he'd struck gold. Academician Hao, of course, had nothing to say. The high-precision gyroscope Guo Fat had built as far as he could tell had completely shattered his expectations. Academician Hao had never imagined that domestic technology could reach such heights, and neither had Zhao Yanyan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have revised their design from the start due to Guo Tailai's high machining precision. With the emergence of this high-precision gyroscope, Zhao Yanyan's design would likely need to be revised once again, as it could achieve even higher precision. This meant the gyroscope could be made smaller, more precise, more stable, and more accurate naturally, leading to a significant improvement in the precision of inertial guidance systems. This could bring about an unparalleled, leapfrog improvement to the nation's entire defense industry. The only pity is that this can only be achieved through Fat Man's handcrafting. Mass production isn't yet feasible. But that doesn't matter. For now, we'll use Fat Man's handiwork to validate the most advanced theories, and once mass production machining precision improves in the future, we'll use that to guide actual production. Industrial progress in our country has always been driven by theory first, followed by practical application, isn't that right? Academician Hu was excitedly pondering this, and the department heads and lab directors standing nearby were all deep in thought as well. Needless to say, for the director of the micromechanics laboratory, such high machining precision was practically tailor-made for his lab. It's a shame we didn't know about this fat GUI, sooner Professor Wang beat us to it. And even the doctoral student has already been snapped up by Academician Hu. What a loss. It seems that if he wants the chubby fellow's help in the future, he'll first have to owe a favor to the Sims lab and the inertial navigation lab. Fortunately, they're all labs within the department. The benefits haven't gone to outsiders. The meat's still in the pot. The department leadership, however, had a different perspective. When Academician Hao saw this gyroscope and its machining and assembly precision, he thought of his current design and development of navigation gyroscopes. But as the head of the Precision Instrumentation Department, he took a more comprehensive view and had a stronger sense of the big picture. The Japanese side is actively negotiating with Huaxia regarding the introduction of a 5-micrometer machining center, and the talks have reached the stage of substantive implementation. This high-precision gyroscope clearly boasts even higher accuracy, especially since Professor Wang mentioned that even the Japanese can't produce one right now. What does that mean? Several department leaders were so excited they were practically shaking with anticipation. With world-class precision machining, the Department of Precision Instrumentation would become a leader in the field. The department's reputation both at home and abroad would reach its peak, and international acclaim and collaborations would pour in. My goodness, just thinking about that bright future made the department heads wish they could clone the Fat GUI several times over to enable the department to achieve mass production capacity. Even if this were just a joke, it wouldn't prevent Professor Wang, with Fatso's help, from making breakthrough progress on the high-precision machining center. Just imagining the glory that would bring to the country, the university, and the department made the future seem absolutely wonderful. Fatso, what level of machining precision can this high-precision gyroscope achieve? One of the department leaders, seeing that Fatso had finally taken a break and was constantly wiping the sweat from his brow, asked in a very friendly tone. He didn't remember Guo Tailai's name, so he could only follow everyone else in calling him Fatso. Less than micrometer, around 0.5 micrometers, I'd say. Guo Tailai wiped his brow heartily and replied with his usual good-natured honesty. Although Fatso's tone was slightly uncertain, the confidence evident on his face left Zhao Yanyan, who knew him well, completely convinced that the machining precision of this high-precision gyroscope had indeed reached the 0.5 micrometer level. Zhao Yanyan remembered very clearly that whether it was a crankshaft or a water turbine blade, the machining precision seemed to be around 5 micrometers. In other words, in such a short time had Fatso actually improved the machining precision tenfold. Recalling what the chubby guy had said about deepening his skills when he asked for titanium powder, as well as the old man's claim that his martial arts technique could make one's hands steadier, Zhao Yanyan couldn't help but begin to wonder. Could it be that the martial arts technique the chubby guy mentioned, the one taught by the old man, was actually real? How else could such a massive improvement be possible? Guo, regarding this high-precision gyroscope, could we temporarily set aside the fact that you're the creator and attribute it to your department's lab for now? A vice president spoke up at that moment. Although he felt rather embarrassed to bring it up, he voiced his concern nonetheless. At this point, keeping Guo Tailai's identity under wraps would yield greater international benefits than revealing it, so everyone had no choice but to conceal his existence for the time being. This isn't to deny your contributions, but just to keep it under wraps for a while. Seeing that Guo Tailai was still wiping the sweat from his brow and hadn't said anything, the vice president hurriedly explained, "You'll receive every reward you deserve, nothing will be withheld. We'll just keep it confidential for a little while. Is that okay?" "I'm part of the lab," Guo Tailai smiled. "What I did isn't that what the lab did." This gyroscope was part of his graduation assessment. As long as it didn't interfere with Guo Tailai's primary objective, everything else was negotiable. Besides, Guo Tailai had received substantial monetary rewards from the previous 2 collaborations, and he was very cooperative when it came to securing benefits for the country. "It's good to see you have this kind of awareness, young Guo," said the vice president, patting Guo Tailai's shoulder with satisfaction. "We'll go for the Guinness World Record certification when the time is right." I'm sure the expressions on the faces of many people in Europe, the US, and Japan will be quite a sight then. Over there, old Liu had already begun spinning the top, balancing it on his finger as well. However, due to his advanced age and a previous arm injury, he could only keep it spinning for less than 10 minutes before losing his grip. Academician Hao and Professor Wang both gave it a try. Only Professor Wang managed to keep it spinning from start to finish. The others merely held it briefly to experience the smooth, quiet rotation before stopping at the right moment. "Old Master Liu, do you think I've passed your test?" After everyone had had a look, Guo Tailai obsequiously sidled up to Old Master Liu and asked. You've passed. Old Master Liu was so delighted he couldn't stop grinning. Once word of this got out, it would be a tremendous source of pride, proof that Old Master Liu had a keen eye for talent, and that the last disciple he'd taken on had lived up to expectations and brought glory to the nation. If Old Master Liu didn't approve him, then no one else could. With the event drawing to a close, the officials stayed for a while before leaving together. They would need to discuss the next steps and decide how to proceed, but one thing was certain. They had to make a huge splash. Academician Hao and Professor Wang didn't stay long either. They were very busy and soon returned to their respective offices, leaving only Guo Tailai, Zhao Yanyan, and old Liu behind. I'm going to revise the design. Zhao Yanyan shot Guo Tailai a complicated look, then suddenly clenched her teeth and headed toward her office. With graduation just around the corner, the emergence of such a prodigy had forced Zhao Yanyan, a perfectionist, to revise her graduation project twice. Time was tight, and she couldn't afford to stay here and argue with the fat guy. Just the two of us left. Guo Tailai and old Liu exchanged glances. Old Liu, it's on me, let's go celebrate. Let's go eat Peking duck. Old Liu squeezed his fitness ball, making it clink. You've got to treat us. You're the big shot. If you don't treat us, who will?
With those officials present, old Liu had held back a lot of what he wanted to say. It was only when he and the fat guy were alone that he spoke his mind. Of those officials, one or two know just the bare basics, but even in their specialized fields, they're still just half-baked. Old Liu, in an unprecedented move, clinked glasses of erguitu with the fat man, leaving the fat man both flattered and surprised. Machining precision, that's all they know. Didn't it occur to them just how exceptional the assembly and dynamic balancing skills must be behind it all? At least they didn't pretend to know what they were talking about and start giving unsolicited advice, the fat guy said with his usual good-natured humor, smiling at old Liu. Leave professional matters to the experts. If they don't butt in, that's what makes them good leaders. That's true, old Liu nodded. I'm just annoyed that they missed the point. Today's evaluation was clearly meant to test your assembly and dynamic balancing skills. What does machining precision have to do with it? Guo Tailai smiled politely while tucking into the rolled duck slices without hesitation. After all, he was treating everyone, and the million nanobots had given him a huge confidence boost. Losing weight was no longer an issue, so he was about to pass up this delicious roast duck. The crankshaft and water turbine blades had been used by higher-ups to set a trap. This high-precision gyroscope was far more technically challenging than those two. Just as old Liu had said, it required not only machining precision, but also unimaginably intricate assembly and dynamic balancing adjustments. Who knew what kind of fallout this might cause? For now, this had nothing to do with Guo Tailai. After all, no one on the outside would know this was his graduation assessment. When the higher-ups finally made their arrangements, it was sure to make headlines again. Due to the increasing number of nanobots, Guo Tailai had spent the past few days either learning new skills or fine-tuning his dexterity. These last 3 days in particular had been non-stop. He hadn't even left the lab once. Today, he finally had a breather. Guo Tailai hadn't yet had a chance to see what the gift Wan Ming had given Zhao Yanyan was. At the time, he'd merely unwrapped the wrapping paper, pretended to open it, and then returned it. Wan Ming didn't take it back, so it remained in Zhao Yanyan's office. He'd been so preoccupied with absorbing the titanium powder that he hadn't had time to take it with him. Fortunately, Zhao Yanyan had kept it. She hadn't thrown it away just because he didn't want it. She'd probably seen right through the chubby guy's little scheme, and since he'd given her some advice, she'd tacitly allowed him to small perk in her name. After a good long sleeping until he woke up naturally, it was almost noon by the time Guo Tailai got out of bed and strolled over to the lab. "Fatso, you're finally here. Help me deliver a gift." No sooner had he reached the lab door than he was surrounded by a few handsome guys, each holding a wrapped gift as they swarmed around him. These guys had been waiting impatiently. Fatso hadn't shown up for a whole week, and even though they'd prepared the gifts, they hadn't been able to get them to him. They tried asking other labmates for help, but none of them had Fatso's guts. They all backed out, so they'd had no choice but to wait patiently for Fatso to show up. Today, they'd finally been rewarded for their wait. When the group saw Fatty's massive figure appear, they all looked at him as if they'd found a savior. One at a time, Guo Tailai hurriedly called out to the group. Seeing everyone stop but still staring at him with eager eyes, he couldn't help but waver. Remembering Zhao Yanyan's warning, he changed his tone. Write your names on them, and I'll help you deliver them inside." Several people were overjoyed and hurried to add their names. Others, who had already written theirs down, handed their slips directly to Guo Tailai. "Let's get this straight. I can't guarantee senior sister will accept them. If she doesn't want them, I'll bring them back to you." Guo Tailai decided to lay out the facts up front. Before anyone could speak, he waved his hand and said, "Don't even think about giving them to me, I won't take them either." With that, he swiped his card to enter the lab carrying 6 or 7 boxes, and headed straight for Zhao Yanyan's office. Sure enough, Zhao Yanyan was there, frowning at her computer, deep in thought. Upon hearing the sound and seeing the boxes Guo Tailai was carrying, her gaze immediately turned sharp. "Don't get mad, I'll ghost the notice right away." Guo Tailai saw that Zhao Yanyan's screen displayed a CAD interface and realized she was in the middle of designing something. Not wanting to interrupt her train of thought and risk her losing her temper, he tore open several boxes with a rustling sound, didn't even look at the contents, and carried them out. After delivering the items, the chubby guy told the others to wait a moment while he dashed back to the lab to print the notice. In no time at all, Guo Tailai emerged with some double-sided tape and a sheet of A4 paper, and quickly affixed the paper to the wall by the lab door. The group took a closer look and immediately broke into wry smiles. "No gifts accepted. We welcome like-minded individuals to discuss cutting-edge technologies in advanced mathematics, materials science, and quantum mechanics. Sanda masters are welcome to exchange techniques and spar. P.S. Please do not disturb during working hours. Zhao Yanyan." A notice posted in Zhao Yanyan's name immediately put a damper on everyone's enthusiasm. Advanced mathematics, mechanics of materials, and quantum mechanics, what's the fun in such purely academic research? When it comes to cutting-edge topics, these people combined probably don't know as much as the fat guy, let alone be able to discuss them with Zhao Yanyan. If they were to actually sit down and talk about these subjects, it would be nothing short of torture. Group left grudgingly, each carrying their own gifts, and only then did Guo Tailai return to Zhao Yanyan's office with a clear conscience. Got rid of them. Things might be a little easier for you from now on. Guo Tailai flopped his massive frame into a chair before turning to Zhao Yanyan and asking, "Where's the gift Wan Ming left behind last time? That's mine, you can't just keep it for yourself. Take your stuff and get lost." Zhao Yanyan grumbled as she dug the gift box out of the filing cabinet next to her and tossed it to the fat man, shooing him away with a scowl. "Ha, I'm leaving. As soon as Guo Tailai got his hands on the package, a broad grin spread across his face. Wan Ming's stuff, he'd already ripped him off once. Rumor had it the Japanese had spent hundreds of thousands to buy the information from Wan Ming's father, yet they'd only given him 50,000. What a stingy bastard, he'd just have to make up for it by taking from his son. As he reached the door, Guo Tailai glanced back at Zhao Yanyan's screen, then looked at her again. She seemed to be in a hurry yet still striving for perfection, which was why the problems she'd encountered in her design remained unresolved. She was probably fretting over them right now. There's no need to obsess over achieving the smallest possible results. Research should be a step-by-step process. He had more advanced ideas in mind, but given Zhao Yanyan's personality, she clearly wouldn't be receptive to them. After all, this was Zhao Yanyan's thesis in her research, so the fat guy could only offer a single hint. For a vibrating wheel silicon micromechanical gyroscope, a sensitive structure with an outer diameter of 1.8 millimeters, an inner diameter of 1.2 millimeters, and a thickness of 20 micrometers is sufficient. If you go any smaller, you'd be better off researching a frame-type silicon microangular vibration gyroscope. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan's eyes lit up. So that's it, she thought. Suddenly, her train of thought cleared, and with nothing else on her mind, she sat down at her computer and began frantically jotting down notes. She truly was a genius. With just a single remark, Zhao Yanyan was to find her direction and dive deeper into the subject. Guo Tailai didn't dare say another word. If Zhao Yanyan caught on and started grilling him for a deeper discussion on the subject, he wouldn't have a single word to say. Better to see first what goodies he'd managed to snag from Wan Ming. Opening the box, Guo Tailai immediately spotted a familiar logo, Cartier. A Cartier watch. It looked like he'd hit the jackpot this time. Lifting the lid of the watch box, he found a lady's watch resting quietly inside. The moment he laid eyes on it, a few words popped into Guo Tailai's mind. Tank Française. Cartier's Tank Française watch, launched this year, represents a new phase in the tank collection's technical, aesthetic, and functional development with its revolutionary bracelet concept. The tank collection adheres to absolute aesthetic standards and is synonymous with the epitome of elegance. This white gold Tank Française costs at least 20,000 RMB. These rich kids really do spare no expense when it comes picking up girls. Guo Tailai's parents couldn't earn that much in a whole year, yet they just casually give one away as a gift. Never mind, I'll gladly accept it. Guo Tailai admired the watch with a clear conscience for a moment, then put it away, planning to give it to his mother when he got home. She'd probably never seen such a fine watch in her life. It would make her happy. Sitting in front of the public computer, Guo Tailai began to think about what else he had to do recently. Last night, old Liu had clearly indicated that Guo Tailai was ready to strike out on his own, so his studies could be put on hold for now. There were still a few tasks ahead of him. First, he needed to build a titanium alloy exoskeleton chair for Zhao Yanyan. He'd already purchased the titanium alloy. All that was left was for him to get to work. This could be finished in a day or two. Second, he needed to refine his graduation thesis. This wasn't difficult either. He had a week to spare, which would be more than enough time. Professor Wang had also asked him to disassemble and reassemble a lathe, but since Guo Tailai has now been certified, that can be put on hold for now. Thanks to that high-precision gyroscope, everyone has complete confidence in Guo Tailai's machining and assembly skills. There's no need to waste time on practice runs anymore. All that's left is to manufacture and assemble a brand new gyroscope based on Zhao Yanyan's design. Come to think of it, it's not that busy after all. He just needs to finish building the exoskeleton chair first. He decided to act on the spot. Not wanting to interrupt Zhao Yanyan's train of thought, Guo Tailai picked up the titanium alloy from the lab on his own and headed straight for the university-affiliated factory. By now, Guo Tailai was a familiar face at the university workshop. He could come and go as he pleased in the machinist shop without needing to report to any supervisors. He went straight into old Liu's workshop and got to work. It's common knowledge that titanium alloy is difficult to machine. There was no need to take the hydraulic cylinders and pistons to the machining shop. It was doubtful whether those old lathes could even handle titanium alloy, so he decided to just get it done right there with the tools in the machinist's workshop. As for Zhao Yanyan's measurements, there was no need for precise measurements after all. Even the most accurate tape measure couldn't match the precision of Guo Tailai's eyes. After spending so many days together, Guo Tailai had long since memorized Zhao Yanyan's body measurements and could recite them off the top of his head. While Guo Fatso was hard at work on his end, things were going smoothly for Zhao Yanyan as well. Earlier, she'd encountered a minor technical hurdle, but Guo Tailai's single remark was like a bolt of lightning. It cleared up her confusion. Zhao Yanyan immediately stopped agonizing over it, found a solution, and then ideas started pouring out one after another. She could barely put her hands down. By the time Zhao Yanyan finally finished the complete design, she realized she was the only one left in the entire lab. But this was nothing out of the ordinary. When research got deep, it was common to work through the night. Stretching comfortably, Zhao Yanyan was extremely pleased herself for solving the problem in a single day. Suddenly, she recalled the sequence of events. It seemed that it was that detestable fat guy's offhand remark that had finally given her the breakthrough she needed. That fatso just knows how to talk the talk, doesn't he? Zhao Yanyan instantly began to look at Guo Tailai in a new light. Since it wasn't his own design, of course he wouldn't strive for perfection. But the fact that he managed to come up with such a crucial approach, it seems I'll need to talk to him more often from now on. I've got a goal for my next project. The fat guy's approach to solving the problem wasn't complicated. Zhao Yanyan believed that if she gave herself a little more time, she could figure it out on her own. She'd already come up with a similar, albeit slightly simpler solution, though it wasn't as straightforward and convenient as the fat guy's. But the fact that the fat guy had come up with it made Zhao Yanyan very satisfied. A guy with a sharp mind and exceptional practical skills. If he were to work full-time as her research assistant, he would undoubtedly give her research a huge boost. Suddenly, Zhao Yanyan felt a twinge of regret that she hadn't met the fat guy sooner. Moreover, he had already been snapped up by Professor Wang and Academician Ho, so he certainly wouldn't be able to help her for the next few years. What could she do? Could she really compete with Academician Ho for him? Besides, Fatso had a bright future ahead of him pursuing his master's and doctoral degrees under Professor Wang and Academician. What kind of future could a research assistant possibly have? What a pity. The chubby guy was the only person she could let her guard down around at times, and sometimes his antics were truly hilarious. Take the time he played a prank on the guy who was pursuing her. Looking back, that guy really was a scoundrel. As she pondered this, Zhao Yanyan walked out of the lab and spotted the notice on the wall. Just imagining the looks on those annoying guys' faces when they saw it, Zhao Yanyan completely forgot about the fact that the fat guy had dared to post the notice in her name. She wouldn't pursue the matter any further. When crafting an exoskeleton chair for Zhao Yanyan, Guo Tailai naturally just slapped some together for himself. In addition to fulfilling its functional requirements, it had to be lightweight, flexible, and unobtrusive, and most importantly, it had to look good. Fortunately, the material was titanium alloy. Although it has a higher density than aluminum alloy, its high strength meant that, for the same load-bearing capacity, it was actually lighter than aluminum alloy. As for flexibility, because the dimensions were just right and Guo Tailai's machining precision was extremely high, once lubricated with oil, every moving part operated silently. However, when it came to aesthetics, he'd have to consult Zhao Yanyan herself to see what color she preferred. After 2 days, Guo Tailai had completed all the machining and assembly steps. All that remained was the coloring and exterior finishing. Carrying the parts, Guo Tailai headed straight to the lab, intending to let Zhao Yanyan decide on the color. As soon as he arrived at the lab and pushed open the door to Zhao Yanyan's office, before he could even ask a question, Zhao Yanyan spoke up first. "You're right on time," Zhao Yanyan said, looking very pleased. "The university administration has already decided to hold a press conference on campus next Wednesday. We'll have a Guinness World Records adjudicator on site to verify the rotation time of your high-precision gyroscope, and while we're at it, we'll set a trap for those guys who've been hoarding the technology just to see how they react." Guo Tailai wasn't particularly concerned about setting a trap for outsiders just yet. After all, he wouldn't be involved personally, he'd just sit back and watch the show when the time came. The urgent matter now was to get Zhao Yanyan to pick a color she liked. "Is the exoskeleton chair you made for me ready?" After hearing Guo Tailai's reason for visiting, Zhao Yanyan was taken aback for a moment before it dawned on her it had already been 3 days. Given Fat Guo's speed, if he'd really wanted to rush it, he could probably have finished it in a single night most. It had taken the fat guy 3 days to bring it over, clearly indicating that the level of care put into this exoskeleton chair couldn't compare to that of the high-precision gyroscope. But there was no need for that, it was just an exoskeleton chair after all. When she was conducting research in the lab, wearing it would allow her to sit upright and rest anytime, anywhere. The lab chairs were low, and sometimes she had no choice but to stand. "Let's go with the metallic finish, I like it." As soon as Zhao Yanyan saw this exoskeleton chair, which was clearly much more sophisticated than the one Fat Guo used himself, she fell in love with it at first sight. She loved machinery and the beauty of mechanical design. Her fondness for the metallic finish wasn't just for show, it was genuine. She directed the chubby guy to help her put on the exoskeleton chair. Wearing jeans and a t-shirt today, Zhao Yanyan tried moving around a bit, not a single part felt uncomfortable. Even the areas that hugged her body followed her curves with remarkable precision. The whole thing seemed tailor-made for her. In fact, that was exactly the case, it had been custom-made. Yet Zhao Yanyan had never once allowed Guo Tai to take her body measurements. For him to have made it fit so perfectly, those sly eyes of his must have checked her out countless times. Otherwise, how could it possibly be this form-fitting? "My figure's not too bad, is it?" Zhao Yanyan asked casually as she paced back and forth, testing the exoskeleton chair. Well, the fat guy had barely uttered those 2 words when he realized something was off, but seeing the slightly cold, sharp glint in Zhao Yanyan's eyes, he somehow felt compelled to tell the truth. Clenching his teeth, he blurted out, "It's actually quite impressive." "You've seen it a lot, haven't you?" Zhao Yanyan's eyes seemed on the verge of bursting into flames. Not many, Guo Tailai hurriedly denied. He knew it would be foolish to court death by pressing the issue, so he pointed to his eyes. "You know how precise my eyes are, one glance is enough." "So you're saying it's not worth looking at more than once, is that it?" Zhao Yanyan snorted coldly, still clearly dissatisfied. No, it's really beautiful, I look at it all the time. All the time." Guo Tailai hurriedly protested. Why on earth was this young lady suddenly blowing up over this? Seeing that Zhao Yanyan seemed intent on running with this, Guo Tailai quickly came up with a plan and asked loudly, "Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back, fix it up, and use it myself." She'd only intended to tease the fat guy a little, and seeing him get flustered, Zhao Yanyan felt she'd achieved her goal. In high spirits, she ordered Guo Tailai haughtily, "Since you've worked so hard, I'll let it slide. My design is ready, go take a look at the drawings and get it done as fast as you can." Working on the part was certainly better than putting up with the moody Zhao Yanyan. Without another word, Guo Tailai immediately sat down at Zhao Yanyan's computer, had him open CAD, and began studying the drawings. Zhao Yanyan had originally wanted to print them out, but Guo Tailai refused. "This is confidential information. Don't print it out carelessly." Guo Tailai pointed to his head. "Although my grades aren't great, I'm still capable of looking at the drawings and memorizing them." Zhao Yanyan believed this. Aside from drawing up plans when he built his exoskeleton chair, Guo Tailai rarely looked at blueprints. He'd only gotten a laptop to keep the data for the blades handy because it required so much information. The high-precision gyroscope had never had any blueprints from the start. The exoskeleton chair's blueprints were solely for the patent application. "By the way, I've already filed the patent application for your finger gyroscope." Remembering the high-precision gyroscope, Zhao Yanyan didn't mention it to the chubby guy. "I had someone draw the blueprints for you and took care of the paperwork. Don't you think you owe me a meal?" "Sure thing." Guo Tailai had money now and wasn't the least bit afraid of Zhao Yanyan ripping him off. In fact, he was more than happy to treat her to a few meals. "You name the place and we'll go right now. Treating a gorgeous lady to dinner, how cool is that?" "You wish." After giving the chubby guy a hard time, Zhao Yanyan was in a good mood and snapped at Guo Tailai. "Get to work right now. Don't you know I'm graduating this spring? I don't have time to waste. If you hadn't insisted on making the gyroscope so tiny, I would have finished my thesis ages ago." "I'll get to work right away." Guo Tailai couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly backed off. He really wanted to ask Zhao Yanyan, "Isn't it up to you to decide how big the gyroscope should be?" Unfortunately, he didn't dare to say it in the end. Anyway, since she was graduating this spring, once the design prototype was finished, he'd basically be out of the picture. It wouldn't be long. The Guinness World Record press conference was a week away, and that week was more than enough time for Guo Tailai to fabricate the mechanical components for the newly designed electric gyroscope. Worried that Zhao Yanyan not be satisfied, he went out of his way to use the highest precision standards and installed everything with meticulous care. During the test run, it passed the simulation on the first try. It was nothing short of perfect. Guo Tailai's work was effectively wrapped up at this point. All that remained was to remake modified parts once any issues with the design were discovered and addressed. Guo Tailai finally had some free time on his hands and could focus solely on refining his graduation thesis. The Guinness World Records announcement, which wasn't particularly grand, took place right on schedule on Wednesday. Everything seemed to go smoothly. The Department of Precision Instrumentation submitted an application to Guinness World Records headquarters, and they sent representatives to witness the event. On-site, the entire process proceeded exactly as expected. What was unusual, however, was that one of the notaries who had originally been Chinese had been replaced by a French national for some unknown reason. Perhaps the university had come across as a bit too eager during the application process, leading Guinness headquarters to feel it necessary to send a foreigner to notarize the event. After all, they couldn't just casually award a record to a Chinese person, could they? By an even greater coincidence, a Japanese delegation happened to arrive at Shima University for a visit at exactly that moment. The Department of Precision Instrumentation wasn't originally on their itinerary, but a secretary happened to report the situation to the university officials accompanying the delegation, and the report was overheard. Two members of the delegation expressed great interest and decided to drop by and take a look. After all, since it was a campus tour, visiting the Department of Precision Instrumentation was still part of the campus tour, wasn't it? Professor Wang took the lead in the demonstration. Neither Guo Tailai nor Zhao Yanyan appeared. The official explanation given to the public was that it was a demonstration of the Precision Instrumentation Department's latest manufacturing achievements, with an attempt to break a Guinness World Record. As a side note, when Professor Wang produced that high-precision gyroscope, several people in the audience looked a bit uneasy. By the time Professor Wang had explained the world record they were attempting to break, seriously instructed the notary to start the timer, and gave the gyroscope a firm spin, almost everyone was unable to take their eyes off the high-precision gyroscope spinning steadily on Professor Wang's finger. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" The same exclamations rang out one after another a few days later in top-secret conference rooms across several different countries. How could the Chinese possibly build a gyroscope with that level of precision? The Japanese delegation consisted of the same people as before, and it was the gray-haired elderly man who could not believe his eyes. The uninitiated see the spectacle, the experts see the substance. Ordinary students and visitors saw only that the Department of Precision Instruments had applied for a Guinness World Record certification, and the gyroscope, after spinning for a full 22 minutes, set a world record for spinning on a finger. This was jointly witnessed by 3 Guinness World Records adjudicators on site, who immediately filled out and issued certificates in both Chinese and English. The successful world record attempt sparked cheers from many students and visitors, and the enthusiastic applause lasted a full 5 minutes. The certification site was abuzz with excitement. However, in the eyes of many, it wasn't the excitement that caught their attention. Their focus was entirely on that high-precision gyroscope. From the moment Professor Wang began the experiment with the utmost caution, while wearing rubber gloves, they realized that manufacturing and assembly precision of this high-precision gyroscope must be extremely high, so high that even the oil and sweat from bare hands were feared to interfere. Just how remarkable was it? In fact, as soon as it had been spinning for 5 minutes, some people were already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Yet that damned gyroscope actually kept spinning for a full 22 minutes under such conditions. Those weren't 22 minutes of breathless anticipation, they were 22 minutes that felt like a descent into hell. The experts watching this scene had no idea that Professor Wang was seething with frustration. His hands weren't as steady as the fat man's, which had cut the high-precision gyroscope spin time short by a full minute. Otherwise, the record would have easily reached 23 minutes. Even at just 22 minutes, it was already an agonizing ordeal for several experts with ulterior motives. As they watched the gyroscope in Professor Wang's hand, they were dying to snatch it away and examine it closely. Fortunately, the clueless university administrator didn't seem to grasp the significance of the moment. After receiving the certificate, he curiously asked Professor Wang for the gyroscope, eager to take a closer look. Professor Wang was reluctant, but he couldn't resist the pleas of a department head and could only insist that the university official put on a pair of gloves before handing over the gyroscope. Once the university official had examined it, some curious foreign guests also wanted a look, and it seemed as though this had become the natural order of things. Every interested foreign guest was given the opportunity to try out this precision gyroscope while wearing gloves. Observant individuals noticed that while Professor Wang was explaining how they had designed, machined, and assembled it, he remained distracted, his gaze fixed on the gyroscope the entire time. A few observant individuals finally bided their time, waiting until the others had finished handling it before taking the precision gyroscope in their hands for a closer look. Just by looking at the mirror-like finish on the gyroscope's surface, experts could roughly gauge its machining precision. After feeling the smooth, quiet rotation on their fingertips, even the most experienced observers had to admit that the Department of Precision Instruments had truly produced something extraordinary this time. Don't let its small size fool you. The technological sophistication embedded in its design, machining, assembly, and dynamic balancing is absolutely world-class. According to Professor Wang's explanation, the design and revisions alone went through 17 iterations, taking over a full year to complete. Dozens of masters and doctoral students, along with top-tier technicians, worked alongside a brand-new concept, CNC machine, all of which made this Guinness World Record application press conference possible. Professor Wang has repeatedly emphasized the hard work involved, yet certain people have fixated solely on a single, vague phrase he mentioned, a completely new concept in CNC design. What's being discussed in the conference room right now is precisely this supposedly completely redesigned conceptual CNC system. It seems Shuimu University is quite eager to make a splash. The certification process was even filmed in its entirety by a television station. This allowed those who did not attend the press conference to witness the scene on television. Although the TV resolution was quite low, weren't there on-site photos taken by visitors? In particular, the high-precision gyroscope was captured with crystal-clear clarity by someone who took the opportunity to photograph it. The angles were comprehensive, front, side, and floor views, providing ample reference material for everyone. Could Minbia produce a prototype based on the same specifications? The elderly man asked. Even if they were skeptical with the video footage, photographs, and so many people present as witnesses, everyone had to believe it. Fortunately, with the complete set of photos, they could have Minbia Mitsumi, which boasts the highest level of manufacturing expertise, replicate it to exact dimensions. Minbia was the manufacturer of the gyroscope's bearings, while Mitsubishi Seiki was responsible for design, assembly, and testing. The photos were sent to Minbia that very night, and they took 2 days to build an identical gyroscope. The young man in charge of external affairs replied swiftly to the elderly man's question. What was the result? Not only the white-haired elderly man, but everyone else was also eager to know the outcome of the replica. It's right here. The young man opened a box on the table, revealing the high-precision gyroscope inside, and handed it to the elderly man. He seemed to want to say something but held back. Go ahead. Noticing his hesitation, the elderly man closed his eyes and waited quietly. Meibaya's production time was too short. This gyroscope can only spin for 10 minutes. The young man, no longer hesitating, said quickly, they said that if given a month to meticulously refine it, they guarantee it will last more than 20 minutes. The most challenging aspects of a gyroscope are its design and material selection. Since the other party had already completed these steps in advance, only machining, assembly, and testing remained, effectively reducing the difficulty by 80%. Given Meibaya's machining capabilities at the time, this was the absolute limit they could achieve within 2 days, even with blueprints in hand. This was not yet the Meibaya of more than 20 years later, not the Meibaya that would go on to set multiple bearing records. The 5-micrometer high-precision CNC machines have already been made available to Huaxia, and we've already secured a sufficient number of orders ahead of the curve. The evidence has been forwarded to our European and American counterparts, said the white-haired elder, his tone rather hostile as he looked at the equally exquisite precision gyroscope. In the past, seeing that the country could produce such a precision gyroscope would have filled him with nothing but joy. But now it had been flat-out outdone by a gyroscope from Shuimu University. How could anyone bear such a blow? But judging by this gyroscope, has Shuimu University made another breakthrough in this field? This was the speculation on everyone's mind. Should we reconsider our strategy toward China regarding high-precision machining centers? Similar discussions were taking place in several European and American countries, though the content was largely the same. Higher precision machining centers would certainly remain subject to export controls, but when it came to CNC machines with 5-micron precision, the United States, Europe, and Japan had almost in unison, lifted their export restrictions, allowing domestic Chinese companies to import them freely. However, until domestically produced machine tools entered mass production, prices would not come down any further. Until Zhao Yanyan's brand new design was completed, Guo Tailai had plenty of free time. His only task at hand was to refine and revise his graduation thesis. Zhao Yanyan was too impatient, or perhaps too driven by a desire for perfection that wasn't good. Guo Tailai's manual production capabilities could indeed support her further research, but the problem was this. Without the transition from large to small scales, without the experience gained through actual production and use, and with the supporting industries yet to develop, manual production alone could at best only meet the needs of a single laboratory. It couldn't drive industrial upgrading. Last time Zhao Yanyan got stuck on that size issue for several days. Didn't she realize that going from a size of over 10 centimeters to less than 2 millimeters, a reduction of nearly 100-fold, should be enough? You have to take things one bite at a time and walk the path step by step. If you try to fly right away, why not just take off into the sky? After venting a bit, Guo Tailai decided not to hang around the lab where Zhao Yanyan was, to avoid being roped into helping out. Instead, he holed up in his dorm, taking his time to figure things out. Guo Tailai did a quick search on the coordinates left behind by the control system upgrade. They were in Liaoning province, where there should be a meteor crater. Guo Tailai had originally planned to make a trip there soon, but he'd been constantly busy with other matters. Besides, Zhao Yanyan, driven by his meticulous craftsmanship, had pushed her to design even smaller gyroscopes, and she could call on him to work at any moment. She would never allow him to just disappear for a while without a trace. He'd have to wait until after Zhao Yanyan graduated to consider it. The others in the dorm already knew where Guo Tailai was headed after graduation, and they were all happy for him that he'd been specially admitted to a master's program. Second brother in particular was thrilled he'd gone straight into a PhD program after graduation, while Guo Tailai was entering a PhD program through the master's track, meaning they'd be able to spend a few more years together on campus. The third brother, Liu Yang, was from Beijing. His family had already secured a job for him, so he would start working right after graduation. Although the fourth brother wasn't a local, he had made arrangements in advance to stay in Beijing. Since they were all in Beijing, they could meet up from time to time. Only the eldest brother was heading straight to Stanford after graduation and might stay in the United States in the future. It wasn't time to say goodbye yet, so no one was feeling sentimental. Especially since Guo Tailai had been admitted to the doctoral program through a special recruitment, he wasn't taking up any of the department's quota, so no one had any grievances about it. Some classmates felt a little jealous, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, their grades weren't as good, and they didn't have skills like Fatso's. They'd just have to study hard and take the exams themselves. At least for the next 5 years, or to be precise, 6.5 years, he doesn't have to worry about how to spend his time. There's still more than half a year left this year, followed by 3 years for his master's degree and 3 years for his PhD. If Professor Wang or academician Hao are satisfied with his work, it's not out of the question that he might join a postdoctoral research station. Once he's ready, he'll return to the university to teach or conduct research. It's all a natural progression. It's safe to say that Fatso's path ahead is essentially smooth sailing. As long as he stays healthy, achieving the grand goal of working for the motherland for 50 years is no pipe dream. With nanobots and control systems at his disposal, are these even issues? Of course, all of this hinges on whether the fat guy's thesis can satisfy academician Hu. Otherwise, he'll have no choice but to complete his master's degree under Professor Wang before figuring out his next step. A simple exoskeleton chair certainly wouldn't satisfy academician Hu. Should he switch topics? After mulling it over in bed for a while, Guo Tailai decided to stick with the exoskeleton. But for an undergraduate thesis, there's no need to lay out absolutely everything. Focusing on the control experiments for the mechanical exoskeleton should be sufficient to meet the requirements of an undergraduate thesis. Moreover, these control experiments form the theoretical foundation for the mechanical exoskeleton control system. If academician Hao collaborates extensively with the military, he should find this particularly interesting. It goes without saying that any advanced technology is first applied in the military. In Future Dreams, starting in 1995, U-Army Colonel Jack Obusek helped advance exoskeleton research. It wasn't until 2000 that an American scientist named Jacobson claimed to have found the solution to a problem for which DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, had offered a reward: how to enable an operator to interact with a robot. To verify his intuition, Jacobson asked a company photographer and his daughter to help him conduct an experiment. In this experiment, the photographer played the role of the exoskeleton, while his daughter acted as the internal operator. She stood with her back to her father, positioning herself on top of his feet, with her toes pressed against his. They held hands to maintain balance. She began walking forward. The photographer's task was to stay in sync with his daughter, keeping his feet constantly beneath hers. After a few minutes, their movements were as if they were one person. His daughter was entirely in control of the decisions how fast to walk, when to turn, while the photographer simply tried to mimic her step by step. This demonstration proved to Jacobson that with just a few points of contact, such as the feet and hands, an intelligent machine could understand the movement intentions of the operator strapped to it and coordinate its actions accordingly. Based on this simple principle, pressure sensor-based mechanical exoskeleton control systems began to develop gradually. Of course, there's a simplified approach. In 2004, Japanese robotics experts did not use such pressure sensors. Instead, they attached sensors to the wearer to receive muscle signals and determine their intended movement. The control system of this mechanical exosuit was capable of learning and mimicking the wearer's natural posture. This meant it took at least 30 minutes for the two to coordinate seamlessly. One could not expect to move freely the moment it was put on. Guo Tailai could essentially describe both approaches in his paper. The first experiment could easily be conducted with several groups of different people, while the second would serve as a complementary approach. Theoretical validation should pose no problem. I believe academician Hao will be satisfied once this paper is completed, won't he? With his goals set, Guo Tailai immediately set off for room 9003. Although there was only one shared 486 computer there, it was better than nothing. Zhao Yanyan also spotted Guo Tailai, but her design work had reached a critical stage over the past couple of days, so she ignored the chubby guy and continued working on her own. Guo Tailai was actually glad Zhao Yanyan wasn't bothering him. He quickly expanded the original paper's framework to incorporate the mechanical exoskeleton experiment section and a physical exoskeleton chair, a verifiable mechanical exoskeleton control experiment, and a control theory that, while not yet verifiable, showed no apparent issues in terms of theoretical feasibility. With these three elements combined, if academician Hao still wasn't satisfied, there was nothing more Guo Tailai could do. After all, this was just an undergraduate thesis, wasn't it? With the framework in place, Guo Tailai began filling in the content. Determined to finish as soon as possible so he could move on, he worked overtime for a week straight and finally polished the thesis to completion. Fatso, come over here and make me a prototype. As luck would have it, just as Guo Tailai had finished his thesis and saved it to a floppy disk, Zhao Yanyan had also completed her own design and went straight to Fatso.
Summoned by Zhao Yanyan, Guo Tailai didn't dare delay and immediately rushed to her office. Here are the blueprints. Make them as fast as you can. Zhao Yanyan pointed to her computer, opened KID, and showed Guo Tailai the drawings. Printing large format drawings on the lab's standard printer was out of the question. It would require a blueprint machine, which would be a huge waste of time. The fat guy had mentioned before that he could memorize the drawings, so Zhao Yanyan had no intention of printing them out in the first place. Got it, Guo Tailai replied, sitting down in a chair to study the drawings. After all, Zhao Yanyan had given him 100,000 yuan in advance. He couldn't afford to offend such a generous backer. After going over the plans in detail, Guo Tailai had a clear idea of what was required. As far as the mechanical manufacturing of this newly designed gyroscope was concerned, it posed absolutely no challenge to Guo Tailai's current technical skills. If he put in the effort working hard this afternoon and pulling an all-nighter, at most he could have 2 sets ready for Zhao Yanyan by tomorrow morning. By the way, I've revised my thesis. Why don't you take a look? Guo Tailai remembered his thesis and mentioned it to Zhao Yanyan. Since Zhao Yanyan was his thesis advisor, there was absolutely no problem with letting her review it first, then print it out. To be honest, Zhao Yanyan was quite surprised. How could the chubby guy have revised his thesis in such a short time? Wasn't this a bit too casual? With that in mind, Zhao Yanyan warned him, "You'd better make sure you're not just going through the motions. Otherwise, you know the consequences." How could that be? Guo Tailai kept protesting. "You're my advisor, I wouldn't dare cut corners with you, would I?" Good to know. Zhao Yanyan was satisfied with that answer. She watched as the chubby guy inserted the floppy disk into her drive and began printing right there in her office. Dozen or so minutes later, the printing was finished. Without even leaving the office, Guo Tailai took a folder from Zhao Yanyan's filing cabinet, tucked the printed paper inside, and handed it to her. He told Zhao Yanyan he was going to pick up some supplies and then head to the same clean room as last time to get to work, and then left the office. Picking up the materials went smoothly. The lab had already procured them and was just waiting to build the prototypes. It took Guo Tailai less than half an hour from the time he submitted his request until the materials were moved into the clean room. Guo Tailai was fully equipped. His own exoskeleton chair, old Liu's set of premium tools, and the set of miniature tools he'd later crafted himself, a brand new workbench, the safety goggles Zhao Yanyan had given him, and the dust mask provided by the lab. He had it all on. After going over the blueprints in his mind several times, he got to work. He worked straight through until dinner time, when Guo Tailai finally emerged from the workshop, his stomach growling. Everyone knew he needed quiet while working, so they had all been careful not to disturb him. However, as soon as he stepped out, he noticed that Zhao Yanyan looked a bit off. What's wrong? Zhao Yanyan's expression was so serious that Guo Tailai assumed something major had happened. Come with me, Zhao Yanyan said to Guo Tailai in a very serious tone. I haven't eaten yet, Guo Tailai wailed. I'm starving. Of course, the chubby guy was just playing the victim. Zhao Yanyan merely glared at him, and he obediently followed her into her office without so much as a pause. Did you write this paper? Zhao Yanyan was truly serious at that moment, so serious that it even frightened Guo Tailai a little. Or did you copy it from somewhere? How original. You think I actually wrote it myself? Guo Tailai was on the verge of losing his temper after all. He'd worked overtime for a whole week. I've been working on that shared computer these past few days. You saw me, didn't you? Plagiarized. As if I'd even want to. They won't even let me connect to the internet. I can't even play MUD on the intranet. Have you ever actually succeeded in that pressure sensor experiment of yours? Zhao Yanyan, however, acted as if she hadn't heard Guo Tailai's sarcasm and continued to ask earnestly. Of course, Guo Tailai knew full well that the experiment had worked, but he needed to come up with a successful example, so the fat guy naturally stepped forward as the subject of his own experiment. My little cousin and I used to play like this when we were kids. The experiment didn't seem difficult, and it was quite possible that two kids had played this way. It was just that no one had ever thought of it that way. Zhao Yan was already somewhat amazed. People always called her a genius, but the fat guy was clearly no slouch either. To come up with a pressure sensor control system based on a childhood game was nothing short of a genius idea. But Zhao Yanyan couldn't fully trust the chubby guy's word, so she asked cautiously, "Can I have someone else recreate it?" Of course, Guo Tailai declared without hesitation, pounding his chest. "Find two people with a significant height difference, preferably a father and daughter. That'll make it easier to pull off. If the two of them can't get in sync within 10 minutes, with the child taking the lead, then they're definitely not related." Zhao Yanyan completely ignored the fat man's final joke. She lowered her head to think for a moment, then asked Guo Tailai, "When will those components be ready?" "If you're in a hurry, I'll pull an all-nighter tonight and have them done by tomorrow morning," Guo Tailai replied quickly. "Then you'll have to work extra hard today," Zhao Yanyan replied. "I still need to look over the second half of your thesis. Don't mention it to anyone else just yet." "Got it," Guo Tailai agreed. Seeing that Zhao Yanyan wasn't keeping him there, he took his leave on his own. He was starving, so he decided to grab a bite to eat first. Zhao Yanyan was acting really strange today. On the way there, Guo Tailai had been wondering what was going on. She was acting so erratic. After dinner, Guo Tailai returned to the lab with his lunchbox and a packet of instant noodles. Since he was going to pull an all-nighter, he had to be prepared. Otherwise, if he got ravenous in the middle of the night, he certainly couldn't run off campus just to grab a late-night snack, could he? Fully geared up once again, he entered the clean room. The chubby guy immediately lost track of time as he got to work, only stopping after he'd finished a set of gyroscope components. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly midnight, time for a late-night snack. Excited, Guo Tailai stepped out of the clean room, but the moment he did, he froze. At this hour, there were actually still people in the lab. Even more alarming was that one of them was Zhao Yanyan, and the other was academician Ho. Hearing the noise, they both turned to look at him, as if they'd been sitting there waiting for him all along. Both wore serious expressions, and the way they looked at Guo Tailai made the chubby guy feel a pang of unease. What had happened? "Professor Hao, I was right, wasn't I? He's bound to come out at this hour," Zhao Yanyan said as she stood up. Guo Tailai thought she was about to do something, but to his surprise, Zhao Yanyan picked up the chubby guy's lunchbox, tore open a packet of instant noodles, and poured hot water over them to prepare a meal for him. Good heavens! What major incident could have caused Zhao Yanyan to act so out of character? The last time they were working on the hydro-turbine blades, Guo Tailai had asked Zhao Yanyan to help him prepare a packet of instant noodles. After that, Guo Tailai got pranked several times, and it wasn't until he returned the favor by making noodles for Zhao Yanyan that the matter was finally settled. This time, Zhao Yanyan was actually taking the initiative to make noodles for him had the sun come up in the west. The academician Hao present. Guo Tailai didn't dare say anything sarcastic. Of course, even if academician Ho hadn't been there, he probably wouldn't have dared anyway. Academician Hao and Zhao Yanyan seemed to be talking about Fatso earlier. Fatso had no idea what they were actually discussing and could only watch. As he watched Zhao Yanyan prepare the noodles for him and even bring the covered rice bowl right to his face, Guo Tailai still couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and opened them again. No mistake, it was definitely Zhao Yanyan and academician Ho. It wasn't a hallucination. He looked at the rice bowl again. No mistake, it was definitely his own. He lifted the lid to find uni-fried sauce noodles inside. The taste was unmistakable, and the bag he'd thrown away in the trash can over there was the same one. Had Zhao Yanyan really prepared this for him? "You didn't poison it, did you?" Guo Tailai asked Zhao Yanyan cautiously. Academician Ho burst out laughing. Seeing the fat guy looking so pitiful, it was clear he'd been put through the ringer by this precious disciple. Poor guy. "I didn't poison it," Zhao Yanyan growled through gritted teeth. "I went out of my way to make you instant noodles, and you're not even grateful. I just added a little laxative." "Well, that puts my mind at ease." Guo Tailai patted his chest cautiously, looking as though he'd been startled but was now relieved, a reaction that made academician Ho want to laugh even more, but only infuriated Zhao Yanyan further. Suddenly, the conversation died down and the lab fell silent. Guo Tailai had no idea what the two of them were doing in the lab at this hour, so he sat there obediently, wiping the sweat from his brow as he waited for the noodles to soak. The air was filled with the aroma of instant noodle seasoning. "I've arranged for 3 groups to come in tonight to work on your pressure sensor control experiment," Zhao Yanyan said suddenly. "Did anyone last more than 10 minutes? Guo Tailai stared at his bowl of noodles as if it were a beauty even more stunning than Zhao Yanyan herself, though the chubby guy's tone was brimming with confidence. "No." Zhao Yanyan suddenly laughed. The moment Guo Tailai looked up, it was as if he saw the most beautiful flower blooming right before his eyes. "I knew it." Guo Tailai was even happier than Zhao Yanyan. He then turned directly to Academician Hao and asked, "Professor, are you satisfied with this paper?" Why was Academician Hao here? It was obvious that Zhao Yanyan must have shown him the results after finishing her experiment. Otherwise, given how busy he was, why would he make a special trip to the lab in the middle of the night just to wait for a lowly undergraduate like him? Especially since, while he'd been making instant noodles just a moment ago, Guo Tailai had spotted what looked like 2 figures standing at attention outside the lab door, which had only confirmed his suspicions. Very satisfied, Academician Hao made no attempt to hide his feelings. He was growing increasingly pleased with this chubby student. "You haven't discussed the content of this paper with anyone else, have you?" That was the one thing Academician Hao most wanted to confirm. That evening, Zhao Yanyan rushed over to find him, and the 2 of them organized 3 teams of people of varying ages to replicate the experiments described in the chubby guy's paper, and without exception, they all succeeded. Even Zhao Yanyan and Academician Hao personally stepped in to test the setup with 2 of the children, and they were able to coordinate seamlessly in a very short time. What did this prove? It proved that the pressure sensor control system described in the chubby kid's paper was theoretically absolutely feasible. As for the theory behind the full-body sensor system, based solely on theoretical analysis and given the expertise of Academician Hao and Zhao Yanyan, it was entirely sound and highly feasible. In his paper, Guo Tailai did not elaborate much on the application prospects of mechanical exoskeletons, focusing only on control theory. However, Academician Hao and Zhao Yanyan immediately thought of individual soldier exoskeleton armor. Just as Guo Tailai believed, any high-tech innovation is inevitably first applied in the military. A mechanical exoskeleton equipped with a power source becomes a powered exoskeleton, which is more suited for military use. In addition to its basic function of enhancing human capabilities, it must also provide robust protection, adaptability to complex environments, and military functions such as auxiliary firepower, communications, and reconnaissance support. Overseas research in this field has already been underway, but no substantial results have been achieved. Academician Hao consulted experts in the field overnight and has gained a certain understanding of mechanical exoskeletons. In particular, after Academician Hao spoke with an expert friend of his in this field and mentioned the fat man's thesis, it immediately piqued the other person's interest. Within just half an hour, it had caught the attention of the military. At a time when no mature control theory for mechanical exoskeletons existed internationally, a 5th-year undergraduate at Shuima University had actually produced a mature control model and 2 sets of theories, completed his thesis, and with Academician Hao's endorsement demonstrated its high feasibility. It would have been strange if military experts hadn't taken notice. This precisely why Academician Hao and Zhao Yanyan had appeared here late at night. Furthermore, Zhao Yanyan possessed excellent military acumen. Upon reading the thesis, she immediately realized its far-reaching significance and instructed Guo Tailai on the spot not to discuss it with outsiders. "I handed it over to my senior classmate as soon as I finished it. I haven't had a chance to discuss it with anyone yet." Guo Tailai wasn't exactly naive. He'd brought this forward precisely to help the country take the lead in this field. Now that Academician Hao was taking it so seriously, his goal had already been achieved, so Guo Tailai certainly wasn't going to complicate matters. "That's good, that's very good." Academician Hao let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. If Guo Tailai had discussed it with others, they might have had to temporarily place those individuals under surveillance. The current situation was ideal. "Since you designed these 2 control models, I'm sure you're aware of the potential applications of mechanical exoskeletons." Academician Hao chose his words carefully before stating clearly, "This will play a significant role in advancing our country's military technology. So, as you know, this must remain confidential." "No problem," Guo Tailai agreed with unusual alacrity. "What's the big deal? Everything in the inertial navigation laboratory has to be kept confidential. That's perfectly normal." "There's something I find difficult to bring up." Academician Hao hesitated, looking a bit embarrassed, but eventually spoke up. "I had you revise and expand your thesis, but due to certain requirements, I'm afraid you'll have to stick with your original thesis." Control theory of this importance isn't suitable for an undergraduate thesis defense. No problem, no problem. Guo Tailai repeatedly assured him it was fine. His primary reason for revising the thesis had been to gain academician Hao's approval. Other aspects were merely side benefits. Any extra help he could get was a bonus. Now that his main goal had been achieved, everything else was secondary, and Guo Tailai had absolutely no intention of objecting. So, are you still willing to continue your research in this direction? Academician Hao looked at Guo Tailai and asked another question. Zhao Yanyan was also watching Guo Tailai, eager to hear his answer. Guo Tailai had never given this question any thought, but now that Academician Hao had asked, he began to ponder it. Academician Hao didn't press him, he simply waited quietly. No. After a long pause, Guo Tailai shook his head and explained to the two of them, "My expertise lies in mechanical machining. I'm far from proficient in software programming and industrial control, and my interests don't lie there either. That control model was just a whim inspired by a game I played as a child. It doesn't mean I'm particularly specialized in this field." The fat man's talent for mechanical machining was widely recognized among those in know. Even those unfamiliar with his work would have no reason to doubt it once they learned he was the creator of high-precision gyroscopes. However, the control system for a mechanical exoskeleton primarily involves research into pressure sensor-driven control systems. Programming and industrial control make up the vast majority of the work, while mechanical machining accounts for only a tiny fraction, leaving no room at all for the fat guy to showcase his strengths. Academician Hao nodded, his impression of Guo Tailai improving slightly. At the very least, the fat guy had a clear understanding of himself. He knew his strengths and weaknesses. That was good. Just as Zhao Yanyan was about to say something, Academician Hao cut her off. There were certain things he needed to discuss with Guo Tailai personally. Without using Zhao Yanyan as a go-between, he had enough integrity to handle that on his own. "An old friend of mine is very interested in this research topic," Academician Hao explained to Guo Tailai without beating around the bush. "I had originally thought that if you were interested, he would be willing to serve as your advisor for this line of research. Since you're not interested, would you allow my old friend to continue researching this topic?" Academician Hu's old friend, as mentioned earlier, was also an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He had set his sights on this project and wanted to study it. Did he really need Guo Tailai's approval? Guo Tailai was utterly flattered. This was a sign of basic respect toward him, and he wasn't the type to be ungrateful. Besides, since this wasn't his true calling to begin with, how could he possibly object? "You're too kind," Guo Tailai said, looking flustered as he waved his hands repeatedly at Academician Hao. "I've merely expanded on some childhood play-based thinking. You don't need to consider my opinion at all. Do whatever you think is best." "All right, then I'll thank you on behalf of my old friend." The portly man's attitude was very sincere, and Academician Hao was delighted the promising young talent he'd set his sights on hadn't left, and his old friend had a new research project. It was a win-win situation. By the way, this matter, including this model, must remain strictly confidential. Academician Hao remembered the most important point and deliberately admonished Guo Tailai in a solemn tone. "Keep all of this to yourself from now on. It's rare to have a research project that's internationally leading. We need to stay ahead for as long as possible." Guo Tailai agreed without hesitation. Seriously, research on mechanical exoskeletons was originally intended for military applications. It would be strange if it weren't kept confidential. Guo Tailai certainly didn't want the relevant authorities coming after him one day for a security breach. "Your noodles are getting cold. Hurry up and eat." With the serious business settled, Academician Hao didn't forget to remind Guo Tailai. Just as Academician Hao finished speaking, the chubby guy's stomach let out an unwelcome gurgle, a sound that echoed unusually clearly in the lab where the three of them were gathered. Zhao Yanyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she giggled, leaving the chubby guy looking utterly embarrassed. Academician Hao knew the chubby guy wouldn't feel at ease with him present. He'd noticed just now that the chubby guy hadn't stopped sweating profusely. It was November after all, and clearly the chubby guy had been working hard in the clean room. He couldn't let him feel uncomfortable while eating. So he didn't linger long. After giving the chubby guy a few parting words, he left the lab. Guo Tai had seen it clearly. As Academician Hao left, two figures standing at attention outside the lab door followed him out. He wondered what those two were up to. He hadn't seen them the last time he met with Academician Hao. Stop staring. With only Zhao Yanyan and Guo Fat left, Zhao Yanyan relaxed and followed Guo Fat's gaze outside, explaining offhandedly, "They're here just in case. If you ever discuss this topic with anyone else, they'll be the first to go and brief those people on confidentiality protocols." Guo Tailai curled his lip. With such ramrod straight postures, they must have a military background. Their briefing on confidentiality protocols would probably be quite a sight to behold. However, Guo Tailai wasn't going to dwell on things that hadn't happened yet. Right now, his empty stomach took priority. He quickly lifted the lid of his rice bowl, stirred the noodles which had already soaked until they were mushy a few times, and without caring about the texture, began to wolf them down. After just 2 bites, the fat man suddenly remembered that Zhao Yanyan didn't like the sound of slurping noodles. He immediately stopped his wide gulping motions and began eating cautiously, trying his best not to make a sound. Noticing this small detail, Zhao Yanyan gave a slight nod of approval in her heart. Don't let his seemingly carefree demeanor fool you, sometimes he really does care about her feelings. How's the progress on the prototype? Zhao Yanyan had no intention of following the chubby guy's example of eating late-night snacks that was the enemy of a good figure. Even as a beautiful top student, Zhao Yanyan was extremely mindful of her figure. I've already finished 1 set, but I haven't assembled it yet, Guo Tailai said, swallowing the noodles in his mouth and hurrying to reply. Once I make another set, I'll put them both together, and by tomorrow morning, you'll have 2 sets of lab prototypes ready for testing. Thanks for your hard work, Fatso. Zhao Yanyan was, for once, unusually kind to Guo Tailai. Seeing that he'd already finished a packet of instant noodles, she even went out of her way to prepare a second packet for him. Fatso was once again flattered. Having been taken by surprise several times that evening, he'd already grown somewhat accustomed to it. Once this is done, I figure there'll be at most 1 revision before I graduate. At your pace, you'll probably have it wrapped up in 2 days at most. Zhao Yanyan waited with Fatso for the instant noodles to soak, and they struck up a conversation. You've finished your thesis. With a semester and a half left, what are your plans? Nothing in particular, Guo Tailai replied, joining in the conversation. I'm planning to use my free time to get my driver's license and take a few trips out of town. You know, I've got a little money saved up now, so I want to get out and see the world. If the opportunity arises, I'll see if I can land some more high-precision machining jobs to earn a little extra cash. Zhao Yanyan knew full well that Guo Tailai had money after all. It was Zhao Yanyan who had given him that 100,000 yuan. The chubby guy's plans made perfect sense too. With no classes in his 5th year and all his work wrapped up, why shouldn't he be allowed to travel a bit or take on some part-time jobs? Anyway, he wasn't worried about finding a job, and it was certainly better than wasting his time playing video games. Alright, once I graduate, I'll see if there's any work that suits you and put in a good word for you, Zhao Yanyan promised boldly. Just kidding, with the chubby guy's skills, most people couldn't even afford his services. Once she got through this busy graduation period, she'd see if there were any high-precision, cutting-edge projects at her dad's conglomerate for him to tackle. Their conglomerate was desperately short of talent like that. The two happily reached an agreement through their conversation. Guo Tailai happily finished his 2nd bag of instant noodles, then slipped back into the dust-free studio to get to work. After pulling an all-nighter, Guo Tailai successfully assembled 2 prototypes of the latest gyroscopes. After solemnly handing them over to Zhao Yanyan when she arrived that morning, Guo Tailai was finally free. Zhao Yanyan had said that the earliest revisions wouldn't be due until after winter break and before the defense, so from now until the end of winter break, the chubby guy was a free man. By the way, senior, do you think 100,000 yuan would be enough to buy a courtyard outside the south gate? Just as Guo Tailai was about to leave the lab, he suddenly remembered something and asked Zhao Yanyan. Outside the south gate? In the Zhongguancun area? Zhao Yanyan was taken aback. How should I know? Aren't you a local expert? Could you ask around for me? Guo Tailai grinned as he asked Zhao Yanyan for a favor. Since I'm planning to pursue a master's and then a PhD, I was thinking it'd be convenient to buy a place right by the school gate. Oh, I see. Zhao Yanyan understood what Guo Tailai meant. I'll have my staff at the company look into it for you. But be prepared, it might not be enough. The area around Zhongguancun is developing rapidly, so prices aren't necessarily that cheap. It doesn't have to be in Zhongguancun. A private home near the east gate or south gate would be fine. Guo Tailai hurriedly waved his hand. The main thing is that it's close to the campus entrance, so it's convenient to get back and forth. Okay, got it. Zhao Yanyan nodded. I'll have them look into it and give you a call. Just make sure to return my call. Guo Tailai would finally be able to go a long time without having to come to 9003. As he walked out the building, he felt a great sense of relief. The area outside the south gate or east gate, now known as Wudao Kao, would, in his future vision, come to be known by an even more formidable nickname, the center of the universe. Buying a property here now, for whatever reason, would mean that when the time came for demolition, he could simply swap it for one or several new apartments on the same site. Without too much effort, he could easily achieve his modest goal of becoming a millionaire or even a billionaire. Of course, the main reason for buying property here was that Guo Tailai would likely pursue a master's and doctoral degree at Shuimi University and then stay on as faculty. Living right next to the campus would be convenient. His parents could also come visit then, experience life in the heart and window of the motherland, and let the two of them enjoy a little comfort. If you buy a house just because you have a little money, might people say you lack ambition? Let them say what they want. Guo Tailai couldn't care less, only those who reap the benefits know the truth. He headed back to his dorm to catch up on some sleep. After resting for a day, Guo Tailai began figuring out how to get to the coordinates of that meteorite. The upgrade to his control system had brought him nothing but benefits. Previously he'd been held back by other commitments and couldn't go, but now he couldn't wait to check it out. He'd looked into traveling to Liaoning province. The only option was a green-painted train. From there he'd have to take a bus from Anshan to the county seat, and then rent a car or find another way to reach his final destination. In short, it wasn't exactly convenient. Just as he was debating whether to go alone or find a travel companion, his pager beeped. It was a call from Zhao Yanyan's office. Guo Tailai stepped out of the building and found a public phone booth to call her back. "We've got news about the apartment. Come on over." Zhao Yanyan was brief and to the point, simply telling the fat guy to come over. Thankfully, she didn't use 8888 to page him this time, a small gesture of respect. "Where is the place? How much is it?" Without another word, Guo Tailai headed straight for the lab and asked as soon as he entered Zhao Yanyan's office. "This is the result of my staff running around all day yesterday." Zhao Yanyan handed the fat guy a spreadsheet clearly listing over a dozen options: addresses, square footage, property condition, yard size, price, and more, with photos attached at the end. The cheapest one is only 50,000. The list was sorted by price, with the lowest entry at 80,000. It's the smallest one. The house and yard combined are only a little over 40 square meters, and the house is in terrible condition. It's already a dilapidated building. Zhao Yanyan had looked it over and naturally knew which one Guo Tailai was referring to. She flatly rejected the idea. "Rather than buying this, you'd be better off spending a little more to get a better one, at least one you can move into right away." Guo Tailai agreed on this point. They had to consider not only the need for immediate occupancy but also future options in case of demolition. That house was clearly too remote, it was out of the question. Guo Tailai's gaze immediately fell on the top listing. It was a 2-courtyard compound, totaling nearly 1,000 square meters, about 1.5 mu in size. The front and rear courtyards contained 10 rooms, but the price was truly eye-watering, 800,000. He didn't even need to look at the photos, just the size alone was enough to captivate Guo Tailai. The most expensive one. Zhao Yanyan seemed to read Guo Tailai's mind. "Do you even have that much money? Right now, all you have including what's at home is 15 at most, isn't it?" The chubby guy nodded silently, his mind completely consumed by the house and its price. Right now it was only 800,000, but perhaps in 20 years, the property he'd receive in exchange for demolition compensation could be worth over 100 million. With that, he'd never have to worry about salaries or bonuses again. He could just focus on contributing to the country. "Does senior sister have any money?" Guo Tailai suddenly broke into a broad smile as he asked Zhao Yanyan, "Why don't I borrow some from you?" "Get lost." Zhao Yanyan rolled her eyes at Guo Tailai. "My money didn't just blow in on the wind. Why should I lend it to you for no reason? What are you to me, anyway? Aren't I your junior?" Guo Tailai grinned obsequiously, his expression perfectly capturing the essence of Duolong from Stephen Chow's The Deer and the Cauldron. "There are plenty of people who call me senior sister, and every single one of them comes asking to borrow money. Am I supposed to live like this?" Zhao Yanyan couldn't bear to look at the chubby guy's smarmy face and turned her head away in disgust. "Then how about I work for you to pay it back? Is that okay?" Guo Tailai continued to negotiate. "And how long do you plan to keep working? Until you finish your PhD?" Zhao Yanyan didn't mind making the chubby guy work hard, but his demands were too excessive. He'd started off asking for hundreds of thousands. It was 1996 after all. Even if Zhao Yanyan had the money, she couldn't just casually hand over hundreds of thousands to him. "By the way, senior sister, how did you get your money? Did your family give it to you?" Guo Tailai asked pointedly, deliberately emphasizing the last part to provoke Zhao Yanyan. "Shut up." As expected, Zhao Yanyan couldn't stand the provocation and blurted out the answer. "When I was studying at MIT, I helped a few American companies solve some technical problems. That's money I earned fair and square. Solving technical problems. Guo Tailai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Yanyan and asked, "Didn't you buy my patent last time, senior sister? How about I sell you a few more?" "Sure. What other patents do you have? Tell me about them." Having just returned from abroad, Zhao Yanyan placed great importance on patent revenue. She was surprised to learn that the fat guy still had unpublished technical patents. She could certainly evaluate them. If they were worthwhile, it wouldn't hurt for the company to stock up on a few patents. The patent for the exoskeleton chair she'd bought from Guo Tailai last time had already been licensed to a company for production. They'd received small batch orders from overseas, with a total value exceeding 300,000. She'd long since recouped the money she'd spent on the patent. "Senior, aren't you working on gyroscopes?" Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Tailai pulled the first thing related to Zhao Yanyan that came to mind. "Inertial navigation systems are still primarily for military use, but I've optimized the gyroscope design for the foreign Steadicam image stabilization platform. It's smaller and lighter. Would you like to buy it, senior?" Pieffed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan nearly spit out the mouthful of water she'd just taken. Zhao Yanyan knew full well that, in the eyes of others, she was a prodigy, so she often faced gazes that looked up to her with awe. Of course, Zhao Yanyan had every reason to be proud at such a young age. Her academic achievements far surpassed those of anyone her age. However, Zhao Yanyan had never met anyone with such a free-flowing and sharp mind as Fatso's. As for Fatty, let's not even mention his skill with tools. That's a natural physical gift Zhao Yanyan neither envies nor aspires to. But what's truly impressive is how he consistently approaches problems from angles no one else has ever considered, uncovering key insights that others simply can't see. Because his large frame made standing physically taxing, the fat guy invented an exoskeleton chair. The mechanical principle behind it was almost ridiculously simple, yet no one had ever thought of it before. Building on that exoskeleton chair, the chubby girl was able to advance directly to a mechanical-powered exoskeleton while working on her thesis. She even developed a control model based on a game she'd played as a child. It was simply unbelievable. The chubby girl always managed to deduce and apply simple principles from everyday phenomena. Now that the fat guy was short on cash, Zhao Yanyan had barely mentioned that they could cash in on a patent when he immediately proposed a design for optimizing a Steadicam anti-shake platform using a gyroscope. It seemed he'd come up with the idea precisely because she was working on gyroscopes. How was anyone supposed to handle that? "Senior, you're working on cutting-edge inertial navigation systems." Fatso noticed Zhao Yanyan's unease and hurried to explain on her behalf. "With such a tight schedule, you definitely don't have time to tinker with civilian applications." "I was just sitting around with nothing to do, so I let my mind wander. Actually, if you were to work on it, senior, you'd definitely do a better job than I did. It's just that you don't have the time." Hearing this, Zhao Yanyan found it a bit easier to accept. She had indeed been in a constant rush these past few years, rushing through her undergraduate degree, rushing through her master's, and now rushing toward her PhD graduation. Aside from the research project at hand, she rarely gave anything else a second thought. As for how difficult the fat guy's design could possibly be, the principle was ridiculously simple. If she really put her mind to it, she might actually figure it out, but who knows? Just build it and let's see. Zhao Yanyan didn't feel like wasting words on the chubby guy. She simply told him to build it himself. After all, she was confident he could definitely pull it off. Guo Tailai nodded in agreement and was about to make the arrangements when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to Zhao Yanyan and gave her a wry smile. "Senior, could you recommend a compact, energy-efficient brushless motor?" The smaller the gyroscope, the more it relies on motor assistance, and Zhao Yanyan's design was no exception. Since she'd already finalized the design, she must have a good option in mind, so Guo Tailai didn't need to go to the trouble. Just as Zhao Yanyan was about to speak, the phone on the desk rang. She didn't hesitate to answer it in front of the fat guy. It was unclear what was said on the call, but Zhao Yanyan furrowed her brow deeply. "I don't have any good data on heat-resistant alloys here either. You should start by looking into the situation overseas." After that, Zhao Yanyan said nothing more. She listened quietly until the call ended, then hung up. Heat-resistant alloys. Guo Tailai's mind was now completely focused on money. He was itching to trade just about anything for cash right then and there. Are they valuable? How much can they fetch? Go work on your design optimization. Mind your own business. Zhao Yanyan was in a bad mood and shooed him away. "I'll send you the brushless motor specs later. Go, stop hanging around me. You're getting on my nerves." Guo Tailai had no desire to cross Zhao Yanyan at a time like this. So without another word, He ran out and sat down the shared computer, silently pondering which product to develop. He'd seen plenty of handheld stabilizers in his visions of the future. He just needed to find one that seemed best suited for his current camera. Zhao Yanyan was very thorough and conscientious in her work. Even though she was in a bad mood, within an hour she not only gave Guo Tailai the motor specifications but also handed him a sample. With the specifications, dimensions, and a physical sample in hand, Guo Tailai no longer had to agonize over his choice. He simply selected the most suitable design for a two-handed DSLR gimbal, went to request some aluminum alloy, and then headed straight to old Liu's workshop in the machinist shop. With Zhao Yanyan in a bad mood, the lab was off limits. Besides, a stabilizer wasn't exactly a military secret, so it was best to stay away from the lab anyway. Old Liu's workshop was fully stocked with everything Guo Tailai needed. With such a small item, Guo Tailai had a detailed design in his head and was able to whip it up in just half a day. After assembling it, he made a quick trip to the dormitory to borrow Liang Siegel DF2 SLR camera, then rushed back to the workshop to machine a matching hot shoe and install it. Holding the horizontal grip with both hands, Guo Tailai twisted his upper body slightly from side to side, yet the camera lens remained pointed in the same direction and didn't even shift position within a certain range. It worked. For now, it was still inertially driven, but once he added software to control the motor's rotation, image stabilization and shock resistance would be no problem at all. "Seigneur, I've finished the handheld stabilizer." Guo Tailai packed up the equipment without even removing the camera and, before the workday ended, rushed straight into Zhao Yanyan's office to show it to her. There's a gyroscope inside, but since it still relies on inertial control, the results aren't very good. Guo Tailai explained the reasoning behind his proposal. Add a motor, senior, have someone build a control system so that when it sways in one direction, the motor rotates in the opposite direction to counteract the rotation. It's simple, right? With a motor driving it, it'll be much lighter and more flexible than a mechanical Steadicam, and it won't require the complicated calibration we had to go through before. What do you think? Guo Tailai's explanation was concise and to the point, because he knew Zhao Yanyan would understand it immediately after all. She specialized in inertial navigation. How could she not know the principles behind a gyroscope? Zhao Yanyan watched as Guo Tailai quickly brought this compact frame right in front of her. He then reached over, picked up a folder from the desk, and opened it. She looked at the photos inside of those large, heavy Steadicams that had to be worn on the body to operate, then glanced up at Guo Tailai. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. It was such a simple concept any college student who'd taken a physics course would understand how a gyroscope works, but how many people could think so creatively to use this method to build a handheld stabilizer? That fatso is a true genius. But you haven't actually built the control system yet, have you? Zhao Yanyan said, nitpicking. The principle isn't complicated, you know that, senior. I'm just not good at developing industrial control systems. Guo Tailai said, utterly exasperated. Zhao Yanyan was clearly just being stubborn. Fine. Just give me a straight answer, is it workable or not? If not, I'll take it back and ask Professor Wang. Fine. Knowing she couldn't push the fat too hard, Zhao Yanyan quickly replied, I'll buy this design from you. Over the next few days, work with my company's staff to file the patent application.
Senior sister. As soon as he heard this, the chubby guy immediately beamed, rubbing his hands together as he asked, Senior sister, how much are you planning to pay for this design? Let's say 300,000, Zhao Yanyan pondered for a moment before naming a price. After all, I'll still need to organize a team to develop that control system. Only 300,000? Guo Tailai seemed a bit dissatisfied. There are plenty of photography enthusiasts both here and abroad. We could easily target a massive market where everyone has one. Isn't that too cheap? It's not cheap at all. Zhao Yanyan instantly transformed into a shrewd female CEO. We'll need to invest in development, and our company won't be handling production ourselves. We'll definitely have to license it to other companies for manufacturing and sales. We'll just earn some licensing fees from that. You know how things are in China. As soon as a product comes out, someone copies it within days. 30,000 really isn't low. 30,000 plus the 10,000 Guo Tailai had on hand only came to 40,000, still half short of their 80,000 goal. Guo Tailai felt a bit reluctant to accept this. But Zhao Yanyan was telling the truth. Intellectual property protection in China really was that lax. If it weren't for the country's upcoming accession to the WTO, the situation would likely be even worse. Zhao Yanyan was already being very generous to offer 30,000 for the design. Can't you throw in a little more? Guo Tailai put on a pitiful expression and tried to charm Zhao Yanyan. Then I'll give you a cut once we've licensed it out, Zhao Yanyan said, her heart softening at the sight of the chubby man's pitiful expression. You're making 300,000 a day, don't be ungrateful. This is just for the civilian market. We'll have to see how big the market is when the time comes. Who says it's just for the civilian market? Guo Tailai protested, looking at Zhao Yanyan defiantly. Can it be used on military reconnaissance aircraft? No sooner had he said this than Guo Tailai suddenly realized what he'd just said. What had he just said? If the civilian market opened up, he'd still get a cut, but if it were used in military facilities, wouldn't that mean it would have to be kept secret for several years before being made public? Smack, smack, smack. Guo Tailai was so frustrated he felt like crying. He slapped himself across the face several times. That's what you get for having a big mouth. Zhao Yanyan, however, watched Guo Tailai slap himself without batting an eye, giving the fatso a cold, mocking smile. As soon as he got his hands on the thing, Zhao Yanyan's first thought was to use it on reconnaissance aircraft. He just had to see if the fatso would bring it up on his own. Sure enough, one little probe was all it took to figure out what the guy was thinking. For such a measly sum, he was actually slapping himself in the face like crazy. You fatso in revolutionary times, you'd definitely have been an easily bribed traitor. Fine, 30,000 it is. Guo Tailai had also noticed Zhao Yanyan's cold smile. He lowered his head in resignation. Any amount is better than nothing. Humph. Zhao Yanyan snorted coldly, refusing to give the fatso the time of day he was just annoying to look at. Guo Tailai suddenly raised his head cautiously and asked Zhao Yanyan, Senior sister, if I could come up with another design concept or research topic for an anti-shake gimbal, could I get a little extra funding? More? Zhao Yanyan's eyes widened. Was that fatso Doraemon or something? Could he just pull a new technology out of his pocket like that? Suddenly realizing something, she warned Guo Tailai, if it's based on the same gyroscope principle, just a slight variation, then forget it. Come on, senior, you're a researcher too. Can a design like this really work without a gyroscope? Guo Tailai was clearly annoyed as he argued with Zhao Yanyan. Without a gyroscope, how would you balance and position it? Use GPS? Never mind whether they'd even give you access to the interface, do you really want to check for satellite signals every time you take a photo? It'd be a breakthrough just to make a breakthrough in balance control. Tell me in what area? Zhao Yanyan was a professional. She knew her demands were a bit excessive, but she wasn't ready to be persuaded by the chubby guy, nor did she want to admit she was wrong. She asked defiantly. Let's get this straight first. Will there be funding for the project? Guo Tai wanted to clarify this up front. If there were no benefits, he'd decide to hold off for now. Funding for the mechanical exoskeleton control system project is definitely out of the question for now, Zhao Yanyan said, her tone softening slightly. As you know, the government is short on funds, and universities and research institutes are in the same boat. It's not easy to find a promising direction, but it's unrealistic to expect massive investment. This was the reality of the situation, one that Zhao Yanyan alone couldn't change. Nor could she use her private company to subsidize national research. There was no precedent for that, and doing so would blur the line between public and private interests. So even if a new project comes along, the outcome will be the same? Guo Tailai asked, sound a bit disgruntled. If it's a project like the mechanical exoskeleton control system from last time, and you've developed the modeling method, assuming the other party is fair, you'll probably get a co-authorship credit on the paper, Zhao Yanyan said helplessly. At best, you'd be the fourth author. At worst, you'd just be listed in the acknowledgements. Forget it then. Guo Tailai shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the issue. He understood that the country was still poor. Looking at Zhao Yanyan, Guo Tailai suddenly asked, Senior, what if I designed a civilian product, one that has absolutely nothing to do with the military, and sold it to a relevant company overseas? Would I be able to get a better price? Finally, afraid that Zhao Yanyan might misunderstand, he added, just like you, senior sister, casually solving a few minor technical problems along the way and collecting some licensing or consulting fees. That might work. Zhao Yanyan's expression brightened slightly. After all, that was exactly what she did herself, so she had no grounds to criticize others. But do you know how to register international patents? Can you find international buyers? Or can you communicate freely with foreign buyers? Zhao Yanyan had known for a long time that the fat guy was a poor student. He'd only passed the Siet 4, and even then his English was limited to reading. He couldn't speak a word. This question struck right at his weak spot. Whenever these practical issues came up, the chubby guy was at a loss. That's right, he couldn't handle a single aspect of it, so this path was also blocked. Even if Guo Tailai could ask the boss to help with translation, the boss couldn't assist with things like registering international patents or finding buyers. Seeing Guo Tailai looking dejected, Zhao Yanyan finally spoke up. I can actually help with these matters. Our company has handled numerous domestic and international patent sales and licensing deals before, so we have some experience. Would you like to give it a try? What are the terms? Guo Tailai immediately looked up and asked. You'll have to cover the costs of registering the international patent yourself, but we can handle all the paperwork for you, Zhao Yanyan said, looking at Guo Tailai in a strictly businesslike manner. We'll help you find buyers, negotiate on your behalf, and secure the best possible terms. We can agree on a minimum price. If the deal closes below that, I'll make up the difference. We can also waive the commission this time and use that research project you just mentioned as payment for our services. How does that sound? Deal. Guo Tailai beamed with delight the moment he heard this and agreed immediately without a moment's hesitation. Tell me about your research proposal. Now that the deal was sealed, Zhao Yan naturally wasn't going to let Guo Tailai off the hook so easily. Although handheld stabilizers can indeed quickly solve some camera stabilization issues, if there's another approach to consider, why not take a look at it? Well, it's actually related to a game I used to play when I was a kid. Guo Tailai didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Get me a chicken, a live one, and I'll demonstrate it for you. Zhao Yanyan looked completely baffled. A chicken? To demonstrate an anti-shake platform, wasn't that a bit too outlandish? Yes, what Guo Tailai was about to demonstrate was the famous chicken head, anti-shake experiment from later years, one that several well-known automakers later used as inspiration for their advertisements. Virtually every seasoned internet user has seen that experiment. If you dare to pull my leg, you'll be joining me in the boxing ring for practice today. Zhao Yanyan absolutely refused to believe there was any connection between a chicken and an anti-shake platform. If there really were a bionic research topic like that, with so many scientists in the world, wouldn't they have discovered it long ago? Why would it fall to Guo Tailai? Since it was almost time to clock out anyway, Jianyan packed up her things, locked away the handheld stabilizer Guo Tailai had built, and then headed straight to the Zalanyuan farmer's market with him. Of course, Guo Tailai was going to take the camera back. It belonged to Liu Yang. The market sold live chickens, so Guo Tailai paid and, full of enthusiasm, bought a hen that looked very lively. After that, the two of them weren't quite sure where to go next. The lab? Bringing a live chicken to the lab was clearly out of the question. This wasn't a lab project after all, and it wouldn't do to get things dirty or damaged. The machine shop wasn't suitable either, and a classroom was definitely out of the question. Zhao Yanyan didn't want to take Guo Tailai to his dorm where people might come by to look around. After thinking it over, she had no choice but to take Guo Tailai to her own place. Zhao Yanyan didn't live in the student dorms. Instead, she had a one-bedroom apartment in the faculty housing complex by the West Gate, a rental, of course. Upon entering, they found a small, clean, and tidy apartment. Zhao Yanyan didn't ask Guo Tailai to change his shoes. She simply asked him to demonstrate it to her right away. Actually, you've just never paid attention to it before. This isn't your field of research, so you haven't observed it, Guo Tailai said, preparing Zhao Yanyan for what was to come before beginning the demonstration. Pay close attention to the chicken's head, Guo Tailai reminded Jianyan. Under Zhao Yanyan's watchful gaze, Guo Tailai moved the hen's body back and forth within a small range, up, down, left, right, and forward and backward, while the hen's head remained completely fixed in one position, not moving at all. Even Guo Tailai slightly twisted the hen's body from side to side. The head stayed perfectly still. When he adjusted the angle up or down, it remained just as motionless. Zhao Yanyan was completely dumbfounded. She was the type who had been raised by her family since childhood. Although she was capable of taking care of herself while in school, she usually just bought pre-cut meat at the supermarket. She had rarely even seen a live chicken, so how could she have known that a common hen like this actually possessed such a remarkable ability? What do you think? Take a look. Couldn't we build another anti-vibration platform based on this? Guo Tailai said smugly, moving the hen's body back and forth as he sought praise from Zhao Yanyan. You jerk. Zhao Yanyan quickly began to view the phenomenon from a scientific perspective. After observing it for a moment longer, she immediately realized the deeper implications behind it. Why are you cursing at me? Guo Tailai, who had been happily demonstrating the phenomenon, looked completely puzzled upon hearing Zhao Yanyan's outburst. He glanced at the chicken's head, then at Zhao Yanyan, and couldn't help but ask, it's true, the chicken's head doesn't move at all. Isn't this nature's own anti-vibration platform? Come clean, is this the interlinked axis you plan to use for the 5-axis machining center you're going to research next? This was exactly what was making Zhao Yanyan so angry. The principle by which the chicken's neck kept the head perfectly still, wasn't that exactly what a 5-axis machining center was? Up, down, left, right, forward, backward, left and right rotation, up and down rotation, wasn't that a 5-axis system? Using a chicken's head to make an anti-vibration platform was perfectly fine. But it was obvious that Guo Tailai was killing two birds with one stone. He was both fobbing her off and using it directly to develop a 5-axis machining center with Professor Wang. This fat guy had ulterior motives. He was pulling a fast one on her. Huh? Guo Tailai hadn't realized it himself, but as soon as Zhao Yanyan pointed it out, he saw that it really made sense. He couldn't help but wiggle the chicken's body again, examine the neck, and immediately broke into a smile. You're right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized it. I'll bring it to Professor Wang tomorrow to take a look. Judging by the fat guy's demeanor, he didn't seem to be faking it. It appeared he really hadn't thought of it at first. However, Zhao Yanyan's reminder seemed to have actually given him an idea. Who knows, it might even help Guo Tailai finalize the research topic for his graduate studies under Professor Wang. Ha! I knew it, this has to be a great discovery. Guo Tailai was overjoyed and burst out laughing. His maniacal cackle was too much for Zhao Yanyan to bear, so she had no choice but to shoo him out. What? Seriously? I'm at your place, it's dinner time, and you're not even gonna feed me? Guo Tailai was taken aback and asked Zhao Yanyan in shock. You still want to eat? Zhao Yanyan was livid. Go wait by the door with that chicken. I'm going to make a phone call and then I'll settle the score with you. Guo Tailai obediently let himself be shown the door and stood waiting in the hallway. After quite a while, Zhao Yanyan finally came out and called out to the chubby guy, "Let's go!" Seeing how upset Zhao Yanyan looked, Guo Tailai didn't dare ask where they were going. He obediently followed her downstairs, took a few turns through the residential complex, and entered another building. When they arrived at their destination and knocked on the door, Guo Tailai realized it was Professor Wang's home. Professor Wang had received a call ahead of time and was already waiting for them. Professor Wang's wife was there as well. She warmly welcomed the two of them inside, though she looked quite puzzled to see Guo Tailai still clutching a live chicken. Once inside, Zhao Yanyan exchanged a few words with Professor Wang, then sat down on the living room sofa with him and his wife, while Guo Tailai was asked to stand in the living room and give a demonstration. The poor fat guy had no choice but to stand there obediently, holding the hen as he demonstrated the experiment once more. After the demonstration, Professor Wang was completely dumbfounded. Professor's wife was also from Shima University. She wasn't a precision instruments major, she could still make sense of what was happening. He says this can be used as an anti-shake platform for cameras, Zhao Yanyan said, ignoring the chubby guy standing there and striking up a conversation with Professor Wang on her own. But no matter how I look at it, the chicken's neck looks just like the interlinked axes of a 5-axis machining center. What do you think, Professor Wang? Interesting. Professor Wang was also captivated. After instructing the chubby young man to demonstrate it a few more times, he said with a smile, "Some of these ideas could actually be incorporated into my new research. We've been eating chicken for decades and have seen live chickens countless times, yet we've never realized the chicken's head and neck could serve such a purpose," the professor's wife remarked with a sigh. "That little chubby boy has a keen eye." Upon learning that the chubby boy would be one of her husband's graduate students next year, the professor's wife insisted that Zhao Yanyan and Guo Tailai stay for dinner before letting them leave. However, Professor Wang kept the live chicken that Guo Tailai had bought. He would take it to the lab the next day and have his graduate students begin their research. Of course, Zhao Yanyan wasn't idle either. She didn't know who she would contact once she got back, but that anti-vibration platform would certainly kick off the research project. Thanks to Professor Wang's intervention, Guo Tailai narrowly escaped being dragged into the ring by Zhao Yanyan for a thorough beating. Back at the dorm, to celebrate his narrow escape from Zhao Yanyan's fists and feet, he organized a grand celebration complete with card games and a late-night snack for his close dorm mates. After sleeping until he woke up naturally, the fat guy thought about that courtyard of over 1,000 square meters and decided to secure the money first. With prices fluctuating day by day, it was best to have the cash in hand. Just thinking about it got him excited. Before the demolition, he'd own a 1,000 square meter courtyard with 10 rooms right in Wudaokao, the center of the universe. That would be huge. Zhao Yanyan had already promised to help him file for a patent and find a buyer, so what was there to wait for? Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Tailai headed straight to the machinist's shop to start building the prototype. Purely civilian, nothing to do with the military, and Guo Tailai had plenty of ideas in mind. He thought about the simpler ones, and that was it: the snap and grip universal wrench. A large-size hex socket insert combined with the clamping mechanism attached to the handle forms a universal wrench. Of course, with a socket on each end of the handle, one large and one small, it can handle virtually all nuts from the smallest to medium sizes. Even with just the large socket, it can handle the largest nuts. To put it simply, this is an adjustable size wrench that functions just like a standard adjustable wrench, but it covers a wider range of sizes and is lighter and more convenient than the adjustable wrenches commonly used in factories. The principle behind it is equally simple. You can figure it out at a glance. When you see the actual product, it's just that many people have never thought of it before. But since these are, after all, two different principles, it's entirely possible to apply for a utility model patent. As a common tool, it doesn't involve any trade secrets or the like, and if mass-produced, it could sell well. It just depends on how Zhao Yanyan's company chooses to handle it. In any case, Guo Tailai's mind is brimming with little gadgets like this. He doesn't have particularly high expectations. As long as this design brings him $100,000, he'll be satisfied. That $100,000, combined with what he's already earned, will be enough for Guo Tailai to buy that 1,000 square meter compound. Given Guo Tailai's current manufacturing capabilities, this universal wrench was no problem at all. Although he didn't have any engineering plastics on hand, that didn't stop him from making two prototypes out of steel first. After some tinkering, Guo Tailai soon found himself holding two shiny prototypes in his hands. He headed straight back to building 9003 and made his way to Zhao Yanyan's lab to find her. The workshop was stocked with bolts and nuts of all sizes, so Guo Tailai picked up a bunch on his way over. In Zhao Yanyan's office, he demonstrated the wrenches to her once more. "What do you think of this? It doesn't involve any confidentiality issues, does it?" Guo Tailai handed both universal wrenches to Zhao Yanyan, encouraging her to try them out for herself, as he asked. Zhao Yanyan tried them out a few times herself. They were indeed very comfortable to use and fit almost every size of nut. Calling them universal wrenches was no exaggeration. When she looked at the fat guy again, Zhao Yanyan felt a twinge of surprise. Could this fatso really be Doraemon? Was he just casually pulling a bunch of cool stuff out of his pockets? Fatso, if you're so into mechanics, why did you fail your exams? Zhao Yanyan couldn't wrap her head around it. He was clearly a guy with keen observation skills and excellent creativity, so how come his grades were so terrible? Well, I went through a rough patch after my Achilles tendon snapped. Guo Tailai could think of no other explanation. Everyone else thought the same anyway. One more person like Zhao Yanyan wouldn't make a difference. According to the information Zhao Yanyan had gathered earlier, the fat guy's grades had actually been pretty good during his freshman year. It was mainly after his injury in his sophomore year that he went off the rails, including his weight, which started skyrocketing after that. Come to think of it, it made sense. For a normal person who'd nearly become disabled, it wasn't hard to understand why he might have struggled to come to terms with it for a while. By the way, Fatso, you look a little thinner than you did before National Day, don't you? Thinking about Fatso's physique, Zhao Yanyan noticed that he did seem to have lost a bit of weight. That's right, I lost another 10 jin last month. Speaking of this, Guo Tailai beamed with pride. With nanobots controlling his muscles, he could burn calories unnoticed, so losing weight was only natural. If he hadn't wanted to lose weight so quickly, the results would have been even more dramatic. What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh? The chubby guy's boasting was met with Zhao Yanyan's disdain. She had never once worried about her figure changing. She was light years ahead of him in that regard. How did you come up with all this? Zhao Yanyan asked, unable to contain her curiosity. I just pay attention to these things in my daily life, Guo Tailai replied instinctively. Did Zhao Yanyan really want to get to bottom of this, to uncover his secret? Since you're so knowledgeable, have you noticed any heat-resistant materials that we usually overlook? Listening to Guo Tailai's answer, Zhao Yanyan suddenly thought of the fat guy, who was like Doraemon's magic pocket, and, as if possessed, blurted out the question that had been troubling her for the past few days. Heat-resistant materials. Guo Tailai recalled that Zhao Yanyan had mentioned this on the phone a few days ago. Not sure if it was related, he answered directly. There are plenty. There are 4 refractory brick factories near my place. Do those count? Metals heat-resistant alloys. Zhao Yanyan felt compelled to clarify. Refractory bricks were certainly heat-resistant materials, but what she was looking for were heat-resistant metal alloys, not other materials. Alloys? A sudden thought struck Guo Tailai. Could there be heat-resistant alloys inside of melted meteorites? Wasn't he just looking for an opportunity to visit Liaoning province anyway? With Zhao Yanyan's help, it seemed he wouldn't have to organize the trip himself. What about an iron meteorite that didn't melt or burn completely? Guo Tailai asked immediately. Possibly, but we'd have to get a physical sample and test its properties to know for sure. Zhao Yanyan hadn't expected the chubby guy to actually have an answer, but as soon as she heard meteorite, her interest vanished immediately. However, we can't buy the truly valuable ones. Those foreign meteorite hunters specialize in collecting all kinds of meteorites, and they'll only sell to the highest bidder. We don't have that kind of budget. Who said they're from overseas? Guo Tailai couldn't help but retort. There are some right here in China. Domestic? Zhao Yanyan shook her head. The ones turned over to the government have basically all been studied, and none of them showed anything particularly remarkable. As for the ones that weren't turned in well, you know how it is. The country's economy isn't strong enough yet. If someone finds a meteorite and hands it over to the government, the most they'll get is a certificate of merit or a banner of commendation, 500 yuan at most. But if they sell it to those meteorite hunters, it's a different story. A large portion of the discovered meteorites actually end up overseas. Given the current state of the nation, there's no point in digging deeper into it. Suddenly realizing that the fat man must have had an ulterior motive for saying all this, Zhao Yanyan blurted out, "Do you know where to find them? Do you have any yourself?" "I don't have any myself," Guo Tailai hurriedly waved his hands. "But I know where to find them." "Someone you know?" Zhao Yanyan pressed. "No," Guo Tailai shook his head. "No one knows about it yet." "Then how do you know?" Zhao Yanyan crossed her arms and stared coldly at Guo Tailai. "Well, it's a long story," Guo Tailai said, settling into a comfortable position across from Zhao Yanyan before speaking slowly. "Then make it short." Zhao Yanyan cut the chubby guy off before he'd get too full of himself. "How did you know it was a meteorite?" As a student in the Department of Precision Instrumentation at Shuima University, a total underachiever, under Zhao Yanyan's gaze, Guo Tailai simply couldn't bring himself to say the words top student. Resigned, he muttered, "Fine, call me an underachiever. But surely I'm not so clueless that I can't recognize unburned debris in a crater created by a meteor impact." "A crater, how big is it?" Zhao Yanyan asked instinctively, picking up her cup and taking a sip. "Not big, not big." Guo Tailai waved his hand modestly. Recalling the scene during the system upgrade, he made a rough estimate and spread his arms wide to indicate the size, about 2,000 meters in diameter. Piaft, Zhao Yanyan successfully choked on the water in her mouth again, spraying it directly on Guo Tailai across from her. Seeing the fat guy make that arm-spanning gesture, Zhao Yanyan instinctively assumed Guo Tailai would say something like a little over a meter or 2 or 3 meters in diameter. But the fatso actually blurted out, 2,000 meters. How could that be possible? After frantically mopping up the water on the table, Zhao Yanyan couldn't be bothered with the mess on the fat guy's clothes. She waved her hand at him irritably. "Get lost." There aren't any unconfirmed meteor craters in China, let alone one as big as the one you're talking about. Go cool off somewhere else. All right. Guo Tailai wore an embarrassed expression, as if his lie had been exposed. I admit I exaggerated. Actually, the diameter is only about 1,800 meters. Zhao Yanyan was completely at a loss for words. She just stared coldly at Guo Tailai. If you don't believe me, fine. Guo Tailai knew Zhao Yanyan didn't believe him, but he didn't care. He stood up and tossed a parting remark her way. Hurry up and get the international patent and buyer arrangements sorted out for Tian Na. I'll keep the samples here. I'm going out of town for a few days, don't bother me unless it's urgent. Where are you going? Zhao Yanyan put the 2 adjustable wrenches back in the drawer and asked Guo Tailai without looking up. I happen to have some business at that meteorite crater. Guo Tailai replied candidly. There was no need to hide it. I'll see if I can bring back a souvenir or two for you while I'm there. You fatso, are you serious? Zhao Yan looked up, staring at Guo Tailai in surprise. Of course, Guo Tailai really wasn't joking, so he acted completely at ease, without a hint of guilt. Is that your hometown? Zhao Yanyan asked again. No, it's over in Liaoning province, Guo Tailai replied. Have you been there? Zhao Yan asked again. No, Guo Tailai replied quickly. Then how do you know? Zhao Yanyan asked, glaring at the chubby guy with a hint of irritation. Well, you know, didn't I have that white-bearded old man in my dream? Guo Tailai didn't want to explain and couldn't explain anyway, so he just made something up on the spot. Hold on. Last time you said that white-bearded old man taught you Qiang, Zhao Yanyan began counting on her fingers again. You ate the titanium powder, but you still haven't shown me how your powers have deepened. It was that white-bearded old man from my dream. Guo Tailai stuck to his story. Aren't I demonstrating my increased power to you right now? Think about it, I've never been to Liaoning province in my entire life, yet in my dream I saw a meteorite striking Earth tens of thousands of years ago. How amazing is that? How mysterious. If my power hadn't surged, how could I possibly have dreamed of such a scene? You think I'd believe that? Zhao Yanyan asked with a cold laugh. I wasn't expecting you to believe it. Guo Tailai adopted an attitude of, a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. But I really am planning to leave in the next couple of days, that's the truth. I'm not lying to you. Then get lost. Zhao Yanyan didn't want to look at the fat guy anymore. She lowered her head to look at the screen, too lazy to pay him any mind. Guo Tailai raised his eyebrows indifferently and walked out of the lab on his own. He'd said his piece anyway. Whether Zhao Yanyan believed him or not was her business. That afternoon, Guo Tailai withdrew some money from the bank and headed straight to the train ticket office at Renmin University, where he joined the line to buy a ticket to Anshan. Luckily, since it wasn't a holiday, tickets were still available. Unfortunately, only hard-seat tickets were left. That evening, as the fat guy was packing his things, his pager suddenly started beeping. He picked it up and saw 8888. It was Yanyan paging him. He glanced at the time. It was past 8 in the evening. What was this beauty up to? Hadn't he just told her at noon that he was going out? Wasn't until after Guo Fatso had left that Zhao Yanyan began to really think things through. She was feeling a bit confused about him. Discovering some mysterious material formulas in a meteorite is quite normal. Meteorites are generally formed at the core of galaxies, where extreme heat and pressure give rise to all sorts of strange substances such as superconductors and ultra-strong alloys. This is also a major reason why meteorite research is booming in countries around the world. Zhao Yanyan didn't believe a single word of Guo Tailai's claim that he'd seen a meteorite striking Earth in a dream. Similarly, she would never believe in the white-bearded old man, whether in a dream or in reality. But when it came to the meteor crater Guo Tailai described, she began to waver. How to describe that fat guy? Technically, he's unbeatable, a first-rate craftsman, but in other respects, he sometimes acts like a lunatic. Yet the designs he comes up with ideas that everyone sees every day, but no one ever thinks of simply prove the old saying that madmen have broad perspectives. Especially after getting his hands on the titanium powder, he actually licked a bit of it right in front of Zhao Yanyan. He really ate it. Does that meteorite crater even exist? This question was a real headache. She agonized over it until evening, but Zhao Yanyan didn't want to give it any more thought, so she simply called the person who had asked her about heat-resistant alloys. What's there to worry about? The person on the phone laughed. Anyway, it's right here in the country, it's just a quick trip, isn't it? Leave that fat guy to me. I'll bring along a meteorite expert and a driver, pick him up, and take him there. It'll only take 3 or 4 days. Zhao Yanyan's headache vanished instantly. She immediately dialed 8888 to call the fat guy and told him to come over right away. What's up, senior sister? Guo Tailai looked utterly exhausted. He'd spent half the day waiting in line to buy tickets earlier that day, and since he hadn't brought his exoskeleton chair, he'd been forced to stand for over 2 hours. With his physical condition, he was completely worn out and had been looking forward to a good night's sleep, only to be called to the lab just after 8 o'clock. The fat guy was feeling miserable too, and his tone wasn't exactly pleasant. A team consisting of a meteorite expert and a metallurgy expert, you'll be in charge of guiding them to that meteorite crater you mentioned. Zhao Yanyan didn't bother explaining anything to the fat guy. After all, he was surely keeping a lot of things from her anyway. She simply ordered, "We're leaving tomorrow morning. Any problems?" You should have said so earlier, Guo Tailai complained, wailing in despair. I only bought one ticket and spent half the afternoon waiting in line. One ticket, how am I supposed to take 2 people? 3 of us. Zhao Yanyan loved watching the helpless expression on his face when she had him running around doing her bidding. She really enjoyed it, a feeling she couldn't get from anyone else. After savoring the moment for a while, she said leisurely, the 3rd person is the driver. You won't be taking the train. Doesn't that mean my train ticket is going to go to waste? Although Guo Tailai was now a small-time millionaire with assets worth over 100,000, 2 or 3 short months weren't enough to break the frugal habits he'd cultivated since childhood, and he immediately started complaining again. Give me your train ticket. I'll have someone refund it tomorrow. Zhao Yanyan shot Guo Tailai a scornful glare. She'd arrange a car for him so he wouldn't have to transfer trains all over the place, and this fatso still dared to be dissatisfied. There's a cancellation fee. Who's going to cover the loss? Guo Tailai shouted, full of righteous indignation. It's on me. I'll reimburse you, Zhao Yanyan said, staring at Guo Tailai in exasperation. Then she added, once your patent is sold, I'll have the company withhold $10,000 as a business travel allowance or something like that. Senior, I was wrong. The fat guy backed down instantly. It was his own profits at stake. A train ticket cost less than 100 yuan, but losing $10,000? That was like cutting off a limb. We're leaving at 8 a.m. tomorrow. They'll be waiting for you on the road outside Dining Hall 9. Don't be late under any circumstances. Zhao Yanyan stifled a laugh as she watched the chubby guy put on a show. If you guys manage to find something good on this trip, then it's all good. But if you don't, it's $10,000 plus you'll be my punching bag. I promise to complete the mission. Guo Tailai quickly snapped to attention and pledged with righteous conviction. Get lost, get lost. Zhao Yanyan waved her hand impatiently, shooing the fat guy away. Watching Guo Tailai run off at top speed, Zhao Yanyan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Seriously, she'd overcomplicated things. It was just a quick trip, 2 or 3 days at most. Was it really worth fretting over for an entire afternoon? She didn't even realize why she'd been fixated on the fat guy in the first place. It wasn't until Guo Tailai stepped outside that he realized he hadn't gotten the other party's contact information. But on second thought, it didn't really matter. With a figure as distinctive as his, if those people standing at the dormitory entrance couldn't recognize him, what kind of experts would they be? It was nice to have someone with a car to go with. It saved him from having to go alone, asking for directions, renting a car, and finding the place. Being part of a group was great. Everything was so much simpler that way. Early the next morning, Guo Tailai got up early, ate breakfast, and waited in the dorm. At 7:50, the chubby guy walked out obediently with his bag in hand. He certainly didn't want to be late and give Zhao Yanyan any ammunition. You must be Guo, right? Just as they stepped out of the building before even turning the corner, a burly man at the entrance came straight up to them. I'm the driver for this trip. My last name is Wang. Just call me Xiao Wang. I look forward to your company on the road. As he spoke, he reached out to take Guo Tailai's bag. No, you're older than me. I'll call you Old Wang. Guo Tailai didn't stand on ceremony. After all, the bag wasn't heavy, just a few changes of clothes. He handed it to Old Wang and followed him around the corner. As they turned the corner, they saw a Grand Cherokee parked on the road, bearing a Beijing license plate. Old Wang led Guo Tailai straight toward the car. Judging by Old Wang's stride and the way he'd been standing so straight just moments ago, Guo Tailai was absolutely certain that Old Wang was a former soldier. Before they even reached the car, the door opened, and 2 people stepped out, a man and a woman, both looking young, no older than 30. You must be Guo, right? My name is Li Yushu. I'm a good friend of Yan Yan's. Thanks for your help this time, the woman said first, sounding very warm and friendly. Hello, Sister Li. Guo Tailai was quick with a polite greeting. Upon hearing she was a close friend of Zhao Yanyan, he knew he couldn't be casual about it and hurried to greet her properly. My surname is Chen Jian. I'm a geologist. The man introduced himself immediately afterward, extending his hand to Guo Tailai. Guo Tailai, it's a pleasure to meet you. Guo Tailai shook his hand and greeted him. Needless to say, since Chen Jian was a geology expert, he must be researching meteorites, which meant Li Yushu was an expert in metallic materials. Let's talk in the car. Sister Li, the leader of the trip, waved her hand, directing everyone to get in. Guo Tailai was the heaviest, so he had to sit in the front passenger seat, while Li Yushu and Chen Jian sat side by side in the back. With only 4 people in the Grand Cherokee, it felt very spacious. Once they were in the car, Old Wang didn't bother with a destination. He just started driving out of the campus first. Where are we going? It wasn't until they had passed the intersection by Dining Hall 10 that Li Yushu spoke up from the back seat. I've already marked it on the map. Guo Tailai had done his homework in advance. He'd already bought a map of Liaoning province and marked the approximate location on it. Upon hearing the question, he immediately unfolded the map and showed it to Old Wang first. Liaoning province. Old Wang was clearly a seasoned driver who traveled frequently. He knew the general destination at a glance without needing to check the exact location, so he simply headed north of the Great Wall. Li Yushu, however, took the map from the fat guy's hands and studied it carefully with Chen Jian. Their destination was the Shuyan meteorite crater, located within Shuyan Manchu Autonomous County in Anshan City. Liaoning Province, a site that wouldn't be officially confirmed in Huaxia until 2009. It was also Huaxia's first meteorite crater to be rigorously scientifically verified. Although China's territory accounts for about 1/15 of the Earth's total land area, no meteorite craters had ever been confirmed or discovered there, a fact completely at odds with China's image as a major geological power. The discovery of the Shuyan meteorite crater put an end to a 30-year-long embarrassment in the field of meteorite crater research in China. Here, Chen Jian frowned as he looked at the destination. Colleagues already conducted surveys and analyses here in the 1980s, and so far, no evidence of a meteorite impact has been found. If this is the site, we might as well not go. That's because you didn't dig deep enough, Guo Tailai replied sharply as he adjusted his seat up front to rest. Trust me, if you dig 300 meters down at the right spot, you'll find conclusive evidence. Recalling the scene of that earth-shattering impact, a meteorite less than 100 meters in diameter had struck to a depth of 400 to 600 meters. The falling debris alone had formed a 200-meter thick layer of breccia. How do you know that? Chen Jian asked, looking at Guo Tailai in surprise. I just know. Guo Tailai pointed to his head, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Li Yushu and Chen Jian exchanged glances, both sensing that something was amiss.
In the future vision, that geological team discovered impact breccia formed by the meteorite impact at a depth of 295 meters within the crater's strata. Combined with the high-density cores it formed under the high-temperature, high-pressure conditions caused by the meteorite impact discovered earlier near the surface, as well as the quartz shock metamorphic lamination caused by the impact, these three key pieces of evidence confirmed the existence of the Shuyan meteorite crater. Of course, what Guo Tailai was looking for wasn't buried that deep. Judging from the scenes he'd seen in his mind's eye, it was at most a few meters underground, and Guo Tailai would certainly find a way to retrieve it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled all this way with just a few changes of clothes. Chen Jian had his doubts, but since Li Yushu was in charge of this mission, and she hadn't said anything, he didn't say much either. He hadn't actually been to that place before, so this was a good opportunity to go take a look and confirm things. Who knows, he might discover something. Li Yushu, however, seemed to have complete confidence in Guo Tailai. Whether it was because of Zhao Yanyan or for some other reason, she never said no, and so they drove straight there. The distance from Shuimu University to the meteorite crater was a full 800 kilometers. Given the current road conditions, it would take at least 2 days to drive there. The driver, Old Wang, was quite skilled. He drove very steadily and knew the main roads so well that we didn't need to ask for directions at all. It wasn't until our first rest stop 2 hours later that he checked the map for our exact destination. After that, he didn't say much more, let alone ask any questions. He seemed very tight-lipped. We found a small inn along the way to spend the night, went to bed early and woke up early to rest up, and by noon the next day we had arrived at the Shuyan meteorite crater. Judging by the landscape of this basin, it really does look like a meteorite crater. Before driving inside, the car pulled up outside, and as everyone stood at the rim looking down at the massive pit over 1,000 meters in diameter and 150 meters deep, even Chen Jian, who had been the most skeptical of the group, couldn't help but utter a word of admiration. If it didn't look like one, I doubt your colleagues would have come here to study and analyze it. Li Yushu replied with a smile as she looked at the massive crater, then suddenly turned to Guo Tailai. Fatso, what's the diameter of this crater? The diameter is about 1,800 meters, and the depth is about 150 meters, Guo Tailai replied honestly. Spectacular! Li Yushu exclaimed, then ordered, let's go in. Fatso, you lead the way. Over the past 2 days, Guo Tailai had become close with Li Yushu, Chen Jian, and Old Wang, and the other three didn't hesitate to call him Fatso. Car pulled up outside Luoquanli village. Chen Jian and Old Wang went into the village to ask around, while Li Yushu waited outside in the car with Guo Tailai. Fatso, are you sure this is the right place? Li Yushu asked Guo Tailai again. That's right, this is the place, Guo Tailai replied with certainty. Li Yushu didn't ask any further questions and pretended to doze off in the car. Guo Tailai, however, got out of the car and surveyed the surrounding terrain, piecing together the details in his mind. Before long, Chen Jian and Old Wang There are indeed some strange legends in the village, but none of them have anything to do with the meteorite crater, Chen Jian said, shaking his head as he returned. Li Yushu's curiosity was piqued and she asked what these strange legends were. Things like oil floating in wells, black soil that catches fire, and widespread longevity, to name a few. Setting aside whether they're true or not, even if they were, they'd have nothing to do with a meteorite impact. As a professional, Chen Jian wasn't about to be fooled by these phenomena. Fatso, what do you think? Li Yushu turned to Guo Tailai. Old Wang and Chen Jian also looked over. Wait a moment. Guo Tailai took a few steps forward and suddenly closed his eyes. The scene of a meteorite impact flashed through his mind, and Guo Tailai frantically compared the mental image with his surroundings. After a long moment, Guo Tailai extended his right hand, pointing diagonally toward a spot in the sky. He moved his finger slowly, gradually directing it toward the ground as if tracing a line in the air. Several years later, when Chen Jian and his team had fully completed their simulated renderings of the meteorite impact, they finally realized that the trajectory the fat man had pointed to at an angle all those years ago was clearly the impact path they had calculated and simulated. The meteorite had come from the direction the fat man had indicated, then plunged into the ground along the path his finger traced. At that moment, the fat man hadn't yet struck Chen Jian as an enigmatic figure. He simply watched as the fat man's finger swept through the air in a mysterious gesture, then turned from the ground toward another direction as if the debris had been flung in that direction. What a bunch of nonsense, Chen Jian frowned. Chen Jian wasn't the only one frowning. Li Yushu and Old Wang were too, but neither of them said anything. They were both watching the fat man's performance. Guo Tai finally opened his eyes, his gaze settling on a specific spot. Thankfully, it wasn't in the village, nor was it right in the center of the meteorite crater. Once he'd pinpointed the spot, Guo Tailai set off immediately. It wasn't too far after walking a little over 200 meters, he reached the edge of the field. Guo Tailai picked up a dry branch and stuck it in the ground as a marker. This is the spot. Guo Tailai clapped his hands at Li Yushu, Chen Jian, and Old Wang, who had followed him over. Sister Li, dig down about 7 meters, and you should find what you're looking for. The three people who had followed him exchanged bewildered glances. They'd seen their fair share of eccentric people, but never anyone as eccentric as the fat man. What on earth was he up to? He'd closed his eyes for a moment to meditate, then casually pointed in a few directions before settling on a spot, and now this was it. And at a depth of about 7 meters, he was certain they'd find what they were looking for. Could this fat man really be a con artist? That moment, even Sister Li didn't have the energy to voice her skepticism. Could it be that the fat guy had seen some information somewhere about people researching this meteorite crater and was just pulling their leg? But that didn't make sense. Zhao Yanyan had said that while the fat guy could be a bit eccentric at times, he'd never cut corners when it came to getting the job done. Old Wang, do you have any tools? Guo Tailai, oblivious to what the other three were thinking, turned directly to the driver Old Wang and demanded tools. If you guys aren't going to dig, I'll do it myself. Got him. Old Wang paused for a moment, glanced at Li Yushu, and hurriedly replied. He ran back to the car and drove it over. Opening the trunk, he revealed several entrenching shovels and 2 pickaxes they'd been packed before they set out. The fat guy grabbed a pickaxe and started digging vigorously right there. The other three watched in bewilderment. Old Wang let out a long sigh, grabbed a pickaxe of his own, and went over to help. It was November, and the ground hadn't frozen solid yet. With his strong grip, the fat man quickly dug down several dozen centimeters. After digging for a while, he suddenly stopped, picked up a rock, and threw it straight at Chen Jian. Brother Chen, take a look. Chen Jian didn't think much of it, it was just a muddy rock. He nonchalantly walked over, kicked it a couple of times, crouched down to dig around a bit, and suddenly looked utterly stunned. K-quartz, Chen Jian could hardly believe his eyes. How was that possible? In the 1970s and 1980s, staff from the Geological Bureau conducted geological mapping and sample analysis, including manual heavy-medium separation of the Shuyan meteorite crater. This site had long been a suspected meteorite crater of interest to Chinese scholars. However, previous research had failed to yield data on impact metamorphism in the crater's rocks and minerals. In particular, key evidence such as impact metamorphosed lamination in minerals like quartz was missing, and the crater's meteorite impact origin had not been confirmed. Now, suddenly, a piece of high-density coset had appeared, which meant that one of the key pieces of evidence had been found. If more evidence could be found, wouldn't that truly prove that this was indeed a genuine meteorite crater? The mere thought that he might be the one to unravel this mystery on this very trip sent Chen Jian into a frenzy. Forgetting all about his doubts regarding Guo Tailai, he let out a strange cry and began trembling while clutching the small piece of coset, causing Li Yushu, who was watching from behind, to worry deeply, fearing he might suddenly come down with malaria right there. Brother Chen, calm down. Walk around a bit, you might discover something else. Guo Tailai saw what was happening, shook his head, and called out to Chen Jian, there's a gully at the bottom of the crater over there. Go check it out. Of the four, only Guo Tailai, who'd been working as a fitter for the past few months, had any real strength. Old Wang, with his military background, was also in decent shape. Although Chen Jian was a geology expert, he certainly wasn't cut out for this kind of heavy digging work. It would be better to find him a task he could handle, so he wouldn't get in the way. Generally speaking, in a confirmed meteorite crater like this, if there's a gully, there's a high probability of exposed rock layers inside, and on those layers, there's a strong chance of finding deformed quartz grains. Of course, the fat man knew full well that this was definitely a meteorite crater. If Chen Jian went to investigate now, with a bit of luck he might discover some structurally deformed particles that would further confirm this was a meteorite crater. If he were incredibly lucky, he might even spot a laminated structure at a glance. What should I do? Li Yushu, whose confidence in Guo Tailai had also soared at that moment, asked him. On the way, Chen Jian had already explained the evidence for meteorite craters to everyone, so Li Yushu knew that the discovery of Koizid already made it highly likely that it was entirely possible to find an iron meteorite here that hadn't burned up completely. If they could find one, they might even discover a formula for an alloy with extraordinary properties. Proving the existence of a meteorite crater was Chen Jian's specialty, but finding heat-resistant alloy formulas was her job. By now, Li Yushu was already getting a bit impatient. It's still early. Sister Li, take a break over there. If we happen to dig up some useful rocks later, just hold on to them for Brother Chen for now, said Guo Tailai, sweating profusely as he swung his pickaxe. He certainly couldn't let Li Yushu do all this hard labor, could he? Digging a few dozen centimeters is easy, but digging down 7 meters isn't so simple. Just the opening of the pit alone has to be at least a few meters across. Otherwise, with a straight vertical shaft, they wouldn't even know how to haul out all the excavated soil. Li Yushu watched Guo Tailai and Old Wang toiling away and couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead and close her eyes. Old Wang was a soldier. He was used to hard work and never cut corners that was to be expected. But Fatso, as a student at Shuimu University, were you really planning for just the two of you to dig through 7 meters of slightly frozen soil on your own? Don't you have any sense of planning? I'll go round up a few villagers and hire them to do the digging. Unable to bear watching any longer, Li Yushu shook her head, called out to Old Wang, and had him drive her into the village. The fat guy also realized he'd been a bit foolish, so he simply sat to the side and waited. If he could avoid doing the heavy lifting himself, he was more than happy to do so. In the rural areas of Liaoning province, there certainly wasn't much farm work to be done at this time of year. Since someone from the city, judging by the license plate, probably from Beijing, was hiring them to dig a big hole for some extra cash, everyone was more than happy to help. Before long, 7 or 8 strong laborers arrived with their tools and began digging vigorously in the area Fatso had already cleared. In this area, there was a layer of weathered soil 8 or 9 meters deep, and the soil was fertile. Thanks to this, Guo Tailai was confident they could dig it out in a day or two. If it had been any deeper, they would have hit bedrock. Many hands make light work. With 7 or 8 strong laborers working together, their efficiency increased several-fold. In just 1 hour, they had dug down to a depth of over 2 meters. Li Yushu collected all the stones larger than a fist that were unearthed, setting them aside for Chen Jian to examine upon his return. Guo Tailai walked down the slope they'd cleared into the pit, which was over 2 meters deep. As soon as he reached the bottom and bent down, he immediately received a notification from the control system. A data-carrying, dormant nanobot detected within 5 meters. Activate? Guo Tailai's heart leapt with joy. The location was indeed correct. This was the spot. Within 5 meters meant the nanobots were less than 5 meters away, right beneath his feet. Of course, he couldn't activate them just yet. Who knew how much energy they had left? If he activated them now and they ran out of power by the time he reached the bottom, wouldn't that be a tragedy? At the thought of 10,000 data-carrying nanobots right beneath his feet, Guo Tailai acted just like Chen Jian had when he first discovered the key quartz. He was restless, pacing back and forth around the pit. However, the deeper they went, the smaller the pit became, accommodating fewer people and naturally slowing down the digging. By nightfall, they had only dug a little over 4 meters, with nearly 3 meters still to go. The 4 of them ended up spending the night in this small, circular village. Chen Jian seemed even more excited than Guo Tailai and Li Yushu, because he had indeed discovered deformed quartz grains in that ravine. Although he hadn't yet found any lamination, these discoveries were enough to thrill Chen Jian. He was already 90% certain that this was indeed a meteorite crater. The village committee's only phone could only make local calls, not long-distance ones, so Chen Jian had no choice but to wait until dawn to rush to the county seat, call the team, and have them bring their analytical equipment over. If there was one person who hadn't made any discoveries yet, it was Li Yushu. Even Guo Tailai was certain that nanobots must exist below, but Li Yushu still had nothing to show for her efforts, which made her feel a bit anxious. Early the next morning, Chen Jian and Li Yushu rode together in a large SUV to the county seat to make phone calls. Chen Jian contacted his organization directly to dispatch personnel. Li Yushu, however, called Zhao Yanyan right away. Yanyan, is Fatso some kind of master? The very first thing Li Yushu asked Zhao Yanyan when the call connected was this. Who? The fat guy. A master? Zhao Yanyan was amused by the tone in Li Yushu's voice. He calls himself a master? But he's never been here before. He just stood over there with his eyes closed for a while, then pointed to a spot. After digging just a few shovels, he unearthed a piece of coesit, and he even said there's an iron meteorite right underneath it. Isn't that amazing? Li Yushu said with a wry smile. Are you kidding me? Zhao Yanyan was completely dumbfounded. Could something like that really happen? Fortunately, they hadn't actually unearthed an iron meteorite yet, so Li Yushu couldn't be sure if there really was one beneath the surface. She'd come this time simply because she had a lot on her mind and wanted to confide in someone. The fat guy had been acting like a total charlatan the whole way, especially after they reached the meteorite crater. He was practically a fortune-telling guru. This was something Li Yushu, who had grown up steeped in science, simply couldn't wrap her head around. She couldn't talk about it with the fat guy, couldn't talk about it with Chen Jian, and couldn't really talk about it with old Wang either. Her only option was to take the opportunity of a phone call to tell Zhao Yanyan. They continued digging today, but after making the call, Chen Jian kept urging them to hurry back. He'd made more discoveries in the ravine and couldn't wait to examine them more closely. Chen Jian had already washed and sorted through the rocks they'd unearthed while digging the pit yesterday. Among them were 3 pieces of key quartz and 2 pieces of psi quartz. Finding such clear evidence just in the topsoil had Chen Jian so excited he could hardly contain himself. The thought that he would be the one to confirm China's first scientifically proven meteorite crater filled Chen Jian with boundless enthusiasm. He had barely slept a wink last night, yet he had rushed over first thing this morning to make the call, and despite the long round trip, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. From a skeptical Chen Jian to an incredibly excited one, all it took was a single rock, a rock that Guo Tailai had dug up with a pickaxe after casually pointing to a spot and chipping away at a few times. Li Yushu was still waiting. In Chen Jian she glimpsed a faint reflection of her own future. Barring any surprises, she feared she might well be the next Chen Jian. The massive pit continued to be dug deeper. For every meter they dug, Guo Tailai would personally climb down to inspect it. Although they hadn't yet pinpointed the exact location of the nanobots, the increasingly frequent clues told him they were getting closer. By the following afternoon, the large pit had transformed into a bowl-shaped depression, wide at the top and narrowing toward the bottom. Its depth had already reached 6.8 meters. At this point, Guo Tailai told the villagers digging the pit to stop. He ran down the spiral ramp to the bottom of the pit and took matters into his own hands. He didn't even use the military shovels or pickaxes. Instead, he borrowed a small, one-handed hoe from a villager, the kind used for weeding, and began digging his way down inch by inch. Li Yushu couldn't sit still either. She followed Guo Tailai down to the bottom of the pit and stood on a slope slightly higher than him, watching intently. Guo Tailai dug very carefully, afraid that applying too much force might cause the nanobots to vanish. 0.15 micrometers in size, a single nanobot would disappear into the soil, making it impossible to find. After all, the data inside was what Guo Tailai had long dreamed of obtaining. The prompt from the control system in his mind was getting closer and closer. Guo Tailai grew increasingly excited. Fortunately, the arm controlled by the nanobots remained steady enough to carefully, bit by bit, much like an archaeologist, expose the final few centimeters of soil. Click. The small trowel suddenly struck a hard object, emitting a distinct sound. Guo Tailai's hand paused for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Holding the trowel, he continued to quickly clear away the surrounding soil layer by layer, following the depth he had just sensed. Li Yushu had assumed that the sound was just another ordinary stone or piece of quartz, so she hadn't paid it much attention. Her entire focus was on the possibility of finding an iron meteorite. She wasn't interested in anything else after all. She wasn't Chen Jian, who was obsessed with studying rocks. However, when the fat guy dug around the area, and actually began using both hands to clear away the loosened soil, Li Yushu started to get excited too. What had the fat guy discovered? Within a few minutes, Li Yushu saw the answer. It was an irregular chunk of rock, completely different from the ones they'd dug up before, yet it was as big as a basketball. The reason it stood out was that where Fatty's chubby hands had brushed against it, a faint metallic sheen was visible. In that instant, Li Yushu's heart began pounding like a revving engine. Was her own share of the surprise about to arrive. Guo Tailai, however, had no time to pay attention to Li Yushu. His mind was already completely filled with frantic alerts from the control system. Dormant data-carrying nanobots detected. Activate and absorb, activate and absorb, activate and absorb. It had actually prompted 3 times in a row, and it was no longer asking whether to activate, but whether to activate and absorb. This meant the nanobots were within reach and ready to be absorbed. What more was there to say? Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Tailai gave an immediate affirmative response. Activate and absorb. Issue the dormant command to 10,000 nanobots. Activation command issued. Absorption command issued. Absorbing, Honey 338573. The first command caught Guo Tai off guard for a moment. Why issue a hibernation command? But he immediately understood. The control system could handle a maximum of 1 million nanobots, and the number of nanobots inside his body was already at capacity. To control and absorb the 10,000 data-carrying nanobots from the outside, he had to put the 10,000 nanobots inside his body into hibernation to free up control slots. As he watched the absorption count rise, Guo Tailai felt a bit puzzled. How exactly was this absorption happening? Last time he'd ingested the titanium powder himself, could the nanobots be entering his body through his skin this time? In fact, even now, the fat man still didn't know how those nanobots had entered his body the first time. But given their tiny size, it must have been quite easy for them to enter his body, so he didn't dwell on the question. The most important thing was that he had finally absorbed this batch of data-carrying nanobots, wasn't it? Although the nanobots were still being absorbed, Guo Tailai's hands didn't stop. He continued to carefully chip away at the surrounding soil just as one would when digging up a whole ginseng root to expose the edges of the entire rock. Finally, when Guo Tailai received the notification that the absorption was complete, the entire basketball-sized meteorite was revealed in all its glory. Ignoring the control system's prompt to immediately absorb the data and upgrade the system, Guo Tailai struggled to lift the basketball-sized meteorite. A system upgrade might put him into hibernation. Now was not the time for it. Neither the time nor the place was right. Don't reach out. Guo Tailai stopped Li Yushu's hand. It weighs over 80 jin, you can't lift it. Only after carrying the meteorite all the way to the trunk of the Grand Cherokee did Guo Tailai breathe a sigh of relief. He was completely oblivious to the fact that Li Yushu had quietly given Old Wang an order to measure the depth from which the meteorite had been excavated. My goodness! It's truly beautiful. Li Yushu gazed at the meteorite, which was now revealing a distinct metallic sheen, as if she were looking at the most beautiful work of art in the world. She was completely absorbed in the moment. After spending another night in Luoquanli village, early the next morning Guo Tailai and Li Yushu set off for Beijing in the Grand Cherokee driven by Old Wang. Now that the iron meteorite had been found and since there were no analytical instruments here, they had no choice but to return to Beijing to determine its various properties. Li Yushu wasn't Chen Jian. She didn't need to stay behind to verify the evidence of the meteorite crater, so she urged them to hit the road first thing in the morning. In fact, by dinner time, the way Li Yushu, Chen Jian, and Old Wang looked at Guo Tailai had already changed completely. Needless to say, Chen Jian had become absolutely convinced that this was a meteorite crater the moment he discovered more and more deformed quartz particles. Now all he needed to do was find more evidence. And all of this was because Guo Tailai had insisted that the site was formed by a meteorite impact. Li Yushu's change in attitude was the most noticeable. Even her tone of voice had shifted slightly. Not only had Guo Tailai actually found an iron meteorite, but what was even more astonishing was that, as she'd asked Old Wang to measure later that afternoon, the depth at which the iron meteorite was found was exactly 7 meters, with a margin of error of no more than 10 centimeters. For an iron meteorite with a diameter of over 20 centimeters, it was safe to say it had been found at a depth of exactly 7 meters. All three of them had clearly and distinctly heard Guo Tailai point to that spot and say that if they dug 7 meters underground, they would find something. Now that an iron meteorite had actually been found at a depth of 7 meters, what did that prove? Divine foresight, flawless strategy. It seemed almost inappropriate to use such terms to describe Guo Tailai, yet no one could think of a more fitting description at the moment. If this spot had been excavated by someone in the past, and those people had simply overlooked it, only for Guo Tailai to uncover it while analyzing the data, that wouldn't be surprising. But whether they examined the terrain directly or interviewed the villagers, it was clear that no outsiders had ever done anything within dozens of meters of that excavation area. Not even the villagers had ever farmed there. An iron meteorite buried 7 meters underground without any equipment, without consulting any reference materials, arriving at an unfamiliar place 800 kilometers away that he'd never visited before, and simply pointing at the ground to locate it with pinpoint accuracy. Is this something that can be explained by the word miraculous alone? It was as if, all of a sudden, both Chen Jian and Li Yushu began to question the fields of study they had dedicated so many years to. Could such supernatural, inexplicable abilities truly exist? Otherwise, how could one explain the actions of Fat Man No the Master? When they set out that morning, Chen Jian, who was more eager than anyone else to find more evidence unusually, did not head straight to the ravine to search for clues. Instead, he personally saw Guo Tailai and Li Yushu off. He even gave Guo Tailai a detailed contact address, repeatedly urging him to reach out if anything came up, promising to help without hesitation if he could. To that end, Guo Tailai specifically reminded Chen Jian that if they dug a hole right in the center of the meteorite crater and went down 300 meters, they would definitely find something. If Chen Jian and Li Yushu had previously brushed off Guo Tailai in the car that digging 300 meters down would definitely yield evidence as mere idle chatter, they now treated his words as gospel. No matter how much other evidence they found, drilling a 300-meter deep hole at the location specified by the master to collect samples was an absolute must. When they arrived at the county seat, Li Yushu asked Old Wang to pull over next to the post office so she could go inside and make 2 phone calls. One was to her workplace, instructing them to prepare the analytical equipment so they could start working through the night as soon as she returned. The other call was to Zhao Yanyan. "Are you serious?" Zhao Yanyan could hardly believe her ears. She'd already been astonished to find evidence of a meteorite impact at the crater site, but for that fat guy to accurately pinpoint the existence of an iron meteorite buried 7 meters underground, well, that completely shattered her worldview. The drive still took a day and a half. If this had been before they set out, Li Yushu would certainly had Old Wang take her and the iron meteorite back to the research institute first, and then have him drop off Guo Tailai. But now, Li Yushu and Old Wang agreed to take Guo Tailai back to school first, and then head to the research institute themselves. Li Yushu, of course, left her contact information. She even had the fat guy's pager number. Guo Tailai didn't have any special requests either. He just asked Li Yushu to let him know the general properties of any good alloy formulas she might discover, since he might need them to fabricate something at some point. Li Yushu readily agreed to this small request. After all, Guo Tailai had discovered the material, and he knew his place. He wasn't asking for detailed data or the exact formula, just the general physical properties. It wasn't a big deal. Old Wang, of course, couldn't say much while driving, but when he dropped Guo Tailai off at the building entrance, he personally picked up Guo Tailai's lightweight bag of clothes and insisted on driving the fat guy back to the dorm. Before leaving, he made a point of giving his pager number and patted his chest, promising that whenever the master needed a ride, he should just give the word. He'd be there in a flash. Master. After Old Wang left, Old Four, who had been in the dorm, looked at Guo Tailai with interest and asked, "What do you mean, master? What does that guy do? Why did he call you master?" "Oh, driver Lao Wang," Guo Tailai explained with a smile. "I went out on a trip, and I chatted his ear off the whole way. Now he thinks I'm some kind of master who knows everything under the sun, and he's really respectful toward me." "What were you out doing? Did you get anything done?" They knew Guo Tailai had gone out, but they didn't know what for. At the time, Guo Tailai had simply used Zhao Yanyan's name as an excuse, saying he was going on a business trip. It wasn't until he returned that Lao Sai asked about it. It went okay. Everything went smoothly. Guo Tailai thought back on the trip. It had indeed gone smoothly. I just didn't get a chance to show her the whole time. I'm going to take one first. The small inns he'd stayed at along the way were in poor condition, and there were even fewer opportunities in Luoquanli village, so he'd had to hold off until he returned to school to shower. The round trip had taken 5 days, and the fat guy had worked up a sweat digging pits and hauling things. He was practically starting to stink. It was already November, so he couldn't take a cold shower in the dorm. Just as he was about to the public bathhouse with a basin and a change of clothes, his pager suddenly went off. The fat guy picked it up and saw 8888. Zhao Yanyan was sending him an urgent pager message. He had no choice but to head to the lab just as he was, filthy as he was. Since she'd paged him with 8888, Zhao Yanyan must have something urgent, otherwise she would have sent her phone number so he could call her back. Guo Tailai didn't even bother with a shower and headed straight for the lab. "What's that smell?" As soon as he entered Zhao Yanyan's office and sat down across from her, she covered her nose with her hand, furrowed her brow and asked, "I just got back and haven't had time to shower yet." Guo Tailai explained, then asked, "What's going on? Why did you call me over so urgently?" Zhao Yanyan didn't answer, however. Instead, she scrutinized Guo Tailai from head to toe, as if she were looking at a stranger. Fatso," Zhao Yanyan said after she'd had her fill of observing him. "What's the deal with master? What kind of trick did you pull to make Sister Li and the others trust you so completely?" "Ha, they're all too green. I just spouted some nonsense, and they immediately started treating me like a god. So that was what she wanted to ask about." Guo Tailai was at a loss for words, partly amused, partly exasperated, and it immediately adopted an air of inscrutability. "I told you ages ago, the white-bearded old man in your dream. Get lost." The fat man started spouting nonsense the moment he opened his mouth, so Zhao Yanyan kicked him in the gut, sending Guo Tailai's fabrications right back where they came from. "You've passed this test. Now get back there and take a shower, you stink to high heaven." "Nothing important." "Then why did you call me over with A888? Guo Tailai was furious. Was he summoned on an emergency call just to be asked that one question? Wasn't that a waste of all the trouble he'd gone through, rushing over without even having time to take a shower? Can't I even ask?" Zhao Yanyan knew she was in the wrong and muttered under her breath. Zhao Yanyan was simply too curious. Back in the lab, Guo Tailai had seemed absolutely convinced that there was definitely a meteorite at that location. Even though Zhao Yanyan didn't believe it, Guo Tailai had apparently already bought a train ticket to Liaoning province and wanted her to go with him. Clearly, his confidence was extraordinary. However, at the time, she'd simply assumed Guo Tailai had obtained the information through other channels and wanted her to verify it on-site. She never imagined that the fat guy actually possessed the ability to predict and calculate. Once they arrived, he pointed a finger into the ground, and they found an iron meteorite 7 meters deep, with the depth spot on. It was simply beyond comprehension. She wanted to get to the bottom of it, but the fat guy's attitude clearly showed he was just evading the question. Who would believe in a white-bearded old man from a dream? The fat guy must have some secret that others didn't know about, but since Guo Tailai didn't want to talk about it, Zhao Yanyan wasn't going to force him. "Here's the agency agreement for registering your international patent and handling sales, please sign it." Zhao Yanyan certainly had a way of leaving Guo Tailai speechless. A single agency agreement was enough to make him shut up obediently. He happily signed his name with a smile, and the irritation he'd felt just moments ago after Zhao Yanyan had urgently called him using the AA888 code had long since vanished. After leaving the lab, Guo Tailai ran back to his dorm as fast as he could, then hurried to the public bathhouse for a quick shower before rushing back to his dorm. It had been several days since he'd received the nanobots carrying the data, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to read the data or upgrade the system. He'd managed to resist upgrading the system on the way back from Liaoning province, and upon his return Zhao Yanyan had called him over, wasting an hour of his time. Guo Tailai was now eager to finally upgrade it. He said a quick hello to his roommates, explaining that he hadn't slept well for several days in a row and wanted to turn in early. Everyone understood, and their voices dropped considerably. Tailai lay down on his bed, gratefully thanked his friends, and then issued the upgrade command. In the blink of an eye, he fell into a deep sleep, and the sound of snoring filled the room instantly. Holy crap, no way. Just a moment ago he was talking, and now he's snoring away. Just how exhausted must the fat guy be? Second brother let out a gasp of surprise, then immediately covered his mouth. The other three looked at each other. Liu Yang waved his hand. "Let's go hang out in another dorm. Let the fat guy get some sleep. He must be exhausted from the trip." The group tiptoed out of the dorm and locked the door behind them. Before long, the noise from the neighboring dorms in the hallway had died down considerably. In his sleep, Guo Tailai received another set of coordinates and simultaneously witnessed a scene. A swarm of nanobots clung to a white object placed inside a jade coffin. The jade coffin was placed inside a crystal casket, which was then placed inside a sandalwood box. The sandalwood box was placed inside a gilded box, wrapped in a layer of silk, and finally placed inside an iron box. The iron box was placed in a secret niche. Only then did the vision fade. It was until 10:00 a.m. the next morning that Guo Tailai opened his eyes. The moment he did, a system notification echoed in his mind. Data retrieval complete. System upgrade complete. Current version, V1.41. No wonder he felt so refreshed upon waking. It turned out the system had jumped 2 minor versions at once. It had upgraded from 1.39 to 1.41. He wondered what new features had been added. No sooner had this thought crossed Guo Tailai's mind than the control system suddenly sent him a notification. Added partial internal monitoring functions. Added functions to stimulate somatic cell growth and repair. Added finger tactile positioning capabilities. Increased the maximum number of nanobots that can be controlled to 5 million. The movement speed of nanobots within the body has increased 5-fold. There are benefits like this too. Guo Tailai was instantly overjoyed. During the last system upgrade, he'd had to figure out new features on his own, but now, with this minor update, there were actually feature prompts. Great. This would save him countless hours of trial and error. Scan my body. Since the system now included additional health screening features, Guo Tailai wasted no time in instructing the nanobots to begin a full body scan. Before long, his pre-existing conditions, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high cholesterol, coronary heart disease, severe fatty liver, chronic pharyngitis, plantar fasciitis, and Achilles tendinitis were all detected. In addition, several new issues were also identified. There are minor blood clots in the blood vessels. They can be removed. A small number of gallstones in the gallbladder can be removed. A small number of stones in the kidneys can be removed. An old tear in the Achilles tendon repairable. Reading these findings, Guo Tailai finally broke into a happy smile. Not only that, but aside from high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high cholesterol, coronary heart disease, and moderate fatty liver, the three conditions chronic pharyngitis, plantar fasciitis, and Achilles tendinitis were also marked as repairable. This meant that as long as he repaired these inflammations and injuries and cleared away the blood clots and stones, Guo Tailai's overall health would improve significantly. Wonderful. However, before that, Guo Tailai's first priority was to replicate the nanobots, increasing their number to the maximum limit of 5 million. Of course, the more nanobots, the better. To put it simply, the speed at which they clear blood clots and stones and the rate of repair would be at least 5 times faster than with the current 1 million, right? Replicate the nanobots. Guo Tailai immediately issued the replication command. Great. He'd finally discovered another new upgrade condition, and Guo Tailai could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of continuously upgrading the control system. Without a moment to spare, he quickly got out of bed, washed up, and headed straight to the library to look up information on those coordinates. In the library, Guo Tailai quickly located the newly obtained coordinates. Judging by the broad map, it should be in the Baobei chicken market. Based on the scene he'd seen in his dream, combined with his own speculation and the information he'd looked up, it appeared that batch of nanobots was attached to the Buddha's authentic finger bone relic, which was treasured in the underground chamber of Famen Temple. The good news was that Famen Temple's underground chamber had been excavated in 1987, and the Buddha's authentic finger bone relic had been discovered. The bad news was that the Buddha's finger bone relic was undoubtedly under heavy protection, and getting close to it would be no easy task.
Upon discovering this, Guo Tailai felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, it was in the Famen Temple underground chamber. If it had been the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor, he would likely had absolutely no chance in this lifetime unless he was willing to become a tomb raider, and even then, his chances of success would not exceed 1%. The situation at the Baobei chicken market was still unclear for the time being, but Guo Tailai could make the most of the time he had now. By noon, the number of nanobots had already reached 4 million. At this point, he simply needed to set aside 1 million nanobots to replicate the remaining 1 million slots, while the other 3 million nanobots were ordered en masse by Guo Tailai to clear the blood clots. A few months ago, after Guo Tailai was discharged from the hospital, he had the blood clots cleared once before. At that time, the clots weren't very large, yet the process still took a full 11 days. However, back then there were only 10,000 nanobots, so the speed was naturally slow. Now, with 3 million nanobots assigned to the task, a 300-fold increase the clearance speed naturally increased more than 100-fold. The blood clots detected were minimal to begin with, small in size and scattered throughout the body. By the time the 5 million nanobots had finished replicating, the trace amounts of blood clots in his blood vessels were cleared almost simultaneously. Next, of course, there's no time to rest. It's time for a comprehensive removal of gallbladder and kidney stones. Stones anywhere in the body can be quite troublesome, so it's best to remove them before they cause any symptoms. Before the health screening function was available, the robots hadn't detected these stone issues. Now that they've been identified, we certainly couldn't just ignore them, especially when we clearly have the capability to remove them. By the time he went to bed that night, the gallstones and kidney stones had been nearly completely cleared. The nanobots method involved crushing them into extremely fine fragments. Through the body's metabolic processes, the minute fragments of the gallstones would be carried by bile into the digestive tract and excreted from the body, while the kidney stone fragments would be excreted through urine. Although he hadn't seen or felt anything, Guo Tailai still felt an inexplicable sense of relief when he heard that the stones had been completely cleared. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Repair the chronic Achilles tendon tear. With a sense of trepidation, Guo Tailai, lying in bed, issued the command to repair his old Achilles tendon injury. The torn Achilles tendon was a constant source of anxiety for Guo Tailai. It was the root cause of his transformation from an elite athlete into a man weighing over 300 jin. Even now, his Achilles tendon hadn't fully healed, and he still walked with a slight limp. His classmates could all tell, but out of consideration for Guo Tailai's feelings, they tacitly agreed never mention it. The same was true of Zhao Yanyan and the others in the lab. This was a testament to the high caliber of people at Shuimi University. They never once criticized anyone to their face. Repairing. Guo Guo Tailai tried hard to sense something, but he felt absolutely nothing in his Achilles tendon. Amid this mix of anticipation and anxiety, Guo Tailai slowly drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, Guo Tailai realized that the repair progress had only reached a little over 4.7%, not even 5%. After doing a quick calculation, he realized this was to be expected. The human body's roughly 40 to 60 trillion cells. Taking the midpoint of 50 trillion, and assuming the Achilles tendon accounts for 1% of that, that's 500 billion cells. Further assuming that 1/10 of those cells require repair, that amounts to 50 billion cells. Each nanobot takes 1 minute to repair a single cell, so in 1 minute, a total of 5 million cells can be repaired. Calculating the total time required, it would take 10,000 minutes, just under 7 days, 8 hours. That does indeed account for just over 4%. That entire week became Guo Tailai's to relax. His graduation project was already finished. Zhao Yanyan didn't need him for the time being. Registering the international patent and finding buyers wasn't something that could be wrapped up in a few days. He'd already completed his apprenticeship with old Liu, and Professor Wang was busy getting a 5-axis machining center project off the ground. Counting on his fingers, there really wasn't anything for Guo Tailai to do. These past few days, Fat Guo had been living the good life. Aside from his scheduled 1-hour workout every afternoon, the rest of the time he was practically no different from the laziest pig on earth. He slept in every day until he woke up naturally, then spent his time eating, drinking, and having fun. Lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks, pool halls, video game arcades, and all-night muty sessions. It was as enjoyable as it could be, and as infuriating as it could be. The future plans for everyone in Dorm 106 had already been settled, so they didn't need to worry at all about finding jobs or preparing for graduate school entrance exams. Compared to their fellow students who were struggling with graduate school entrance exams, the GRE graduation projects, and job hunting, the 5 of them were living a life that made students in other dorms so jealous they wanted to gang up and beat them up. Guo Tailai was particularly happy, especially on the 7th night while playing cards. It was as if the god of gambling had suddenly possessed him. He was sweeping the table. His roommates turned ashen-faced under Guo Tailai's relentless, overwhelming streak of good luck. Of course, their faces were no longer visible. They were completely covered in sticky notes, with only their eyes peeking out. Repair of chronic Achilles tendon tear complete. This notification was the source of Guo Tailai's sudden burst of energy. When he was in a good mood, even his luck at cards became unstoppable. While playing cards, Guo Tailai tried flexing and extending his injured right foot. The sensation in his heel felt completely different from just a few days ago. That faint, almost imperceptible tugging sensation had vanished entirely. It moved as freely as his hands did now. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was in the dorm right then, Guo Tailai would have burst out laughing. Sure enough, taking advantage of his big win at cards, the fat guy's wildly unrestrained laughter became so much for his roommates to bear. By the time he burst out laughing for the 13th time, they all tossed their cards aside, pinned him down on his bed, and gave him another round of rough play. Early the next morning, Guo Tailai, unlike his usual self, got up at the crack of dawn and headed to the sports field alone. Sitting in the stands, he ignored Beijing's chilly weather, took off his shoes, and carefully examined his right foot, the one he'd injured years ago. The scar from the surgery was still there, but the small lump of tissue beneath it had vanished. His right foot now felt just like that of a healthy person. No matter what movement he made, there was not the slightest sensation of tendon pulling or adhesions. This feeling of freedom was truly wonderful. Now all the nanobots were concentrated on the soles of both feet, repairing the damage caused by plantar fasciitis. That was why the fat guy had created a wearable seat in the first place, because plantar fasciitis caused his feet to ache after just a little extra walking or standing. Although the main reasons were his heavy weight and frequent relapses, even a single repair could alleviate a great deal of pain. Once the plantar fasciitis is resolved, it'll be time to tackle the chronic pharyngitis. Gagging while brushing my teeth first thing in the morning is absolutely miserable. I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. It wasn't until a little past 8 that the fat guy returned to the dorm building. Just as he reached the entrance, he ran into Liu Yang, who was about to head out to find a phone to call him. Someone was looking for the fat guy and was waiting in his dorm room. Back in the dorm, Guo Tailai saw a strikingly attractive young female office worker sitting on a stool, chatting and laughing with the boss in number 4. No wonder Liu Yang had rushed out to call him. It turned out he was being so attentive because of the beautiful woman. As soon as Guo Tailai walked in, without waiting for an introduction, the young professional stood up, extended her hand toward him, and said with poise, "You must be Guo, right? Hello, I'm an employee at Maybaya Company in Magic City. My last name is also Guo. I'd like to discuss something with you. Would that be okay?" With such a distinctive build, anyone familiar with Guo Tailai's basic information would recognize him instantly. There was absolutely no mistaking him. Guo Tailai extended his hand and gave the beautiful office lady a light handshake, all the while taking in this attractive woman who shared his surname. It was late November, yet here in Beijing she was still wearing an office lady's skirt suit, stockings, and high heels. Her figure was very tall and slender, and with her light makeup she was quite pretty. The boss and number 4 were fawning over her like rutting boars. She certainly had what it took to be attractive. "Miss Guo, what brings you here?" Having seen Zhao Yanyan so often, Guo Tailai found this Miss Guo rather ordinary. His reaction was perfectly normal. The boss and the fourth brother, however, were clearly out of their depth, acting as if they'd never seen a woman before. "Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?" Miss Guo asked with a smile. "Sure." Guo Tailai glanced at the first and fourth brothers and Liu Yang, who were staring at her longingly, and nodded, immediately drawing a barrage of disapproving glances from them. "Let's find a cafe near the school gate." Once they were outside, Guo Tailai realized she had driven there. He didn't refuse. He got into her car, and they drove all the way off campus. Perhaps to avoid any misunderstandings on Guo Tailai's part, they didn't drive very far. They found a small cafe just outside the west gate, near the entrance to the old summer palace and close to Yenching University. "Guo, that ultra-sized gyroscope that set the Guinness World Record last time, you designed and built it all by yourself, didn't you?" After they sat down in the cafe, Miss Guo even ordered a latte for Guo Tailai, who didn't know how to order coffee. When the coffee was served, she finally spoke with a smile. "What do you mean?" Guo Tailai didn't know what Miss Guo across from him had in mind, so he played dumb and acted confused. "Rest assured, the WTO memorandum has already been signed, and the restrictions on micrometer CNC machining have been lifted for China," Miss Guo said with a smile to Guo Tailai. "You don't need to worry about any negative repercussions. In fact, we've already conducted a thorough investigation." The high-precision gyroscopes had sent shockwaves through Europe, the United States, and Japan. Everyone believed that the level of Huax's machining equipment had improved dramatically. To curb the development of Huax's CNC industry, they seized the opportunity presented by Huax's bid to join the WTO. During the negotiations at the end of October, they all simultaneously lifted the restrictions on 1 micrometer precision CNC machines, reached an agreement, and signed a memorandum of understanding. Lately, Guo Tailai had either been out and about or hanging out in his dorm, so he hadn't been following these developments and was unaware of what had happened. Upon hearing this, he was pleasantly surprised. Really? He didn't blame Zhao Yanyan for not telling him about this. In fact, with negotiations at this level, not only Zhao Yanyan but even academician who might not have known the details. All they could do was provide technical advice to the nation. Leading and participating in such efforts required the combined strength of the entire country. With the negotiations a success, it was unlikely anyone would have thought to credit a minor figure like him for his contribution, let alone go out of their way to notify him. "You people in Huaxia pulled off a brilliant maneuver this time. To be honest, the way you blended truth with deception, it was truly masterful," Miss Guo said in a sincere tone. "I personally have great admiration for it. I saw that high-precision gyroscope Mr. Guo built with my own eyes. It was simply breathtaking." "You're not from Huaxia?" Guo Tailai immediately picked up on the implication and asked in return. "I'm very sorry for deceiving you back at the dorm," Miss Guo said as she stood up and bowed deeply. "I am Haruko Tamagawa, Deputy Director of Public Relations at Japan's Mebiasame Group. Here is my business card." "Miss Gono, Miss Tamagawa." Guo Tailai took the business card and promptly corrected his form of address. "Your Chinese is truly excellent. So Meibeya in Shanghai is a branch of your company. When was it established?" "April of '94, Haruko Tamagawa replied quickly. This wasn't a secret, so she had no reason to worry about the fat man finding out. "So, Miss Tamagawa, what is the real purpose of your visit?" Guo Tailai asked curiously. "Mr. Guo, our subsequent investigation revealed that you were the actual creator of that high-precision gyroscope from last time. On behalf of myself and our company, I'd like to express our sincere admiration for your superb design, manufacturing, and assembly skills." Japanese are so polite. As she spoke, Haruko Tamagawa, still seated, leaned forward and gave Tailai a slight bow. Had he been exposed? However, upon hearing that the WTO had already signed the Memorandum of Understanding, Guo Tailai relaxed. He surmised that the Japanese side must have realized something was amiss only after signing, so they gathered at the school to conduct a detailed investigation and uncovered the clues. After all, it was just a university, not a classified facility. The fat guy had worked in the lab, and quite a few people had seen him there. Sometimes, when a few classmates chatted casually, they might inadvertently let something slip. It wouldn't be a huge deal if the Japanese uncovered it during their follow-up investigation. Still, he needed to mention this to Zhao Yanyan, otherwise, if word got out about the work she'd been doing, it wouldn't bode well. Doctoral dissertations are supposed to be made public. Wouldn't her research direction and findings be accessible for anyone to look up? Could it be that the project Zhao Yanyan was working on wasn't actually her dissertation project? "We are deeply impressed by Mr. Guo's expertise. Might I ask if he would be interested in studying in Japan?" Haruko Tamagawa didn't beat around the bush. She got straight to the point. "Our company is willing to facilitate this for Mr. Guo. We can guarantee a full scholarship at Weizhi University and a PhD degree. During your studies, our company is willing to provide Mr. Guo with a monthly living allowance of 1 million yen. After graduation, if Mr. Guo is interested in working for our company, we can guarantee a monthly salary of no less than 5 million yen. What's the exchange rate between the renminbi and the yen?" Guo Tailai paused for a moment before asking. 1 million yen is roughly equivalent to 65,000 RMB. Haruko Tamagawa wasn't afraid of Guo Tailai asking too many questions. She was afraid he wouldn't ask any at all. In an era when the average starting salary for college graduates in China was less than 1,500 RMB, 65,000 RMB a month was simply an astronomical sum, not to mention a PhD from the renowned Waseda University and the status of working for a foreign company. For an ordinary college student in China, this was an offer he simply couldn't resist. That much? Guo Tailai had expected that in the eyes of the Japanese he was actually so valuable and important. However, it was clear that Haruko Tamagawa was in for a disappointment. Guo Tailai was a rebellious young man. "I'll think it over," Guo Tailai said. He didn't refuse outright. Instead, he left her with that response and declined Haruko Tamagawa's offer to drive him back to campus, choosing instead to stroll back on his own. "Senor, has the WTO memorandum been signed? Has the 1-micron CNC facility been opened to us yet?" Guo Tailai entered through the west gate, strolled along while mulling things over, and then headed straight to Zhao Yanyan's office in the lab. As soon as he walked in and sat down, he asked point blank, "Huh? Is that so?" Zhao Yanyan had been swamped these past few days conducting experiments, working on designs, and preparing her thesis, so she hadn't been following the news on this front. The Inertial Navigation Laboratory wasn't part of CIMS, which placed great emphasis on such matters, so she was completely unaware of the latest developments. However, Zhao Yanyan had a solution. She made a quick phone call to inquire, and after hanging up, she nodded at Guo Tailai. "It's true. The agreement was signed just 2 days ago, but it hasn't been announced publicly yet." After saying this, Zhao Yanyan asked in surprise, "How did you find out?" "A pretty Japanese woman came to see me," Guo Tailai said without holding back, explaining how Haruko Tamagawa had approached him and laying out all the conditions she'd proposed. "I knew it wouldn't stay under wraps for long. It's impossible to keep a secret in an academic environment like this," Zhao Yanyan said with a smile. "The Japanese have finally caught on. Too bad it's too late. The Memorandum of Understanding has already been signed, so they can't back out now." Guo Tailai actually felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although he'd only contributed in the early stages of this matter, he'd altered the course of history. At least in his future visions, the lifting of the domestic CNC embargo and the subsequent development of the industry would take place in the new century, not now. Bringing it forward by a few years meant he'd, in a way, changed the world a little bit along the way. "How should I respond to the invitation from the Japanese?" Guo Tailai asked Zhao Yanyan. Although he already had an idea in mind, he still wanted to hear someone else's opinion. "The terms are great. It's definitely worth considering." Having studied abroad herself, Zhao Yanyan didn't find the idea at all unthinkable. Waseda University is a great school. It's ranked in the top 50 worldwide, which is impressive. Getting a PhD at Waseda and then returning to work, isn't that wonderful? Especially with a monthly living allowance of 1 million yen, that's a high salary. By the time you finish your PhD, if you're frugal while in Japan, you'll have enough to buy a few apartments within the second ring road when you return. "What if I want to stay in China to study?" Guo Tailai asked again. "Then just pretend this never happened. Pretend that woman never came." Zhao Yanyan was on good terms with Guo Tailai now, but she wasn't yet at the point of controlling or dictating his life choices. She was simply offering her opinion. The final decision was still up to Guo Tailai. The path in China is smooth sailing too. It'll just take an extra year. You'll finish your master's first before starting your PhD, unlike at Waseda where you can go straight to a PhD program. Of course, there aren't as many stipends in China, but it'll take you at least a year to learn Japanese, right? All things considered, the time commitment is about the same. Seeing that Guo Tailai looked a bit downcast, Zhao Yanyan was a little puzzled. The chubby guy was usually such an optimist. Why was he agonizing over something this good? "Why do you look so unhappy? What's wrong?" Zhao Yanyan didn't beat around the bush in front of Guo Tailai and asked directly. "This is clearly good news, isn't it?" "I'm just feeling a bit sentimental," Guo Tailai admitted, his spirits indeed low as he mumbled. The fact that it was actually a Japanese person who had to tell me about signing the Memorandum of Understanding and all that. And they were the ones who contacted me first. Not a single company back home even bothered to mention that I could come work here after graduation. He knew full well that the government was behind this push, and that his superiors might not have even bothered to notify him, but Guo Tailai still felt a little put out. How melodramatic. Zhao Yanyan was an extremely intelligent person with an IQ that easily outclassed the fat guys. Upon hearing this, she immediately understood the source of Guo Tailai's frustration. "Are you saying that the higher-ups don't take this seriously at all, that they'll just use it and then wash their hands of it?" Zhao Yanyan asked with a wry smile. "I'm not asking for much, am I? Just let me know the outcome once it's done. Is that so hard?" Guo Tailai asked, looking at Zhao Yanyan. "The top brass might not even know about this, and the lower-level officials who do are probably swamped. Anyway, this will be all over the news in a day or two, so there's no need to go out of their way to let you know," Zhao Yanyan said with a smile. "As for why no domestic companies have approached you, don't you realize you've already decided to pursue a master's and a PhD? With a position at the university practically guaranteed, who would hire you, whether it's the government or private companies? They can't offer such high salaries right now. and they might not be able to provide a better option than the path you're on now. Why would they reach out to you? Alright, I was just getting my hopes up. Guo Fat was easygoing and cheered up quickly. After Zhao Yanyan said that, Guo Tailai, who hadn't been feeling too bad to begin with, saw his lingering worries vanish in an instant. Any good news lately? Tell me about it to cheer me up. Speaking of good news, I actually just got some. Zhao Yanyan thought Fat's arrival was perfectly timed and said with a smile, Sister Li asked me to pass along a message to you, Master. Their analysis results are in there are indeed several types of alloys in the meteorite. One of them is highly heat resistant, and on top of that, it's wear resistant with a yield strength exceeding that of all existing domestic steels. She asked me to make sure to thank you personally. Really? Guo Tailai perked up. This was indeed good news. Of course, Zhao Yanyan was also delighted. The fact that Li Yushu had found suitable materials would greatly advance Zhao Yanyan's overall research, and she stood to benefit from it as well. Can we start production yet? Guo Tailai asked excitedly. No way, Zhao Yanyan pursed her lips. It's only been a week since we got it. We've barely had enough time to test its physical properties and analyze its chemical composition. How could we possibly start production? Even if we could, it would only be on a small scale in the lab. Mass production is absolutely out of the question. What a pity, Guo Tailai sighed. What's a pity? Zhao Yanyan asked, puzzled. Isn't that how materials science research always works? First you find the formula, then synthesize it in the lab, and finally develop the manufacturing process to achieve large-scale production. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? If we could produce a few hundred kilograms, even a little less, we could make something fun with it. Guo Tailai sighed, not without regret. Something fun? Zhao Yanyan immediately perked up. What kind of fun thing? It's heat-resistant and wear-resistant. What a great material. Imagine building a rotary engine with it. How fun would that be? Guo Tailai loved discussing topics with Zhao Yanyan. Knowing she had an undergraduate degree in automotive engineering, he immediately shared his plans. For Zhao Yanyan to describe a material as highly heat-resistant and wear-resistant, it certainly wasn't just your average heat-resistant or wear-resistant material. It was definitely something with performance that was a cut above the rest. Guo Tailai had seen many amazing things in his future visions, but a rotary engine was something he'd always wanted to tinker with. Fortunately, the rotary engine was already a Mazda product, so it was unlikely there would be any opportunities for patent squatting or the like. But if it could significantly boost performance, developing one would definitely be a lot of fun. As expected, Zhao Yanyan was very interested. Basically, anyone who's into cars would definitely be interested in a rotary engine. Rotary? Zhao Yanyan's eyes lit up. Are you planning to replicate the current Mazda RX-7, or will there be performance improvements? The materials are wear-resistant, so of course it'll have a longer service life. Guo Tailai replied matter-of-factly. I'll make the machining precision a bit higher, and the assembly precision even better, which will make the engine quieter and smoother. But whether we can boost performance depends on thermal efficiency conversion. I can optimize some of the mechanical parts, but as you know, software control isn't my strong suit. Can you handle the engine's ECU control? It's just flashing an ECU, how hard can it be? Zhao Yanyan was clearly a little annoyed that Guo Tailai didn't realize her true capabilities. When I was studying in the US, I actually worked with classmates to hand-assemble a Ford and recalibrate the engine. We boosted the power output by 20% compared to the original. Impressive. Guo Tailai immediately gave her a thumbs up. Anyone capable of hand-assembling a car would earn his admiration, no matter who they were. You optimize the mechanical components, and I'll increase the fuel injection and air intake to raise the combustion chamber temperature. Zhao Yanyan began to mull it over. The new material also has heat-resistant properties, so raising the combustion temperature won't be a problem at all. Not only will it ensure complete combustion and improve thermal efficiency, but it'll also reduce carbon buildup. Zhao Yanyan had no doubt whatsoever about Guo Tailai's ability to optimize the mechanical design. The design prowess demonstrated by that high-precision gyroscope was absolutely breathtaking to anyone who saw it. So she immediately began thinking about how to optimize the ECU. Based on the material properties we already know, thermal efficiency can be improved by at least 40% over the current level, and output power can be increased by at least 30%. The more Zhao Yanyan spoke, the more excited she became. She had even started crunching the specific numbers. Snap out of it. Guo Tailai had no choice but to interrupt Zhao Yanyan's daydream. The material can't be produced yet. All this talk is just wishful thinking. Zhao Yanyan snapped out of her daydream. Guo Tailai was right now. They only knew of a material formula. It would be a long time before it could actually be applied. Just as her spirits were sinking, the phone on Zhao Yanyan's desk suddenly rang. She reached out and picked it up, saying only hello, but falling silent to listen, occasionally responding with a few mms. After listening for a few moments, she suddenly looked up and glanced at the slouching, portly man across from her, a strange gleam flashing in her eyes. After hanging up, Zhao Yanyan turned to the chubby guy who had been grumbling just moments ago and reminded him, remember to watch news broadcast tonight. Get lost, don't bother me while I'm working. Xinwen Lianbo, what's going on? Guo Tailai was completely baffled, but Zhao Yanyan didn't want to explain a single word. She couldn't be bothered to speak to him anymore. With no other choice, Guo Tailai could only leave grudgingly, wondering how their conversation had suddenly taken such a turn when they'd been getting along just fine a moment ago. Since there was no TV in the dorm, Guo Tailai had no choice but to team up with Liu Yang and head to a restaurant off campus that had a TV, rushing to grab a bite to eat. Liu Yang was just as baffled. What was the fat guy thinking, wanting to watch news broadcast? He wasn't exactly a party activist in his daily life, but since the fat guy was treating him, Liu Yang didn't really care either way. The news broadcast always started with how busy the leaders were. It wasn't until the middle segment that it showed how happy the Chinese people were. Our country has made phased progress in the process of joining the WTO and has signed memorandums of understanding on a wide range of trade agreements. In the latter half of the segment about how busy the leaders were, there was a brief one-sentence news flash. What surprised Guo Tailai even more was that the background image accompanying that brief news item was a photo of a spinning, high-precision gyroscope. Others might not know, but how could Guo Tailai not recognize the gyroscope he'd made himself? That chubby arm looks so familiar. Liu Yang and Guo Fatso were best friends and roommates. He'd even seen Guo Tailai naked, so how could he not recognize that unmistakably chubby arm at a glance? Fatso, don't tell me that's you spinning that gyroscope. As a student in the precision instrumentation department, how could Liu Yang not know about the news that the department's high-precision gyroscope had broken the Guinness World Record? Not only was that arm familiar, but the gyroscope itself was the very same record-breaking model. There was absolutely no doubt about it. Gyroscope was now on display in room 9003, part of the department's history, open for anyone to view. He asked the question, but Liu Yang was certain it was Fatso otherwise. Why would he watch the news today of all days when he'd never bothered to watch it before or since? Guo Tailai's eyes were already narrowed to slits with laughter. Early that day, he'd been annoyed that he hadn't heard the news, but then the evening news delivered such a huge surprise instantly. All his frustration vanished, leaving only a silly grin. After sharing a couple of beers with Liu Yang, just Guo Tailai thought the segment on the people's happiness was about to end. He suddenly heard another news item that concerned him personally. After years of painstaking exploration by China's geoscientists, the first extraterrestrial impact structure within China's borders, the Shuyan meteorite crater, has been successfully confirmed. Chinese researchers have demonstrated the impact origin of the Shuyan meteorite crater from both macroscopic and microscopic perspectives. Based on the scientific data revealed so far, the Shuyan meteorite crater has presented us with a series of scientific mysteries far richer than anticipated, and it deserves to be treated as a treasure to be further explored. The discovery of the Shuyan meteorite crater fills a gap in the record of such unique geological structures within China's territory. The progress of this research reflects China's advancements in the fields of meteorite craters and impact metamorphism, as well as the narrowing gap with international research standards in this scientific field. Conducting interdisciplinary, in-depth and systematic research on this crater will contribute to the accumulation of knowledge regarding meteorite craters and impact metamorphism in China and help cultivate specialized scientific talent. Chen Jian and his team really worked fast. In just over a week, they've already produced so much evidence and published so many papers. Impressive. Although this news report still didn't mention Guo Tailai's role even once, Guo Tailai was already grinning from ear to ear so much so that Liu Yang, sitting across from him, mistakenly thought he was still reveling in the joy of seeing his chubby arms featured on the news broadcast. Guo Tailai was convinced this wasn't part of Zhao Yanyan's plan. While they were chatting, she hadn't made a single outgoing call. Someone must have notified her later, which is why she told him to watch the news broadcast. It just goes to show that the country hasn't forgotten its meritorious servants. Otherwise, why wasn't the background image of that news brief a scene from the negotiations or the signing ceremony or even Professor Wang's arm during the Guinness World Records certification, but instead, his own chubby arm? All evening long, the smile never left the chubby guy's face, not even when he went to bed. I made it onto the news broadcast. First thing in the morning, the fat guy got up and started bragging. The others in the dorm had already been bombarded by his boasts once the night before, so when they heard him again that morning, they immediately covered their ears from under their blankets. Damn it, why are you showing off first thing in the morning instead of sleeping? Liu Yang searched around his bed for a while but couldn't find anything suitable to throw at him, so he could only curse. It's just your arm that made it a news broadcast, you fat arm. Go to hell. Amid a chorus of protests, the fat guy was chased out of the dorm. It was only 7 o'clock, why wouldn't he let people sleep in peace? It wasn't like they were underclassmen with classes to attend. Was this really necessary? With his spirits lifted, the fat guy finished breakfast and headed straight to the school workshop to find old Liu. They'd been talking about completely rebuilding that old 1933 Rin machine tool for a while, and now Guo Tailai was finally going to get started. That's great, old Liu said, clearly delighted. 5 years ago, I stockpiled a few metric tons of special steel outdoors. After being exposed to the elements for 5 years, it's finally time to see the light of day. Building a lathe is simple, but building a precision lathe is another matter entirely. It's not as though you can just grab any suitable piece of material and start rushing into it like that will only result in components that are inaccurate or, in severe cases, even warped. No level of machining precision can compensate for that because there's one critical issue: the internal stress within the material itself. If machining begins before the internal stresses have been fully released, deformation is inevitable. There are various methods for releasing internal stresses in materials. Heat treatment is commonly used, as is manual tapping and vibration. High-tech approaches include ultrasonic impact and vibration to optimize stress or alter its direction. However, generally speaking, the most effective method for releasing internal stresses is natural aging, that is, allowing the material to eliminate these stresses under natural conditions. Of course, this method is also the slowest. For a long time, China was unable to produce truly high-precision machine tools, and this was sometimes related to material issues. People today live at such a fast pace that few can bring themselves to wait several years for a round shaft or a guide rail to relieve its internal stresses. Although heat treatment can quickly eliminate stresses, the results are not entirely ideal. This is acceptable for low-precision parts, but high-precision machine tools such as lathes have extremely strict requirements. The lack of precision in the finished products is partly due to this. Material that has been left to age for 5 years is of course the best. Guo Tailai and old Liu didn't worry about the material right away. Instead, they began by dismantling that old lathe. To be honest, the most valuable part of that old lathe was the bed. The reason was the same: internal stress. The beds of old lathes have always been the favorites of machine tool manufacturers. Therefore, the bed had to be preserved. All other components, however, had to be completely remade and replaced. Both Guo Tailai and old Liu were seasoned veterans, and with the help of a few machinists who came to lend a hand, they quickly and thoroughly dismantled the old lathe. There was no need to redraw the blueprints for any of the parts, and Guo Tailai had no intention of rebuilding an old lathe from decades ago. With the resources available and high-quality materials that had been sitting for 5 years, why not build something more advanced? Building an advanced 5-axis machining center from scratch was out of the question. Even if Guo Tailai had the technical skills, he wouldn't be able to produce the control chips or the control system. Therefore, Guo Tailai's plan was to use the bed of this old lathe as the foundation to build a high-precision mechanical lathe. Yes, just a lathe that was unlikely to have any other functions. There are quite a few high-precision lathes in the future dream, and Guo Tailai chose the one best suited to the bed of this old lathe. Of course, the bed will definitely need to undergo a series of machining operations after all. It's an old model from decades ago, and certain parts will need to be modified to fit the new lathe. He'd have to select a new motor, completely redesign the components inside the gearbox, and do the same for other parts like bearings and guideways. Roughly speaking, this would amount to 2 or 3 months worth of work at his normal daily pace. Excluding winter break, that would keep him busy until April of next year. If he could a bit easier, he could stretch it out until June, by which time he'd be busy with his graduation defense, followed by the summer break, and then ready to start graduate school in September. It was a great plan. Guo Tailai briefly outlined his intentions to old Liu. When old Liu heard that Guo Tailai didn't want to refurbish an old lathe but instead wanted to build a high-precision lathe of his own design, how could he possibly object? The better Guo Tailai performed, the more face old Liu as his mentor would save. Everything else was manageable. Guo Tailai could build the purely mechanical parts himself, but the motor was a different story. In addition to machining, it required winding, a skill Guo Tailai hadn't learned, so he'd have to find a suitable off-the-shelf motor. Since funding for this hadn't been secured yet, and old Liu didn't have any good model recommendations, they had no choice but to turn to Zhao Yanyan. Old Liu would apply for funding, while Guo Tailai would look for the motor. A motor? After Zhao Yanyan asked Guo Tailai what he was planning to do and understood the specifications he needed, she didn't refuse. "I'll have someone at the company look up some models for you, but do you have the funding?" Since this was a project approved by the department and Professor Wang, any additional expenses would certainly require approval. Zhao Yanyan couldn't simply advance the funds for Guo Tailai, and Guo Tailai certainly couldn't cover the costs himself, which was why Yanyan asked that question. "Just find out the model number and price first," Guo Tailai replied honestly. "Old Liu has already applied for funding. I'm not sure how much we'll get." "Are you sure you plan to design and manufacture it yourself?" As for Guo Tailai designing an entirely new high-precision lathe from scratch, after what she'd seen with that high-precision gyroscope, Zhao Yanyan had no doubt whatsoever about his design, manufacturing, and assembly capabilities. Why not? Guo Tailai was puzzled as to why Zhao Yanyan would ask such a question. "If you're planning to do this, you'd better go through the proper project approval process," Zhao Yanyan advised. "You'll need to submit the design drawings first for expert review. Once you have the feasibility report, you can apply for manufacturing funding, then go through the procurement process, and finally start production. After completion, there will be a final inspection." "Is it that complicated?" Guo Tailai was taken aback. If he really had to go through that entire process, it would take forever. He might not even be able to start construction by the time he graduated. "That's why I'm curious." Zhao Yanyan was genuinely puzzled. "Weren't you planning to remake all the parts from scratch and then assemble them? Why did you change the design?" I was originally planning to use this to practice assembly, Guo Tailai said with a touch of resignation. But didn't we build a high-precision gyroscope last time? That practice is kind of unnecessary now. Rather than just making an exact replica, I might as well build something new. Then why don't you just do it yourself? Don't use the funding? Zhao Yanyan suddenly suggested. That would be a lot simpler.
When it comes to official business, anything involving funding can't be taken lightly. On the other hand, when funding isn't involved, there's often more room for flexibility. Furthermore, making changes to an already approved project, no matter how big or small, always comes with a heap of hassles. As the saying goes, when money isn't involved, everyone's on the same page. But as soon as money is involved, things get complicated. Guo Tailai was taken aback. As an ordinary student, he had never gone through the entire process of managing a project like this. The few times he'd handled such matters before either didn't involve funding or had Zhao Yanyan take care of the follow-up for him, so he had no idea just how complicated it really was. Professor Liu has already applied for funding, Guo Tailai could only admit to Zhao Yanyan. It doesn't look promising, Zhao Yanyan shook her head. Although the amount of money involved might not be that much, just working on your design drawings and the feasibility analysis alone will keep you so busy this year that you won't have time for anything else. But it's not all bad. Going through this process will give you a full understanding of the entire project workflow. Just think of it as a learning experience. Is it really that much trouble? Guo Tailai was someone who hated hassle. Building a high-precision lathe on his own had originally been nothing more than a spur-of-the-moment idea, but now it had turned into this something he hadn't anticipated at all. What happened next confirmed Zhao Yanyan's suspicions. While the staff at Zhao Yanyan's company found a few motors that weren't quite suitable, the funding application submitted by old Liu hadn't been approved either. Professor Wang had already summoned Guo Tailai, asking him to first complete the design concept and drawings for the high-precision lathe he'd envisioned. Professor Wang would then review them before seeking input from other experts to go through the proper procedures. It was too complicated. What frustrated Guo Tailai the most was that none of the existing motors fully met his requirements. Either the dimensions were wrong or the required power RPM or kV rating didn't match. Even with the money, he couldn't buy a ready-made solution. He'd have to have one custom-made. Looks like we'll just have to make it ourselves. After meeting with Zhao Yanyan again, Guo Tailai slumped into the chair across from her. You were absolutely right. That's how research goes. It gets complicated as soon as money is involved. If it were just a matter of putting in a little extra effort or doing it for free, that would be one thing. Zhao Yanyan spoke from experience, then asked curiously, do you even know how to build motors? I'll have to learn, even if I don't know how, Guo Tailai said listlessly. Otherwise, I won't even have a motor. I can't exactly build an exact replica of a 1933 lathe, can I? What's the point of that? Building a motor requires materials and funding, Zhao Yanyan laughed. How are you going to handle that? The previous grant covered the motor, Guo Tailai said with a sigh. Wasn't it supposed to be for me to practice assembly? They've even bought the materials for the motor, it's just waiting for me to get started. Then why are you still hanging around here? Zhao Yanyan glared at him. Why aren't you getting to work? Today, Zhao Yanyan was wearing a red sweater, skinny jeans, and a pair of 7-centimeter high heels. Without her padded coat, her figure looked incredibly slender, and when she stood up, Guo Tailai was practically mesmerized. Following Guo Tailai's gaze, Zhao Yanyan looked down at herself. How dare this fatso stare at her like that? Furious, she suddenly rolled her eyes and smiled. Do you like what you see? You look great. In front of Zhao Yanyan, Guo Tailai never hid his admiration. He answered very honestly. Senior sister, I don't want to get married, but if you could get a figure as great as Shi Xinwag's, would you let me be your girlfriend? Zhao Yanyan flashed Guo Tailai a flirtatious glance and asked in a sweet, coquettish voice. Guo Tailai shuddered all over. It was clearly such a sweet, coquettish voice, so why did it sound so terrifying? Still, this was such a golden opportunity that Guo Tailai was willing to go to any lengths to seize it. Gritting his teeth, he asked Zhao Yanyan, Senior sister, are you serious? Of course. As long as we don't get married, what's wrong with being your girlfriend for the rest of your life? Zhao Yanyan said with a radiant smile. Want to give it a try? Ah! Guo Tailai nearly let out a wild scream. For the chance to be senior sister's boyfriend, I'll give it my all. Watching the chubby guy storm out of her office in a frenzy, as if he were about to go mad, Zhao Yanyan shook her head and sat back down. Suddenly she glanced again at his retreating figure outside and felt a pang of confusion. It had only been a few days since she'd last seen him, but why did it seem like even the way he walked had changed a bit? The excited fat guy went straight to old Liu. "Master, do you know how to wind electric motors? Teach me." Old Liu shook his head with a wry smile. It was true that he was a level 9 machinist, but he wasn't a jack of all trades who knew everything. Still, old Liu's decades of expertise were no joke. "I do know a master at winding motors. Go learn from him for a few days." This time, old Liu turned to Master Li, a veteran worker at an electric motor factory. Master Li had been building motors since the founding of the People's Republic, decades of experience, and was a true master of motor winding. The motors Master Li wound were simply more stable and efficient than those produced by any other work crew. That was the difference. Principle behind motor winding is actually quite simple. As a college graduate, you'll surely grasp it easily. Master Li's his knowledge without holding anything back. Now that he was retired, he took great pleasure in a talented young man. The entry and exit points of the leads, the connection methods, the coil number of turns, the length of the coil ends, the coil configuration, the number of slots per poles, the pole face groups, and the length of the coil ends. If you don't mistakes with these things, that's the foundation. But figuring out how to optimize them requires some thought. Master Li didn't do the work himself. Instead, he guided the chubby guy as he began winding coils, starting with the simplest motor. The chubby guy picked it up extremely quickly thanks to his exceptional hands-on skills, sharp mind, and excellent memory. He easily wound a motor that met the standards. Only after mastering the fundamentals did Master Li begin teaching him the techniques that set him apart from others. First was material selection. Master Li was very meticulous and placed great importance on choosing the right wire. Wire that is uniformly thick and of superior quality is a prerequisite for winding a good motor. In this regard, Guo Tailai's exceptional visual judgment proved even sharper than Master Li's. Even the slightest imperfections that Master Li couldn't detect were crystal clear to Guo Tailai. Next came the tension and positioning during winding. The coils Master Li wound were perfectly tensioned, with uniform turns, a sight that was aesthetically pleasing in itself. However, this didn't faze Guo Tailai. He could control the force applied by his hands with a precision of 1 milligraft, and even apply torque with an accuracy of 0.01 Newton-meters. After watching Master Li do it just once and getting a feel for the force applied to Master Li's coils, he quickly and skillfully wound a set of coils that were even more pleasing to the eye than Master Li's. "Old Liu, where did you find such a promising young talent?" Master Li was completely stunned after seeing the coils Guo Tailai had wound. He immediately brandished his hoe in old Liu's direction. "Hand this fat guy over to me. Give me a few months, and I'll teach him all the secrets of my trade." Old Liu certainly wouldn't agree to let his disciple be poached by someone else, but he was open to him learning from others. Master Li had another special skill. While others winding coils sometimes had to stare intently at their work, Master Li's fingers were incredibly nimble, and his sense of touch was absolutely outstanding. Relying solely on the sensation in his fingers, he could accurately judge the thickness of the wire, pinpoint the exact position, and wind precise coils. In old Liu's words, old Li's fingers were so sensitive he could feel his way to a mahjong tile with his eyes closed, nothing to brag about. When he said this, Guo Tailai nearly burst out laughing, while Master Li bristled with anger, nearly coming to blows with old Liu. That said, there are times when you really can't see what you're doing while winding coils, and that's when tactile sensitivity and experience become the primary solutions. It's not that you can't wind the coil as much as possible in plain sight, and then have the machine tighten it, but that's still a bit different from pure, meticulous handcrafting. I'd assumed this would be a weak point for Fat Guo, but who could have known that Guo Tailai had a control system and 5 million nanobots in his brain? The new finger tactile positioning feature added during the last system upgrade was essentially a supercharged version of this ability. Guo Tailai had tried it. Finding mahjong tiles by touch with eyes closed was incredibly easy. He could even discern the size of each tile, the depth of the grooves in the characters, and whether the color was filled evenly. In fact, the precision of his finger-based tactile positioning matched that of 3D measurement using both eyes. In other words, even in a pitch-black room, Guo Tailai could accurately measure dimensions with a margin of error as small as 0.2 micrometers using only his hands. In comparison, Master Li's signature skill of winding coils with his eyes closed was, for Guo Tailai, merely a matter of mastering the basics and practicing a few times. His precision far surpassed Master Li's. Guo Tailai trained under Master Li for a week. Master Li soon realized that the coil winding skill he had taken pride in his entire life had been completely mastered by Guo Tailai, who had even surpassed his teacher. Stunned, Master Li kept exclaiming, "What a prodigy!" As December rolled in, the weather in Beijing had turned bitterly cold, but Guo Tailai was busier than ever during this time. He no longer needed to apply for funding. Professor Wang and the department had given Guo Tailai free rein to mess around. After all, they knew his capabilities at the very least. He'd end up with a brand new vintage lathe, so they let him and old Liu work on the project without interference. Guo Tailai didn't even draw any blueprints. Everything was in his head, and he basically just dove right in. He'd first produce semi-finished parts in various workshops, then moved to the dust-free workroom for hand finishing. He spent virtually all his daytime hours working on this lathe. Old Liu didn't see anything wrong with Guo Tailai having to build a brand new motor just to make a lathe. He had no doubts whatsoever about Guo Tailai's machining skills or his newly acquired ability to win coils. His only concern was Guo Tailai's ability to design the motor. After all, Guo Tailai was just a student in the precision instrumentation department, not the electrical engineering department. Especially since he had previously been a poor student who had failed numerous courses, could he really design a motor that would work? "Don't worry, Master," Guo Tailai said calmly. He wasn't designing a stepper or servo motor. After all, he didn't need software control. All he needed was a brushless motor with the right power output, stable and adjustable speed, low noise, and minimal vibration. He could achieve all of this simply by adjusting the voltage. He had a complete physical model from his future dream. How could he not replicate it by following the blueprint? As time went on, the semi-finished parts for the lathe were produced one by one. Guide rails, bearings, gearboxes, lead screws, motors, chuck plates, tooling systems, tailstocks, and so on. They were all semi-finished products, with only the final step, precision machining, to the highest accuracy remaining. This time the chubby guy worked extremely hard, putting in overtime every day and making rapid progress. Next came a series of heat treatments. All the semi-finished parts were processed one by one. At this point, Guo Tailai also stopped working. All the finished semi-finished parts, except for the motors, were once again stored in a makeshift storage room. This room consisted of nothing more than 4 pillars and a roof. Its sole purpose was to allow these parts to sit for a while longer, relieving the accumulated stress from the machining process. Of course, this period was relatively short. They wouldn't be left there for years. After heat treatment, 2 or 3 months would be sufficient. Once winter break was over, the final finishing and assembly could be completed within a month at most. It was already January, and with winter break just a few days away, Guo Tailai had managed to get some proper rest before the break. Before the break, Zhao Yanyan met with Guo Tailai, once not to ask him to do anything, but to set a date for him to remake 2 sets of gyroscopes with the revised design after the winter break ended. This would be her final round of revisions. She would then present the physical prototypes at her spring doctoral dissertation defense. In no more than a month, Zhao Yanyan would graduate. During this time, Guo Tailai had also been inquiring through other channels about the Buddha's finger bone relic at Feynman Temple. The relic is currently kept in safe custody at Feynman Temple, and what is generally displayed is a jade sacred bone, the so-called hard bone, a replica. Under normal circumstances, gaining access to the genuine article is impossible unless one has extremely influential connections or a very close relationship with the senior monks of Feynman Temple. However, there is one exception: the Buddha's birthday on the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, also known as the bathing of the Buddha festival. On this day, Feynman Temple holds grand religious ceremonies, and the genuine Buddha's finger bone relic is brought out for the faithful to venerate and pay homage to. He clearly wouldn't be able to make it this year, but next year's Buddha's birthday, the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, falls on May 14th of the Gregorian calendar. This was the most likely opportunity Guo Tailai could think of to get close to the Buddha's bone relic. Although he was dying to go, Guo Tailai had no choice but to patiently wait for the Buddha's birthday to arrive. This was also why he was able to focus on his lathe work. After watching his younger classmates frantically cram for exams for several days in a row, Guo Tailai felt quite at ease. He had the school book a half-price ticket for him in advance, and boarded the train home with the massive crowd of students returning for the holidays. Back in their hometown in Jin province, Guo Tailai's parents had been waiting with bated breath ever since receiving his call. With his return, the house instantly became a sea of joy. Ding Yumei had already rolled out the noodles Guo Tailai loved, and Guo Jianjun had prepared the sauce. All that was left was to cook them once Guo Tailai got home. Guo Tailai had been hungry for most of the day on the train. He hadn't eaten lunch and had held out until dinner, eagerly awaiting this meal of hand-rolled noodles made by his mother. Clutching a large bowl, he slurped it down with such gusto that he looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. While the chubby boy was eating, Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumei sat beside him, watching their plump son wolf down the noodles they'd made with their own hands, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He's lost even more weight, just think of all the hardship he must have gone through. Ding Yumei couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache as she looked at Guo Tailai. who was noticeably thinner than he had been during summer break. That's just how moms are. Even if they know you should lose weight, the moment they actually see you thinner, their first thought is that you must have suffered a great deal. Guo Jianjun, sitting nearby, was at a loss for words. Guo Tailai had indeed lost weight, but only compared to how he looked over the summer. Right now, Guo Tailai still weighed at least over 260 jin. He was a big fat guy no matter where you put him. Was this really what they called losing weight? It was the steady stream of good news from Guo Tailai over the past semester that had made them incredibly happy. First, he sold a patent for a design he'd created, earning tens of thousands of yuan more than the combined annual salaries of both his parents. Thanks to 2 consecutive money transfers, Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumei finally made up their minds. They would no longer have to kowtow to those annoying factory bosses. With great defiance, they slammed their resignation letters right in their faces. When they left, who knows how many people secretly envied them. What made them even happier was that their son had mentioned he had registered more than 1 patent, and that a steady stream of income would follow. Their son was now capable of earning a living to support the family. Wasn't that something to celebrate? Before long, more good news arrived from the school. Their son had been directly admitted to graduate school. Not only that, but his doctoral advisor had already been confirmed an academician at Hua Science Academy. These days, a PhD from Shuima University commands more respect than even a county party secretary. In short, Guo Tailai had once again become the pride of Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumei, a sense of fulfillment that only parents can truly understand. "Mom, here's a gift I brought you." After dinner, Guo Tailai excitedly pulled out the Cartier Tank Française watch he'd managed to get from Wan Ming and proudly presented it to her. As soon as she opened the watch box, Ding Yumei was captivated by the square timepiece and couldn't take her eyes off it. The watch was beautiful in its own right, and since it was a gift from her son, a smile never left Ding Yumei's face. This is Cartier's latest model for this year. Guo Tailai helped Ding Yumei put on the watch, then took a few steps back and nodded solemnly as he praised it. "It's beautiful, Dad. Don't you think so?" Guo Jianjun looked at the beautiful watch on his wife's wrist with a mix of envy and jealousy, nodding reluctantly. That little rascal, all he knows is how to curry favor with his mom. Doesn't he realize his dad's been eyeing it longingly too? Ding Yumei was beaming from ear to ear. Even though it was the dead of winter and they were indoors, she rolled up her sleeves high and examined the watch from every angle. Not satisfied with that, she went over to the mirror to scrutinize it even more closely. Judging by the smug look on her face, if it weren't already evening, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist rushing over to the neighbors' houses to show it off. "Dad, once I get all the materials together, I'll make one for you myself." Seeing Guo Jianjun's envious look, Guo Tailai couldn't help but chuckle as he said to him, "That one's a mass-produced model I bought. When the time comes, I'll make you a one-of-a-kind piece, the only one in the whole world." The watch itself doesn't matter, it's the thought that counts. Guo Jianjun immediately calmed down, his face breaking into a smile so wide it made his wrinkles show. "This Cartier, is that a famous brand? Does this watch cost 300? Not bad, not bad." His parents, who had always lived in their hometown, surely had no idea what level of luxury brand Cartier actually was. So Guo Tailai didn't set the record straight. As for the price, he wasn't exactly sure either. "Someone gave it to me, and I'm passing it on to my mom." Kind of judgment is that? Can you really buy such a nice watch for 300? Ding Yumei wasn't having it. Guo Tailai had just mentioned it was Cartier's latest model this year. It was clearly high-end merchandise. Saying it cost 300 was an insult to everyone's intelligence. She looked down at it again, examining it closely, before declaring with certainty, "At least 1,000. Humph." Guo Tailai's family had a very happy spring festival. Ding Yumei's tank watch garnered unanimous praise in the factory's family housing area. Every day, Ding Yumei walked around with her head held high. Even in the dead of winter, she would roll up the sleeve of her left arm, as if she wanted the whole world to see the watch her son had given her. This air of smugness only subsided when a connoisseur recognized it as a Cartier tank watch. Upon hearing that the watch was worth at least tens of thousands, Ding Yumei was so shocked she nearly bit her tongue off. How could that be? Cartier is one of the world's top 10 watch brands, on par with Rolex. People might not know other brands, but when you mention Rolex, everyone knows exactly what it is. It's absolutely the cream of the crop among luxury watches. If Cartier is on the same level as Rolex, then it's naturally an even more prestigious timepiece. A single watch, tens of thousands. That's equivalent to a year or two's salary for both her and her husband, and it's from one of the world's top 10 luxury watch brands. How could this be? Ding Yumei was so terrified that she never dared to show off the watch again. As soon as she got home, she put it away securely, wishing she could buy a safe right away and even dig a cellar to hide it there. It's safe to say that throughout the entire Spring Festival, Ding Yumei and Guo Jianjun were the most prestigious couple in the machinery factory's residential compound. Wherever they went, they were met with countless envious glances. Countless people's conversations during house calls revolved around Ding Yumei and Guo Tailai. Even Guo Jianjun, in the eyes of his old colleagues, had become a prime example of a father who'd raised a successful son. Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumei felt as if they were walking on air. Relatives back home had also completely changed their previous impressions of Guo Tailai, and they all began to view this chubby young man who had suddenly gained a lot of weight a few years ago, but had lost a bit this year with fresh eyes. Their assessments of Guo Tailai had become much more positive, and family relations had improved considerably. After a spring festival filled with busyness, vanity, and overindulgence, Guo Tailai set off once again for school, under the reluctant gazes of Guo Jianjun and Ding Yumei. When it was time for him to leave, Guo Jianjun saw him off at the train station. Ding Yumei stayed upstairs and didn't come down, but Guo Tailai knew that his mother upstairs would surely watch his figure until he was out of sight and would secretly wipe away her tears. A mother worries when her son travels far no matter when. This will never change. Once classes resumed, Zhao Yanyan immediately dragged Guo Tailai to the lab, where he began working full steam ahead on building the physical prototype of her redesigned and refined gyroscope. Guo Tailai had to admit that Zhao Yanyan's design this time was indeed much more refined. It had essentially reached the limits of what was possible at this scale. Although the difficulty hadn't increased much for Guo Tailai, mass production would likely require significant adjustments and improvements to the manufacturing process. Of course, this wouldn't delay Zhao Yanyan's graduation in the slightest, and just 3 days before Zhao Yanyan's thesis defense, Guo Tailai received a call from her. Someone was interested in the patent for the universal wrench. Which company is interested? How much are they willing to pay? Guo Tailai sat across from Zhao Yanyan, staring at her who seemed to be growing more beautiful by the day with a touch of brazenness as he asked, "How tacky all you ever think about is money." Zhao Yanyan didn't answer directly. Instead, she spread her arms wide and asked Guo Tailai, "Do you notice anything different about me today?" "Nothing." Guo Tailai shook his head immediately. "You're wearing the same clothes you wore before the new year, and I haven't noticed you gaining or losing weight. You look just the same." "I knew it." Zhao Yanyan shot Guo Tailai a disdainful glance. "You're preaching to the choir. So tacky. You're like a well-fed man who doesn't understand a hungry one's hunger. You've never been poor, so how could you possibly understand?" Guo Tailai didn't argue with this. He did care about money, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with pursuing it. After all, he wasn't greedy, and it was legitimate income, so there was nothing to criticize. Fine. Zhao Yanyan knew Guo Tailai was all about the money, so she stopped beating around the bush and blurted out, "A company in Germany is offering $200,000. "Really?" Guo Tailai was overjoyed. In his mind, $100,000 would have been enough. He hadn't expected to get $200,000. According to our company's analysis, the patent for the universal wrench is worth around $300,000, Zhao Yanyan said in a very businesslike tone. "If you're willing to wait half a year, you should be able to get around $300,000. "No need to wait that long," Guo Tailai flatly refused. "I'll sell it for $200,000. In his vision of the future, there were plenty of similar products. He certainly wasn't going to miss out on this one. "Are you sure?" Zhao Yanyan frowned as she looked at Guo Tailai. "That's a difference of $100,000. You couldn't earn that much in half a year back home." "As long as it's enough," Guo Tailai smiled. "This wrench isn't exactly high-tech, you know that. That's not what matters to me. If you don't want to lose money, just buy it first and then sell it at a higher price." "You said it." Zhao Yanyan had no objection. She wasn't short on $100,000, but if all it took was for an employee to go back and forth a few times spending an extra half a year to make $100,000, that wasn't a bad deal at all. "That's right, I said it," Guo Tailai replied magnanimously. "Better for you to make the money than for the Germans to. Deal." Zhao Yanyan stared at Guo Tailai for a moment, then finally waved her hand impatiently. "Get the hell out of here. Don't stand in front of me and get in my way." "I'm out." Guo Tailai stood up without another word and walked out, humming a tune. As he reached the door, Guo Tailai suddenly stopped, turned back, and said to Zhao Yanyan, "Senior sister, your hairstyle hasn't changed, but your hair is 3 millimeters shorter than the last time I saw you. Most people wouldn't even notice the difference. Also, you've switched one of your earrings. Although the color and style are the same, the diameter differs by 0.3 millimeters. Also, senior sister, your eyeliner on the left is 1 millimeter longer than on the right." Your lipstick is very light, but it's not applied evenly at the corners of your mouth. The height of your eyebrows differs by 0.1 millimeters on each side, and their length differs by 1 millimeter. If this is the makeup you're planning to wear for your defense, it's still a bit lacking. By this point, Zhao Yanyan was already speechless. Guo Tailai paused for a moment, then continued, "However, overall you look very pretty. No, incredibly pretty, so stunning that even the judges will be completely captivated. Thank you, senior." After rattling off all this, Guo Tailai quickly walked out of Zhao Yanyan's office and closed the door behind him. Zhao Yanyan had been feeling a little annoyed, but upon hearing this and watching Guo Tailai leave, a smile suddenly appeared on her stunned face and she burst out laughing. "You fatso," Zhao Yanyan muttered under her breath, then pulled open a drawer, took out a small mirror and examined herself. Could it be that her makeup really had a few minor flaws? Suddenly, her mood lifted considerably. Zhao Yanyan thought for a moment it must be because she'd helped the fat guy sell his patent and made a little money herself. After all, helping others is the source of happiness. With nothing else to do these past few days, Guo Tailai had made a point of sitting in on Zhao Yanyan's defense, partly to get a feel for the atmosphere of a graduation defense. Zhao Yanyan's makeup and outfit that day were indeed appropriate for the defense, though this time they were more polished than last time. Others might not have noticed, but Guo Tailai knew he'd been completely dazzled for at least 10 seconds. In fact, the doctoral dissertation had already been made public prior to the defense, and may even have been published in certain journals. The main concerns of the faculty on the defense committee this time weren't about any flaws in Zhao Yanyan's theory, but rather whether the technology actually functioned as described in the thesis during practical application, and whether certain experimental procedures and results could be replicated. In this thesis, Zhao Yanyan had miniaturized the gyroscope to an unimaginable size, a leap of dozens of times over previous technical standards which clearly couldn't be achieved with ordinary manufacturing process. And the fact that such a tiny gyroscope could actually be even more precise was quite astonishing. If both the theory and the practice hold true, it would mean that China has made a quantum leap in the field of precision gyroscopes, enabling it to directly align with international standards. At the very least, this would fill a domestic gap, and it is not impossible that China could even surpass international standards. Of course, all these doubts vanished when Zhao Yanyan produced a complete set of gyroscopes ranging in size from over 10 centimeters down to a few centimeters, then to a few millimeters, and finally to just a few millimeters. Zhao Yanyan even demonstrated the largest and smallest gyroscopes on the spot. The actual results were remarkable. The performance of the smallest microgyroscope measuring less than 2 millimeters was even better than that of the largest one. Whether in terms of 0-point output, resolution, sensitivity, or measurement range, it outperformed the larger models by a wide margin, a truly revolutionary achievement. What should have been a standard defense lasting several tens of minutes stretched out to 3 hours. While experts from various fields were amazed by Zhao Yanyan's innovative design, their questioning was exceptionally thorough, covering everything from theory and manufacturing processes to operational issues, and even bugs encountered during R&D, with great attention to detail. Like a female Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yanyan remained completely unflustered by any question, speaking eloquently and explaining everything thoroughly from the inside out. She carried herself with poise and professionalism. After dozens of questions, the examining committee finally had no further inquiries. The chair asked the audience if anyone had any questions. No one raised a hand, so the chair immediately declared the thesis defense concluded. As the audience cleared the room, the professors inside began deliberating on whether to approve the defense. 10 minutes later, the chair invited Zhao Yanyan back in and announced on the spot that her thesis defense had been successfully passed. Congratulations! Guo Tailai was the first to congratulate Zhao Yanyan. You're finally free from this ordeal, what a cause for celebration. Zhao Yanyan was also overjoyed. After thanking the examiners and briefly speaking with academician Ho, she left the venue with Guo Tailai. You're treating us? Guo Tailai shouted. At a time like this, he certainly wasn't going to hold back. How did I do today? Zhao Yanyan was very generous and immediately agreed to treat him, but once they were alone, she still asked Guo Tailai. Absolutely perfect. Guo Tailai raised both thumbs without hesitation. Even Madame Curie wouldn't have done any better when she faced her defense. You're just a smooth talker. Zhao Yanyan had been swamped with work for quite some time. She hadn't even had a break during winter break, taking only a few days off for the spring festival. Now that she was finally free, she patted Guo Tailai on the shoulder. What do you want to eat? Just say it. Peking duck, Guo Tailai immediately shouted. No way! Zhao Yanyan shot it down immediately. Peking duck is too fatty, and there aren't any good Peking duck restaurants around campus. Name another one. Then let's have noodles with fried sauce. Guo Tailai deflated, quickly changing his mind. Look at you, so unambitious. Zhao Yanyan looked down on him. She was treating him, and all he wanted was a bowl of noodles. I'm from Shaanxi province, I love noodles. Is that a problem? Guo Tailai retorted defiantly. After all, Zhao Yanyan was definitely in a good mood today. She wouldn't get upset over something this trivial. Fine, Zhao Yanyan glanced at Guo Tailai. I know a place that makes authentic Zhejiang noodles. Let's go there. The two, one fat, one thin, walked side by side. The students passing by didn't seem to find it strange at all. Everyone was so captivated by Zhao Yanyan's beauty that they subconsciously ignored the chubby guy. Besides, in a situation like this, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to think they were a couple. Not only would ordinary classmates never think that, but even Zhao Yanyan's admirers wouldn't get the wrong idea. Let's get one thing straight. If we're eating noodles, just eat them, no slurping or making a racket. What Zhao Yanyan couldn't stand most about the chubby guy was how loudly he slurped his noodles. Eating loudly is a sign of respect for the chef. It shows I appreciate his cooking. It smells delicious. Do you even know table manners? And you call yourself a doctoral student? Guo Tailai was feeling particularly bold today, rebutting Zhao Yanyan without mercy. Patent transfer fees. Zhao Yanyan completely ignored the fat guy's sophistry, uttering just those 5 casual words. You win. Guo Tailai backed down instantly once again, conceding defeat without hesitation. He turned his head away and took a long while to finally muster a pitiful excuse. The economic base determines the superstructure. I had no choice. The fat guy's antics had Zhao Yanyan laughing so hard she could barely stop. Her joyful smile brought a wave of happiness to passers-by, as if they could share in her joy. But when everyone glanced to the side, they saw a fat guy. Well, let's just ignore him. The place Zhao Yanyan had picked was indeed authentic, right in Wudaoku. The noodles were chewy, and the fried sauce was rich and flavorful. Guo Tailai couldn't get enough after just one bowl, so he ordered another bowl of braised pulled noodles before finally patting his belly with satisfaction and nodding. Of course, while eating, Guo Tailai did his best not to make any noise, so as not to upset Zhao Yanyan. Great place, we'll have to come here often, Guo Tailai said, clearly pleased, praising it repeatedly. After the meal, Zhao Yanyan took Guo Tailai to the company to sign a patent transfer agreement. Then they stopped by China Merchants Bank, where the chubby guy opened a one-card account and deposited the $200,000 in. Now that he had the money, Guo Tailai's first thought was to buy a house right away. He wasn't sure if the compound he'd had his eye on was still available, so he found a payphone and dialed the landlord's number he'd looked up last time to get in touch. The chubby guy was in luck. The compound hadn't been sold yet, though the price had gone up by $50,000. However, once Guo Tailai agreed to pay in US dollars, the landlord immediately accepted, sealing the deal for $100,000. The current exchange rate for the dollar was around 8.3 to 8.4, but on the black market it could reach 9, so the landlord was naturally willing. Zhao Yanyan stayed by Guo Tailai's side the whole time. The company had sent a car and a driver to pick them up and drop them off along the way. It took 2 days to complete the property transfer procedures. Holding the property deed, the chubby guy felt as if it were all a bit unreal. Was he really a homeowner now? And not just any home, but one in the very heart of the city. A home in the heart of the city with over 1,000 square meters and 2 courtyards front and back. You'll need to renovate this place a bit to make it livable, Zhao Yanyan said, standing in the courtyard and surveying the surroundings. No need to go to all that trouble. Guo Tailai knew full well that the property would be demolished in a few years. Why would he invest in renovations? They wouldn't even count the renovation costs toward extra compensation when the time came, so why bother? Just give the front few rooms a quick cleanup. As long as it's livable, that's enough. We'll worry about renovations in a few years. Whatever you say, Zhao Yanyan replied noncommittally. It's your house, you sort it out yourself. By the way, have you secured a job yet? Are you still staying in Beijing? Guo Tailai asked about Zhao Yanyan's plans. Now that she'd passed her thesis defense and was just waiting for the graduation ceremony, Zhao Yanyan should have found a job by now. I have, Zhao Yanyan said without hesitation. It's a research institute under the Southern Group. Southern Group? The name sounded familiar to Guo Tailai, and it suddenly dawned on him. The defense industry group? Zhao Yanyan gave a brief nod. Does an organization like that allow you to run a company on the side? Guo Tailai found it hard to imagine. It's my family's wish. I have no choice but to go. I've already been a bit reckless in other areas, so I have to compromise when it comes to work. Zhao Yanyan shook her head. They've given me time to gradually let go of this company. When do you start? Guo Tailai asked. As soon as I get my diploma, Zhao Yanyan replied. It'll be any day now. All right. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. Hearing Zhao Yanyan say this, Guo Tailai felt a sense of emptiness wash over him. Even the joy of buying a house had been completely swept away. Now that Zhao Yanyan was gone, there would likely be no one left in the lab to look out for her. Fortunately, she had already finished her graduation project, so she didn't have to worry about anything. A few days later, Zhao Yanyan finally graduated and left campus. When she departed, she simply left a message on Guo Tailai's pager and didn't arrange to meet him again. On February 19, the great leader passed away and the entire nation mourned. Guo Tailai was in a bad mood for several days in a row, listless and downcast. Even after the great leader's memorial service was over, he still hadn't recovered. It wasn't until March that the lazy, portly man finally regained his spirits. Realizing he still had 2 months before the Baobei chicken market, he decided to use that time to finish building the high-precision lathe. The semi-finished parts had already been set aside for 2 months. They had undergone heat treatment to pre-relieve stress and had then been left to rest naturally enough time to eliminate any internal stress. This time, Guo Tailai was exceptionally dedicated to the project. Every part was meticulously machined. In old Liu's words, the precision had reached the level required for aerospace components. By the end of March, all the finished parts were complete, and all that remained was assembly. Assembly took place in the same room within the clean room. The old lathe base had long since been moved there, and all the machine parts were gathered there as well. Under old Liu's supervision, Guo Tailai began assembling the components one by one in sequence. The assembly process took another 20 days. The reason it took so long was that Guo Tailai's standards were too strict and his expectations too high. It's finally done. By the end of April, Guo Tailai had finally completed the assembly of the lathe. All that remained was to power it up and conduct debugging.
Master, please turn it on. Guo Tailai asked old Liu to be the first to start up the lathe. Old Liu didn't hesitate. He had watched the fat guy build this lathe piece by piece right before his eyes, and had offered him plenty of guidance based on his own experience along the way. It was, in a sense, the culmination of both their efforts. With the first power-up and debugging about to take place, old Liu naturally took the lead. The motor began to turn. Hearing the sound, old Liu was taken aback. Was it really that quiet? The motor had been designed and installed by Guo Tailai, with every component machined to a precision of 0.5 micrometers. Combined with the fat man's outstanding assembly skills and dynamic balancing expertise, the motor produced nothing more than a low, muffled hum, one that was barely audible unless you listened closely. Guo Tailai, putting on a show, balanced a coin on the motor's protective cover. The motor ran for 2 minutes, yet the coin remained perfectly still. Old Liu knew that Guo Tailai's motor was certainly no ordinary one, but he hadn't expected that, aside from being quiet, it would be completely vibration-free. Although motor vibrations are typically negligible, one this smooth is absolutely rare. Bit skeptical, old Liu placed his hand on the motor's protective housing and felt it carefully. With his keen sense of touch, he could definitely detect any vibration exceeding 1C in a typical motor. Yet this motor built by the fat man didn't even have a single sigh of vibration. It was simply unbelievable. With the motor running so quietly, the entire lathe was much quieter as well. Of course, since machining hadn't started yet, the noise level was naturally very low. The lathe was semi-automatic, capable of both manual and automatic feed. The only thing that made it seem less high-tech was that it was, after all, just a lathe. Guo Tailai modified the motor, the gearbox, the guideways, everything that could be modified. Even the scale markings were different. The scale, amplified through several stages of gearing, could be calibrated directly to the micrometer level. The only thing he hadn't modified was the cutting tool itself. Since he didn't have any high-quality tool steel on hand, he had to use mass-produced tools purchased from outside suppliers and then precision grind them himself. For most people, fine-tuning the dimensions of a new lathe would likely take a day or two, but for Guo Tailai, it was completely unnecessary. With just a glance and a quick feel, he knew the exact dimensions. The calipers and dial indicators used in the workshop weren't as precise as Guo Tailai's eyes. By the time the lathe was fully assembled, the fine-tuning had already been completed simultaneously. Since Fat Man was working on a high-precision lathe, he naturally wouldn't use a raw blank. Instead, he grabbed a semi-finished short shaft, clamped it securely in the fixture, positioned the tailstock, adjusted the tool's position, and began cutting. The feed is smooth and steady, that's good. Old Liu nodded as he watched from the side. As a level 9 fitter, doing some lathe work was a piece of cake for him, and he was certainly qualified to offer feedback. Turning a short shaft was simple, and the fat man made it look effortless, completing the cut in a single pass. The current outer diameter is 1.5 centimeters to be precise, 15.2 millimeters with a 1 margin on the radius. Guo Tailai stated the dimensions immediately after retracting the tool. Old Liu picked up a dial indicator and began measuring carefully. It wasn't that he didn't trust Guo Tailai's eyes, he just wanted to measure it himself. Otherwise, if Guo Tailai were both the judge and the competitor, wouldn't that give the big guy an opportunity to cheat? Besides, he genuinely wanted to know whether this 1 psi allowance could be turned with such precision. He watched as Guo Tailai adjusted the tool by 1 psi on the magnified scale, then continued the cut. A wisp of fine shavings immediately burst forth from the cutting edge of the long spindle. 1 psi is half as thin as a strand of hair, and with this single cut, an extremely fine thread was indeed machined. Guo Tailai watched the cutting process intently until the pass was complete. After retracting the tool, a smile spread across his face. "Master, I've turned off one, not a bit more, not a bit less." Old Master Liu couldn't wait to grab the dial indicator and head over. When he saw the measurement result, his eyes narrowed into slits with delight. However, he didn't let his satisfaction show. Instead, he directed the heavyset man to continue cutting this time to 5 micrometers, followed by 3 micrometers, 2 micrometers, and finally 1 micrometer. It wasn't until the 1 micrometer cut was finished and the measurement confirmed it was still incredibly precise that old Liu could no longer hold back. His body went limp and he sank into the chair that the fat man had promptly brought over. Suddenly, a man nearing 70 began to shed tears. Guo Tailai didn't say a word. He knew old Liu must be deeply moved. In fact, the fat man was overjoyed himself. He had built a lathe with a precision of 1 micrometer with his own hands. If they'd had this lathe back when Manager 1 first came knocking to have a crankshaft made, it would have handled the job perfectly, and the fat man wouldn't have had to rely on his own machinist skills to grind it down. Great! Fatso! Great. Old Liu was so moved that all he could say was great and call him Fatso. After repeating this several times, he finally managed to say something else. "Taking you on as my apprentice after I retired, you've really made me proud." The master and apprentice sat in that dust-free workshop for quite a long time, doing practically nothing but looking at the lathe and chatting. Old Liu reminisced about many of the difficulties he'd encountered in his career, the people, and the challenges, and reflected on the hardships of being subjected to technology embargo. Guo Tailai sat quietly beside him, listening. The old man had likely been holding these words inside for who knows how many years, longing to share them with someone. Today, witnessing this breakthrough with the lathe, it was good for old Liu to finally open up and let it all out. "Fatso, have you fallen for Zhao Yanyan?" Toward the end of his monologue, having vented most of his feelings, old Liu suddenly changed the subject to Guo Tailai. The sudden question caught Guo Tailai off guard, but he quickly denied it. "No way. How could she possibly be interested in me? If you like her, you like her. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Old Liu, however, was as shrewd as ever. He'd been watching Guo Tailai's behavior these past 2 months, and he'd noticed his gloomy mood as well. He could probably guess what was on the fat guy's mind. "Zhao Yanyan's such a pretty young lady, it would be strange if you didn't like her. Have you talked to her about it?" Old Liu turned to look at Guo Tailai and asked him. "I didn't dare," Guo Tailai said, lowering his head as he no longer felt the need to hide anything from his master. "My senior sister said she's against marriage and doesn't plan to get married in this lifetime. She also said that if I can successfully transform into a muscular bodybuilder, she'll be my girlfriend." "Then what are you waiting for?" Old Master Liu laughed. "Get training right away." "Do you think I stand a chance?" Guo Tailai shot old Liu a dejected glance. Her family could get her a job at Southern Group right away. With a background like that, and she's so beautiful, smart, and well-educated, while I'm just from an ordinary working-class family. Is that even possible? How will you know unless you try? Old Liu, of course, knew full well how impressive Zhao Yanyan's family background was. "I was there on the day of her thesis defense, and I've never seen her smile so happily before." "Don't you young people always say, you should still have dreams, what if they come true?" Clearly, it wasn't yet time for Guo Tailai's dream to come true, but it was certainly time for Professor Wang to be stunned. Upon receiving old Li's call, Professor Wang immediately rushed over to the dust-free workshop. Fortunately, they were both on the 9003 floor. Although old Liu hadn't said much on the phone, Professor Wang had worked with him for many years. How could he not detect the excitement in old Liu's voice? Professor Wang was also very curious to see exactly what kind of lathe Guo Tailai had assembled. When they had originally applied for this assembly project, the intention was to give Guo Tailai some hands-on practice in assembly, which would be very helpful for Professor Wang's upcoming design of a new machining center. However, the high-precision gyroscope Guo Tailai had developed upon completing his training had already proven everything. He no longer needed to use a lathe assembly project to hone his skills. But it's difficult to revoke a project that's already been approved. In the end, Guo Tailai decided to go ahead with it anyway, intending to apply for funding to custom-build a brand-new motor, a request that, however, could not be approved. Later, Guo Tailai simply decided not to apply for additional funding, and instead used the funds he'd already secured to get to work. Professor Wang had temporarily stopped paying attention to the matter when he suddenly received an excited call from old Liu. Could anything that made old Liu this excited possibly be something simple? Although it was rebuilt on the bed of the old lathe, Guo Tailai still refurbished the old bed as well. The entire lathe gleamed, and with its design inspired by a futuristic vision, it looked incredibly sophisticated and high-end. Professor Wang wasn't particularly concerned with the appearance. What interested him was the performance. As soon as the motor started, Professor Wang immediately sensed something was wrong. Although he wasn't a professor in the electrical engineering department, how could he possibly design a high-precision CNC machine without considering the motor? An experienced engineer like Professor Wang didn't even need to look. He could tell the quality of a motor just by listening to its sound. Moreover, the coin Guo Tailai had placed on top of the motor was still standing upright and hadn't fallen over once. His gaze shifted from the standing coin to the motor, and Professor Wang's expression changed instantly. What model was this motor? Why was there no nameplate or manufacturer's mark? But why did the brand new motor housing look somewhat familiar? No, it wasn't the housing itself that looked familiar, it was the surface roughness. This solid metal motor housing had actually been machined to such high precision. What manufacturer would be so extravagant? Did you make this? Professor Wang instantly pieced together the situation. Hadn't old Liu's previous request for funding to purchase a motor been rejected? Without funding, it was impossible to procure one from an outside supplier. Combined with such high machining precision, Professor Wang immediately realized this Guo Tailai's handiwork. From the inside out, including every single wire and even the winding of the coil assemblies, it was all done by Fatty all by himself. Before Guo Tailai could say a word, old Liu chimed in from the side. For this, Fatty spent a whole week learning how to wind coils from one of my old colleagues. What do you think? A masterpiece. Professor Wang couldn't take his eyes off the motor. How is the speed controlled? What kind of control chip did you use? It's controlled entirely by voltage. When it came to technical details, old Liu wasn't up to the task, so Guo Tailai had to step in. As you know, my skills in industrial control software are still a bit lacking, so I had to use the simplest method for control. Excellent. Excellent. Professor Wang didn't know how to describe his excitement. This single motor alone had him thrilled. And this was just voltage control. If they switched to chip-based stepper control, wouldn't it outperform even the best off-the-shelf motor they were currently using? As for a purely mechanical lathe, Professor Wang could get the hang of it after just a few glances. He flatly refused Guo Tailai's offer to demonstrate and decided to try it himself. There was no more accurate way to test it than by experiencing it firsthand. However, when he saw the markings on the specially designed scale, he was completely stunned. 1 micrometer precision. Professor Wang could hardly believe his eyes. Is that even possible? Whether it's possible or not, why not give it a try? Old Liu chuckled as he handed Professor Wang a semi-finished part. Professor Wang skillfully clamped the part in place. Before starting, he carefully measured its current dimensions with a dial indicator, then adjusted the scale and started the lathe. Halfway through the cut, as he watched the metal wire as fine as a cow's hair, no, even finer than that, uncoil from the cutting edge, Professor Wang was already nearly convinced. Suppressing his excitement, he waited until the cut was complete, retracted the tool, and shut down the machine before taking the dial indicator to measure the part in detail once more. Due to his excitement, Professor Wang failed to position the dial indicator correctly 2 or 3 times. Although Guo Tailai offered to help, Professor Wang stopped him and insisted on taking precise measurements in every direction himself. As he looked at the readings, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. If this had been a high-precision CNC machine tool, Professor Wang wouldn't have found this level of accuracy surprising, but this was, after all, a semi-manual, semi-automatic mechanical lathe. Everything was mechanically interlinked. Even the motor relied solely on voltage changes to adjust its speed, rather than a control chip. My goodness, how was this possible? If this were a layperson, upon seeing the precision this lathe could achieve, they'd probably just go, "Oh," exclaim, "that's amazing," and leave it at that. But Professor Wang was an absolute expert. The level of technical sophistication demonstrated by this mechanical lathe was simply beyond belief, so remarkable that words failed to describe its brilliance. Just take that gearbox with so many gears working together to transmit power without causing more than a millimeter of vibration. That alone is unimaginably impressive. But the real question is, manually controlling the feed using a scale and achieving a precision of 1 micrometer, is that even humanly possible? To put it bluntly, if this lathe were disassembled completely and reassembled by someone else, the precision would likely be 10 times worse. Achieving a 1 micrometer movement driven by the meshing of at least 4 gears would outclass any domestic assembly master. Professor Wang knew not even old Liu could manage it. Even more astonishing is that this lathe was designed, manufactured, and assembled from start to finish by Guo alone, a testament to Guo Tailai's masterful skills in design, manufacturing, and assembly. Even Professor Wang himself might be able to design such a precision lathe to the highest machining standards, but that's as far as it would go. He couldn't actually build it. From the moment he verified the lathe's precision, Professor Wang knew he hit the jackpot. His decision last year to immediately accept Guo Tailai as a graduate student had been absolutely the right move. With Guo Tailai on his team, many of the intricate designs in his mind could now be fully realized. In the past, his worry had been that he could design but couldn't build. It seemed that from now on, he would have to focus on how to optimize his designs to do justice to such craftsmanship. With craftsmanship like this, to what new heights would the nation's high-precision CNC technology rise in the future? That chubby guy is a real gem. Professor Wang felt more and more that taking Guo Tailai on as a student ahead of schedule had been a stroke of genius otherwise. Wouldn't this gem have been snapped up by academician Ho? We have to move this lathe back to our lab. Professor Wang could hardly contain his eagerness to examine the lathe's internal structure. To say the least, the gearbox alone would keep him busy for quite some time, not to mention the motor. If it were controlled by a chip instead of manually and equipped with a control system, wouldn't this simply be a CNC lathe? Moving a lathe isn't exactly easy. It's so heavy that moving it as a single unit is out of the question. The simplest approach is to disassemble it and transport the parts piece by piece. The challenge lies in reassembly. If it's not installed precisely enough or if it's over-tightened, it will affect the precision. However, since Guo Tailai was both the original designer and the manufacturer, there would naturally be no issues. In fact, the disassembly and reassembly process would give Professor Wang a chance to understand its internal structure. This would be very helpful for the machining center Professor Wang was currently designing, so he strongly insisted on moving it to the CIMUS lab rather than leaving it here at the Inertial Navigation Department. As long as you document the design and assembly of this lathe in detail, your master's thesis will be practically complete. After opening the casing and taking a quick look at the internal structure, Professor Wang immediately reached his conclusion. Why don't you focus on learning industrial control instead? Professor Wang knew that Guo Tailai was an absolute expert in mechanical fabrication, but industrial control was his weak point. To design and build a CNC machining center without knowing industrial control programming would be a disaster, and it wouldn't give him a well-rounded education. Okay, I'll make sure to study those courses thoroughly once the semester starts. Since this was his advisor for the next semester, Guo Tailai naturally nodded in agreement without hesitation. Reassembling the lathe was no simple task. Although Guo Tailai had already assembled it once, this time it would still take at least half a month. Thinking that the Buddha Bathing Festival was just around the corner, Guo Tailai felt it would be best to take some time off first. Professor Wang, I have to go out of town for a few days. I might have to stop work for a few days while I'm halfway through the assembly. No problem. Go ahead and take care of your business, just make sure it's assembled before you graduate. Professor Wang wasn't concerned. He had already accepted Guo Tailai as a graduate student for the next 3 years, so a few days' delay didn't matter. Besides, strictly speaking, Guo Tailai wasn't officially his graduate student yet, so he hadn't right to interfere with his schedule during his 5th year of undergraduate studies. By the way, don't mention the lathe just yet. Once it's moved to our lab, you can use it to apply for a research project when the semester starts, Professor Wang said thoughtfully, giving Guo Tailai a reminder. Part of this was the idea of having Guo Tailai use it for a research project, but of course it was mostly driven by Professor Wang's own self-interest. Once this lathe was installed in the CMS lab and made public, no one domestic or international would have any further doubts about the Department of Precision Instrumentation's ability to produce high-precision machining centers. Moving the lathe would require Professor Wang to coordinate with the inertial navigation team, since it had originally been set up in a clean room previously occupied by their lab. However, all that was Professor Wang's concern. Guo Tailai just needed to focus on the work at hand. For now, it was time for Guo Tailai to book a train ticket to Chang'an. His thesis was already complete, academician Hao had given his approval, his advisor Zhao Yanyan had graduated, and now that even Professor Wang had granted him leave, Guo Tailai was essentially free to do as he pleased before graduation. Old Liu had left first. After seeing him off, Guo Tailai decided to head over to Renmin University to buy his ticket. Just as he reached the west wing of the main building, he saw someone in full motorcycle gear roaring past on a large motorcycle. Guo Tailai didn't think much of it, but the rider made a U-turn, came back, and stopped right in front of him. When the rider took off his helmet, Guo Tailai realized it was none other than Wan Ming. He'd swindled Wan Ming out of a tank wristwatch last time, but Guo Tailai didn't feel the least bit guilty. Wan Ming had offered to give it to him. Guo Tailai hadn't forced him to hand it over. Still, seeing Wan Ming now came as quite a surprise to Guo Tailai. Zhao Yan had already graduated, so why was he still hanging around here? A Suzuki VZ400? Looking at the bike Wan Ming was riding, Guo Tailai recognized the badge at a glance. Is this the model your dad imported? Yeah, Wan Ming patted the fuel tank cap and asked with a smile, what do you think? Not bad, Guo Tailai shook his head. If it were a Honda NR750, that'd be something else. Are you kidding me? Wan Ming's family was in the motorcycle business, how could he not know about the NR750? His eyes widened. That's known as Japan's divine bike, a national treasure of Japan. How could they possibly sell one to us? Is there something wrong with this bike? It's just a bit of a shame, Guo Tailai said, shaking his head slightly. What's so disappointing about it? Wan Ming quickly pressed. He'd finally managed to negotiate this deal with the Japanese. How could it be a letdown just because of this fat guy? Riding this bike these past few days had definitely turned quite a few heads. With high-end motorcycles, you either ride with your head tilted back and your hands high up, like a Harley, or you ride in a crouched position, practically lying on the bike. That's how most racing bikes are ridden. Guo Tailai mimicked the riding posture. A bike like this, where you sit upright and ride by the book, lacks personality. It might look intimidating when you ride it out, but it's not cool, you know what I mean. Wan Ming, also a student at Shuimu University, certainly understood what cool meant. Hearing this, he furrowed his brow. Does that mean my dad made a mistake importing this model? Not at all, Guo Tailai shook his head. Although there are people in China who pursue individuality now, there aren't that many. From a market perspective, it's still a very suitable choice. It had been quite a few years since the reform and opening up began, but people hadn't yet reached the stage where they truly pursued individuality. What the general public perceived as suitable was still the best choice. From that perspective, this motorcycle was a perfect fit. Wan Ming understood. As a student in the School of Economics and Management, he knew full well that products suited for the masses were the ones that sold best. Still, as a young person, he preferred something with a bit more personality. Too bad the NR750 isn't available, Wan Ming sighed, turning to Guo Tailai and asking, "Where do you need to go? I'll take you there." To Renmin University to buy tickets. Guo Tailai was happy to have a ride and didn't hesitate to state his destination. Hop on. Wan Ming was very generous. He put on his helmet, propped up the motorcycle, and motioned for Guo Tailai to sit on the back seat. If you can get your hands on the parts, I can build you an NR750. Although Wan Ming was a rich kid, he was quite generous. He wouldn't usually give a ride to just anyone. Sitting in the back and wrapping his arms around Wan Ming's waist, Guo Tailai said, "But you'll have to figure out the electronics yourself." Really? Wan Ming, of course, knew just how skilled Guo Tailai was with his hands, and was immediately overjoyed. "I'll give you a ride first, and then I'll go get the materials right away." Buying the tickets went smoothly. Guo Tailai stood in line and Wan Ming didn't leave either, he just waited nearby. However, his cool motorcycle gear and the VZ400 by his side really drew attention, especially since Wan Ming was quite a handsome young man, which made the young women nearby keep glancing his way. By the time Guo Tailai had finished waiting in line and bought his ticket, Wan Ming had already been chatting with a pretty young woman for quite a while. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to be having a great time. Standing next to Wan Ming, Guo Tailai's 60 Jin frame served as the perfect foil, making Wan Ming look even more dashing and elegant by comparison. When Wan Ming was about to give Guo Tailai a ride back to school, the young woman's reluctant farewell left Guo Tailai in awe. "By the way, with a guy as good-looking as you, why are you so set on chasing after Zhao Yanyan?" Guo Tailai asked Wan Ming from the back of the motorcycle. The engine was so loud that Guo Tailai had to shout right next to Wan Ming's helmet. "My dad told me to go after her," Wan Ming admitted without hesitation. "To be honest, I'm not really that interested. She's even taller than me when she's wearing high heels. But my dad said to give it a try. If I succeed, it'll be a plus. It doesn't matter." Zhao Yanyan came from a very wealthy family. Among the guys chasing her, 9 out of 10 were probably after her family's wealth. Her beauty was actually a secondary consideration. The remaining 1 in 10 was likely drawn to her looks, but those who truly pursued her for her intellect or personality were few and far between. That was also why, after Guo Tailai helped Zhao Yanyan post the notice, no one showed any interest. Looking back now, Zhao Yanyan must have had a pretty rough time. Her decision to remain unmarried likely stemmed from being so fed up with all the unwanted attention that she adopted this escapist mindset. It's been about 2 months since Zhao Yanyan graduated. I have no idea how she's doing now, let alone where she works. All I know is that she's at one of Southern Group's subsidiary research institutes, but I'm not sure exactly where. A place like that is surely a confidential defense contractor, so it wouldn't be appropriate to pry into it on my own. Wan Ming was really considerate. He walked Guo Tailai all the way to the entrance of his dormitory. Before leaving, he specifically asked for Guo Tailai's pager number, saying he'd have his old man start gathering materials right away, waiting for Guo Tailai to build him an NR750. He also gave Guo Tailai the address of his dorm room and his Beijing cell phone number, telling him to come find him if he needed anything. This rich kid had a decent personality. He didn't have that condescending attitude. He was also well-behaved when he needed to be humble, for example, in front of old Liu and the others, and had been well-raised. It might be worth trying to get to know him better in the future. I told a few of my dorm mates that I was heading to Chang'an. None of them thought it was a bad idea, and no one asked for details. Liu Yang, however, kept pestering me to bring back rujiamo, yangrupalmo, and other local delicacies. The others gave him a good scolding. After all, it's a 30-plus hour train ride in May. Would those foods even be edible by the time I got back? Last time, Zhao Yanyan had arranged for a driver and a car, making the trip very convenient. The driver knew the route like the back of his hand. This time, though, he'd have to rely on himself. Guo Tailai had booked a sleeper berth and arrived in Chang'an after a bumpy train ride. He arrived a few days early on the 4th day of the 4th lunar month. After getting off the train, Guo Tailai took a taxi straight to Feimin Temple. He familiarized himself with the route and signed up for the Buddha's birthday ceremony at the guest hall. To his surprise, Feimin Temple actually provided room and board. He paid a little over 100 for accommodation, meals, and the cost of taking refuge, and was then assigned a room. The chubby guy was lucky. There were still spots available this year, though sometimes reservations had to be made months in advance. Once everything was settled, Guo Tailai let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness for his luck, otherwise he wouldn't have had a chance this year. He might have had to resort to pulling strings, which would have been such a hassle. What a relief. On the day of Buddha's birthday at 3:00 a.m., the fat man got up along with other devotees participating in the Buddha bathing and prayer rituals, bathed and changed into clean clothes. Guo Tailai followed whatever everyone else was doing. All he wanted was to go inside and pay his respects to the Buddha's relics, so he obediently joined the long line of pilgrims. At exactly 7:00 a.m., the fourfold assembly of disciples stood in neat formation before the Great Hero Hall, chanting the holy name of Shakyamuni Buddha. Amidst an atmosphere filled with incense banners and canopied by the simultaneous ringing of bells and drum, lingering sound of the conch shell, the statue Muni was solemnly escorted from the underground pagoda of the Great Hero Hall. After solemnly escorted, the disciples confessed their sins and made vows, praising the Buddha's virtues. I now bathe all the Tathagats. May the assembly with pure wisdom purify sentient impurities from defilement, so that together we may log it as Tridharm body. The ritual Bakyamuni with fragrant water began. The fat man obediently followed the others, bowing when he should and reciting sutras when he should, and finally got the chance to pay his respects before the statue of Prince Siddhartha. After finishing his prayers, he was also permitted to enter the underground palace to pay homage to the Buddha's relics. The moment he took his first step into the underground chamber, Guo Tailai received a prompt in his mind. Nano-robots carrying data in hibernation mode detected within a 10-meter radius. Activate? Last time at the meteorite crater, the range had been only 5 meters. This time it had expanded to 10 meters. This prompt indicated the detection of nanobots, but did not yet suggest absorption. Guo Tailai patiently took a few steps toward the center and knelt down on the prayer cushion. Dormant data-carrying nanobots detected. Activate and absorb, activate and absorb, activate and absorb. Another flurry of prompts followed. This time, Guo Tailai didn't hesitate. He immediately issued the command, activate and absorb. Sleep command issued to 10,000 nanobots. Activation command issued. Absorption command issued. Absorbing 155-60-185. Guo Tailai knelt repeatedly on the meditation cushion, doing his best to buy time. It wasn't until he had bowed 9 times that he received the notification that the absorption was complete. At that moment, Guo Tailai finally let out a sigh of relief. His trip to Famen Temple had gone smoothly. It must have been thanks to the Buddha's blessings. Standing up, Guo Tailai once again bowed deeply 3 times before the Buddha's relics with sincere devotion, offering his heartfelt thanks to the Buddha before walking out the other side. He dutifully followed the crowd through all the rituals of the religious ceremony, and by 3:00 p.m., Guo Tailai finally stepped out of Famen Temple. After passing through the temple gates, Guo Tailai turned back and bowed once more the main entrance of Famen Temple. The entire trip had gone incredibly smoothly. Without a single hitch, it was clearly thanks to Buddha's protection. Although Guo Tailai had been raised from childhood in an atheist environment, that did not prevent him from offering his sincere thanks to the Buddha. He had already absorbed the nanobots, but he did not immediately process the data. Sticking to his usual routine, he would handle all that once he returned to his dorm. Having finally made it to Chang'an and with money to spare, wouldn't it be a waste of all his hard work if Guo Tailai didn't take this opportunity to thoroughly indulge in the city's delicious street food? With a few hours to spare before his bus departed, Guo Tailai headed straight for the Bell and Drum Tower snack street. Diet or no diet, he was going to eat his fill first. By the time the red-skinned express returned to Beijing, it was already evening. He got off at Jishuten Station on Metro Line 2, then took bus 331 back to the south gate of Shuimu University. As soon as Guo Tailai stepped off the bus, he received a pager call. The Beijing number was unfamiliar. He didn't know who it was, but Guo Tailai still found a payphone and dialed the number back. As soon as the call was answered, Guo Tailai had barely said hello when he heard a familiar voice on the other end. "Is that you, Master? It's Chen Jian." Chen Jian sounded very excited over the phone and was extremely respectful toward Guo Tailai. "Master, we've drilled down to a depth of 300 meters. When Guo Tailai left, he had instructed them to drill down to 300 meters, assuring them they would definitely make a discovery. In the vision of the future he had seen, it was precisely at a depth of 295 meters underground that they discovered the breccia, which became one of the key pieces of evidence confirming the existence of the meteorite crater. They had left the Shuyan meteorite crater last November, and now it was already May, yet the drilling had only recently reached a depth of 300 meters. This was understandable, however, as November effectively marked the start of winter in northeast China. Guo Tailai had been able to drill 7 meters in 2 days because the top layer consisted entirely of soil, at most frozen ground. In fact, over tens of thousands of years since the meteorite impact formed the crater, water accumulated inside to form a small lake, depositing hundreds of meters lacustrine sediments. Beneath that, the next 200 meters consist of a nearly 200-meter thick layer of breccia formed by the fall of shattered rocks. Drilling more than 200 meters into this breccia layer during winter is by no means an easy task. Just the series of tasks involved allocating supplies, applying for funding, getting equipment and personnel in place could take until after the Spring Festival. And in reality, it's still spring in northeast China at that time, so the difficulty of drilling is easy to imagine. To have drilled 300 meters in just over 2 months is quite an achievement. Did you find anything good? Guo Tailai asked with a smile. He knew that in his future vision something had been discovered at that depth, but he didn't know if Chen Jian and his team had actually found it. Conglomerate. Listening to Guo Tailai's tone, which seemed completely unsurprised over the phone, Chen Jian was once again awed by Guo Tailai's almost prophetic insight. It's one of the key pieces of evidence proving that Shuyan crater is a meteorite crater. 295 meters? Guo Tailai asked again with a laugh. What? Chen Jian's voice on the phone had turned into a shriek, as if he really hadn't heard correctly. I said 295 meters? Guo Tailai repeated calmly. There was suddenly silence on the other end of the line. Chen Jian had been stunned by the figure Guo Tailai had casually mentioned. The samples retrieved from the drill holes were all labeled and sent directly back to the University of Geosciences for analysis. The drilling team on site had no idea what results had been obtained at what depth or location. The discovery of the breccia had happened just today, and knowledge of it was limited to a few people in the lab, none of whom had left the premises, let alone contacted anyone outside. In other words, it was simply impossible for anyone to have told Guo Tailai the exact depth at which the evidence had been found. Yes, master. After nearly half a minute of silence, Chen Jian finally spoke again, though his face was now deathly pale and covered in inexplicable sweat. People around him watched with curiosity, exchanging puzzled glances, wondering what Chen Jian and the person on the phone had been discussing to scare him so much. Come to think of it, it seems like you found some evidence just by casually searching around in that gully last time, Guo Tailai asked, somewhat puzzled. Didn't you say some of your colleagues had already checked that area before? How come they didn't find anything? Colleagues who previously worked on meteorite crater exploration in China may have lacked the necessary background in physics, which made it quite difficult to confirm the existence of a meteorite crater. Chen Jian could answer this question. He took a breath and replied quickly, without the slightest hesitation. So are we going to make another announcement this time? Guo Tailai asked. Or does the report from the last news broadcast stand? We already had all the other evidence besides this one last time, which was enough to confirm it, Chen Jian hurriedly replied. With this added, it becomes irrefutable proof no one can dispute it. Congratulations to you all, what a major breakthrough, Guo Tailai said with a smile. We also owe a debt of gratitude to you, master, Chen Jian said without hesitation, quickly adding, as soon as the analysis results came out today, I wanted to rush over and share the good news with you. Whenever you have time in the future, you're always welcome to come visit me at the University of Geosciences. Great, Guo Tailai agreed readily, feeling very pleased inside. Yet another piece of evidence confirming the accuracy of his future dreams. Could there be anything more joyful than this? You've just received the results, so you must be very busy. I won't take up any more of your time, go get back to work. Chen Jian suddenly seemed at a loss for words, and Guo Tailai also politely bid him farewell before hanging up. Before he even reached the campus gate, he received yet another piece of good news. These past few days had truly been a string of happy events, something to celebrate. Realizing there wouldn't be any food left at the cafeteria by the time he got back, he decided to grab a bowl of knife-cut noodles for 2 yuan-50 at the school gate, then strolled leisurely toward campus. Just as he reached Building 3, his pager went off again. Guo Tailai glanced at it was another number from the university's area code, so he quickened his pace a few steps, walked over to the newsstand near Dining Hall 10 and dialed the number back. It was Professor Wang to ask if Guo Tailai had returned yet. When Guo Tailai had taken leave last time, he'd mentioned his return date, so the professor was checking right on schedule. Learning that Guo Tailai had already returned to campus, Professor Wang was delighted. Put on some nice clothes tomorrow and be at that clean room at 9 in the morning. I've already secured that clean room from the inertial navigation lab. The clean room was actually a large room that Zhao Yanyan and her team had arranged separately at the time. It wasn't located inside the inertial navigation laboratory. It was just as well that Professor Wang wanted to use that would save Guo Tailai the trouble of disassembling, transporting, and reassembling the equipment. But what did that have to do with dressing nicely? The department is organizing a small press conference tomorrow, and your high-precision lathe will be on display, Professor Wang explained patiently. As the designer and builder, you'll need to give interviews to the reporters. Why the rush? Guo Tailai asked Professor Wang over the phone, a bit puzzled. Because some people in Europe and the US just won't give up, they're looking for any excuse to nitpick, Professor Wang said with a smile, showing no sign of looking down on Guo Tailai just because he was an undergraduate. Once this lathe is unveiled, people will be able to test it hands-on, and some of the rumors they've been spreading will be debunked on their own. Guo Tailai understood. Some people still didn't believe that China had developed high-precision CNC technology. Once this high-precision lathe was released, many would be left speechless. If a lathe could achieve this level of precision, then surely other aspects of machining and assembly wouldn't be far behind at most. The operating system might still have some flaws. This would force them to take China's machine tool industry seriously and prevent them from setting up further obstacles. If they crack down now, China's slow start in development will remain a weakness. If they continue to impose blockades, by the time China develops on its own, there won't be much left for them to do.
China has already demonstrated this in many areas. Once China is capable of manufacturing something, all so-called high-end products immediately become dirt cheap, a reality that many outside China simply cannot ignore. Guo Tailai had originally planned to extract the data from those nanobots tonight, but after receiving this call he had no choice but to postpone it by another day. After all, he had to be on site by 9 in the morning. If he ran out of time, Guo Tailai feared something might go wrong along the way. Right now, the control system and the nanobots were the very foundation of his livelihood. There could be absolutely no room for error. Back at the dorm, he naturally celebrated by playing cards with the bunch of wild guys there. It was already May, and most of the graduating students had finished their final projects and were nearly done with their theses. All that was left was the graduation defense. So there were plenty of people with free time, and they were ready to let loose. These were the only truly joyful moments of college life. The dorm supervisors were accommodating too, since they were all about to graduate. They pushed lights out 2 hours later, letting them make as much noise as they wanted. After a night of revelry, Guo Tailai slept soundly, then dressed himself up in his finest and headed straight to the lab. However, there was one thing Guo Tailai hadn't anticipated. All his formal wear was from before he lost weight. Now that he'd shed 70 or 80 jin, he was still a fan weighing over 200 jin, but his old suits no longer fit. He had no choice but to borrow a large-sized suit from Liu Yang. It looked passable enough, so he went ahead and wore it. The launch event wasn't particularly grand, but there were a few foreigners in attendance who looked like reporters. Guo Tailai, the designer and builder, simply stood there for half the event. He'd originally thought someone might interview him, but later realized he'd been overthinking it. Professor Wang present, along with several other professors from the SIMS lab. Who would believe that a 1 micrometer high-precision lathe was designed and manufactured by a student? Are you kidding me, Professor Wang? A domestic reporter blurted out his skepticism right on the spot, while the other reporters all looked at Guo Tailai with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Yes, Shuimi University students are outstanding, but undergraduates, haven't we all been undergraduates at some point? Perhaps this chubby guy did participate in the project. He certainly played a role in it. Maybe he designed a certain part, or even a crucial one, but so what? Professor Wang had originally intended to let the chubby guy steal the spotlight, but the spotlight just wouldn't land on Guo Tailai. No matter what they said, the reporters simply wouldn't believe it. Not only did the foreign reporters not believe it, but even the domestic reporters were skeptical, which made the situation rather awkward. With an academician from the Chinese Academy of Engineering, 2 doctoral advisors, and 3 master's advisors present, who would believe that a few reporters could be convinced this was designed and built by an undergraduate student? They were all seasoned professionals in the field. A gearbox alone would keep several graduate students busy for years, wouldn't it? Could Shuimi University really be that shameless? Although no one said it outright, everyone's gaze spoke volumes. If this went on any longer, Guo Tailai would end up looking like a well-connected scion using this project to pad his resume. Who knows, a few journalists brimming with a sense of justice might even launch an in-depth investigation into educational corruption at Shuimi University. In the end, Professor Wang could only remain silent and refrain from further explanation. People would rather believe it was his own design after all. Only he had the credentials and expertise to build such a lathe. In the end, Guo Tailai could only demonstrate his precision machining skills on the lathe, turning the workpiece in 8 precise passes, each producing a trail of metal shavings which drew gasps of admiration from the few journalists who understood the craft. The highest praise Guo Tailai received was that he was an excellent lathe operator, a skilled machinist. That's exactly what everyone expected. A skilled lathe operator certainly plays an indispensable role in lathe design, but there's no need to elevate him to such heights and portray him as the designer, is there? Shameful. As Guo Tailai stepped away from the lathe, he faintly heard a low mutter of curses, but he remained unmoved and quietly stepped aside. Fatso, how does it feel? Old Liu was there, of course, but as a retired old man, he felt he had no business being in the spotlight on such an occasion. Watching Fatso get pushed aside in the end, with everyone staring at the high-precision lathe as if it were some rare curiosity, old Liu felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. He leaned close to Fatso and asked in a low voice. Nothing special, Guo Tailai said, shaking his head as he watched the crowd. Maybe they've just misunderstood. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. Who could tolerate seeing something they'd worked so hard on for months dismissed with a single sentence? These people wouldn't even listen to an explanation. Based solely on their own common sense, they'd concluded that Guo Tailai couldn't possibly have made it. On what grounds? The fat man was seething inside, though his anger wasn't directed at Professor Wang or the other professors. After all, the professors had unanimously confirmed it was Guo Tailai's work, yet those reporters simply refused to believe them. Foreign journalists have always been arrogant, looking down on China. It couldn't be helped in this day and age. Many foreigners simply believed that China was backward, inefficient, and ruled by seniority. They'd always viewed people through tinted glasses. But even the domestic journalists were acting the same way, and that really made Guo Tailai furious. It felt just like the deep-seated contempt the host displayed in Wreck-It Ralph when Stephen Chow and Master Shu were interviewed together. That's exactly how these reporters made him feel now. It was as if they'd dragged the fat guy out of his dorm, paraded him around for a bit of fun, and then waved him off. Old Liu glanced at the fat guy, who was indeed acting very calm. But having spent so much time with him, how could old Liu not understand Guo Tailai's personality? At the end of the day, Guo Tailai was actually a proud man. Perhaps he'd had some minor insecurities in the past, but as the nanobots absorbed more and more, he'd become increasingly confident and proud. When installing the lathe, old Liu would sometimes raise objections, but Guo Tailai would always insist on doing things his way, and as it turned out, Guo Tailai was always right. Old Liu was delighted to see Guo Tailai become a seasoned expert in this field, but he couldn't tolerate the fat guy being ignored by these reporters. A misunderstanding? No need to rush. Old Liu smiled and patted the fat guy on the shoulder. We can't control what those foreigners say, but these domestic reporters will get a lesson tonight. Oh? How exactly? Guo Tailai's eyes lit up, and he perked up. Take him to a dark alley and beat him senseless. What do you take Shimu University for? Old Liu was at a loss for words upon hearing the fat guy's suggestion. We're not some gangster organization, are we? Then how will you teach them a lesson? Guo Tailai asked. Do they really think Shimu University is a pushover? Old Liu said with a cold laugh. A designer and manufacturer of high-precision lathes backed by an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, 5 professors, and the head of the Precision Instrumentation Department is being treated with such disregard. Do they even have any respect for our university? Although our university is merely an educational and research institution, the president is, after all, a vice-ministerial level official. If a few reporters dare to trample on his dignity so brazenly, and we just swallow our pride and say nothing, how can Shimu University hope to hold its own in the country in the future? By the way, Master, knowing what they're like, why did you insist on inviting them? Guo Tailai couldn't understand this. Because some people overseas only believe what certain media outlets say to smear us. Professor Wang had just finished hosting the other group and walked over just in time to hear this, so he replied offhandedly. After speaking, he patted Guo Tailai on the shoulder. I'm sorry you had to put up with this today. Don't worry, this afternoon it'll be our in-house reporters and a few journalists from domestic machining magazines. They'll be much more polite. Everyone loved to pat Guo Tailai on the shoulder, but since he stood at 1.9 meters tall, they had to reach high to do so. Since old Liu had already said these guys were in for trouble, Guo Tailai didn't hold a grudge. To get into a spat with a few guys who were bound to have bad luck, wouldn't that just bring their bad luck onto himself? It wasn't worth it. The only academician from the Huaxia Academy of Engineering present, Academician Wang, also walked over. He launched into a tirade directed at Professor Wang. Such a promising young talent, how could old Hao have snatched this PhD student away? What special skills could he possibly bring to their inertial guidance system? You guys need to try harder, and keep the fat guy in CNC. Though he was ostensibly complaining to Professor Wang, Academician Wang was actually speaking to Guo Tailai. Even if they hadn't known before, they certainly knew now. Guo Tailai had not only designed and built the high-precision lathe right in front of them, but he was also the designer and builder of that high-precision gyroscope. He was simply a natural fit for the CNC team. Fatso, why don't you just stay in the CNC group? If you feel awkward about it with old Ho, I'll go talk to him for you. How about it? Academician Wang was genuinely excited by the prospect. Such a talented individual had been snatched away by the inertial guidance group. He simply had to try to poach him back. Just stay in the CNC group and do your PhD under me. What do you say? Thank you for your consideration, Guo Tailai said with a wry smile. It would be rude to refuse an academician who was giving him such face by recruiting him in person, but he couldn't just say yes either. He'd already made a promise, and a person must keep their word. A person without integrity cannot stand. I promised Academician Hao last year, so I really can't refuse. As a group of highly educated scholars, when Guo Tailai invoked this principle of integrity, no one could find a way around it. Academician Wang was deeply regretful and could only pat Guo Tailai on the shoulder with a sigh. It's really just a change of research group. I'll still be right here in the department, won't I? Guo Tailai quickly added with a smile, if any of you need anything, just let me know. Please don't hesitate to ask. Hearing Guo Tailai say this put everyone's minds at ease. After all, they were far more knowledgeable than Guo Tailai when it came to theoretical matters. What they lacked now was top-tier hands-on talent. With Guo Tailai agreeing to help, it couldn't have been better. Just as Guo Tailai had said, wasn't he still in the department? They were all in the same building anyway, how inconvenient could it really be? That afternoon, he was interviewed by another group of reporters. This group was much better. They were all industry insiders who fully understood the technical sophistication of this high-precision lathe. When they first met Guo Tailai, their expressions were all one of disbelief. Guo Tailai was simply too young. If it weren't for the endorsement of an academician and several professors, they wouldn't have dared to believe that he had designed and built this lathe all by himself. Those who truly understood the subject really did understand it. Once they confirmed the facts, the journalists' expressions immediately shifted to one of profound admiration when they looked at Guo Tailai. They practically surrounded him, asking questions about every single detail. Except for a few points involving core technologies, Guo Tailai answered every question one by one. At one point, prompted by a question, Professor Wang and another professor even joined in. Guo Tailai disassembled part of the lathe on the spot, then made an immediate adjustment as suggested by the other professor and achieved the same level of precision. Just watching Guo Tailai's deft movements and the effortless precision with which he handled the assembly left the reporters utterly amazed. They had expected to see a torque chart so precise that it measured the tightness of every screw digitally, but instead, Guo Tailai achieved that result with his bare hands. In particular, when they voiced their doubts, Guo Tailai casually handed them a torque wrench, told them the torque value, and had them measure it. To their surprise, the reading was spot on. How could a torque wrench accurate to 1 Newton-meter possibly compare to Guo Tailai's technique, which was precise to 0.1 Newton-meter? Not only the reporters, but even Professor Wang and his team were taken aback. They hadn't realized Guo Tailai possessed such skills. No matter where they went or what value they randomly gave him to tighten to, Guo Tailai could handle it effortlessly, and when measured with a torque wrench, the results were spot on. The same went for dimensions. The precision was simply unbelievable. Only then did everyone finally understand why Guo Tailai was able to install such a high-precision lathe all by himself. With skills like that, it wouldn't be surprising if he could install even higher precision machines. This group of reporters had secured a solid batch of hard evidence, and their reports were sure to be much more vivid as a result. After a long day, Guo Tailai was completely exhausted. Back at the dorm, he collapsed onto his bed, lay there for half an hour before getting up to eat, then told his friends once again how worn out he was and instantly fell into a deep sleep. Of course, this was caused by the control system absorbing data and undergoing an upgrade. While fast asleep, Guo Tailai, as usual, received a set of coordinates and dreamed of a vivid scene. Thousands upon thousands of various scriptures were hidden in a stone cave, with a wall built around the exterior and painted over to serve as camouflage. 10,000 nanobots were quietly stationed at the top of that cave. This time, he slept for a long while, not waking up until 11 a.m. Compared to the last upgrade, it seemed to have taken 2 hours longer. Data read complete. System upgrade complete. Current version V142. Excellent, no hitches, a smooth upgrade. Guo Tailai was very satisfied and issued a mental command. List the new features added after the upgrade. Added partial internal monitoring capabilities. Added a function to clear fine particles from the respiratory and digestive tracts. Added a function to clear foreign objects from blood vessels. Added the ability to detect microorganisms within the body. Add the ability to remove microorganisms from the body. Added the ability to detect harmful substances within the body. Enhances the ability to clear harmful substances from the body. Improve muscle control stability. Improves the speed of muscle control. Guo Tailai was somewhat surprised to see so many new features added this time. Without further ado, he activated the health check function to re-examine his physical condition. High blood lipids detected. Coronary heart disease detected, severe fatty liver detected. These three were old issues. It came as no surprise to find them. To Guo Tailai's pleasant surprise, among his long-standing issues, high blood pressure and high blood sugar had quietly disappeared, and his chronic dysphagia, Achilles tendinitis, and plantar fasciitis had already been repaired during the last checkup, leaving only these three conditions remaining. However, some new issues had cropped up, leaving Guo Tailai at a loss for words. There are fine particulate deposits in the lungs, atherosclerosis in some arteries. A large amount of toxic and harmful substances has been detected in the body. A large number of harmful microorganisms were found in the mouth. A large number of normal microorganisms were found in the intestines. The list of issues, item by item, left Guo Tailai momentarily stunned. Aside from the finding of a large number of normal microorganisms in his intestines, every other item sent a chill down his spine. What did deposits of fine particulate matter in the lungs mean? He didn't smoke, how could there be such deposits? But Guo Tailai soon realized it wasn't about smoking. It was about air quality. The air quality in Beijing was in fact mediocre. Every year, yellow dust storms swept through the city, and there were exhaust fumes from all kinds of vehicles, as well as emissions from factories. Guo Tailai had friends in the environmental science department, so he was well aware of the concept of air pollution. Clear the particulate matter deposits from my airways. Once he discovered a problem, Guo Tailai naturally had to solve it. Was he supposed to save it for the new year? Cleaning these up would certainly take some time. It was already 11 a.m., so Guo Tailai decided to grab a bite to eat first, then head to the library to look up exactly where those new coordinates were located. GIS, Geographic Information Systems, existed by then, but Guo Tailai didn't have access to one, nor could he possibly have a detailed global GIS, let alone GPS. Every time he received coordinates, Guo Tailai had to go to the library to find high-resolution maps, first determining the general province and city, then figuring out the exact location. That's how he'd located Shuyan Pit and Fample earlier. On the way to the library, Guo Tailai felt a slight itch in his lungs. He checked the location of the nanobots and found that almost all of them were concentrated in his lungs. It seemed they were all carrying out the task of clearing out particulate matter deposits. In less than half an hour, Guo Tailai had pinpointed the coordinates. Dunhuang City, Gansu Province. Based on the vast amount of sutra-related material, he concluded that this must be the location of the famous Dunhuang manuscripts, also known as the Dunhuang documents. After a brief review of the relevant literature, Guo Tailai determined that the site was the Mogao Caves. The Dunhuang manuscripts were discovered as early as 1900 by Dao Shiwang of Dunhuang. News of the discovery spread like wildfire, and the magistrate of Dunhuang County gave the artifacts away as gifts, leading to the gradual loss of these historical documents. From 1907 to 1924, Hungarians, British, French, Japanese, Russians, and Americans successively looted tens of thousands of scrolls of various kinds. In 1910, the Qing government ordered that the approximately 8,000 remaining scrolls in Dunhuang be transported to Beijing and stored in the Imperial Library. In 1919, the Department of Education of the Gansu provincial government inventoried and sealed the scrolls that had survived the looting at the Mogao Caves. By this point, the theft and outflow of Dunhuang manuscripts had largely been brought to a halt. Reading this account of history, Guo Tailai gritted his teeth in anger. Unfortunately, those were turbulent times of war and chaos, and the Qing court was utterly weak. Countless precious cultural relics and historical materials were thus plundered and stolen by bandits and thieves. A weak nation has no diplomacy. In fact, sometimes a weak nation lacks even the ability to protect its own possessions. After reviewing all this, Guo Tailai felt a surge of anger. His lungs began to itch more and more, and even the back of his throat started to itch. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to cough up phlegm. He hurried to the bathroom. After just 2 coughs, a mouthful of thick phlegm spurted out. When Guo Tailai looked closely, he saw that the phlegm was entirely black. My God, how much filth must be in there? Guo Tailai couldn't even bring himself to imagine it. He quickly checked the progress of clearing the particulate matter deposits from his lungs. Only 5% had been removed. That meant 95% of it was still lodged in his lungs. The thought of having so much disgusting stuff inside his body instantly made Guo Tailai lose all desire to stay any longer, and he ran straight out of the library. On the way, Guo Tailai received a pager call from old Liu. Since it wasn't far anyway, he ran straight to the campus factory to meet old Liu. Yesterday, when Guo Tailai was ignored by several reporters, old Liu wasn't the only one who got angry, but he was definitely the one who'd been keeping the closest tab on the situation. Hadn't he just received the results and was eager to tell Tailai right away? Do you know what happened to those 3 reporters from yesterday? Old Liu asked Guo Tailai with a smile. No, Guo Tailai certainly had no idea, but seeing how pleased old Liu looked, he guessed they hadn't gotten off lightly. Smiling back, he asked, were they fired? Not a chance, old Liu chuckled. Firing them would be too easy, wouldn't it? Then what happened to them? Guo Tailai was baffled. Wasn't dismissal the obvious choice? We assigned them 3 reporting assignments and sent them off separately, old Liu said calmly, looking at Guo Tailai. Where did they go? Guo Tailai realized there must be something fishy about these 3 reporting assignments and hurriedly asked. One went to a high-altitude province to report on machinery usage at a gravel pit. Old Liu seemed quite pleased with this arrangement. They flew to the provincial capital. They had to drive 4 or 5 days to reach the site. The assignment was scheduled for 3 weeks, so they'll have to stay in that godforsaken place for at least a month and a half. Well, let's hope he's in good health and doesn't suffer from altitude sickness. Guo Tailai was at a loss for words, but for some reason hearing this made him feel a strange sense of satisfaction. With that feeling still lingering, he continued, what else? Another one is heading to Northwest Province. They might have discovered oil in the desert there, so they're sending him to cover it. Old Liu said with another smile, of course, they might not have found anything, but he'll probably have to stick with the exploration team for 2 or 3 months. Not bad, not bad. Reporting from the front lines, that's exactly what journalists are supposed to do. Guo Tailai couldn't stop grinning as he agreed with old Liu. The last one is heading to Jin Province, your hometown, old Liu said, moving on to the final assignment. A large state-owned coal mine has just imported a set of mining equipment, so he'll be going down the mine to do an in-depth follow-up report. An in-depth follow-up report must take quite a while, right? Guo Tailai asked. Of course. How could you write a report without following it for a month or 2? Old Liu replied with a straight face, then he burst into laughter. Guo Tailai felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was such a pleasant feeling. He wasn't sure if it was because a lot of the grime in his lungs had been cleared out, or because seeing those self-important reporters get a taste of their own medicine had put him in a good mood, but either way he felt great. Come to think of it, with them being so biased, how come the higher-ups actually allow them to exist? Guo Tailai asked, puzzled. There's always got to be different voices, old Liu said, though he didn't really know much about the subject. I suppose that's how it is, right? Maybe so. Guo Tailai didn't want to delve deeper into the matter and simply agreed with old Liu. The master and apprentice were both in high spirits as they sat there chatting idly. As he was leaving, Guo Tailai began to ponder. Since the lathe no longer needed to be reinstalled, should he take advantage of the time before graduation to visit the Mogao caves and retrieve those 10,000 nanobots? Just as he was pondering this, Guo Tailai suddenly received a pager message from the school. He immediately found a payphone to call back. The call connected, and before the other person could speak, Guo Tailai heard a familiar breath. He immediately exclaimed in delight, "Senior sister?" "It's me." Zhao Yanyan's voice sounded surprised. "You knew it was me?" "I recognized it." Guo Tailai smiled even more broadly. "Where are you?" Zhao Yanyan knew full well she hadn't spoken a word, so what had Guo Tailai heard? Could it have been the sound of her breathing? A wave of warmth washed over her, and then she said, "I need to talk to you." "I'm by the new stand across from the Environmental Science Department." Guo Tailai quickly gave his location, diagonally across from Dining Hall 10. "Wait there, I'll be right there," Zhao Yanyan said quickly, then hung up. While waiting for Zhao Yanyan, Guo Tailai ran to the restroom in the Environmental Science building and cubbed up another mouthful of black phlegm. After spitting it out, his chest felt much lighter. The effect was immediate. "Get in." Guo Tailai hadn't been standing by the roadside for even 3 minutes when a red Jetta pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhao Yanyan's beautiful face in the driver's seat. Without a word, he got in, buckled his seatbelt, and the car sped out of the campus. "What's this about, senior sister?" Guo Tailai asked as soon as the car started moving. "Well, I'm in a bit of a bind," Zhao Yanyan said hesitantly as she drove. "There are some things I can't find anyone to do." "Leave it to me," Guo Tailai said without hesitation, patting his chest in assurance. The joy of seeing his senior again was such that Guo Tailai wouldn't have refused even a much bigger problem, let alone helping Zhao Yanyan with a few things. "Take a look at these blueprints first." Zhao Yanyan turned her head to glance at Guo Tailai with a complex expression, then motioned for him to grab a canvas bag from the back seat and look at the blueprints inside himself. Guo Tailai's portly frame struggled to reach the bag in the back. He placed it on his lap and opened it to reveal a stack of A4 photocopies, all blueprints. He began at the top, carefully examining each one. "What do you think?" By the time they drove out of the west gate, Guo Tailai had already looked at more than a dozen of them, and Zhao Yanyan asked casually, "You've made some further improvements to your gyroscope." Are you planning to put it to practical use this time? The first thing Guo Tailai had seen were the design drawings for the microgyroscope. The first few pages were all about that. Keep looking. I'm sure you've got the gyroscope down pat. Zhao Yanyan gestured for Guo Tailai to continue flipping through the pages. Flipping further, the pages that followed weren't about the gyroscope but rather design drawings for a small rocket engine. The subsequent series of drawings were all blueprints for various components of this small rocket engine. Senior, this thing. After looking at them for a while, Guo Tailai sensed something was off. He stopped flipping through the pages and asked Zhao Yanyan in surprise, "Is it appropriate to show me this? I designed it but I couldn't find anyone to build it, so I have no way to test it." Zhao Yanyan turned her head to glance at Guo Tailai once more. This time Guo Tailai saw exhaustion, helplessness, and vulnerability in her eyes. "Leave it to me." Guo Tailai didn't hesitate for a moment. The words "leave it to me" slipped out of his mouth for the second time, and then he lowered his head to continue flipping through the drawings. Those 3 words seemed to give Zhao Yanyan immense confidence. She bit her lip, ultimately saying nothing more, and drove in silence the entire way, waiting until Guo Tailai had finished looking through the documents. "Do you know what it is now?" Zhao Yanyan asked casually. She had been watching Guo Tailai the whole time and only spoke after he had finished looking through the documents. "I'm a total dunce," Guo Tailai said, turning to Zhao Yanyan with a smile. "With grades this bad, how could I possibly recognize that it's a rocket engine?" "What do you think?" Zhao Yanyan was at a loss for words. He'd already figured it out, yet he still had to emphasize that he was a hopeless student who couldn't recognize it. That fatso really gets out of hand if he isn't put in his place for a few days. "It's okay, just so-so," Guo Tailai said carelessly. "The working principle is definitely sound. With a microgyro, a strapped-down inertial navigation system, and the engine, as long as your control algorithm isn't flawed, it should work fine, and the accuracy will be pretty good too. Take it up a notch, and you've got a missile." "Can we build the engine?" Zhao Yanyan asked again. She pretended not to have heard the fatso's earlier comment. "That level of precision doesn't seem to be as high as that gyroscope's, does it?" Guo Tailai was at a loss for words. "What do you think?" "Make 2 sets for me as fast as you can, I need to test them." Zhao Yanyan had absolute confidence in Guo Tailai's manufacturing capabilities. She'd sought him out precisely because she believed he could pull it off. Now she didn't beat around the bush and stated her request directly. "Are you crazy?" Guo Tailai snapped at Zhao Yanyan. "It's huge, over 7 meters long. You expect me to build that all by myself? You just need to build the engine section, you don't have to handle the fuel storage part." Zhao Yanyan knew full well that Guo Tailai couldn't possibly build a 7-meter-long engine by himself, so she only stated the most basic requirement: "Can you do it or not?" The material requirements are very high. Guo Tailai could tell Zhao Yanyan was serious. He dropped his earlier casual attitude and said earnestly, "Rocket engines have very high heat resistance requirements. Do you have the right materials?" "Do you remember that meteorite you brought back last time?" Zhao Yanyan reminded Guo Tailai, and he instantly understood. Last time Zhao Yanyan had been searching for a heat-resistant alloy and found a suitable formula in the meteorite. Although it couldn't be mass-produced, it was still possible to produce a small batch in the lab. With those heat-resistant alloys, the design requirements for this rocket engine would definitely be met. If we have enough material, the only thing missing now is a suitable place to process it. Guo Tailai didn't beat around the bush and stated his requirements directly. "There's a manufacturing facility with sufficient security, you'll have the place all to yourself at night." Zhao Yanyan smiled and said to Guo Tailai, "Let's head there right now. Take a close look at the blueprints first." As the car drove on, Guo Tailai couldn't even remember which direction they were heading. Zhao Yanyan didn't explain and Guo Tailai didn't ask. He knew full well that the location of such a confidential facility wouldn't be revealed lightly, and he was familiar with the unwritten rules. It felt like they had reached the suburbs. A small, unassuming factory came into view. As the car pulled in, it was indeed just a small facility. It was already after work hours, and aside from the guard at the gate, there wasn't a single person inside. However, the equipment inside was quite complete. A lathe, a milling machine, and a grinding machine, each with its own set, plus a new CNC machine that appeared to have a 5-micron precision. There were also tools for machinists. It was a small but fully equipped machining shop. "Can you estimate the workload? How long will it take, roughly?" Zhao Yanyan accompanied Guo Tailai as they inspected all the machinery. It was all well maintained and ready to go at any moment. "If we're only making 2 sets, it's simple. We can pull some all-nighters, and it'll be done in half a month at most." Guo Tailai already had a complete concept for the rocket engine in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he said, "But this design of yours, did you really design this yourself?" "What? Don't you remember I graduated from the automotive engineering department?" Zhao Yanyan laughed. "Engines are part of my specialty too. I designed this. What's the problem?" "This setup is meant for a rocket launcher, isn't it?" Facing Zhao Yanyan, Guo Tailai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "With this design, are you trying to go head-to-head with the Russians' Tornado rocket launcher?" "How did you know?" Zhao Yanyan was taken aback. It wasn't that hard to tell it was a rocket engine. The exhaust nozzle alone narrowed down the possibilities significantly, but the fact that the fat guy instantly made the connection to the Russians' Tornado meant it wasn't just a matter of recognizing a rocket engine. "I looked at the specs," Guo Tailai said with an expression that suggested it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Based on your design, assuming the right fuel, a rough estimate puts the range at around 30 to 90 kilometers. Isn't that pretty close to the Russians' Tornado?" "You know about the Tornado?" Zhao Yanyan was on the verge of being stunned. Was the fat guy some kind of god? He'd only been looking at it for a moment, yet he'd figured out the range she'd spent a whole month simulating on the computer. "No kidding, I never miss a single issue of any military magazine." Guo Tailai pointed his thumb at his own nose with righteous conviction. "Do you know what a military enthusiast is? That's me. And a die-hard one at that. But seriously, how did your southern group get into rocket-propelled grenades? Stealing business from precision machinery. Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Is that any of your business?" Zhao Yanyan was taken aback for a moment, but instantly slipped back into her big sister persona from the lab. After snapping at him, she explained, "My thesis project was on microgyroscopes, wasn't it? Once I started working here, I teamed up with them to jointly develop this rocket launcher." "Senior," Guo Tailai immediately began to complain bitterly. "Does the Precision Machinery Division really lack high-precision CNC machines? Or master craftsmen with exquisite skills? Do they really need to bring in an outsider like me?" Zhao Yan's expression shifted for just a split second while Guo Tailai was speaking, but it didn't escape his notice. This beautiful senior sister was probably not having an easy time at her new workplace. Thinking of this, Guo Tailai felt a pang of sympathy, and his tone softened. "Don't worry, leave it to me. There might be some trouble." Zhao Yanyan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Maybe we should just forget it. I'll think of another way." "I've already looked at the material," Guo Tailai said with a smile directed at Zhao Yanyan. "You've piqued my interest, and now you want to walk away. That's no way to play with people." Seeing the chubby man's genuine smile, Zhao Yanyan finally broke into a laugh as well. She'd been hesitating all along, but now she'd finally made up her mind. As long as the product is released and delivers results, the higher-ups shouldn't have anything to say, right? "But senior sister, this design of yours..." Guo Tailai studied the blueprints, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Is the higher-ups planning to introduce the Tornado system soon? Are you planning to play second fiddle, or do you intend to outdo them?" In his future dreams, Guo Tailai had seen quite a few domestically produced Chinese rocket launchers, and their performance was nothing short of insane. With ranges spanning from tens of kilometers to nearly 500 kilometers, they could maintain a firing accuracy within 600 meters, even at 400 kilometers performance so outrageous it was practically on par with missiles. Zhao Yanyan's rocket engine design already bore some resemblance to the A-100 from his future visions, and the A-100 rocket launcher was the one with performance most similar to the Russians' Tornado rocket launcher. Even its overall appearance resembled the Russian Smerch rocket launcher. With similar ranges, it was no wonder Guo Tailai asked that question. At that moment, Zhao Yanyan's mind was filled with shock. Just because she'd produced a rocket engine design blueprint, Guo Tailai had immediately guessed that they were planning to introduce the Tornado system soon. Was that fatso a little too perceptive? However, compared to the classified information Guo Tailai had shared about introducing the Tornado, Zhao Yanyan was more concerned about his follow-up remark, "Get the upper hand on them." What does that mean? If we make a slight modification to the design and use a two-stage rocket, the results will be even better. It'll have greater thrust and a slightly longer range. The second stage can fine-tune the target's direction for higher accuracy, Guo Tailai explained with a smile. Of course, the propellant will definitely need to be optimized. Are you serious? Zhao Yanyan was taken aback. It was perfectly normal for the fat guy to recognize a rocket engine at a glance, and it wasn't surprising that he could tell a gyroscope paired with a small rocket engine was used in a rocket launcher. But for him to claim right off the bat that his own design could still be improved, wasn't that a bit of a stretch? The actual prototype hadn't even built yet, and there were no test results. How could he dare to say something like that? But the next moment, Zhao Yanyan recalled how the chubby guy had once solved a problem she'd been stuck on right before graduation with just a single remark, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest. Will the changes be significant? If they're not too major, let's make 2 sets, that way we can conduct parallel comparative experiments. Let's give it a shot. I'll handle the manufacturing, and you handle the control system for the 2-stage rocket launch. Guo Tailai wasn't being too rigid about it. After all, as a poor student who had never taken a single course on engines, it would be far too much to expect him to suddenly come up with an engine, let alone a rocket engine that surpassed Zhao Yanyan's design. Zhao Yanyan, on the other hand, seemed quite used to the chubby guy's occasional bursts of surprise, in fact had complete confidence in Guo Tailai. A military green truck with a covered cargo bed was parked in the courtyard. It had already been there when they arrived. Zhao Yanyan led Guo Tailai over to the back of the truck, pulled out a key, and unlocked the cargo area. All the raw materials are here. Take as much as you need. Put both finished products and work-in-progress items here. Guo Tailai took a look under the light. There was plenty of metal material in the right sizes. He picked up a small piece at random and immediately noticed that the weight felt off. It was lighter than ordinary steel, which was a good sign. He recalled that Zhao Yanyan had mentioned this new alloy had excellent heat resistance and significantly improved wear resistance. He suspected it wouldn't be easy to machine. Let me see your design drawings. Zhao Yanyan suddenly remembered something and asked Guo Tailai to show her the drawings. Are you sure, senior sister? Guo Tailai couldn't help but be speechless. Even if I use KID to draw them quickly, by the time I finish all the drawings, it'll probably be after I graduate. Are you sure you want them right now? As an engineering student, how could he not know what a workload it was for one person to draw an entire set of design drawings? Guo Tailai had only seen this set of drawings for less than 2 hours today. Asking him to produce a set of revised drawings right away was definitely putting him on the spot. She had originally intended to discuss the improvements with Guo Tailai right away, but when she considered that the fat guy had to produce parts for 4 sets of engines all by himself, Zhao Yanyan held back. She decided to wait until the parts were manufactured and the test results were in. That would be far more convincing than a dry explanation. Guo Tailai first went over the parts needed for the project in his mind, then began systematically moving the raw materials. He'd move as much as he could handle tonight, that way he wouldn't have to load the rest onto the truck again in the morning if he didn't finish. Since Zhao Yanyan was a girl, no matter how capable she was, Guo Tailai wouldn't let her do this kind of heavy lifting. At most he'd have her hold onto the handle of the handcart. All the strenuous work of moving materials was done by Guo Tailai alone. Huh? Although Zhao Yanyan wasn't lifting anything herself, when she saw Guo Tailai single-handedly move a metal column weighing nearly 80 kilograms, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Fatso, when did you get so strong?" Come on, senior sister. Guo Tailai certainly wasn't going to confess to Zhao Yanyan that his muscle strength had been steadily increasing over such a long period, due to the nanobots stimulating the repair of his muscle fibers every day. He could only give her a speechless look. I am, after all, a skilled fitter. If you spent every day using all your strength to craft various parts, you'd have this much strength too. After saying that, Guo Tailai didn't forget to remind Zhao Yanyan, isn't this a way to build muscle at the same time? Give me a few more months, and I'm sure I'll be as big as Shinwag.